BYO for all the boosters, and I would sell them to $1 and take them back. Come on. And I'm not saying you got to be a bad kid. I'm not saying that, but they don't have that mentality. You can't learn that. You can't learn that in a classroom.
I feel bad for the kids today.
Me too. And I have an 11-year-old daughter, and I see this. I don't see it as much as her. She does her homework. She does all that shit. But I see a lot of boys. Boys are not boys anymore. I remember in California, I signed my daughter up for a ballet class. The class had 6 fucking kids, 4 boys. And the moms brought them in there with the silver shoes and the whole fucking guys. But that's out there. But here, again, when was the last time you went out and you got stuck in the snow and 3 kids were out there trying to hustle you for $10? That doesn't exist. We can't even get white kids to mow the fucking lawn. If I was Trump, that's the first fucking rule I'm making. I want to see white kids mowing lawns again. White kids don't mow fucking lawns. This is not good, guys. They don't have the mentality we were having at those young developmental years. You see a child. When I was a kid, my mom goes, "You're not doing nothing today? You gotta go to the bar and stock the ice and stock the beer. $20. Instead of just hitting me up for a 10, I'll give you 20. They don't do that no more. It's unheard. They have no social skills. Have you gone to a restaurant lately? Have you gone to a CVS? Have you gone somewhere and seen the process that they put you through? They just don't have it no more, Mr. Broad. And then, you can't fire nobody no more.
No.
God forbid. I'm Cuban. Let's call the Cuban American Association and sue them. I'm Portuguese. Whatever the fuck you are. I'm not pointing at anybody. But these are all the things you have with these kids. It's not good. It's not good. Instagram hasn't helped us. Social media hasn't helped us. Dog, I had to threaten my daughter to go out. And she goes out now. I said, at least 15 minutes, go dribble the fucking ball. Go dribble the fucking ball 15 minutes. And what kills me is that the kids I'm dealing with, their parents all grew up like we did. Why don't you encourage these fucking kids to go out? They got them in the house all day. Mr. Salty, stop coming in my neighborhood. No kids come out, only me, my fat ass, my wife and my daughter out there, Mr. Salty. It's not good, Coach. It's over. Kids don't have that American ingenuity we had. They don't
Kids are different too. I have 3 grandsons. You think one of them would have what I had? The girl, my granddaughter has it. She's on North Bergen. She played freshman. She played varsity as a freshman. Now she's a sophomore, and she starts
basketball.
She's got the thing I wanted the guys to have. They're playing with their computers. I tease them all the time. So how could you have your sister a better athlete than you?
I go to the gym.
Doesn't work.
And I see kids boxing. Like, what happened? That's the first thing your mother taught you. Your father taught you how to put your hands up. And these kids are like, they got no legs.
Who's the kid from our area? His daughter wrestles. Who? Pace. Donald Pace is. Did you know him? He lived down by you. She got a scholarship. This girl, I went to see her wrestle. I don't watch any wrestling.
Not even pro wrestling?
But she was from North Bergen. This was for like the state championship.
Yeah.
And she fucking kicked the shit out of this other. And Donald, I don't have Donald at McKinley. It was like a klutz. Hope he's not watching.
I'll watch.
Would you, if you had, we're 22 again, would you be a teacher knowing what you know, right now? Like right now you would?
Definitely.
Why even with everything going on?
I think, for me, I don't want to do anything else. Even just being in school, I used to be proud. When I left, and I saved 2 kids by talking to them or yelling at them and embarrassing them, so maybe they catch it that way. You can't treat every kid the same, But It's a great feeling to know. And how do you find out? I bump into these kids every day. They're in every store, shop right there. And they make you feel good. Kids say, oh, Wolfgang's here.
Mr. Brown, I want to thank you for taking the time. Thank you for being a great fucking teacher and parent and everything that you've done for a ton of kids, especially me. You changed my fucking life with humor, and that's it. You guys got to meet. He's changing flavors finally. I got that. Tonight I'm at Freehold, sold out. Tomorrow night, me, Lee, Rich Voss are at Parks Casino. Next Tuesday, we're at the open mic again. And Wednesday, we're in Jersey City at White Eagle Hall. It's sold out. So I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I'll add some more dates later. Lee, you got anything for these concerts?
This week, I'm with you in Parks.
All right. I love you guys. Happy Thanksgiving to your families. And thank you for supporting the Church New Testament. Stay black, cocksuckers. The Church New Testament is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, if you've been wondering if Blue Chew is all it's cracked up to be, the answer is yes. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers ED meds right to your door with the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, but at a fraction of the cost. And you cannot go wrong. I love Blue Chew. You know, I'm old, but every once in a while I get a little loving to me, and Blue Chew lets me down. Don't miss out on the best sex ever. Blue Chew got you covered. You understand me? When they're laying there looking at you like, what the fuck just happened? That's you, Captain Blue Chew. Now, Blue Chew wants you to have the confidence to perform at your best. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. That's BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church fans. You ready? Try Blue Chew for free. Just pay $5 shipping at checkout at BlueChew.com. Again, that's BlueChew.com to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for supporting the podcast. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? It's Tuesday, December the 3rd. This is the Church, the New Testament. Today, I got a friend coming on here. I've known him forever. His name is Lucio Fernandez. We're in a couple of little situations here. Lee's here. His feet are dangling off the little fucking chair like a little kid in the back seat. I got to get my French fry from Wendy's, and that's it. We're here. Let's get this party started. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church New Testament is brought to you by Freeze Pipe. You don't need to wait for snow to smoke out of an ice cold bong. Freeze Pipe has you covered. Freeze Pipe makes chillable pieces that give you a good time with no throat burning and no coughing up a lung. I love Freeze Pipe. Each Freeze Pipe comes with a glycerin chamber that you put in the freezer. When you're ready to light, you take it out, put it in the bong. Once the smoke passes through it, your smoke gets cooled by over 300 degrees. Again, I love the pipe. Whether it's the bubbler, the bong, the pipe, the dab rigs, you're going to find what you're looking for with Freeze Pipe. So do me a favor. The holidays are coming. Somebody in your life needs a bong, whether it's grandma, the priest, somebody. Right now, you can shop at freezepipe.com and press in code Diaz, D-I-A-Z, for 10% off your order. Did you hear me? That's a Christmas breather right there. 10% off your order when you press in code Diaz. That's thefreezepipe.com and code Diaz for 10% off. Order today and get free shipping and say goodbye to harsh smoke forever. Turn off your TVs. Run for your lives. It's over. They didn't put you on this planet just to give up. If Uncle Joey could do it, I can rule the world. That's what you got to be thinking. Welcome back to church! What's up, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey back here with my buddy Lucio, Lee Sayat. What's up, Lucio?
What's up, Joey? Thanks for having me, man.
Oh, anytime. Lucio, how far back do we go?
Oh my God! Since you came to McKinley School, 6th grade or something, you came in 5th, 6th grade. I don't remember.
6th grade.
6th grade.
Sixth
That's
grade.
how far back.
Now, you were in the class with me, Levito?
No, man. It's so funny about that. I wasn't in 6th grade. No, I was in Miss Grabowski.
Miss Grabowski.
Miss Grabowski.
Okay.
And then Miss Grabowski got me to skip 7th grade. No shit.
And they put you in the 8th grade?
I skipped 7th grade. I remember this towards the spring. I had to take a couple of classes with the 7th graders so I could skip 7th, but I went right to 8th grade.
Wow.
So I know you a long time, except you're like 300 years older than me. I'm much younger than you.
I don't know. You're younger than I am. I still remember you at my house lifting weights.
Dude, you want me to tell the story about lifting weights with you? We were training. There was some karate guy that hung out with you. I forgot his name. Some crazy karate guy. Always wear white tank tops. You know, like the guinea tees. Always wear a white tank top. And we would work out of your house, and you were supposed to be spotting me. He was supposed to be spotting me. I don't know where he went, but those weights fell right on my head. And I look, and I'm in pain. And he's over there in the corner cracking up with the karate guy was lost. He was like, "What is going on here?"
Who the fuck was the karate guy? I can't remember his name with the white T-shirt.
Always wear a white tank top.
Oh my God! I hung out with so many crazy karate guys.
I was gonna say you would tell stories about like he had basically had a karate fight club for a little bit, didn't you?
But that was in North Bergen with a kid named Mario Diaz. There was a Chinese Cuban kid. His name was Mario Diaz. His father was a doctor. And I think Mario Diaz went to Fujia Pai Kung Fu. I went to Ishinru in Union City on New York Avenue.
35th Street.
No, before, when we were kids, there was Fujia Pai Kung Fu, and then there was Ishinru Karate, Kevin Norlander, Wayne Norlander. He was on 16th Street, New York Avenue.
I remember that.
The guy used to checkboard cards. If you fucking got a B or a C, he would make you do jumping jacks and then put you on the side, and you got to do homework where everybody was flying through the air. It was tremendous. It was tremendous. But we had, we're talking about North Bergen, right? We went to North Bergen first. When did you leave McKinley?
I graduated from McKinley in 77.
Okay.
And I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay in North Bergen. I had it all set up to go to North Bergen High School. I was going to be playing baseball over there. I was going to be playing basketball. I was going to be running track. And all of a sudden, my mom and dad said, "No, we're moving to Union City." I couldn't believe it. My whole life fell apart. So in 77, that summer of 77, we packed our bags and moved to Union City.
Wow.
Big change.
And what school did you go to Union City?
I went to Union Hill, Union Hill High School. It was different. Union Hill, it was different. It was all mostly Hispanic, but it was a whole different ballgame. In McKinley School, the teachers really cared. They cared. They wanted you to learn. They were, you talked about when you had Mr. Barone here at your last episode, Mr. Barone. You talked about Mr. Agresta. You talked about, Mr. Miss. These people cared. I have a great story about Mr. Miss. Mr. Miss was the best.
Mr. Miss was in the class with us one day because one of our teachers got sick or something. And Mr. Miss was a good-looking blonde dude. The girls loved him. He looked just like Robert Redford with a mustache. He was yoked. And he was okay. And one day he was the teacher. They put both 8th grades together. And they said, "We need to talk to you about something. We have an organization that wants to talk to you kids about helping them out." Okay. Mr. Miss comes in with the white dude. The white dude opens up his briefcase. I'll never forget this. Opens up his briefcase and he starts taking notes on it. And he goes, "How you doing, boys and girls? I'm here to talk to you about a disease that's hitting kids. They can't walk. You start walking, something fucked up." But then he goes, "And they can only move 3 steps per every 30 minutes. And the guy goes, "Do we have any ideas on how we could take care of this?" And Richie Colombo was Somebody raised their hand. He goes, "Give him roller skates." The guy looked down, closed his suitcase, went, I'll never forget that. He goes, "They told me not to talk to this class." That was one of the last time. I don't know when was the last time I saw Mr. Miss. What's your Mr. Miss story?
Mr. Miss he was a holiday. Like you say, he was a good-looking guy, strong, and he became the basketball coach. And man, we were great in basketball, street basketball. We played at the court on 28th Street.
28th Street all the time.
We played there all the time. David Ruiz, myself, a bunch of us. We played
Lefty.
there. Yeah, Lefty. Chucky used to come up
Chucky
once in a while.
Green
He was really, he was really tiny. Remember Chucky? How tiny he was?
He's still
But
tiny.
he was fast, man.
Yeah,
he was fast.
fucking
He was
fast.
good, very good. Anyway, so Mr. Miss comes in to coach us. And we were great at street basketball, but when we got in a court, man, we stunk. I remember one game they called the 3-second penalty on me like 10 times. We didn't know how to play in the court. We never practiced. I remember we used to say, "Let's go practice at Kennedy School down on 10th Street." And we used to walk down there in the rain, the snow, it didn't matter.
Outside.
No coach, nothing. We'd suffer. If anything, one time a week. So we were playing against all these other schools and we stunk. But Mr. Miss said, "Listen, wait, no. We would start winning every game. We were winning by halftime. And then we would lose every single game. We lost every game, but Mr. Miss said, 'You guys dress up. Dress up. We'll get all the girls. You guys will get all the girls. Just dress up. Doesn't matter how bad you play. You guys will look good.'" And that's what we did with our little polyester shirts on and whatnot, the bell bottoms and stuff. And we'll go there and pick up the girls. That's what we did.
Who was on your team then?
Oh, man. I'm David Ruiz. I don't know if Martincito played. You remember Martin?
Chucky? Sure. I still talk to Martin.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And, I don't know if Martin played. I know Chucky played.
Peter Jimenez, maybe.
I don't remember.
Peter. We had some crazy motherfuckers in that school. Now, it's funny that, listen, basically we're both from Union City. I grew up in North Bergen. I went to high school and grammar school for a few years, but I've been going to Union City since I was in fucking diapers, And I went to El Cortadito. This is how this whole shit started with you. I went to El Cortadito one day. I'm there with my daughter. You're sitting outside. It's 80 degrees. I'm looking around. I see this building. I'm like, I know that fucking building. I keep looking at it and looking at it. And I go, that's where my father died. North Hudson
Hospital.
Across the street from the Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
And I went on a ride with my daughter. I'm like, oh, I know a lot about Union City. Like I was here when 48th Street was just cigars going down the street. It was just cigar shops, fucking cigar shops. If you went from Bergen Line down to like Palisade or New York Avenue, whatever the fuck it was. I mean.
You had the Colony Theater on 48th Street.
The Colony Theater on 48th Street. We had that other theater. I didn't even know this. That fucking, what's the comedian, the old guy with the cigar?
George Burns at the Hudson Theater.
He met Gracie Burns in Union City at the Hudson Theater. Your grandmother, his grandmother grew up in Union City. She's telling me a story once that she used to talk to Fidel while she was waiting on the bus. Fidel would come up to her and talk to her. And she goes, I didn't know this fucking guy was, but he was a gentleman. She goes, I figured out years later he was Fidel. Like Fidel started his revolution in Union City.
He has some meeting on 26th Street.
Yes.
20-something. So he had a meeting with some people down there.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested.
Yeah.
He got arrested in Union City.
Fidel, you're talking about Fidel Castro?
Fidel
Yes.
Castro.
What was he doing in Union City?
That's where the revolution started. Union City, whatever part of Florida, where Tampa was or some shit like that, and Miami, when they were going to do the Bay of Pigs and all that. Oh, before the Bay of Pigs. He was going to take over Batista's fucking job. But that all went down.
Are you Cuban as well?
Yes.
It's not my fault. I was born there.
I know. Oh, you were born there too.
I was born there, yeah.
Because I was driving back from Jersey the other day, and you had told me, Joey, that like you moved, like your mom moved here partially because of like the sewing industry.
Yes.
And they had a sign right at the Lincoln Tunnel, like New Jersey, the home of embroidery since like 1837.
Of the fucking
that was true.
From the 1800s.
You know why?
Why?
The German machines, the Schiffley machines, they had to stand in solid rock. And the only area that had this solid rock, bluestone, Union City is based on bluestones. So that's the only place that they can anchor these, 2-ton machines. So the embroidery industry grew in Union City and West New York. It was huge. They did all the patches for worldwide, everything. Everything came from Union City, West New York. Union City was the embroidery capital of the world. It's also the burlesque capital of the world.
The burlesque capital of the world.
Yeah.
Do they need to reinforce it for that?
They don't have no burlesque clubs no more. Right?
No. You know how many? There was a lot of theaters in Union City. You had the cinema. You remember the cinema? The Hippodrome, the Lincoln Theater, the Twin State, which was on 40th, which CBS is on 48th and Bergline. The Colony Theater. You had theaters all over Union City, and there was a lot of people that started in Union City. You know, Frank Sinatra, when he was with the group before he went solo, they sang at the Lincoln Theater on 32nd Street with Davis. You remember Davis toy store on Bergenland Avenue and 32nd Street?
It was right there. That's street.
Around
right
the corner where Mi Bandera was, that used to be a theater, the Lincoln Theater. Okay, before it became years and years, so not the Park Theater, the Lincoln Theater. And there you had all these big stars that performed there.
Now, the Park Theater is by the 4-Star Diner.
Right.
The best BLT for fucking years. My mother would stop there at 3 in the morning and get me a BLT and shit.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
How do you have the best BLT? Just really good bacon?
There's really good tomatoes.
Okay.
Thick bacon, like back in the, now
I
it's
could go
probably
for
like everybody
BLT.
else. It's fucking
Best
hog and it's
Turkey
like,
Club. Oh my God. Turkey Club there.
what's that?
The Turkey Club.
The Turkey Club
They
is
made
still
Turkey
good?
Club. No, the Turkey Club sandwich there. No, they just closed. The diner closed about a year ago.
Really?
Yeah. Diner closed.
And my florist across the street closed. I had a florist. I'd go in there and bring flowers to my mother. I went in there. We're in Colombia. We're never coming back. I said, okay. That's how it works out. But it's so funny how, like, I was driving that day with my daughter, and I started telling her, like I don't remember nothing about Union City until my father died. And then I remember we lived across the street from the grammar school on 29th and Central. Behind that, Robert Waters. I lived on that street. We had a garage and the whole thing. And then after that, I don't know what happened. And then we ended up in New York City. But my mother always had that bar in Union City. So wherever she went, I went. There was no fucking daycares.
You know who lived around the corner from you? You're gonna die. Tony Orlando.
In Marlboro?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Union City.
Originally,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Tony Orlando was from Union City, New Jersey. I mean, it's just fucking insane, And then I would just go visit and I would walk. Because my mother had 29th Street, so it covered from 29th to 48th.
Right.
How you
She would
doing,
don't
big
go
dog?
past 48th.
Yeah.
And you walk back and forth. But 48th Street, when we were growing up, we had our own little world there. I mean, Union City was probably one of the most
Why are you upset?
unique little towns. Like I could tell you 1,000 Saturdays that we went to the cinema.
All right,
Like
big
the
dog.
cinema is where I saw the longest show.
Well,
Right.
It's where I saw Rocky. It's where I saw Tommy.
okay, man.
I saw Bruce Lee. Fuck. They always had the midnight show, and then you walk down Burger Line, and you had Ponte Corvo fruit next to the
Yeah,
toy store
That's right.
with a lot of boxes.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Davis
Davis
Toy
we
Store.
would
There you
beat the
go.
fuck out of boxes. They'd be all over Burger
Yeah.
Line. And then we'd run away because we thought the cops were going to chase. There was no fucking cops. Fucking crazy. And there was a go-go bar there, right on 32nd
Yeah.
Street.
Yeah.
Now, when I first remember being at my mother's bar, there was an Italian deli across the street. This is 66, 67, 68. But I would go over and they'd pick me up. And I'd stick my hand and he'd always give me an apple or a fruit or an orange or some shit. I didn't want no fucking orange. I wanted the candy. He had things of candy. Then he left and the New Moon Chinese restaurant moved in.
Oh, wow.
Like there was just so many things. But the thing that sticks in my head the most about Union City was when I was about 7, 2 kids got kidnapped. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
When I was about 7, 2 kids got abducted by the towers, some tower in Union, Troy Towers or something like that, somewhere down Edison School. I don't even know if Edison School still exists.
No, that still exists.
Does it?
Yeah, I
Good
think it was-
basketball down there.
I think it was on 7th, right off of
Right down there.
Yeah, right
And
off
then
of
they
Summit
found the
Avenue.
kids dead.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget that just because I went to my mother's bar and I did all these things in Union City, I felt like I had to go. And I told my mom I'm going to their wake, and she's like, "What are you fucking crazy? I go, I gotta go." And I went down, and there had to be 2,000 people. And I'll never forget that. I was like, "This is Union City. This is real. These people fucking are out, and they're gonna find this motherfucker and kill him when they do, And then I remember that fire on 28th and Burger Line. There was a bodega up the block from Hernandez. which we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
School these motherfuckers on the art of making sandwiches. Yeah, these motherfuckers don't know nothing. And that burnt down overnight during the holidays. And I still remember going to my mother's bar, and the front was just filled with clothes, and people were giving money. And I don't, I don't know how old I was, but he had 2 boys my age. 1993, I moved with George. I come back here, and I go to a gym in North Bergen. They own the gym. I paid for the membership, and they were like, "You're Denora's son." Yeah. They go, "Here's your money. You remember when you took care of us in Union City when we were kids?" They fucking remember. They go, "You work out here for free, and we'll fucking train you."
Wow.
And that was all from fucking Union City. Like Union City, it's a small but a powerful little goddamn place.
Union City is a great city. It's
Yes,
a great little city. It's great. And we, for the longest time, we were the most densely populated city in the whole country. Until just a couple of years ago, that Gothenburg became the most densely populated city in the whole United States. But Union City forever was the most densely populated city in the country.
Now does Gothenburg still have the record for the most bars per capita?
I have no idea.
I'm just blown away because you guys kind of like look alike. But like you guys have almost like the same beginning, and then like you come and you have the little thing in the suit jacket. Like you guys started almost exactly the same, and then like I can't. It's so crazy. You guys came from the same place.
Well, it's gonna get better, cocksucker. So you graduated Union Hill. Where'd you go?
When I graduated Union Hill, I went to Rutgers. And I was going to go to New Brunswick, and then all of a sudden I was already working in New York. So I stayed in Newark so I could work in New York. So I was working in New York.
Now, what were you doing in New York?
I was acting. I was an actor.
Holy shit.
Actor, yeah. I never thought in a million years, when I was growing up, I wanted to be a baseball player. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to date myself. In freshman year in high school, I won a dance competition. Disco was big. So I won a disco championship in New Jersey and New York. So that got me onto Soul Factory Disco. You remember Soul Factory?
Sure.
So that got me on the
I just
TV.
drove past.
Yeah. So they got me on that TV show. And it's so funny because I used to go to Soul Factory Disco. I was underage. And I remember my cousin used to wait for me outside by the side door and give me his ID so I can go around and come in using his ID. And I was young. I was like, whatever, 14. So anyway, I got into the TV show. And every week I was on Soul Factory Disco. Sometimes I was featured. Sometimes I was just a crowd. But I was on the show. And this is freshman year in high school, in Union Hill. Nobody saw me.
I didn't see it.
Nobody like guided me to show business or anything. Nobody. I kind of sort of tripped into it.
Can you just explain what Soul Factory? It sounds like it was like what was that? What was that? Soul Train.
It was like Soul Train, American Bandstand, or something like that.
And it was just disco music. You were just dancing the whole time.
And then you saw Karen Young. You remember Karen Young would come on, and the Commodores, and all these people come and perform. Lip sync, but they would perform in this little state that they had, and we were just dancing. And sometimes I got featured because I won the state, And there I met this couple, Jeff and Donna Shelley. They were a dance team, and I started taking dance classes with them. And then that was the beginning. And then I got into Then when I went to Rutgers, this kid that went to Union Hill with me said, "Listen, I was going to be an engineer." He goes, I want to take you somewhere." I said, "Where?" Took me to Rutgers, the Black Box Theater in Rutgers, Newark. I saw the Black Box Theater. I said, "Man, that's what I want to do. I want to act." Within a year's time, I was signed in New York. I was trying to do soaps and all that. I couldn't act to save my life. I couldn't dance. I couldn't sing. I had no ability, but I had the desire.
Obviously, you could fucking dance.
Yeah.
So I got into all these shows, and I got into the soaps. I did a bunch of films. I did a bunch of soaps. I did a bunch of musicals and plays and the whole bit, and that took me all over the world. That's what I did for a long time, for a very long time.
Sounds like you were pretty good at it.
Yeah.
I was all right. I was willing to stand on my head. The director said, "Do this," and I would just do it. And plus I was athletic. So, you're athletic in the musical theater world, and so you're dancing masculine. They want people who dance masculine. So I did West Side Story for 5.5 years of my life, every day, every major production. I did Chorus Line. I did Jesus Christ Superstar. I did Guys and Dolls.
Were you on Broadway or?
I did the Broadway National Tours.
Oh, so like the one that would travel around in the cities?
Yeah, so I did, for West Side Story, I did the European company, the national company, the world tour, the European tour, the Paris company, the Japan company. We were supposed to come to Broadway. And then
you did West Side Story in Japan?
I did West Side Story 5.5 years of my life, every single day, 8 shows a week.
Could you still do it right now? 8 shows. I can't imagine doing 8 shows a week.
Man, it felt when you got off the tour, it felt like you have been to war. Everything hurt. Everything. My knees, my back, I played Chino in West Side Story, so I was shooting the gun. So I had tendonitis on my elbow from shooting the gun every night.
Fucking doing
It was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of
And
work.
a lot of commitment. And
People don't realize it.
people have no idea what goes into theater. Like, I've gotten auditions here for theater. I'm like, they better not call me.
No.
They better not fucking call me because they wanted me to do whatever, Guys and Dolls 2 years ago. At
Oh,
the
you'll be
Kennedy
great.
Center.
You'll be great, guys.
The one guy, the
Yeah.
crazy guy, and I was like, I don't know. The guy called me up. Listen, we really want you to do it, but we rehearse twice a day till fucking St. Smidgen's Day. And I'm like,
I did Guys and Dolls with Lorna Luft. You remember Lorna Luft?
I remember the name.
Liza Minnelli's sister.
Okay, Lorna Love.
Lorna Luft. I did it with. You remember Steve, the guy who plays Steve in Married with Children?
Yeah,
He was in the company I did. You remember? Oh, Fish. You remember Fish? What's his name?
Abe Pagoda.
Abe Pagoda. He came in there. They had to let him go. He couldn't do the role.
No, he's too old. You gotta
This is years ago. This is,
I know he
he's
can't
still-
dance.
he's- no,
He was 100 when he did the Godfather.
So,
He was 100 when he
Yeah.
did the Godfather.
yeah.
I just seen it at a restaurant. They always play Italian movies, and there was a part when he asked, "What's his name? Who gives a fuck?" But he was old then. He was old then.
So when I went to Rutgers, I was doing all the stuff in New York, and ICM signed me for a commercial. So I would do all these commercials and stuff, So I was making a living at it, and that's all I did for a long time. And then until I ended up back in Union City somehow.
So you have your SAG card and everything.
Yeah, I got SAG-AFTRA and equity,
Wow.
everything for forever.
Equity too. I don't even have a fucking equity. After it's done, they're like mixed with SAG now.
Yeah. It's
It
not the
sucks.
same.
It's
Yeah,
not the
it's not the
same.
same.
So I mean, you've done. So I guess have you ever done plays, Joey? Like, have you
All
done
the
plays?
time. You saw me doing fucking the King and I when I was flying.
Like what one was your favorite, Lucio? Between all of them, between plays.
The most I had, I mean, probably West Side Story.
Oh no, but like between plays, like commercials, TV.
Plays.
Yeah?
Yeah, that was a lot. When I was at Rutgers, that's what I studied, theater. I wanted to be a theater actor. I never thought in a million years I was going to become a film producer and stuff like that. That was not my thing. My thing was going to be, I was a serious actor. In fact, I worked at, I know you guys have ever heard of Spanish Repertory Theater in New York.
Yeah.
I worked there for 3.5 years. It's the premier Hispanic speaking theater in New York. And I worked there as a lead actor for 3.5 years and did everything. It's a repertory company. So on any given weekend, 1 weekend, 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I did 5 different plays.
What?
So it's a true repertory company. So you're learning all these plays at once. You can be doing a classical play, a Lorca play, and then you do a contemporary play, all in Spanish. It's insane. When I got off a tour, I had just met my wife. And I turned down all these tours. And I started working in Spanish rep. The first script I got in Spanish, I was like, what? And my wife is, American. And she had to help me learn this script. Phonetically, I didn't know what I was reading. I never read in Spanish, So I was there for 3.5 years, and it helped me out for later on when I, becoming a commissioner and stuff like that. It helped me because then I was bilingual, that helped a lot.
I could speak Spanish. I could read Spanish. I could write a little Spanish, but Spanish auditions, I just tap out. I'm not interested. I can't because listen, there was a show on in the early late 90s on Telemundo. It was a Cuban family, not
Que Pasa USA.
no. This was the one that came later. And one day I got a call from my agent. He goes, "Go in there and read. They want you to read for the Cuban door guy." Well, I go down there, and there's all these Cuban people. They're very nice, but they ain't Cubans like us. Okay? So I'll never forget. Like, I read the role, booked it, went on the next day, and during rehearsal, I said a line, and they all were like, like they were fucking uppity-duty Cubans, right? And then we started doing the scene, and they all had problems, like they were too fucking emotional, and he's not doing it right. La palabra esta. And I went to lunch, and they called me at lunch and said, "You got fired, but they're gonna pay for your actor card." I said, "Fine, fuck it, $1,000 they took out of my future." And then about 20 years later, I'm during COVID. I'm walking at that park.
Okay.
They did all the rallies by our house, and during COVID, the guy that played the cousin on the George Lopez show, he was on the show then as an actor. And he came over to me and goes, "Hey man, I just want you to know, I haven't seen you since that day, but it wasn't me who got you fired. It was those other fucking Cubans. They had this stick up their asses." And I was like, okay, good to know. I don't give a fuck. I'll never read again. But that's why, because my Spanish is completely different than their Spanish. And when I say a weird Union City word, they fucking lose it.
Because we grew up speaking Spanglish. We spoke Spanglish.
But I spoke that shit that they came with you from the revolution.
Yeah.
Those people spoke differently. They cooked differently. They acted
Absolutely.
differently.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a different fucking world. And it's still embedded. Like, it's still in my fucking soul how those guys walked around and how they can. And I don't know. It just, I can't. I've tried even. Please make me read the fucking Mexicans and Colombians. I get one Cuban, and it's not gonna work. It just doesn't work. I don't know what the fuck it is.
I remember when Scarface came out,
Okay.
and I said, "Where are the Cubans?" I know Stephen Bauer was in it; he's the only Cuban, but where are the Cubans? It's a ton of Cubans everywhere. The Cuban nuances were not there. I mean, Pacino tried, his best, and it's that cult classic. But where are the Cuban nuances, that machismo, the way that the Cubans talk, the way my stepdad talked, your dad talked, and the Cubans growing up in Union City were different. They're tough. They were tough, but it wasn't just the way they looked. You know what I mean? It was a whole different kind of Cuban, and that wasn't represented in the film.
But when they was getting for that film, it was Little Angel Salazar, God rest his soul, that kind of prepped Pacino for a lot of stuff. But it got so bad that they didn't have no Cubans. That when they're working in the fucking in the coffee shop, and he quits. Remember that?
I remember
that. Quit.
I remember that.
Right before that scene, there's a guy who comes up and says, "Oye, hacer ponle más jamón." You remember that?
I remember that
right?
scene perfectly. Yeah.
That's Angel Salazar off camera doing the voice.
Really?
Yeah, they had no Cubans. And in their defense, you had Angel and the other guy. What a lot of people don't know is that movie was cast in Miami, but really shot in LA. That's what I didn't know. That nobody knew. Over the years in LA, I kept meeting people from Scarface, and I would ask them questions. In fact, I shot a movie with Pepe Serna, the guy that cut his arm off.
Yeah.
And he told me he stole the extra arm and he sold it for $75,000. The whole fucking thing. But he was telling me what happened. They would come there in Miami and the Cubans shut them out. So they had to shut down, pay everybody for 6 months, and go to California and start all over again. Like Tent City. I thought that was Miami.
Yeah,
that's under the 405. The house, when he goes to the mother's house, that's a little house by the airport in LAX.
Wow.
Like where they put fucking migrants or whatever. I don't know what they do. But all that stuff was LA. And then the two guys that shoot Tony in the disco, the one guy was my buddy. And he told me the whole story. He was an extra. He was doing extra work for the holidays to pick up money. And fucking, he was at the table getting coffee. And the director came up to him, or Brian De Palma came up to him and said, "Hey, what are you in this?" And he goes, "I'm a waiter." He goes, "Fuck that, you're a hitman now." And it made him an actor. He was always an extra. That was his first acting role.
Wow.
So he was telling me how they just had a lot of problems with that movie. They finished that, but that last scene, the shooting scene, did you ever know about that?
No.
That's Steven Spielberg.
Oh, really?
They were in Miami for a fucking director's conference. If you see who was shooting, and they had like 10 cameras. So Brian said, every director come down here and get on a fucking camera and shoot. All those motherfuckers are in there.
Really?
All of
I
them.
had no idea.
Because there was a director's convention for like a week in Florida, something like that. But that's what the defense was on that. But listen, if you go to Hollywood, people get pissed all the time. Look at fucking Major League. They put Serrano. He ended up being the president of the United States on that fucking show. What? There's no other Cuban, But casting is fucking a different world.
But the movie became a cult classic. I mean, a ton of money. Ton of money.
And it came out on December 25th. Did you know that?
I
Scarface got released on Christmas fucking day. So people were going to the movies thinking it was a family fucking movie. Did you see the premiere? Go on YouTube.
Man.
The
I
premiere,
gotta see that.
the funniest was the lady from Dynasty. When they said to her, "You leaving?" And she goes, "I've heard enough fucks for a lifetime."
But there was a lot of iconic things. When Michelle Pfeiffer comes down in the elevator, the one shot is beautiful.
Beautiful.
The one scene in that when he's completely stoned out of his mind and he's talking to her, look at you, have a whatever as a
You're
wife,
fucking junkie and all
Yeah.
this shit.
That scene was just unbelievable. So many great scenes.
It's a fucking great movie.
Yeah, it's a great film. It's a great film.
And I don't know. I remember when that movie came out, how it changed this area. Union City. Listen, man, when you look at the statistics and shit, like the Cubans took it over, like you were talking about the Germans and the Dutch, and there was Indians there. And then the Cubans started coming in like in 50, before the revolution, And they just built this beautiful little fucking community. They really worked hard.
When the Cubans came, Bergenland Avenue, there was no Bergenland Avenue. There was nothing. All the stores were closed. You had a bunch of Italians selling fruit from the fruit carts. My dad told me, my dad came in 65. He goes, Bergenland Avenue, all the shops are pretty much closed. The Cubans built it up. As the Italians moved out, we still had some Italians growing up in North America. Italians and Irish and Germans, some Greeks, And but Bergenland Avenue was the Cubans built it up. All of Union City. All the embroidery that stayed for a long time because of the Cubans.
You remember Barbero Angelito?
Angelito, yeah.
He was across the street from the cinema. So if you were lucky, your mom would give you $10 and you go see Angelito first. You'd sit in his chair. And the minute you sat down, Angelito made a fucking spectacle. His haircuts weren't good. But when you left there, you thought you were fucking Cary Grant.
Yeah.
Okay? Because he fucking thing, and they do like dust and shit. And then he'd cut your hair and he'd go, "Mira que lindo." And he'd start with that, "Oye, parece una tita." And he'd just be cutting your hair. No, muy está. Como hizo un americano, muy está. And then he would fucking keep combing it. And at the end, even though a lump was long on the other, he put some spit on it and he put purple lights on.
Yeah, remember the lights?
Remember the lights?
Oh my God.
This motherfucker showed you on the optical illusion.
It gives you shines.
And then he put like disco music on and he'd move with you and you're like, "Oh, that looks good." Then you get home, your hair's all fucked up. You're like, "Fuck it, I ain't going back up there."
And all it was is like one of those floodlights with color in it. And he goes, "Give you special shine."
Why would you Why would he go back? If it looked that bad, after like the second or third time,
because you bought it, you drank it. You drank the Kool-Aid.
It was the scene, man.
Yeah.
It wasn't the hairdo. You were paying for the scene, and then there'd be Cuban dudes there talking about ese huevo quiere sal and about you were like 8, and they'd be talking about women. I fucking do this, and you're like, "Oh my God, these guys are fucking savages." Savages. Pastor Music.
That closed a couple of years ago.
Fuck, and when I was a kid, it was 3 floors.
Yeah.
And then every time I came back, it would go to 2 floors, 1 floor, and then there was a strip club. Not a strip club. It should have been a strip club. There was a club there in the 90s called the Players Club.
Yeah, where was that? Where was the place?
Right next to Pastor.
That's right.
They did comedy there.
And then became a karate school. Yeah, I remember.
And I went up there one day, and there was 20 hookers. I got like $20 to do the show. There had to be 20 hookers up there. And one of them was a North Bergen girl. I remember I was like, "Dog, I know your sister."
Oh my God.
Well, so like, can you guys explain? Because I have no idea, but like, you both born in Cuba. Like, what is it like? It's crazy. Like that you both like Scarface. Like, all these. What does it mean to you to be from Cuba like that? How does that change your life, or how does it play in your life now? It seems like you guys have a lot of similar stories.
Go ahead, Lucio.
Growing up in Cuba, I mean, you're born in Cuba, but you're raised in an area where you have this mix of all kinds of people. Like I said just before, we had the Italians, we had Germans, we had the Irish, and everybody called each other names, but everybody got along great. You could have a fist fight with this guy because he called you a spick one day and you called him a guinea, and the next day you were hanging out. it was a different kind of thing. There was no one waiting in the corner to stab you. Everybody took care of each other. It was a different kind of thing. You know, everybody got along. I remember I drive down Kennedy Boulevard with my son on 27th Street. And I tell my son, this is where I used to hang out. This street corner right here. I used to play stickball, manhunt, tag, hide and seek. We played everything. We played football. And you remember Nabisco?
Fuck yeah.
We played football in Nabisco or Center Ford. We used to play football there. In the snow, we all bloody, the elbows bloody. And so we grew up in an area. There's a mixture of people. And everybody got along. It was a great place to grow up in. You know what I mean? So it was different than being born in Cuba, growing up in Cuba, coming here with this culture. No, you created this culture of a mixture of people.
So would you like? Obviously, you're Cuban, but like, would you say like you're more like this area of New Jersey? Like that's more of your personality?
I probably have more in common with you than with a Cuban coming from Cuba now.
Okay.
We grew, you grew up in this area. You understand the economy of it. You understand the food. You understand the people. You understand the language, the attitude. It's different. Some Cubans come now. You can't really read them. You can't say, where's he coming from? Where someone from Union City, you know where they're coming from. You understand? Someone from North Bergen, you know where they're coming from. You know the walk. You know what when you know.
Right.
And it's different. So when people ask me, like even my son says to me, well, sometimes you tell people you're Cuban, sometimes you tell me you're American. I said, I'm American. I grew up here. I'm an American citizen. I gave up my citizenship years ago. I'm American through and through. I love this country. I do anything for this country. This country gave me and my family everything. It's a beautiful country, man. There's nothing like the United States of America. Nothing.
And that's what these fucking Salamukis don't understand. And then they want to fucking walk around and just fucking talk shit, Coming from a Cuban house, bro, whatever the fuck you think and whatever the fuck they thought, my mother was pro-American. And if my mother would have lived, I would have been in the army. Because these fucking Cubans felt that they saved their life. So now we have to fight for them. I mean, they're really pro-Americans, man. And they got fucked over in the whole thing. And some people forgave Kennedy. You go to some Cubans' houses, they got a picture of Kennedy with a bullet hole in the fucking thing still. That's some Cubans. That's the way it is. But when I was young, I didn't really know what it meant to be Cuban. I didn't really know. We came from such a... One day we're eating at an Ascalese house. One day you're eating at Johnny Black's house. One day, you don't really know until you become a man and you become older and you see what you're made of. And there was a lot of times when I walked into auditions or comedy clubs with my balls on the line and I go, you know what? My mother didn't come here for me to be a fucking punk.
Right.
My mother didn't fucking leave her family to come here for me to be a fucking punk. That's number one. Number two, I don't know. But I've always started feeling Cuban after I did time. When I went to prison and got locked up, that's where my Cubanazo came out. It just came out in prison. Like, I'll tell you, if you fucking touch me, I'll kill one of you motherfuckers. And it was just a state of mind. It's just a state of mind. Being from North Bergen is a state of mind.
Yeah.
Those days will never happen again.
Absolutely.
When I look at those North Bergen football teams, nobody was bigger than 6 feet. And they fucking won a state championship. They were number one on the East Coast. That's little Italians that came from Hoboken. Okay. Because nobody knows the story about Hoboken, how Irish wouldn't let the Italians pass 9th Street. When you do that to somebody, those motherfuckers get hot. So they came up here to smack Irish people. I don't know what it did. Half of the people we grew up with, at the end of the day, are all bloodline Hoboken people. Barone, Vinny Ascalese. I mean, there's 1,000 of them that are from Hoboken. Thousands of them. And I want to know what happened in Hoboken that made the kids I grew up with, the kids you grew up with, animals. We were fucking animals. We talk about Peter Jimenez. That dude was jumping out in front of a car and getting hit by a car. There's 2 people. And finally one day he jumped in front of a car and killed them. You know what I'm saying? Like, no.
Wasn't Peter like 17 in 6th grade or 7th grade?
Yeah, he
He
got
was
the
like,
pilot
I
program.
swear to God, he was 17.
Bro,
in
he had
7th
hairy
grade.
legs and hairy armpits.
Yeah,
And he playing
That's the
basketball
truth.
and
Fuck his
shit.
arms. What are you talking about? His way to make money was to get hit by a car.
And sue him on Kelly
it was
Boulevard.
crazy.
And about 20 years ago, he jumped out in front of a car.
You remember this guy Merck? You remember Merck?
Danny Merck.
Yeah, they
The
used to climb
thickest fucking
buildings.
glasses.
He used to climb buildings like a Spider-Man. Crazy. He used to climb any brick building. I think he died. Didn't he die?
No,
Did he
he's
fall off of a building?
He's
I don't
another
know.
guy. Looked like he's combed his hair with a
Yeah,
chemistry set.
exactly.
His hair was fucked up and had these little bottle glasses.
Yeah.
But that motherfucker was a solid dude. He fucking stabbed 3
Yeah.
Puerto Ricans. He was
Yeah.
Wait, he
that
did or
dude was
would?
crazy. Like, let me ask you a question so we can really get this party started. Tell me that you lived on 26th Street with all those animals.
I lived on 27th and Kennedy, right off Kennedy Boulevard.
So you did, but you hung out with those savages down there.
Yeah, I used to what? Liberty Avenue. We used to say going down to Liberty.
But you didn't go to 26th Street to the projects down there.
You go to
But
26 where the
Montecito-
Puerto Ricans are. We used to.
I used to hang with the Puerto Ricans
Oh
on
my
Central.
God. Yeah, Central
But
Avenue.
if you go over down that 26th Street,
Yeah.
that's where Alex Carvajal
Yeah.
lived. And
Oh
Maria.
no, down 26. That was great. My Tito lived there.
Oh.
Alex Carvajal, great guy. Maria and I worked in Tom McCann's together, and she had a hot rod. I think it was her brother's, and she let me drive it one time. I was put my foot down to her. I spin the wheels. What are you doing to my car, man? You spend all the gas. You're burning out the tires. Great girl, Maria.
I still hit
Carvajal.
Maria and go, it's never too late. We could still do this. And when she comes to my shows, I tell her, Maria, let's go.
She's great.
Let's end
Great girl.
this shit. Let's go to Cuba. Big, like her brothers.
Oh, really?
Fucking young. Oh, she's big. You know,
Yeah,
she's always
yeah.
taller than all of us.
Nice girl. Yeah, I used to hang out down there. You remember they moved all those people out. Remember at one point on 26th Street?
No.
Louis Arias. You remember Louis Arias?
Yeah.
I used to hang out with Louis Arias, Martincito, David. Jim, Charneco. You remember Jim Charneco?
No.
Jimmy Charneco. He used to live on
I
28th
remember
Street.
like Alfred Osley.
Yeah, all these
Remember
guys.
Dean
And,
Laprie.
Dean Dupree, all the brothers.
And
Yeah.
the Percasino brothers,
Yeah,
the one that
man,
just
yeah.
died. That was down there. That was like North Bergen had all these neighborhoods, 26, and they all kept up to themselves. But that neighborhood down there was off the chain
Yeah.
because they would always battle Union City on Halloween and go up there with fucking
Oh my God.
socks with flour and eggs and
On
shit.
Mischief Night.
Oh,
Oh,
it was
man.
on down there. That was Mischief neighborhood. But the thing I remember the most was the light bulb company.
Duratest.
Duratest.
Yeah.
They used to throw their light bulbs out and all their bulbs, like if they were defective.
Yeah.
And Juan Ali, the Ali brothers.
Yeah. I remember.
Juan and the other brother,
I remember the brother. I remember that Lee brother.
Juan and Carlos. They used to go to hookah houses when they went to 6th
Oh
grade.
my God.
There you go.
Yeah.
I gotta go to
my
piss,
God.
but when I come out, we're gonna finish the story. There you go. They were in the 6th grade, and their dad would take them to the city, and they would come back on Monday. Like people were like, I went to the cinema, I went to roller skate, and he's like, man, we got our dick sucked by some black girl,
Yeah.
$10, and you're like, what the fuck?
And we'll take a break, but how does this relate to light bulbs?
Because
Because they lived right
they lived
couple of
next door to the light bulb
yeah.
place.
Oh, okay.
And we would jump the garbage can, take the light bulbs out, and beat each other up. Everybody went home white because it had white powder in it from the fluorescent. Everybody had fucking white powder on them every night.
Juan Ali, he was the first guy that talked to me about girls, the nitty gritty.
Oh,
But you
I
gotta
mean, he was
do.
fucking hookers in
Oh
high school.
man,
So we had a kid, McKinley Juan Soto,
I don't remember.
good-looking Cuban
I
kid.
remember.
He got a girl pregnant. He quit school in the 7th grade. He was like, I
7th
gotta
grade?
go. I gotta go.
I didn't even kiss anybody in the 7th grade. Take a break.
What's happening, beautiful people? I don't know if you know this, but this episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. December is all about getting comfortable. Therapy is a great way to bring yourself some comfort that never goes away. BetterHelp is 100% online, so it's easy to use, and your therapist will be there for every step along the way through video calls, phone calls, or messages. Listen, I'm doing great now. I'm at peace. My anxiety levels are low. Why? Because I had BetterHelp about a year ago, and they gave me some exercises, and now I'm doing a lot better. So do yourself a favor. Just fill out a quick survey to get started and to get matched with a licensed therapist. Listen, if you don't like your therapist, you can switch them at any time at no additional cost, but you're going to love BetterHelp. Find comfort this December with BetterHelp. People struggle through the holidays. Me too. I got no parents. I look around. I say, what am I doing here? So do yourself a favor. Visit BetterHelp.com/Diaz to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/Diaz. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Give online therapy a try and get on your way to being the best version of yourself. The church is also brought to you by Aura Frames. Listen, even if grandma doesn't use the microwave, she can figure out the Aura digital frame. Aura is so easy to use, even with the most tech-challenged relative you can figure out, like somebody like me. Aura is the Wi-Fi connected digital picture frame that shows off all your favorite photos and videos. My wife loves Aura. We got the frame. She started putting pictures in there. It's unbelievable. You can add unlimited photos to your frame from your smartphone using the app, so you can change up what's being displayed at any time. If it's one of Oprah's favorite things, you can't go wrong with Aura. Save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off Aura's best-selling Carver matte frames by pressing in code Joey, Joey. That's auraframes.com, promo code Joey. This deal is too good just for church listeners, so get yours now in time for the holidays. Merry Christmas, and show support to the show and get $35 off Aura's Carver matte frames. Use code Joey. We're back, bitches. So what happened with the Ali brothers?
No, Juan Ali. He's
Juan
the
Ali.
first guy that talked to me about girls, about the nitty gritty, what to do, how to do it.
So
I was like, how does this kid know?
what grade were you in, do you think?
I was in grammar school.
Grammar school.
I was in grammar
And that's
school.
like up to 5th grade?
6th. I know I met him in the 6th grade. And every weekend, him and his brother, he was on the level. His brother was not all there. He got hit in the head with a rock or something because he wasn't all there. And one day we were outside at his house. A bunch of us, Martin, Julie, Martin's cousin was dying. God rest his soul. We were throwing light bulbs. And they were throwing shit at me, and I was on the roof. So I took a rock and I threw it up in the air. I just threw it up in the air. And all of a sudden I hear, oh, and I looked down and it hit the younger one who wasn't all there.
Yeah.
A big lump on his head with a blood thing. And he just got up like, no, I'll take a soda. You want a soda? I'll take a soda.
Oh, God. No, 26 was a great place to hang
That
out.
was
we
a
had,
great place.
We had so much fun there. It was unbelievable. Mischief night. Nothing exists like Mischief night now with the eggs and the flour. You know what I did one year? I'm Cuban, so I didn't know about the white flour. I put the real, not the kernels, but the yellow flour.
Oh,
Doesn't get
shit.
powder, and you hit someone over the head. I hit them over the head with a rock.
Yeah, no.
So that's what I
shit-
put in it. I had no clue. I had no clue.
I don't know if you were there that night. We were all stuck on, had to be 76, 75. We were all stuck on buying glue and then writing your initials on a tree and lighting them on fire and then blowing it out. Everybody was doing it. You go up and down 26, because that's funny you said West New York got no trees. When you run up and down fucking North Bergen, they got all these trees on 26th Street, and they planted new ones in the middle. And one night we're coming home from somewhere, and Martin's going, I'm going to put mine. So me and Julie and maybe you, somebody else, there was a couple of us, we're sitting there watching him on the steps like a lookout. And he's putting MP. And all of a sudden, he looks at us, he goes, yeah. And he lights the fucking initials, but the thing goes, and there's like a tree, right? There's like a tree. And the limb is catching on fire. And Martin's hitting it with his hands and going, I go, Martin, it's over. And before Martin could put this thing out, a little fucking fire truck came, like a little inspector, and threw him on the floor. We ran.
Is he still in jail?
Who?
Martin or
Martin's in North Carolina.
Oh,
Good kid, really good
But
kid.
at some point in the 70s, just before I moved to Union City, they had everybody move out of 26th Street because they wanted to renovate all those buildings.
Oh, that's right.
And everybody had to move out. And they killed the vibe. Then it was dead. There were no kids around anymore. Then they started doing Section 8 and all that kind of stuff, and there were no kids around anymore. So everybody, that's when Martincito moved out, Luis Arriaga moved out, the other brothers moved out, everybody moved out. Everybody left. and there were no kids there for years. The place was vacant. They were fixing up all the apartments. I remember I was devastated. I was devastated when that happened.
I kind of remember them cleaning that up. Even like when I drive by Centerford, Tom's
was great.
Tom's Diner.
Tom's Diner.
Oh,
I just told my son I had the. Oh my God, Tom's Diner
fuck.
is this little place right in the corner of 27th, between 27th and 28th Street. I had my first cheeseburger there. You know how much it cost? 64 cents for a deluxe, and it came with fries and a drink with a second drink. 64 cents, and it was an expensive burger then. I couldn't believe it.
64 cents. How did they get the 4 cents?
I don't know. 64 cents.
That would piss me off.
My dad, we lived in that building there where Tom's Diner was.
Okay, that's where you
And
live.
my dad was the super. When he came from Cuba, he was the super there, and he was the dishwasher at Tom's. And then eventually he bought Siglo 38, whatever it's called, Siglo whatever. And then he started buying. He got the bars and the buildings and stuff like that.
You lived across the street from Lourdes Ramos.
Yes.
And I'll never forget. I was talking to them. This is what I'm telling you about being Cuban. Like some people could take it, some people can't. I went over to Lourdes' house like on a Saturday night, and everybody was okay. We were going to some dance or something, and her mother was there, and her mother was dressed up. And she wasn't the best looking woman you ever seen, but
she was nice people.
But she was nice people, and your mom always said,
Clara.
And I said, oye, Clara, está de enganche. Oye, Clara, está de enganche. Vas a salir esta noche. And 2 days later, the lawyer's like, you're not allowed in my house no more.
What does that mean?
Like, I don't know. What does enganche mean? Like you're ready.
You're high. You're ready to go
You're
hook
looking
up.
for a fucking victim. That enganche means I got the hookup. You know what I'm saying?
She made Lourdes and her sister Iris. They're in social media. I follow Iris a lot.
Really?
Yeah, she's great girl. They're both of them great people. And her mom, I loved her mom to death.
Loved her mom.
Her mom made the best espresso in North Bergen by far, and she made this white rice with a little salchicha. What do you call it?
Salchicha.
Yeah,
the yellow rice.
Yeah. Oh my God, she made the best. She made the best.
That's fucking. That's
great.
Poverty food for Cubans. But it's worse.
But it was great.
Yellow with little hot dogs in it, those little links and shit. You put a little sauce in that motherfucker, and you make believe it's a lobster tail. You're like,
I want to go back with Lourdes. We used to hang out. You remember McKinley School when you came down the ramp, coming down from the bridge? Okay, there's a little ramp. There's a little wall there before the gym. They're right next to where the gym is.
Yeah.
We used to sit there, and used to hang out with us there. And he turned me on to Richard Pryor. He was always imitating Richard Pryor. And the Honeymooners. I had no idea what the Honeymooners were, and Richard Pryor. You were always doing Ralph Crandall.
Fuck yeah.
Always. And Richard Pryor, he had us in stitches crying, and Lourdes was there, David was there, Martincito, myself, and a bunch of other people. You know, I remember that clear as day, as though it was yesterday.
Do you remember any of the? Because he on the podcast for years would talk about loving Richard Pryor. I love that he started.
Richard Pryor as a vampire, the whole sketch
as
a vampire, so he do it to a T.
That's right.
Oh my God. There was no one as funny. I can tell you that 100%. Not because I'm here with him. There was no one funnier than Coco.
And you're saying that even after he dropped the weights on your head?
Even then. After the weights, I laughed. I told the story. When we reconnected years ago, I tell I've been with my wife almost 27 years. I've told that story 100 times about the weights. And I looked at this fucking guy was just laughing. The karate guy. With his skinny teeth, he was just looking at us like, what just happened? The whole weight fell on my head. He's just laughing. He's supposed to be spotting me. I wasn't strong, you know? It was crazy. We had no gym class in McKinley to make me strong.
We were talking about Hernandez, and I want to talk to you motherfuckers about Hernandez. Hernandez was on 28th and Bergen.
Yeah.
Right by the thing
in the corner.
Hernandez was open till about 3. Look, my hands get itchy just thinking about fucking Hernandez. Hernandez was open till about 3 or 4. I don't even know when it closed down.
I don't know.
Maybe the mid-'80s. I thought he had 2 sons that took it over. He had those 2 big boys. Yeah. Like everybody always tells me how good Cuban sandwiches are now. Go to this place. This one's got pepperoni. Listen.
Wait, that wasn't me. Don't look at me. I didn't tell you about a pepperoni place.
There's no pepperoni Cuban sandwiches.
Fucking Hernandez. You went in there and the ham and the Swiss were already on the bread. And it was packed, and it was a big one, and there was walls of just sandwich bread with the Swiss and the thing. And you come in, right there, he had a glass in front of him, and you, Hernandez, I'm un cubano. and he fucking cut a piece of pork off right in front of you. None of this for you motherfuckers that want to sell a Cuban camp sandwich with pulled pork. I'll fucking kill you. I'll fucking kill you. Okay, there's no pulled pork. None of that fucking bullshit. So, right or wrong, these fucking
right,
jerk
you're right,
off.
you're right.
You had the Cuban. I wouldn't eat your fucking Cuban. You're fucking from Ireland. Why would I make, they were pulled pork. This guy would slice white meat pork. And then he had jamon, the fucking, to give it even more flavor. And he'd take a fucking paintbrush, brush that motherfucker with butter and put it in there. And then you tell him to make you a guarapo, that sugarcane juice, with fucking tons of ice. Are you fucking kidding me?
That was the real
Do
deal.
you have, Lucy, do you know a place? Joey's been teasing me for years. I'm still fat, but I used to be a lot fatter. He's been teasing me with a preparado sandwich. The Cuban, the little croquettes on the bottom.
That's my wife's favorite.
Oh,
That's
where do
the
you get
best,
that?
You can get Las Brisas. You can get croqueta preparada. That's what I get all the
We
time.
might go to those Brisas.
Croqueta preparada.
Oh, you.
By Hernandez. But this is when Swiss cheese tasted like Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
Not like now it tastes like paper. Swiss cheese tasted like Swiss cheese. It was the real deal. When he's talking about ham, it was ham. It was ham. It was the real deal with mustard and the butter. It was, oh my God. Hernandez restaurant was the best Cuban joint in all of the area.
And all they had was the sandwiches, or they had everything?
No. They had this. I love to brag about. They had the best empanada, meat empanada. And my dad, he got a bar. He worked in a bar, so we closed down the bar. He'd get his empanadas and show up at the house and say, "Wake up!" I said this mirror behind my door with some sun thing that's made of metal, and he would open the door like 3 o'clock or 3:30 in the morning. So I jump up. I have empanadas. Get up! You got to eat this with the guarapo. I would get up and sit in the bed and I eat wolf down 2 empanadas. I would fart all night. But those empanadas
wake you up at 3 in the morning.
I know. I was just thinking about it. With your
They
mom.
don't give a fuck, okay? If they come in and if like say my mom comes over and we were sitting on the couch and we eat potato chips 2 in the morning. You think that lady cooked from Goodfellas? Tommy's mother? Shit. And I'm talking my mother would pop up a paella late night and wake me up a fucking boliche. Frijoles. That's the shit they cooked at 3 in the morning. When you went to school, you're like, what the fuck? Why does my house smell like fucking...
My mom had the pressure cooker to make the beans.
Oh,
and she used to go to work. I think the pressure cooker cooking the beans. She used to prepare them the night before. I forgot, marinate them and shit, And then she would leave the pressure cooker cooking. She would go to work and come back from work and finish up the beans. And then we had this fresh beans every single night, with everything. My mom cooked everything, oxtail, rabbit. If it moved, she cooked it. It was just, she cooked everything, but everything was delicious. And to me, everything was chicken. She said, it's chicken. But what is this, Mom? It's the little chicken. But she gave me everything.
Just so you wouldn't complain about it?
Everything. We ate
I
everything.
remember we lived in New York. We used to get cantina.
Yeah, cantina.
What's that?
They dropped the food off in front of your house in like little bowls stacked on each other with a thing, and it had like white rice.
Meat. He had a white rice.
So just like meal prep before meal prep?
Yeah.
No. This was your food was cooked. Ain't no meal prep. There's no fucking meal prep.
You have little containers. One on top of each
One
other.
on top of the other with a metal thing at the top. Some of them even gave you fucking Cuban coffee.
Yeah.
And a flan.
So you have rice, you have beans, you have the meat, then you have like plantains or maduros or whatever,
Okay.
And you had the whole meal for the family.
You know what? Since we're talking about food, he's talked for years about Cuban Chinese food. Do you have any
Chino Latino? That was the best.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Oh, that was great. What's it?
La Campana China. 57th and Bergen.
That was the best.
La Campana China.
There's
That means
nothing
the,
like Chino
the
Latino.
Chinese fucking bell, cocksucker.
Nothing like Chino Latino.
Oh,
Nothing.
my
Nothing.
God.
Nothing.
And what would you get? Like, what's your Chinese Cuban food order? Like, what would you get?
God, you get everything. You can get everything. You can get. I would get always the chicken fried rice. Back then, now I don't get it. Now I get vegetable fried rice. I'm more modern. There's chicken fried rice, but then you can get it with plantains. The sweet ones.
Yeah.
And then you can get a bistec empanizado,
Empanizado.
What's that?
breaded steak,
Breaded steak.
like a skirt steak but breaded.
I used to get the pork chop with the pork fried rice, an egg roll, and some tostones.
Oh, tostones.
I feel like you got that
God,
only a
man.
year ago when you went.
Damn,
Like,
wow.
already done.
Huh? Wow, you're making me hungry.
Oh no, I'm
Chino Latino was.
Chino Latino was fucking the
Yeah, the other side of the coin. We had this place, the Polynesian place on Kennedy Boulevard.
my guy.
My guy.
Tremendous. The food killed you. They finally closed it down because they found cats.
They caught him cooking cats.
No,
I
swear don't tell me that.
They did.
Don't tell me
They
that.
were hanging in the freezer and shit. And they always gave you a lot of grass with the food because there's a cemetery in the back. They would just go back there. What does he want? I go, yeah. I go, and he'd just take a handful of grass, whether the cat pissed on it or whatever.
Fucking cats.
They were feeding cats.
You can't tell me that.
They were
He's been
cooking.
saying I just moved to New York and like I am a little
You can
scared to
smell
get
the cat
Chinese
in New
food.
York.
I don't want to
You
eat
can
cat.
smell it. You can smell it. You see the
What does it
kids.
smell like?
I have no idea, but
It smells like a kid's tears. That's what it smells like.
But I swear to God, they caught him cooking cats several times. And
Several times?
They finally closed them down.
Who would go after the first time?
They couldn't help themselves.
Bro, they had an all you could eat. That you just went in there, close your eyes, and pray for the best, okay? They gave you spare ribs.
Cat
And they
ribs.
cut them in half, and you could pick up the thing. I remember one day we were picking up the thing, and the guy's like, no.
Yeah, I don't think you were supposed to pick up
The tray
cat
and take
spare
it and
ribs.
go. We had so much. Now I remember where there was a fucking a go-go bar. Yeah, it was on 32nd Street, right up from the newsstand.
Yeah.
That's in the late 70s. There was like a burlesque bar. And I would go up there to get my mother. My mother would drink up there in the afternoon. I'm like, Mom, what the fuck?
You know, Union City has so many. Union City had the transfer station downtown.
Yeah.
That's where the old trolleys used to turn around and come back uptown. The whole area was full of clubs, nightclubs, cabarets, and everything. Burt Lancaster worked down there as a dishwasher. What's her name? Deborah Harry worked down there as a waitress at one point.
Now, Deborah Harry and Pat Benatar shot a movie in Union City
Yeah, Union City.
called Union City.
Holy shit.
Right on Summit Avenue. There's a building in the corner of Summit and 18th Street. That's where they shot it. In that apartment building. Crazy.
And speaking of Union City, were you ever like? Do you remember Joey's mother's bar? Were you around for that?
I was around. I didn't frequent it. My dad owned bars as well.
Right.
So
You
our
own
dad,
the 50, like Café La Tita.
Café Tita and La Última Copa.
The Café La Tita.
So all the Cuban proprietors knew each other. They were all like gangsters. They were
I was gonna say, was there like a war? Did you guys hate each other, or you
No,
guys?
no.
Maybe he was at my house. My mother was there that day when he got hit with the barbell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was we all worked together. Everybody was friends. There was a guy on 33rd Street. His name was Boyo Triste. And he had a bar. That means sad pussy. That's way before big pussy. That was 77. Everybody called him Boyo Triste. And then that whole area there was fucking tremendous. And I was telling Lucy on the phone the other night where my mother had the first restaurant was across from Union Hill. 38,
38.
and there's a little refrigeration.
Yeah, no, I know the place.
And on the corner now it's some medical supply. But in that was fucking the hottest corner because you had Carvel on the corner. Next to it was the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah,
Okay, the bottom of the barrel is the real fucking deal.
that was beautiful. That place.
If you read Henry Hill's book, he talks about the bottom of the barrel. He was at the bottom of the barrel. We used to stop in Union City and get a drink at the bottom of the barrel. And on top of that was Fuja Pai Kung Fu,
Yeah.
which is probably still there. But then I remember that, and if you walk towards Kennedy, there was like a pharmacy, because one day they were loading a truck and we robbed it. Like in the 6th grade, we robbed one of the little boxes. It was a box of condoms. And we didn't know, bro, we were like 10 and we all had condoms.
Yeah.
Purple condoms and shit. What are you gonna do with condoms? We tried to sell them, get out of here with us.
Everybody had in their wallet. They have
their
no money,
wallet.
but a condom in the wallet. Nobody used the condom. Nobody used,
No, it was just a thought.
Just
About that little
to say I have a.
About that little mate.
Yeah.
A mate was when you make out with a chick and shit. Oh my God.
What did you think of Joey's mom? I don't think I've met anybody else who knew
Oh,
Joey's
she's very
mom.
nice. Very, typical Cuban mom. Really cool.
Yeah.
The way I remember her, like really, really nice. I was very friendly.
The bar was great.
Well, even just in general, just like, I mean, I guess George, maybe you knew his mom? Didn't? No, I think you're the first person I met.
You gotta understand, Cuban parents, like my stepdad was my stepdad. Who's a tough guy. Wear a suit, always carried the whole bit. He'll pistol whip anybody in a second. No, he will come home a lot of times. My mom cleaning him up or cleaning up or throwing out the suit, pistol whipping this and that, because you have to be really tough. There's no kidding. But at the same time, he would show up in the middle of the night, not only with empanadas. I remember one night specifically, I'm asleep. I'm in school. I'm in high school. He brought a cat from the street, a black cat, and he threw it on top of me in the bed. You're asleep and you're a teenager, someone throws a cat on you? That's the kind of stuff he would do. One day, we had like a Christmas party. My aunt is coming, this and that. We had a little apartment, and everybody's having a good time. He shows up with a homeless guy. Napoleon. Napoleon was his name. I'll never forget Napoleon. He brought him over to have Christmas with us. A homeless guy. That's the type of guy he was. You know? So they were this tough out of people, but sweethearts. So when you ask me about Joey's mom,
Right.
she's probably, when she has to be at the bar, she's probably tough as nails. But at home, she was a mom.
She was a mom.
She was a mom.
And she loved these guys. Anybody who came over, she always fed them.
But everybody got
There was
along.
no macaroni and cheese. My mom would give you a brand new steak
Yeah.
out of the fucking box.
Wait, you didn't eat like,
Yeah.
peanut butter and jelly sandwich
No.
those days,
Did you like other Cuban kids, like not more, but like was it like special when a Cuban kid came over?
Yes and no. I like
No?
everybody to come over.
No, I know you
And
would,
then-
but
in those times, you go to people's houses and they feed you and drive you to places. It's
Yeah,
fucking crazy. Like,
I remember, man, I lived in 27th Street in the corner. I played baseball up on 64th Street in North Bergen. My mom would give me whatever, a quarter, 30 cents to take the bus.
number one.
Number one. And that was me with, my borrowed cleats and my glove, taking the bus by myself, crossing the boulevard by myself. This is, 9, 10 years old. Driving, riding the bus all the way up by myself, crossing the street again, playing baseball, coming home. There was no like bottled water, like kids, you go play. My son goes to play soccer now. He has a Gatorade on one side, a bottle of water on the other side, with 2 different pairs of shoes in his bag.
And a fucking bag to carry.
And
See,
yeah.
nothing. We
We had
carried
nothing. We had
Nothing.
nothing. We had
Nothing?
nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
If there was a hose, that was golden.
All
Drink
this
water?
bullshit about dehydration. We would have died
Bullshit.
50 fucking years ago.
Kidding
It's
me?
all bullshit.
Lead pain, dehydration.
Dehydration, rusty water. I don't know what these fucking. I feel dehydrated. How do you feel fucking dehydrated? It's 90 degrees. You think your grandfather stopped doubles for some faggy kid? Nobody was dying back then, right?
No, nobody.
Every year now, somebody died. Oh, it was too hot. Nobody was fucking dying. They were running fucking 76th Street Hills, okay? So get your shit together. Feed your kid what you're supposed to. He won't,
But if you came over to one of our houses to eat, you wouldn't get like a peanut butter and jelly.
No.
You
No.
get
We
a plate
did.
of rice and beans, a steak, a chicken steak, whatever.
Lleva
Whatever you left your house.
algo to go.
Yeah,
Sure.
take something
They
to
would
go.
say to you, algo to go, Bobby.
Yeah.
holy shit! And then 'cause I didn't realize how like you guys were in the same spot. And I'm not trying to get you to incriminate anyone in your family, but Joey's talked for years about like the numbers and like doing that.
Everybody did the numbers.
Everybody got it.
Everybody. They did the numbers racket, and in the bars, they did a thing called charada. It's a gambling game
The gambling game.
where every number is associated with a saint or with something.
With a Chinese.
A Chinese thing,
La
yeah.
charada.
La charada.
I have the list.
And
0
And
$99.
every bar, they played it, and everybody turned their heads.
Whoa.
And all these owners, everybody carried. Everybody took care of each other. There was only, I remember one guy in the 3 towns that my dad said, that's a chivato.
A what?
A chivato.
A rat.
What? Oh, okay.
A chiva.
That's the one nobody wanted to deal with.
And he was Cuban.
He was Cuban, yeah. He goes, I don't like that guy. That's just a chivato. He'll rat you out. The one guy, but everybody got along. Everybody did the numbers rack. Everybody did charada.
Did you ever win the numbers?
Huh?
Did you ever win the numbers?
me?
Yeah.
No, I
I did.
played it. But
Twice.
my dad won a bunch of times.
One time I went to Union Hill to play in the rec league, and I was on a purple team, and they gave me the thing, and it had number 57. I walk in the house, and my mom's like, "What's that number? Where'd you get that shirt from?" I'm like, "I got it from you. 57. Put the number in front of it. I go 5. She called $10,000. $10, I won 5. She gave me $2,500. And then on my birthday, I hit my birthday in 1979. I had 219.
Wow.
I went to Jersey City to watch a movie. When I came back, they told me. And all those cats, there was a bookmaker in Union City that was the best. His name was Arnaldo Docampo.
Yeah.
He sat at my mother's bar. He was about 5'9", 220, but his stomach was all the way out. And he would just sit in like one of those chairs. And at 3 o'clock he left because that's when the bank closed. 3 o'clock is when you can't take numbers no more. The number comes out like a 4. So he would stay there from 8 in the morning to 3, drinking and fucking making comments. And he was the guy right now that if he was alive, he'd be in jail because he talked to me and my friends like we were adults. Like if we were 10, we walked in, oye, come here. You get your dick sucked yet? I'm like, dog, I just want to play dominoes. I came over to play Monopoly with this fucking dude. Every time you saw him, he said something sexual to you. He wasn't a pedophile, not at all.
Well, he was fucked up.
But he would always ask you, did you get your dick sucked yet? Are you pissing sweet yet? Malandaluce.
Yeah.
He would always. But the best was I saw him at 30th and what's the street? All right, so this is Bergen Line, 30th Street, Chappie's Flores.
Yeah, Patterson Plank Road. That road.
If I go down the next corner, there used to be a bar there with a
Oh yeah. New York County. That's New York County.
Okay,
The corner of New York.
that used to be a bar owned by Teddy Martuniak. He played for the Chicago Bulls out of Union City. He died from drinking. That dude could drink for fucking days. But I forgot what I was going to say. What were we talking about?
The guy talking sexual to you.
Oh,
yeah.
We went in there to play a number one day, and I went in there with a kid named Darren Rago. God rest his soul. They were about 18 at the time now. And Rago liked him. There was 2 incidents with Rago. One incident, he was sitting at the bar in the corner, and he had 2 young girls, who were like now 25 Cuban girls talking to him. And Rago goes, ask him if he wants to smoke pot. Right? So this motherfucker's like, yeah, I'll smoke. Yo fumo todo día. I never saw him smoke pot. He's like, yo fumaba ayer been cool. I used to smoke pot in Cuba, one of those guys.
Yeah.
He's, Cubans, like I remember going to see Bruce Lee movies and going back to my mother's bar, and the guys would sit there and they go, where'd you come from? I went to see a Bruce Lee movie. That guy's a punk. I beat him up in Cuba like 3 years ago, and I lose my mind. What are you fucking talking about? Nobody beats up Bruce Lee. He's a fucking pussy. I smacked him right on the corner on 58th Street one time, and you would fucking die. Like they're just lying to you. They're just bringing your balls, and that's what they do. That's their sense of humor. So the one time we're in there, get a fumar, he goes, yo don't fuma afuera. He didn't want to smoke outside. He wanted to smoke in the bar. And it was like a chocolate tire, a big bamboo. And we kept giving it to him, but he was trying to impress the young girls. And he's like, yeah. And they didn't know what he was saying. They didn't know what they were saying. He's smoking, and finally the girls didn't want to smoke no more. And the joint kept going to him. And he's sucking on it. And he's trying to give it away. And everybody's like, nah. And he kept smoking it, dog. And he passed out. And then I was there like a month later. He goes, oh, yeah. This dog ese tabaco. What was in that weed? He goes, I couldn't feel my legs for 4 days. And then that day, he told his dad, I'll never forget this, Lucio. He told his dad he went home that night. And he jerked off, and it was so fucking good. And I go, what are you talking about? My wife was in the shower, rico. And he had a chair. When they say que rico, you know they're fucking crazy. And he goes, And he was in the chair at a bar telling me and a bunch of North Bergen kids how he jerked off the night before. And he's like making noises. Que rico. Sí, pónmelo ahí. And when he came, he goes, bah! He goes, bah, bah. Bah, but his check going back in the bar. He's like, bah, bah, bah. Entonces me quedé dormido. Just went right to sleep. And we're like, what the fuck is this? And that's the sense of humor.
Yeah.
I think that Cuban sense of humor helped me later on in life. That little quick thinking that those fucking Cubans just, I remember there used to be a fat lady that lived across the street from my house in North Bergen. Later on, before my mother died, she was a flat black Cuban lady.
Right.
And whenever my mother would cook, she would come over. And my mother would be watching the Yankee game, and the black chick would go in the kitchen, and my mother would go, oh, yeah, what's that? Hey, fat fuck.
Oh, my God.
Get your fingers out of the pot. I could feel them from here. Like, they just have a weird sense of fucking humor.
Yeah.
That little twist on things, they have no filter. No filter. That's me. No filter. They don't give a fuck. And when they say something, they say it loud. They don't.
My son, we're having dinner, and he says to me, he turns around, how come every time you talk to a Cuban, you talk so loud? I said, I don't talk loud. Yeah, every time, I know when you're talking to someone Cuban, because your decibel level is like 1,000 times higher. I don't know why. I don't know why we do that.
It's the house. So when you quit acting, when you said that's it, what did you decide to do?
No, what happened was it was a segue. You know, I had gone off my tour. I did the 40th anniversary revival of West Side Story. Supposed to come to Broadway. We went to LA. Chita Rivera came out. The old West Side Story people came to see us, and we were supposed to come to Broadway, not to LA. They decided to close down the company because they said, well, we made our money back after the first month. We sold out everywhere. Made a lot of money. So we were out on tour for 2 years. So they were making profit. We were using this old set from a previous production, you know. So they said, well, we have all these, equity guys here making all this money, making residuals on the commercials. Let's just close down the tour and take it out non-union, which they did. They took it. So now we were making X amount of dollars. And they get a small percentage of that. They can give them our old costumes, because if you are an equity member, you have to get all new costumes, all custom made shoes, custom made everything. But the non-union guys won't get any of it. They get nothing. They travel by bus. No days off. Well, we had to have one, golden day to rest and all that kind of stuff. You did commercials. So we were making not only $2,000 a week back then. I'm talking about in the early 90s, $2,000 a week plus per diem, plus you're making the residuals on the commercial. So you're doing okay for a young guy, single, whatever. So I get off the tour. Well, they closed down the tour because they wanted to go non-union so they can make more money. So I get off the tour and I go do something at Westbury Music Fair and the Palace Theater. And I met my wife. I got off the tour 2 days later. I met my wife. And I said, man, this girl's beautiful. American girl, blue eyes, blonde, gorgeous. I said, oh my God, you're stacked. I said, so I'm over there and my agent calls me up. They want you to go back out on tour with West Side for another year. And Chorus Line wants you to go out on tour with Chorus Line. Mitzi Hamilton was the choreographer. I said, I'm done. I can't go out on tour. I'm done. I'm staying home. So I stayed home. And that's when I started working at Spanish Rep, and I was still signed with Internet ICM for commercials and stuff. So I was doing the commercials, trying to do the soaps, and I started working at Spanish Rep, and I stayed with my wife. So what happened was I started writing. I had a newspaper. I had a local TV show with a friend of mine that worked at ABC, because I remember I was working on all my children as an orderly, and this guy was a stage manager on ABC and an assistant director on the news program back then. So he had a local TV show, so I got involved with him, and we talk about politics. I knew nothing about politics. I just had to know. I was very opinionated, and I had a newspaper. I started a newspaper. I was writing all kinds of opinions. I met Brian Stank, and we hit it off. And I started helping him out, doing events and stuff like that, because I was good at coordinating events. And then he asked me if I wanted to come in. At first, I was like, nah, I'm an actor. I'm not a government guy. And he goes, no, I really want you to come in. We became friends. He brought me in. I was the first director he brought in. And the rest is history. I've been there for, 24 years.
And you're the entertainment director?
I'm a commissioner. Okay. I came in as a director over at the Department of Public Affairs, which ran 6 departments. I came in as that. And then 3 years later, he asked me to be a commissioner, to run the commission. It's a commission form of government. We have 5 commissioners.
Right.
Everybody votes for the commissioners, and then between us, we choose who the mayor is going to be. But we always know who the mayor is, Brian, And he asked me to be a commissioner. Because everybody likes you, get along with everybody, whatever. And so I came in as a commissioner. I was bilingual. I knew the town. I grew up in the town. I loved the town, all that kind of stuff, And I became a commissioner. Slowly, I started giving up acting and producing more documentaries, short films, and stuff like that. And then that's how eventually I just gave up acting. My wife said to me the other day, I'm still a SAG member. I pay my dues.
You pay your dues.
I paid my dues today. I paid them late. I was supposed to pay them in the spring. I paid the spring and the fall now. So she's complained to me because you have to pay whatever, $30-something, fee for being late or whatever, for $60. I said, no, I just pay for this in case one day I want to do something, Because you never know.
You never know. No, they call you all the time.
So I segued into what I do now, which I love. I love what I do. It's a great town. I love the town. I love working with Brian. I love my fellow commissioners are great people.
The town looks fucking good.
No matter what you say about Union City, if you go back and people can say, oh, Union City was this, was that, and it was great. Union City, growing up in Union City was great. We had a mix of people. I loved the people. I love that I came from there. But man, the things that Brian's done with all the new schools, the new roads, the new parks, no matter what you say, it's there. You can see it. that beautiful high school with the stadium on top, you see the progress. So no matter what you say, if you go back, none of that existed.
Bro, I went to that Obama school. You sent me that day
To
the tip I shot.
yeah.
You sent me down to Obama's on.
No,
16th
that was Colin Powell.
Colin Powell.
Colin Powell.
It's been beautiful.
Yeah, it's a beautiful school.
And that area down there, I mean, listen, I'm sad that St. Michael's is gone.
Yeah,
Holy Rosary's gone. I mean, we grew up on that
Yeah.
shit.
Holy
You
Girls and Holy Rosary.
Oh,
The most beautiful girls in town from Holy Rosary.
oh my God. A lot of them, a couple of them from North Bergen.
Yeah.
Still talk to one of them now, Holy Rosary.
The most beautiful girls came from Holy Rosary.
But I used to date an Irish redheaded girl in Union City. I was in love, John. I was in love. We used to hold hands and go get pizza on New York Avenue at that pizza place. Oh my God. But I still remember going to fucking judo class on 7th Street. I still remember seeing Tony.
San Antonio was the best. That's why I went to see all the karate films.
Yeah, the
All
old
Bruce Lee
guy.
films.
It was English films with Spanish subtitles or the other way around.
Yeah, they did everything there.
They did everything, and the owner had a wig. That's what I remember as a kid.
Yeah.
Is he still alive? Tell me he's still
Yeah,
alive.
Tony. Yeah, he's still alive. He's a super nice guy.
And does he have the movie theaters? No.
No, he owns El Especialito, and he's the chairman of Save Line America. But I just saw him the other day. I was in a party with him. He's a super nice guy. He still dresses to the T, and he's got the the hair, the white hair and stuff. You know.
Oh my God.
A couple of years ago, he got a little old, but now he's doing good. He's doing good. He's a good, really good guy. So he's doing. You know how he started? He had a furniture store, I think, in Manhattan. Then he opened up a furniture store in Jersey, and then he bought Cinetone. And Cinetone was huge, and eventually he sold it when the movies died out in New York City, and then he went into El Especialito. No, first he got into what's that newspaper? Hoy or whatever he used to
Oh
be.
yeah. No.
He used to be the biggest Hispanic.
Diario La Prensa? No, that's not right.
No, that's not. But Hoy, what I think it was Hoy, was the biggest Hispanic newspaper in the country, and he owned that, and he sold it for a lot of money. And then he started El Especialito, made a ton of money. So he's a really cool guy, a character. He's a real character.
Well, that's what, and even like, beside the Cubans, fucking what's his name? Had his office there. The guy from the mob, from the Genovese crime
Oh
family.
my God! Yeah,
You know.
The mob had an office?
Yeah, like on Summit.
Why did he have an office?
Because it's a great place to have an office.
The Teamsters building.
Oh, okay.
Teamsters building.
So it wasn't like he just had an office to do mob shit. He was a teamster.
No, he was a Teamster.
Oh, okay.
But there used to be an Italian bakery on 22nd and Central. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
That was great.
That
I
was
wonder if that's
great.
still around.
And I stayed in 26. When I got back to North Bergen, I think like 6 months, maybe, like 3 months into the 6th grade. I didn't like living in my house. I didn't like that my mom come home late. I heard fucking spirits. We were talking about
Yeah.
all the ghosts in North Bergen and the Indians and shit. And one day I said, I'm not doing this no more. And I moved up with my friends on 26th and Central. And I would wake up, I'd go to 22nd for the breakfast from the bakery.
Yeah.
I'd get a bag of Zeppelis.
Yeah.
And then a fucking big thing of Italian bread with hotel bar butter. And I'd kill that. And then as I got older, I would just meet Dean LaPree. And we'd go to Tom's Diner. And I always got the toasted corn muffin. God damn! It was fucking on the grill with extra butter and shit. Tom McCann, that center forward. Remember when they used to do punt, pass, and kick there?
Oh my God! Center forward.
Right on Kenny Boulevard. Punt, pass, and fucking kick.
It was great.
And it would be packed with a bunch of fucking North Bergen savages, Union City.
Elbows all ripped up, knees ripped up. I mean, I was always ripped up.
It was crazy.
I mean, all bloodied and the whole bit. And we never remember that with David and stuff. Tell to ask David. We used to play two-hand touch. Became full tackle on the blacktop with snow. Oh my God, we were all ripped up. I would get home.
It wasn't different. These kids, no, I'm not accepting it. No.
And you remember the swamps?
Fuck yeah!
Remember the swamps?
We used to go to swamps and steal fucking those things to light so the mosquitoes would go
Yeah,
away.
remember that?
Punks, whatever the fuck that is. Where is the swamp?
It's gone now. It's the swamps all built up. There's hotels and shit.
God damn it.
Where is the fucking swamp? Where was it?
It's down. Okay, you remember there used to be a motel down 39th Street. Once you pass Tunnelly Avenue, with that new buildings that we were talking about, you pass Tunnelly Avenue. You keep on going down before you get to the whole new
It was in
development.
my neighborhood.
Yeah, down.
Yeah, I remember that. We used to go.
half a mile down, and that's the swamps right there. That used to be all swamps where Walmart is and all those box stores now.
But the swamp went like
It went
from
from
High Tully Avenue, it went from down there all the way to Ridgefield Circle.
absolutely.
Because I used to ride my motorcycle.
Yeah.
All the way to Ridgefield.
Oh, I
Circle.
got a story where you had a mini bike.
Yeah.
I almost killed myself in the mini
Yeah,
bike.
the Dairy Queen.
Was it his mini bike?
We were hanging out at McKinley School. I think it was John Benders, David, you and me. We were hanging out, and you had your little mini bike. I had never gotten on one. I said, "Get on it." He said, "Come on." So I got on the mini bike, and I went down. There was a bluestone wall coming down the. You remember that ramp? Coming down the ramp, bluestone wall right there. I almost like totaled that wall. I made the curve. I almost killed myself. Never. That was the last time I got on a bike. The last time I got on a motorbike.
I don't blame you.
I thought I was gonna die. I had no control. I can't believe I turned the wheel and
I love my motorcycles. Dog, I had like 8 of them. And then I fell and my mother sold it before I got back from the hospital. Cuban mom, don't even play. She took a loss on it. I took like a $300 loss on it. I didn't even get the $300. She just said, no more. That's it. Quickly. No family meeting. Yeah, none of that shit.
Kids have it nice. They have nice lunches, breakfast. They have breakfast in school, lunches. You remember McKinley School, the little counter? It was 8 inches. It wasn't even a full foot. It was 8 inches in the basement, going gray. It was painted gray with that cement paint. Yeah, you remember gray? Yeah. All the way across the basement, where we ran track there. That's what we ran track back and forth, back and forth. And we got a milk, we got a smoked juice, we got a soggy tuna.
Alfredo and Rabbi.
Sometimes an apple if you're lucky.
Mrs. Sabatini.
Never go well.
Anthony's mother was the cookie lady. She
So,
used to always give me an
In
extra.
about an hour or
That tuna,
two,
man. That
I
nowadays,
may
I think
making
about
a
what the things that are
sacrifice
affecting you, a
at the
kid.
porcelain
The kind of
throne.
tuna the way I want the tuna
But
to taste
in the
nowadays
meantime,
is the way we used to have.
At McKinley. Yeah, me too.
It's crazy.
Me too. I love it. I fucking love it.
You know that gym? You talked about Barone at that gym.
Yeah.
I had a class right here. I forget what class that was. I forget where I was facing the window. I don't know if it was a wrestler's class, whatever. In the basement. We saw that. You remember when they built the Holiday Inn?
Yes.
Okay. So they started building the gym like a year before the Holiday Inn. They finished the Holiday Inn 2 years before they finished our gym.
2 years?
That
Money
gym
gets
was
lost. The construction money was just getting lost.
Jesus.
It took like 3 years to build the gym. It was a box.
Oh.
In the meantime, they took away a blacktop in the back. You remember?
Yeah,
They took away
they
the
took the blacktop on the back.
Crazy.
Fucking crazy. Do you still remember Carmine?
Yeah, I remember
With Anthony?
Yeah, I remember.
Frankie hit me up the other day. I got to give him a call. He hit me up for Thanksgiving. I just sent him a text back.
Special, one of the Special brothers died, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, so you remember Dominic and all those guys? Yeah, man. You were there.
Dominic was in
I've been trying to think, like, when the last time I saw you was. Like, McKinley, because after McKinley, a lot of kids disappeared. A lot of kids, just Martin. And then I bumped into Martin Perez 30 years later at the Miami Improv.
Yeah.
He came to see me. Because you remember me? I go, I never forgot you. I hung out with his uncle.
Yeah, he was a nice guy, man.
Oh, Martin was a fucking great
We're friends on Facebook, whatever. Somehow we reconnected. David, I haven't seen him forever. He called me at one point in my office, and I never called him back. I got to call him.
He's a good guy. He called me that he's back in town this week.
David's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
Like,
All
he's
those
a nice
guys
guy.
are still fucking very decent, man.
Special, all those guys were really cool. We were lucky, man.
We were very, and listen, when you tell these stories to people, they look at you and they go, he comes from a land that didn't exist. And I moved back. I went to North Bergen a couple of times. I looked around. It's my hometown. It's where I grew up. But that thing we had there was lost. And that's when I said to him, it wasn't North Bergen. It was a state of time. It was a state of mind. It was a state of mind for, all those teams were great, man. Union Hill had a great football team and fucking basketball team. And Memorials had something going on. There was always what do you call those things? A rivalry.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't beat each other up like college football this week, but there was always a rivalry, and it was just different. Now, some of these systems don't even have programs.
But kids don't play in the street anymore. In the corner of 27th Street where I grew up, that little corner, but where Lourdes Ramos lived.
Oh my God, that was Pop. That was you, Arias.
Yeah, Mario.
Pancho.
What a great guy.
A bunch of us were there. I grew up on 38. But if there's a party on 26, that's where I'm going, Jack. Even before parties, we weren't drinking or nothing, man. We were just being fucking crazy kids, man.
But we played everything in that corner.
Everything.
Football, wiffle ball,
Hockey.
everything.
Fucking they hit you with
handball. We used to throw a ball against the wall. I remember we used to call it play baseball. If you land a little high, it was it was a hit. Then it was a double, a triple, a home run. Yeah, we hit against the wall where the liquor store was. Hit on that wall, and then David's window was right here. And sometimes we did his window. His mom used to open. What's his name? Vida. And Vida was his mom's name. Vida. And Benny, his dad. You know his sister Mimi. I've spoken to her a couple of times. Mimi.
Where's Mimi live?
In Florida. I think.
Florida. Yeah, they all went to Florida.
Yeah, they're great people.
It's crazy. A lot of kids we grew up with just tapped out and went to Florida.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. Whenever I go to perform in Miami or Fort Lauderdale, I always see somebody that I haven't seen. They'll come up and go, "You remember me from Union City?" Like, fuck no. But holy shit.
You have a great memory. You have a great memory.
No, I do. But
you remember everything. I
but
can't
there's
remember.
some people, listen, faces. And when you come to me and say, "Hey, do you know Joey Chipotle?" I know the name, but I got to see the face.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the face in so fucking long that, I've forgotten a lot of people.
You remember Ralph Carey?
Fuck yeah, Elvis.
Yeah, he just performed in Union City for us.
Did he? Yeah, he performed in North Bergen too.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Good guy. He's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy as cat
Yeah,
shit
his
when we were
his
kids.
girlfriend was the one that turned him on for doing that.
Yeah. But I think he was always an Elvis fan.
Yeah, I think so, right?
In fact, I'm going to have Levito on here in a couple of weeks.
You're gonna have him on?
Mr. Levito.
Oh,
He's
okay,
still
that's-
around. He lives in Atlantic Highlands.
Oh, okay.
So I was thinking of putting him on here because what happened was this year, everybody in North Bergen started hitting me up on Facebook to see if I remembered where they put that fucking tube. You remember in 1976, we put some fucking tube together?
Yeah,
Magazine.
someone's following
You mean a time
Yeah.
capsule?
Huh?
A time capsule?
Time capsule. Yeah, someone
Okay.
contacted me on that too.
Yeah, and I called
I don't
Levito. I
remember.
said, let's get this over with. Wait, let me call Levito up. I call Levito. I go, Miss Levito, where's the fucking tube? Because it's right in front of the grammar school. Before you have to walk up those stairs,
Oh, really?
they put it in the one that the stairs go like this. So instead of going that way or this, tell them how high those stairs are.
Oh my God.
You go to McKinley, walk up those stairs. And we had to shovel those fucking stairs. So
Before we finish, the one story I want to get your opinion or your memory on it, Lucio, is the cab company. The cab where the guy got he was delivering stuff, delivering drugs, and they killed him.
we're talking about Rapido Jackson.
Oh, Rapido Taxi. Oh yeah, man. They killed that guy. Something happened. He ratted somebody out, and he was working with the cops. He was helping the cops take bribes or whatever. There was something going on. There's something going on there.
And they just killed him?
Because there was so much stuff involved. There was bribes involved. There was drugs involved. There was all kinds of. I don't know that.
It was the same guy that we're talking about.
Yeah.
When I was a kid.
Yeah.
Okay, he was an undercover cop. He was an undercover cop, and he made a mistake. He went after the Cubans. He went after the Cubans and tried to shake them down without authorization. And he started busting his balls. And he started getting a little crazy, and I guess he went to collect the Rapido Taxi one night, and they just fucking drilled him. But the guy that was in the passenger seat, he's still alive.
Oh, really?
And he tells a story that he couldn't get out of the seat. The bullets missed him. Wow. The bullets missed him. But I still remember going to McKinley and acting weird. And then me getting home from McKinley and running up to my mother's bar. And I walk in and there's 30 fucking Cubans. Salud! The motherfucker's gone. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
No, that's what I'm saying about that Chivato. You got people stuck together.
Right, to kill an undercover cop.
And Hudson Avenue, there used to be a bar. There used to be a bar in almost every corner. Yes or no?
Yes.
Almost every corner. And everybody knew each other.
Cafe
Yeah.
Latita, fucking the one on the corner, on the other side of the corner. In fact, I saw something on YouTube the other day about that area, 57th and Hudson, with I don't know if you remember Nico.
Yeah.
Jose Tormil.
Yeah.
They were talking about him and the whole fucking deal. But Union City just has a fucking tremendous, rich history that nobody knows.
You know who's Brian Stack? Remembers everything, everyone. One day he should write, when he retires from being a mayor, whatever, if he ever does, I don't think he'll ever retire, he should write a whole book on this. Or he should do a film on about the stuff that really happens. Or happened
In Union
in
City.
Union City.
So he has all the history down.
He remembers everything. He's an encyclopedia. Because he's been involved with politics since muscle. So he's seen everything and everyone. He's seen everything go down. And he remembers everything. Super smart. One of the smartest people I've ever met, Brian. If you ever spoken to him, he knows about everything. You talk to him about football, he knows about football. Talks about basketball, he knows about basketball. Politics, law. He's incredible how smart he is. And he remembers everything about the whole Hudson County. Everything about Hudson County. The thing that corporation, everybody should read that book. Pretty much. I mean, Salim Valdivia is a commissioner with me. He says there's a couple of things that were not accurate because Salim's family also owned bars and stuff. The Valdivias, there's like 10,000 of them, in Union City. Yeah, it's one of the first. The Valdivias is one of the first Cubans that came to Union City, and they, it's like a ton of them. And he remembers everything.
This shit.
But the corporation, read the. I almost had the English.
TJ, he's gonna come in a couple of weeks because now we got a situation going on where my 8th grade teacher, Wally Lindsay, he was the mayor of Weehawken.
Oh wow!
And then he got with the. Why is the mayor of Weehawken teaching in the North Bergen school? You ever think about that?
And everybody.
So at the time, now that you think about it in hindsight, it had something to do with that waterfront. If you really think about it. And something happened over the years and he got plugged down. So when he saw the TJ English podcast, he contacted me. And he goes, Battle opened up the door. That's why they all got arrested. Not that Battle was a rat.
Right.
He contacted the CIA people or whatever, some fucking story. And it goes all the way to what happened with Menendez last year. Something crazy. So they're going to come on and talk about it. Who the fuck knows what it is. He's going to bring his case on here, the whole fucking thing, and his attorney. So. And I'm going to bring TJ too. And we're just going to fucking hammer this. I have no dog in the fight. I don't even know what the fuck the argument's about, but they just want to. I don't fucking know.
I don't get into those conversations, political conversations.
I don't know nothing about Union City. I know my mom had a bar there. I know some people got shot there.
Castro was there.
I know Castro was there. I saw Cher,
Fred Astaire,
Greg Allman, Fred Astaire.
Dan Astaire.
I had some good fucking BLTs at the 5-star diner. I played for St. Michael CYH. Till this day, I take seriously. I picked St. Michael. I could have gone to St. Fathom and all that shit, but I was like, I like St. Michael's. There was something about St. Michael's. Plus, Tommy Heinsohn went there. And that was my boy at the time. So I said, I got to play for St. Michael's. In fact, we're getting together with the coach, my CYO coach, and fucking going to do a dinner at Laporte's.
Oh, that's great.
Steve Rubinaccio. He was my coach there. But he had been there forever. He was a good guy. He's part of the community. Steve Rubinaccio, there was another guy, Steve Acciardi or something like that. They were like parts of the community. They were Irish. They spoke Spanish. When you fucking Italian, you speak Spanish. I still remember sitting with him on my block, and he worked for Rubinaccio worked for ABC for Good Morning America. So I would always call him up. Dog, when are you gonna give me a job over there? He would go, what do you know? You don't even go to acting class. Acting class? I didn't know you had to go to an acting class. And that's the last time I talked to him. Wow. And I went to eat dinner one night, and he was sitting at the table right across from the coach from Michael's coach. And we started talking and gave me his number. And he goes, call me, let's get together. So we're all going to go to dinner with Chucky and a bunch of the coaches. They could talk their problems out. Eddie Ford and all those fucking refs and shit.
St. Michael's, man. I did catechism there. And
where?
In St. Michael's.
Oh, you did? How come we went to the other place?
I went to St. Michael's, and I don't know why my mom sent me to St. Michael's.
Because we all got thrown out of St. Rocco's.
No, I went to St. Michael's.
What's the one on 30th Street? Right by the diner.
30th Street. That's a Holy Family. That's Holy Family. You went there for catechism.
Yeah, because either you went to the ecology club. Remember, you got out of school at 1. You either picked the ecology club or catechism. I wasn't gonna fucking pick up no trees. So I said, fuck it, let me go hang out with some fucking priests. And we lasted about a month and he threw us out.
I was like at St. Michael's, I never finished because you had the real nuns there. And I couldn't take it. I said, Mama, I'm not going back. On a Saturday, what is it, Saturdays or Sundays, whatever day we had to go, I said, I'm done. I'm not going back there.
Lucio, one more question. I know you're part of like a music troupe. But I haven't seen no videos.
No,
lately.
no, I was managing after I stopped acting and all that kind of stuff and doing films. I started to manage this band called Maxima Letra, which is the #1 reggaeton band from Cuba. So the guy, the owner came, the father of the owner of the band, the director of the band, used to be my sound guy for the events in the city for 20 years. So before he died of cancer. He said, take care of my son. So I helped out his son. We regrouped the group here and cut out a bunch of records. And then, and just before COVID hit, we had a situation where someone appropriated some of our music, and we were taking them to court. We won. Anyway, so my friend, and then my friend won the case, and he won all the awards, platinum, double platinum, gold album, Premio Lo Nuestro, everything. He won all the awards. They gave him the awards. They gave him the rights to the music. So he's waiting for his payday now because they gave him all the rights that he rightfully owned. So what happened was we started using the original members from Cuba. We started recording songs here and there and coming out with and editing the videos in Cuba, which is, a penny per dollar, So we started doing all the production work over there, and then released the songs with him. And so I stopped performing because I was getting older. I didn't want to be jumping around like a monkey, doing that kind of music. I'm a Broadway guy. I'm not a reggaeton guy. You know what I mean? But I was the MC. I was good at MCing, so I was MCing, get the crowd going in Spanish and English and all that kind of stuff. So we were a real crossover. But then we started recording the original guys in Cuba and just getting more into that whole reggaeton thing. And then the guys, now they left Cuba. So 2 of them left, and then 2 of them left, and then the other one's still here. Still my buddy, you know what I mean? But no, I'm not cutting any albums or videos or anything anymore. That ship has sailed right from
And
there.
what are you a commissioner of?
I'm a commissioner of public affairs, so
Okay.
I run municipal court, veterans, seniors, cultural affairs, and the history department. So all the events that come out of Union City, it's pretty much my
Do you see
department.
Lefty at the school?
No, Lefty.
Cortina.
No,
He teaches at Washington.
no, I've never seen him.
Go to Washington. He's there.
I gotta look for
He's
him.
at Washington on 38 something.
38, so that's Washington.
That's Washington. He
Oh,
teaches
wow.
at Washington.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Lucio, it was really good to
No, it's great seeing you, man. It's great
What were you
being
going
here.
to say? I'm sorry.
No, that's it. It was great seeing you. It's great being here.
You sure?
Absolutely. No, I'm not saying it. Then leave and smack me on my head.
Great to meet you, Lucio.
You have any questions for Lucio?
I'm still getting over a lot of shit. Mainly the guy who jumped in front of cars for a living and then he jumped in front of the wrong car. That's fucked up.
Dog, we had a guy. What was the guy that we were robbing trains and he jumped off the train and he got caught in his arm and he lost an arm?
Yeah. Who
Did
was
he
that? I
spread?
remember that.
Yeah, and he used to be a cab driver in the city. So if you ever get in the cab with a one-armed dude, he's from North Bergen.
You had no idea the
Ah,
stuff that we
the
did.
stuff.
You had
It was
no
fucking
idea.
insane at that.
No idea.
When I first moved to North Bergen, it was scary. It was fucking scary.
Sounds
These guys
scary.
went down and robbed trains every day. These guys were 12. 12! And they're robbing fucking trains. How do you think I got that motorcycle? The motorcycles would come in a box, not built. You throw the boxes off, and then you had your brother come down and drive you later. You could then you had to pull the box out of the weeds. That's 1,000 mosquito bites. And then fucking, that's how crazy. He reminded me of the swamp just now.
That's crazy.
That's
the
a big
swamps
call.
was great. The swamps was the best place to hang out. The only beating I got from my mom was because I took my bike with a bunch of our friends and we rode down to the swamps, which is you're 10, 11 years old. That's a long way.
That's a long
Then we
way.
took it all the way uptown, to whatever West End Avenue ends or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And then came back down. My bike kept on losing its chain. And I made it home like at 10 o'clock at night. My mom was livid. I got the beating of my life. And my dad, you're going to kill him. You're going to kill him.
Dad was saying that.
You're gonna kill
Holy
him.
shit.
I got one beating, man. I'll never forget it.
Lucia, it was a real pleasure. I'm happy you came on
Same here,
to
man.
give the Union City some love because, like I said, I'm from North Bergen, but man, I got a lot of. My dad died in Union City. We had the bar for 20 years. They never signed my dad's death certificate. Let's talk about that. Those motherfuckers. I never collected my insurance from Prudential. It's probably worth $10 million now.
Yeah, probably.
But they wanted me to go back to Cuba and dig him up, and scrap his bones. I'm not doing that shit. That motherfucker's nothing. He's dust now.
For $10 million?
It was a $500,000 policy in 1966. Do the fucking math.
Let's go. I'll do whatever you need me to do.
You want to go to Cuba?
Yeah, try to go to Cuba and try to dig up.
Dig 'em up.
People
But,
don't understand how Cuba is. People in this country don't understand how Cuba is living over there. When we left Cuba, we didn't leave only because of political reasons. There was nothing to eat. Times are tough. My mom comes from 16 brothers and sisters.
Damn.
What are you going to eat? So you're leaving because there's nothing to eat. You're leaving because, you're oppressed. And they humiliate you on the way out because you have to go work in agriculture, work camps and stuff like that. And we go to Spain, spend a year in Spain, sucking wind before you come here. Oh, man. People don't know the struggle.
the struggle is real, mother.
The struggle is real.
The struggle
People
is
don't
not
know.
only real for Jewish people, not
Yeah.
only for Cuba, also for Cuba.
I had no
Love you,
idea.
Lucille.
Love you too,
I'm
man.
happy you got the time to come over and talk to me. It's good to see you. You're a big fucking thing in my childhood. I can't believe we're still here. You know what we all went through as kids, and people fucking disappeared, but we're here slinging dick.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Union City forever, cocksuckers. Don't forget, we're adding some shows. I got the 11th of December at the Stress Factory, and I added the 17th open mic at Uncle Vinny's on a Tuesday night, just to keep working on material and doing stupid shit. Anything you want to talk about, Lucy?
That's it, man. You just
You
said
got
enough
nothing
stupid
coming up?
stuff. No, I got
At least
nothing.
I have. What the
I
heck?
got nothing.
Next week, the 11th to the 14th, I'm with Josh Wolf and Tara Kenneth Tracy all over New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware.
There you go. If you live in Delaware, I know you got nothing to do. Biden's dead and I don't feel so good myself. And, it's winter time, so go catch my brother Lee Syed. I love you, Lucio. Thank you for everybody being here today, and we'll see you next week. That's it. 2 weeks, 3 weeks till Christmas. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. And that's it. Take a hike. I love you guys. Stay black. The Church New Testament. The Church New Testament is brought to you by Freeze Pipe. You don't need to wait for snow to smoke out of an ice cold bomb. Freeze Pipe has you covered. Freeze Pipe makes chillable pieces that give you a good time with no throat burning and no coughing up a lung. I love Freeze Pipe. Each Freeze Pipe comes with a glycerin chamber that you put in the freezer. When you're ready to light, you take it out, put it in the bong. Once the smoke passes through it, your smoke gets cooled by over 300 degrees. Again, I love the pipe. Whether it's the bubbler, the bong, the pipe, the dab rigs, you're going to find what you're looking for with Freeze Pipe. So do me a favor. The holidays are coming. Somebody in your life needs a bong, whether it's grandma, the priest, somebody. Right now, you can shop at thefreezepipe.com and press in code Diaz, D-I-A-Z, for 10% off your order. Did you hear me? That's a Christmas breeder right there. 10% off your order when you press in code Diaz. That's thefreezepipe.com and code Diaz for 10% off. Order today and get free shipping and say goodbye to harsh smoke forever. What's happened, you savages? It's Tuesday, December the 10th. It's the Church New Testament. We got a tremendous show for you tonight, but let's get this party started. What's happened, you savages? The Church New Testament today is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, some people want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Some people just want a big, strong, firmer dick. If you're ready to get it on this Christmas, you need Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that sends a chewable form of the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis at a huge discount, like your little helmet's going to get when you take Blue Chew. Just sign up on their website, talk to one of the licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll get your prescription within days. So, listen, I forgot my little package. I always have a little package with me. I take it on the way home, so when mama's ready, but that's none of your goddamn business. The tablets are made in the USA. Shipped straight to your door. Not even the mailman knows what's going on. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. And Uncle Joey got a special deal for you today. Try Blue Chew. Lee, tell him. Free. Just pay $5 of shipping at checkout when you visit BlueChew.com. And I'll say it again. It's for free. Just pay me $5 for shipping at checkout when you visit BlueChew.com. Again, that's BlueChew.com to receive your first month on the arm. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. I also want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and making you guys into young Marines.
Turn off your TVs, run for your lives. It's over. They didn't put you on this planet just to give up. If Uncle Joey could do it, I can rule the world. That's what you gotta be thinking.
Welcome back to Church! What's happening, beautiful people? We're here for another fun-filled Tuesday morning. There's no guest today. We just want to catch up with you and tell you what's been going on. As usual, my beautiful co-host is here, Mr. Lee Boogaloo Sayat.
How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm great, dude. It hits me in like waves that I'm here. I always wanted to be here, but then like even I get to see you. I see you a couple times a week now. It's just great. You ever have like a couple months of life that like no shitty things happen?
Yeah.
I'm in the middle, like one of those, like nothing too shitty's happened in a while, and I've just been enjoying it. Like, there's ups and downs, but like right now it's like, oh, if life was like this, there's no depression.
It's funny. Life has a lot of ups and downs, and there's ups, and you're down. And sometimes you don't know it. Like I have a friend that's going, I'm having the worst year of my life, and she did. She had a couple of things happen, but you have to look at the other side of that. You have your kids, they're healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's eating, nobody's not working. You got to look at the good and the bad together. Yeah, some fucking days are better than others. I got up every morning, This new thing that I've been doing lately really changed me. One of the best guests we ever had on the podcast was Rudy Sarzo.
He's fantastic.
I learned a lot from Rudy. And during the pandemic, Rudy and I used to talk a lot, and we discuss. He went back on tour with Quiet Riot. He's a guy that's done everything in his life. And one day he goes, you know what? I'm going to get back together with my original band. And he always told me it was a labor of love. And that's why I did what I did, because I started the year off just doing spots at open mics and one-nighters and my friends' comedy shows, just doing sets. And I would say to myself, unless I want to go to an open mic, it's not going to work for me. If I'm going to start this bad thing of just doing comedy for money, that's not going to work. I got to start doing comedy because I fucking love it. And I'm to the point now where I'm in love with comedy. I'm not in love with the business of comedy. So I had to separate all that shit.
Right.
And we're having fun.
And for those of you listening who've never been to an open mic, all people at my level want to do is get out of open mics. And if you ask 100 headliners, there's not going to be many of them who want to go back to open mics. Like you said that like if you don't want to go to an open mic, you're not going to want to whatever.
No,
I don't want to go to open mics, and I still go. Like going to an open mic is fucking sucks.
It's like riding the subway in New York. You can take a limo. Every once in a while, you take the subway and it reminds you who the fuck you are from time to time.
I think the open mic might be the bus. The fucked up bus.
Listen, an open mic reminds you of how shitty your life used to be when you first started. Like I have, I do those open mics in Freehold, and I do the one at Uncle Vinny's next week.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do it for me. I do it because these young guys can now say that they open for me on their resume. You know what I'm saying? And number two, it's a solid open mic. It's not like an open mic with nobody there. That's what comics do for years. You just go to these spots and do comedy, and there's nobody there but other comics. And they blow smoke up your ass. That's a funny joke. No, it's not, okay? There's always that one dude, he's like a burn victim, who sits in the second row and shit. He goes there. You know that customer that goes to the bar every fucking week You always have that one good guy that's in the front or the third row, but besides that, open mics suck. So that's why I told Dino, I go, Dino, let's do an open mic in Freehold. There's a lot of action down there. They got a little room. The little room is great, and we could do it once or twice a month. And the headliners could come down and headline, try out their new material for 30 minutes, get a little paycheck, and everybody gets home by 9:30, 10. Everybody did that. You don't have to stay there till 11. When am I going on? You're number 38, and we're on number 3. Fuck!
Yeah,
You know, you got to go to work the next day.
dude, that open mic that we did in Freehold, for some, and I they were good comics. It's nothing against their comedy, but for some of the people who were there and performing, that would be like the biggest show they ever did.
Yeah, and
it's so cool.
And that's
like,
called making somebody's day
yeah.
in comedy. So now somebody's gonna make your day. Somebody's gonna call you and they go, hey, what are you doing tomorrow? I got 2 days on a movie shoot for you. And you go, why did he pick me? Because a couple of weeks ago, you put a couple open micers on stage,
Right.
and you paid like 2 or 3 of them, which now you make them professional. And their mind, they've been taking a beat. They got to pay for parking. They got to pay for the soda. They got to pay for everything. Now some guy's giving us $40, $20, you know?
Yeah.
Because I remember that. I remember the first time somebody gave me $20 to do comedy. I almost shot myself.
Yeah.
I couldn't even do the speed limit on the way home. I was doing 100. I couldn't wait to call my friends. I'm a pro. You're not a pro, Joey. Knock it off. But now you know what it feels
You
like.
feel like, I remember when I came to do Skankfest years ago, way before the pandemic, Felipe was headlining Caroline's. And you called him and he let me do a guest set. And he gave me $30. It was my first paid set in New York.
Yeah.
And I got $30. I got to perform at Caroline's before it closed. I didn't know it was going to close, but it means, like, that's the coolest thing for me about going on the road with people is, like, I spend half of my dreaming about what I'll do for people who open for me. Like, because you've been obviously great to me. Josh has been great to me. Everyone, like, honestly, I haven't really had a bad headliner yet. I've had some people who I didn't love, but they
You're
weren't.
going to work with people who are just miserable fucking people. And, you know, they're just fucking miserable. Things didn't work out for them. And now they go to a small town and they pull their weight. You follow me? Because in LA, nobody talks to them.
Mm-hmm.
But now when they go to Kansas City or Wyoming, they're like, fuck you guys. I don't want nobody cursing. And you're like, what happened here? You know? Me, with comedy is not a money business. It's a making somebody's day business. Life is a making somebody's day business. And there's just simple things with comedy that I remember. You know, when you do, you know how, all I remember about comedy is feeling fucking bad for a long time. I just feel shitty about it. So you go, you do a spot, and you got to go to your job in the morning. And now this guy's telling you, and in the back of your head, you're like, I can't wait just to stand-up comedy. Now you start losing, like, you don't care about insurance. You don't care about the rent. You don't care about your car payment. You're like, I just don't want to do this job no more. And I can't wait to work as a professional. And I remember somebody told me, Martin Lawrence is making $10,000 a week as a host. In 1990, he was making $10,000 a week as a host of
Comic View or
comic, whatever was on HBO.
Oh,
Def Comedy Jam. And I was like, $10,000. When I started comedy, what I do for $10,000, I would slice your fucking neck at that time.
On stage.
For $10,000 fucking dollars, man. $10,000. And you sit there and go, because we're losers, you go, well, I'll never hit that plateau. That's what you say. You'll go like, that's great for Martin Lawrence. It must be a great feeling, but I'll never hit that plateau. You know, and that's how you look at it. And then 20 years later, you're not getting $10,000, but you're probably getting $3,500. And you're like, damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Holy shit. It's cool. Anytime I get a check from any comedy club, it's like $400. I'm like, this is cool as shit. This is really
just
fun.
Go. And I know people at home are going, Lee, somebody gave you $30. That's cheap. No, because there's people that don't give you nothing.
Yeah.
There's places that you go and you get the dinner tab, and it's 100%. You had to drive there, park there, and now they're charging you $28 for the fucking scotchard salmon, some fucking dry piece of salmon. they caught on some types of, well, anybody.
What about charging
Anybody
you
who eats a piece of salmon from the comedy club should be shot and hung anyway, okay? Don't eat salmon from the comedy. Don't even take the chance. Don't do the linguine and clam sauce. Nothing with that. Because you might be fucking sick for a year.
Yeah.
Stick to the stupid stuff. Pizza. And even that. Pretzels.
What about the clubs that charge you to perform? I just got, and I'm not going to name the club. I signed up for a show, and they said if you brought a certain number of people, you would definitely see the booker would watch you. I didn't read far enough down, but you needed to bring a certain number of people to perform. It was a full-on bringer, and they wouldn't let me perform because I was just trying to go to do something. And it's so the fact that anyone gives you even $10 is great. A lot of times, I just go, like, people ask me, like, how much are you getting paid for this show? I'm like, I didn't ask. And then when they pay you, like, I got $100 the other week for doing a show at a dispensary. That was fucking awesome. But it was like a Hanukkah morning. It was a surprise. Like, I'm at the point now of comedy, where, like, any money is just, like, money you find in a jacket. It's like a surprise money.
That's it.
Yeah.
And you look at it like that for years. You're like, oh my God, finally, I can pay my car payment doing comedy. You're like, wow. And I can pay my car payment and do $1,000 a week. Wow. You know what I'm saying?
Holy shit. $1,000 a week. I'm so happy. I'm happy that I never had anything. The worst thing I have is food. But I can't imagine trying
Food.
to.
You don't even know what's in your system without putting there without you watching.
Put in what?
Huh?
What did you put in my thing?
Everything. You've done heroin. You've done everything.
Oh, I know that. You gave me
Sorted
cat
my-
tranquilizers.
I gave you fucking my toenail dust. I shaved the toenail, put it on your little joint. And you're over there smoking it like Benihana. Looking good. You know what I'm saying? We've had some interesting fucking guests, man,
Oh, yeah.
the last few weeks, and it was a breath of fresh air. I got more of those guys coming in, but I wanted to give you guys a breather just to inhale what you saw the last couple of weeks and get ready for what we got coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I got a lot of these guys when they come on. We're going to tell a lot of fucking secrets. We're going to talk about shit you never heard before. And that's what this is about now. This isn't about, I don't really want big time celebrities in here. I don't want half the people you see. You know, every day I get emails. Put Theo on. Listen, if I put Theo on, it's the same shit everybody else is going through right now.
Mm-hmm.
So for right now, we're going off a different fucking set of rules. And listen, man, everything's changing. I mean, everything is about to fucking change. It's December 10th. You got 14 shoplifting days. Enjoy it. Have a good time with your family, because shit's going to change January 20th. I can't wait for the 21st. You're going to wake up to fucking corre. A bunch of Spanish people flying through the air.
What's Corey?
Helicopters. What?
What's Corey mean?
Run, motherfucker. You know, and they're scared. People are fucking scared. If you see, the fucking Mexicans are starting fucking to leave on their own lately. Have you noticed that? Go to a restaurant. They're not as quick as they were 2 years ago, even before after COVID. That's it.
I just went to Home Depot today, and the Americans didn't know what I was talking about. I
No,
missed them.
Spanish people are scared. They're like, you know what? We're going to get thrown out. You know what? We're going to leave on our home. Why are they going to have me put me in a cage with some fucking guy with leprosy down at that fucking border? You know, I don't need this shit either. That's going to change, and my heart goes out to everybody involved. It really does. It's going to be a fucking horrible week, and already mayors are opposing it, different police people opposing it, you know, and it's going to be interesting. A lot of things are going to fucking change. But me, I'm fine. I'm golden like a motherfucker. I ain't on the Diddy list. I ain't on the Epstein list. I ain't on nobody's list.
How good does it feel not to be on the list?
No, it doesn't. It's a bullshit. It's all bullshit. Like last night, they released more info. This poor bastard, Brooklyn's own fucking Brooklyn 666, whatever, Brooklyn 99. He raped a 13-year-old girl. Now these things are going to come out. At the end of the day, nobody really knows what the fuck happened. His takedown, episode 3. He hasn't even gone to court yet. And people are just you know, and this is why, guys, you don't know what happened. And right now, people are fucking coming out of the woodwork. Now you're going to hear all the lawsuits. How many fucking lawsuits did he get after the video came out of him throwing Cassie around?
Right.
Now they all want to raise their hand. And you know what? This goes back to the old rule. And I hate to say this, but if you get raped on a Tuesday night, you better be at the doctor's office Wednesday morning. And if you didn't go, or somebody told you not to do it, or whatever, now you want to come on and make your tough harder. It makes your case harder. And it makes so many fucking things harder. Now, a lot of things are going to fucking change. But for you people who are waiting for lists, and who's on the Epstein list? Listen, you're never going to see it. Just go play the picket. Try to hit the 3 numbers on that. You'll be fine, all right? Don't worry about Epstein. I can't wait for the Diddy. It's all bullshit, guys.
They're never going to release it?
Who knows what they're going to do? You know, everybody wants them to release the list and go, I knew Oprah was a freak. Look at that fat fuck go. You know, look at how she's pet that little boy's hair. All that shit, you know. Listen, guys, so much money involved in that circle.
I just don't. The thing I don't understand about Diddy, and I haven't followed any of it, is why is he in charge of music? Like, I know he was big, but like, why is he killing? How is he supposedly in charge of all of this now?
Listen, when you throw big parties and people get fucked in the ass, you can tell a lot of people what to do. You know what I'm saying? You ever think about that? Can you imagine? Right now, I'm a comic. People come up to me and take pictures with me. Can I take a picture? Can I take a picture? Can you imagine if they knew I had parties where people getting fucked in the ass and rubbing baby oil on themselves and shit? You know how popular I am? So did you ever think of that? Maybe he was popular because he was throwing the best parties in the fucking world.
Yeah, but would you want to go to a party where there was a chance you were going to get fucked in the ass?
No, and I wouldn't go because that's not my circle. But, you know, we were talking about it before. Listen, you know, like Lady Gaga came out. I went, and when I felt things, I left. Listen, Lady Gaga, stop. Everybody loves a train wreck. There ain't one motherfucker that don't love a train wreck. It's our natural impulse. It's natural. We're at a, can you imagine at some party talking to some fucking Gentile? Oh, the State of the Union, the SOP, and also some blonde starts fucking and sucking in the corner. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're really gonna, it's time to leave. You're gonna watch that blonde suck that pipe and watch all the women go, oh, she's disgusting. No, she ain't. She's doing what you should be doing. Instead of worrying about Oprah and The View and who Joe Rogan should date, that's what you should be doing. That's the problem with America. Nobody's fucking and sucking no more. If people are fucking like at night, either you fucking suck or you stay up and watch CNN. You know that? And now you, then the immigrants did that. Go fuck your wife. Go eat her ass. What bad thing can happen? But that's the problem. Our heads are in our ass as Americans now. Like, this list is going to make you money. This list is going to do something for you. What this list? What do you care? You're never going to find out. They will kill your mother before that list comes out. They will sell you. They will take your dad and throw him to the alligators before they even think of releasing that list or any of these fucking lists. How much money does Jay-Z have, guys? He's about to give $20 million to Hell's Kitchen. What do you think he pays an attorney $250 an hour? He's got a fucking 20 attorneys at $1 million an hour, and it don't even budge him. Because he'll just, Beyonce, keep singing, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Country, let's go with Chinese now. Let's do something, you know what I'm saying? You didn't win the Emmy for the Grammy. Let's try Yakira music. What's that chick?
Shakira?
Yeah, Yakira, that other one shaking her ass. Like I'm supposed to be impressed. Forever. I don't like that.
You don't like
shit.
that song?
No.
Dude, Shakira, when I was like 12 and she was shaking it, like there wasn't porn like I could see back then. That was basically porn to me. You don't like Shakira? Don't look at me like that. She's hot. What's wrong with Shakira?
Nothing. But when you were 12, you masturbated to Shakira dancing.
Probably
With
not.
no
Not
pussy shot. This is what I'm dealing with here.
what am I supposed to? There was no
You're the type
internet.
of guy that goes to a strip club to a bikini bar and goes, "This is fun."
It is. Listen, the cover charge isn't as high. They got good drinks. What's wrong with the bikini?
I don't want to see a woman in a bikini. You can go to Seaside Heights and see every size of woman in a bikini. Big, tall, fat, hairy, the whole fucking thing. I'm going to go to a bikini bar. I went to a bikini bar one time because they paid me $50 to do comedy. And I'll tell you what happened there that night. Guess who I saw there that night?
Shakira?
Who fucked the most women ever?
Who?
Will Chamberlain.
Oh,
Will Chamberlain fucked over 10 million women or some shit.
Jesus.
He was there. Now, I could have followed him around because I know he's going to get his dick sucked. Right? I could have just followed him around all night.
And just to watch?
Well, maybe to get in there with him. I don't fucking know. Maybe to show him the Cuban egg roll. I don't fucking know. But at the same time, when I saw Will Chamberlain, I said, it's time to go. Because there was all white women there. And I didn't want to see a fucking black dick shish kebab, a bunch of skinny LA women. I love to see that. Like a guy, a black dude with a big dick.
Just goes through all
the
those
skinny women. And he's got the dicks going through their monkey and coming out their muffler and falling. They look like a fucking spare rib. Oh my God, that's a fantasy for me, but not really. I did mushrooms yesterday.
Oh my God.
But it's the truth. What do we want as Americans?
With black dick chicks? Well,
Did you see fucking Bryce Mitchell? Did you ever see the other night? When he beat up Fran, he got up and he goes, I'm sorry, Joe Rogan. I'm sorry I said things about you. I apologize. But there's only one man who can make America great, and that's Jesus Christ.
I didn't know. What did Joe say? Like,
Joe just looked at him like, oh my God, I got to stay in Texas now.
oh my God. Dude, speaking of the bikini stuff, have you seen like they have like barber shops, you can go coffee shops where like they walk around in bikinis? Does that sound like fun to you at all?
Not at all. Not at all. It's like going to Hooters and seeing a chick with stockings on. I'm supposed to have a party because she got stockings on and she got her legs and the top. I don't want to see that. I want to see a waitress, not nude, because you have to have imagination.
Right.
No panties. And when she walks, pubic hairs fell on the floor like fucking, you know, the Africans throw flowers when you walk when you're a king. You ever see Coming to America?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Back
Yeah.
to the Future, one of those.
You
Throw fucking
Back to the
flowers.
Future.
You know, I want something more. It's like when you ever go to a place and the chick's got like a bikini bottom, but her breasts are out, and she's got two things on her nipples. What are they
Pasties, yeah.
called?
Pasties.
What are they called?
Pasties, little
Pasties.
stickers, yeah.
It kind of, you sit there for an hour going, I wonder what her nipples look like. Like, I don't go to strip clubs. I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because it started in Vegas about 20 years ago. I used to work for a sports betting company. They take you to a strip club. And I was high, you know. I don't think I was doing coke in the place because the guy didn't like us doing drugs. But I'm sitting there. This is a true story, guys. I'm sitting there, and you know, like, after a while, you're like, I got to go give some dollars to the girl. What am I sitting here for? I might as well go up there. Everybody else is like looking at each other, a bunch of idiots. I go over there. I'm trying to give dollars to the girl. But then she starts shaking her ass, and I notice something. She's beautiful, for starters, beautiful body. But she's got the tightest little white head on her ass cheek. And I'm trying to bust this motherfucker. Like, I would give her anything just to pop. You know those little pimples that you know they're going to go? It's just a tight white head. No redness, no nothing. You just go, and it's a little thing on your nail, and you just wipe it on your pants. This chick had an ass that was tight, but that pimple was even tighter. And it was driving me fucking crazy. And now when I go to strip clubs, I always look at chicks' asses because I want to see if they got a little pimple on their ass to see what's going on.
How much would you have paid to pop this pimple?
The small 20.
And what would you have gotten from this?
Just to pop a pimple. And here we go. Ow. Did you ever think of that? Maybe
No.
that's fun.
I've never wanted to pop anyone's pimple. Fuck.
It's just so weird how we want all this info, you know, and 2025 is going to be a fucking interesting year for a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people. People are starting to leave. Some people are staying. You know, these idiots. I'm leaving. You'll be back. You'll be back. You know, I'm going to leave because my human rights it's not a country for women no more. Okay. All right. What are we going to do?
I've only been out of the country a couple of times. Even when I've had fun, as soon as like you're a couple days away from coming back, you're like, I can't wait to fucking just be back.
You know, it's great to go, but it's always better to come back. You ever notice that shit? You're like, that's enough of this shit. These people dancing. Don't they work?
No, I don't think they do.
That's why I don't go on vacation. It's a waste of my time. It'll always waste my time. I can't just sit there for 3 days and look out a balcony.
Even with edibles, you can't. I
I
love
can
it.
say, yeah, but I could do edibles and sit in my basement and write jokes and watch my TV and play with my cat. Now you're making me go somewhere else to sit on a balcony, look at the beach, and eat edibles like an old man. You know, I don't have a boat. I don't want to walk to a fucking thing. You know, yeah, you go on the go-karts one day. Yeah. And after that, you're like, okay, it's over. Time to go home. I'm not good at vacations.
I'm great at it.
And now with these fucking flights and all this shit, you're not going to get me going nowhere.
I don't blame you.
Nowhere. I'm done. I'm fucking done, guys. I've had it with flights. And, you know, they called this week for me to go to LA to shoot something. And just going online and getting my dog. All right, so I called JetBlue. Okay. And they answered, you know, hi, you've reached JetBlue. We're grateful that we have your business. Stay on hold, and then they come back on. If this is Spanish, dial 9. Okay. If you're booking a reservation, press 1. If you're doing this, press 2. If you're doing this, press 3. Okay. It's a 7-minute wait. No problem. I go pop a pimple. I go put a bandit on my ear, right? In those 7 minutes, every 30 seconds, somebody come on. If you want faster service, we could call you back. Listen, I don't want you to call me back. Let's just do this now. It's 7 fucking minutes, every 30 seconds. If you want, we could have a whatever call you back on the same number on hold. You won't lose your place. I don't want to listen. I already see the by the way coming.
Well, by the way,
You ready?
okay.
Beep. Hello. Hi. I want to know how come there's no flights out of Newark, or if I could book a flight from Newark to LAX. And all of a sudden, she was from a complete different fucking country.
Yeah.
And what you heard was like sewing machines. There was drones going on in the background. Because she was like, what's your name? Jose. Jose. How do you spell that? And then, listen, can you do me a favor? Can I just have the fucking, my code for Mosaic? Can I just have my Mosaic code? I can't find my fucking card. Give me your email, dog. Took me 18 minutes. Biaz? No. Biaz, B-V. No, what's my name? Jose Diaz. Okay. That's a start. Diaz. D-I-A-Z. So they make it uncomfortable for you to do anything anymore.
Yeah.
You get anxiety. So out of all the people, you can't put a white chick on there just to talk to us and get this out of the way. Because I was lost. And again, I love fucking foreigners and the whole thing. And you got to give them a job. First of all, this was outsourced to fucking some fucking Pablo Escobar's old telemarketing's office. I didn't know what this lady was saying. And I asked her, habla español? I do. You know, she was saying something. I'm like, man. I'm like, now I got to deal with this shit at the airport. My boy told me that if you fly to United out of Newark, you got to stand in Terminal D and give your luggage up. I'm not in the mood for all that shit. And if I get to the airport and you tell me my flight's delayed, listen, wherever I was going, I got to see me.
Just for a delay?
Yeah.
What if
I'm
it's
done.
20
like
minutes?
3 hours. I'm done. Give my luggage back. Give it back here. Take the money. Take it. As a matter of fact, take the luggage. I got the sleep apnea machine. Take the luggage. Mail it to my house when you get a change. I don't need anything in there. It's 2 days of clothes, socks, underwear. Ain't nothing in there. I got my weed in my nutsack, and I got my edibles in my nutsack. I swear to God. Bro, remember last year, 2 years ago, right before the pandemic, I got stuck in Atlanta.
Yeah.
It was a fucking all day. And
You missed the show.
And these motherfuckers are calling me at 3. Well, we could send a helicopter for you in a private plane. I go, dog, and who's going to pay for that private plane? For me to break even, to get there in a rush, to do a show? Get the fuck out. It's done. It's canceled. They kept calling me every 30 minutes. We get you there. We got you a train that'll drop you off to a helicopter. And then some guy named Jed will take you to... No, it's over.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here since 6 a.m. It's 4. What are you going to do? You think I'm going to move to tell a fucking joke now?
Yeah, that's
10 hours at the airport. Yeah, I'm going to just get on stage and be fucking, Johnny Frimbo. Whoever the fuck that is.
Yeah, it sucks. But do you ever have... I just had a really great experience somewhere, and, it made me, hopeful almost.
What experience did you have?
Well, you called me. I went to dinner 2 nights in 1 week, and you called me Johnny Dinner, which I thought was hysterical. But I went to a steak place. I've never been, and it wasn't expensive. I went You ever heard of like the Michelin star, like the fancy?
Yes.
I went to a steak, and it was like the best meal I've ever had. You wouldn't go because I will be honest, it is a Korean steakhouse, so they give you the kimchi and stuff. But you could just tell them not to even
You
bring
just
it.
can't be fucking normal like everybody
It is
else.
normal. It's a whole
You gotta
it's
go
two
to a
countries.
fucking Korean steakhouse.
It's great. It was great.
Never. Wait till you shit
It
blood.
was days ago.
That's where you got the pink eye.
No, it's not.
That's where you got the fucking
It's not.
pink
First of
eye
all, it's
was.
not pink eye.
Yes,
It's
it
a sty
is. No,
from
it's not a
fucking something.
sty.
Yes,
That's
it is.
where you got the pink eye.
It's not a pink
I
eye.
knew there was a by the way.
Yeah,
I'm going to see Gladiator, then I'm going to a steakhouse. We don't pick no restaurants because there's always a by the. He's the easiest guy to talk into anything.
You didn't tell me.
And
It was
then
great.
he'll fucking Yelp it and he'll listen to a stranger. And I already knew that there's a by the way.
There was no by the way.
I'm going to dinner, Cote, it's a steak. Okay. By the way, I know. You know, everybody else
It
tells.
was so good.
Yeah.
They made. I've never had Wagyu before.
You didn't?
No.
Okay.
Have you ever had it?
Yeah, and I shit right away. That meat is so fucking rich.
Yeah.
I mean,
They give me 1 ounce.
The 2 times I've had it, I didn't even leave the restaurant. I swear to God. I had to go right in the bathroom and shit and come out like I got to get out of here. That was fucking. It's too rich for Uncle Joey. I'm too old for that shit.
It's rich. It tastes like
Short
you're
rib.
eating fat.
I can't eat a lot of short rib. I like a little short rib on a pasta. But when they give you that big slab, it
Oh, I
looks
love
like
that.
a fucking. It looks.
I love it.
No,
What happens when you eat short rib?
it's just too heavy. That's
Yeah.
it. That shit I could eat when I was 25, 34. I ate a piece of fucking short rib at night. I went somewhere and I had the short rib on the pillows, not the one from my brother at the joint in Red Bank that the kid trains at our school. No, Chef, Phil. What is it? Jar. Chef Phil makes a fucking tremendous one. I went somewhere else and it was on the menu. It was, I'm going to throw you a couple of. I ate one. I had to go right to the bathroom and puke and shit. Went right through me. And the meat, bro, this is a great restaurant I went to. It's just too rich.
Wow.
It's just too fucking rich. You know, it's just too much. It's just a steak with fat. That's what the Koreans do.
First of all,
And then now they're calling for, you go to eat it. There's a war going on in Korea. You go eat at a Korean steakhouse. There's martial law. Little kids are getting hit with firecrackers and bottle rockets.
So what does that have to do with me?
Because
Eating like kimchi.
kimchi. Oh, my
Oh,
God.
so you don't like kimchi?
Oh yeah, I eat it all.
It gets your stuff. The farts would be great,
Yeah, I know.
but they came out like it was good.
That's where you got the pink eye.
No, it's not. First of all, don't stop calling it pink eye. I never got a sty until you jinxed me at that Airbnb.
No, that's because I just saw a picture of a woman who went to an Airbnb, got in a jacuzzi. She's got a rash all over her fucking body.
I guess
So keep it up with the
I
Airbnbs
don't go there anymore.
and the fucking Japanese steakhouses.
Oh,
What happened was you went to get a steak and they didn't wash the table correctly. You touched the table and then you rubbed your eye with your fingers. So how clean is the fucking restaurant?
it
Not
wasn't
correct.
the restaurant. The restaurant was fucking amazing.
Yeah, the restaurant was amazing.
It was
You got a
good.
fucking sty, goddamn.
I didn't get it at the restaurant.
You got it somewhere.
I think I had it before the restaurant, which pissed me off. I hate that shit. I hate acne. I'm 36.
He hates acne.
I do. You think I like having spots? I don't know why I have spots. Everyone else it just goes about their day.
You know why I love acne?
Why?
Because I can pop the pimples. It keeps me do something. Like,
I'll buy you. They sell toys that like are fake pimples you can pop. You want one of those?
no, I don't have a fake pimple. So
Sometimes you run out of pimples.
you're hanging out with those fucking.
I don't do it. I don't like popping pimples that much.
You're hanging out with those students in New York with the bushkas on and shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dave?
The yeshiva students?
I don't know who the fuck they are. There's some crazy people in New York. We were talking about a casino that they got to build in New York.
Holy shit.
That this shit goes through illegal gambling in New York City. Oh, you're gonna have to get like a helicopter. There's no more just zipping into the city. I mean, you can't zip into the city no more. Let's get it out of the fucking way.
No.
But
Why do you think it's going to be so busy?
a casino by Hudson fucking Yards.
But there's like you
A
can say people
casino
coming
with a
in.
hotel, with a dock so people can land helicopters, a dock so people can pull them with their fucking boat, and an event center, and shopping, and malls. Are you fuck? We don't got the space in New York. That's a fucking island. But I tell you, again, this is the shit I talk about. It's got nothing to do with me. It's not like I go over there every fucking day. It's got nothing to fucking do with me. I could give a Frenchman's fuck. I come up here once a week to see you motherfuckers, and that's the extent of it. That gotta come up 2 times.
Yeah.
But that's it. I don't fucking come up here. For me to go into the city, my friend invited me to Kevin. He's a great kid. He invited me to the Happy Madison rap party Saturday night for Happy Gilmore too. Started at 7, but I had a fucking family thing. I had to be with the kids, the neighborhood. They give me a secret Santa, and I ended up leaving because the mushrooms hit me too hard. I had to go for a fucking ride. All those kids yelling and screaming, and I'm hearing Chinese people crying. I thought it was in Vietnam. They're all like, ah.
I thought you were blaming the party, but you're like, I also took 9 grams of mushrooms. I think that might be why you didn't show up to the party.
I'm not gonna go to a kid's party just to go to a kid's party. I'm gonna go there with my wife. We're gonna eat the food. You know what they had?
No.
The shrimp parm that you like from that
I
place.
love the feet shrimp
Everybody's
parm.
eating chicken and movie. It's plain scallopini. Fuck you. I was digging 3 of those shrimps at a time. How big, Nicholas, how big those shrimps
Oh,
are.
they were like fucking like
They're like
softballs
this.
or wiffle balls.
They're fucking prawns with sauce and a hunk of cheese on it. Oh, my God. But I do want to thank Nick today for bringing fucking Fiore's out of Hoboken. Nick's been great. Some Italian fucking ham, some wet mutts, and some prosciutto for later. That'll get your asshole going for Monday Night Football. And that's it, and that's that.
Nick's been great. Nick has given me some rides. It's Joey's nephew. I will say, Nick, and I'm not trying to, you don't have to go on the camera. You don't even know what you did, and you really didn't do anything, but we went out to eat yesterday, and you ordered calamari and fried shrimp for the table, and Nick pulled what I want to do as a fat guy, but I never have done. There were 3 fried shrimp on the thing. He took 2 of them. And I was like, motherfucker, I was so pissed. I wanted one of those goddamn shrimp. That's someone with like skinny confidence can do. You can just 2 out of the 3 shrimp, brother. Another water? But yeah, there was, it's been great. There's like, I'm sure your buddy George, the time, your other friend Nick has been great. There's been a lot of like, as shitty as like the world is, there's a lot of helpful. It's been real fun being here and like seeing the difference between here and LA, between like the people we have around who will help and fight. Like even your neighbors at like the park shows, or all of your neighbors are happy to see you.
Man,
And they were called horseshoe craft at that time, or horseshoe ships.
people will never understand. And I like when people call me and they're like, you should do this, or you should go on the road on Fridays, or you should do this. What I want you to do before you invite me to do anything from now on is come to Jersey, stay with me for 5 days, and ask yourself, where do I need to go at this point in my life? I'm just being very honest with myself. Where do I need to go? I know who I am. I know what my age. I know what I'm capable of doing. I know what I'm not capable of doing. And one thing I don't like doing in my life is not being able to cover the spread. I'm at a point in my life where I'm just having too much fun. And it was a state of mind with me when I got, see, stand-up for me used to be a business. And it's great. It's great to take things seriously in your life. But comedy is about laughing. And if you ain't laughing on the ride, and you ain't laughing at the event, and you ain't laughing with your friends, it's not worth it. There's no Hollywood in fucking comedy. There's no Hollywood in comedy. And that was the mix-up. For the first time in my life, first of all, I never cared what people thought. Like when you go to Hollywood, they'll tell you, Nick, you got to get rid of that joke because it doesn't represent the TV show you're trying to put together. Listen, I'm not trying to put together a TV show. I'm just trying to make people fucking laugh. I want them to leave here howling. Not because I had to put a special set together, or I can't touch on this, I can't touch on that. I'm not talking about a lot of subjects I used to talk about at all. I'm telling stories, I'm including my daughter, and I'm talking about what I'm going through now, which is I just really don't give a fuck about your situation. I got my own problems, man. I was just on antibiotics for 4 weeks. Do you know what that's like? That's a punishment. You don't even know until you get off. I've been off for maybe tomorrow will be a week. I didn't go to bed for 4 fucking weeks. I couldn't fall asleep at night for 4 fucking weeks. No, you know, and it's my ear and whatever, but I'm having a great time with my daughter.
Yeah.
I took her to the comedy show.
So bring it up. That's awesome.
I took her Tuesday night to a comedy show with me, and I took her Wednesday night, and it was hard to take her Wednesday night because I knew what she was going to hear. And I knew what she was going to see. I didn't smoke in front of her. There was no reefer smoke back there. She saw the mushrooms in the bag. She looked the other way. She's 11, and I told my wife, I told everybody, after those 23 years in LA, 3 years in Seattle, I saw a lot of insecure women, and I saw women that their parents never spoke to. Their dads never sat them down and said, "Are you fucking crazy bringing that jamoke in here?" You know, like just different things that you tell your daughter, like they realize what the fuck's going on. So for me, it was like, if I go back there, I can't go back to my old life. I gotta spend time. I gotta spend time with her. And I took her to the open mic, and she had a fucking blast at the open mic. And I'm like, this is not good. And then the next day, she heard me talking to my wife. She goes, "Dad, can I go to Jersey City with you?" And I had to call my wife. I'm like, "What do you think about that?" She's like, "Joe, she's 11. If you think she's mature enough, and I go, let's give it a shot." And she fucking panned out. She had a good time. She laughed. She talked about it, and I could see that she grew. You watch them grow right in front of you after you do something like that with them.
She looked like a little adult. She was dressed like an adult.
She has a mascara on. She looks like a fucking.
She had makeup on. I didn't know that.
Yeah, like she came like, you remind me of my mother at 3 in the morning. That's what my mother looked like, the mascara going down your face, the sweat. My mother would come in at 3 with coke rings and fucking the black thing leaking and fucking.
But it was, you know, and I'm not saying you had bad shows anywhere else, but do you think there's any like correlation? Because I think you had the best show that I've seen you have in Jersey City.
Well, what's going on right now is I'm getting better every week, you know. And it's not the material, it's not confidence. It's not the confidence. I think I do what it is. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to still give you the best show I can give you, but I don't give a fuck. I can't worry about giving a fuck. I just can't. It's a different state of mind. I'm doing it for me. I'm telling the jokes I want to fucking tell. I'm doing the schedule I want to do. It's not, you know, the agents call me all the time. Hi, what do you think about a Friday night? Not really. Not really. And you know what? Next time you ask me about a Friday, I'm going to fly you in. And I'm going to show you my family on a Friday and what this neighborhood does on a Friday. And you tell me you have the audacity to tell these people, well, it's time for me to go. I got to go. I don't even want to do that. I don't want to do that. I got 2 Saturday shows all next year. That's it. I got Valentine's Day and May 31st, something like that. That's it. The rest of them are Wednesdays. I got a Friday show in June, but it's just one show at 8 o'clock, and it's for 4th of July week, so I'm taking that check. Gone. Gone. You won't see me till fucking the 8th or the 9th when I'm out of fucking everything else, you know? And that's the thing. This is the time of the year I'm already making a plan for next year. Like, I already have my plan for next year. Unless something happens, I fall off a building, you know, I fucking jump off the hotel building like that poor bastard. You know, whatever the fuck I did. Then they blamed it on drugs. Down
The singer?
The singer, that poor bastard. 20-something years old, he got too high. That's, you know why? Because he didn't grow up in North Bergen. He would have been prepared. You would have been high when you're fucking 18, and you wouldn't have lost your mind and the fucking. Hold on, the guy delivering the drugs, I'm gonna put that poor bastard in jail. He's helping. You know, that's what Bowmans do. How can I hook you up?
Wow. Is that what happened?
I don't know. I'm just talking shit out of my ass. Anyway, we're gonna break for a quick ad. We'll be back. Come on, guys. I got 16. The dealer got fucked. All right, should I hit or stay?
And his father worked as one of the principal doctors. He was from Germany.
He won. Both of you. Anyway, hey! It's your Uncle Joey Slots. DraftKings is bringing Christmas gifts this year with DraftKings Casino, my personal favorite. They got exclusive games to play with huge jackpots and awesome rewards to redeem so you can have a Merry Christmas. DraftKings is the best way to make the season bright. You saw me. I'm over here. I'm getting ready. It's the 12 days of Christmas. I'm all ready. You know, on the 12th day, I got a Apollo booth, whatever the hell it is. DraftKings is offering a warm welcome to new players. You ready? $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $10 wager. For the cheap seats, $100 with a $10 wager. $100 in casino credits instantly. Plus, everybody get in on the action with the huge holiday reward every week. I got mine today. So sign up with code Joey Slots, JOESLOTS, because the holiday cheer is here. Only at DraftKings Casino. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. If not, do what you gotta do.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 and over. Visit President Connecticut, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Opt-in required. Casino credits are non-withdrawable and expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
We're back, bitches. Anyway, we were talking about fucking Lee found that Barone and Lucio. Like, listen, I knew when I would start bringing my friends that I grew up with, it would open up different avenues. And I've been getting, guys, I've been getting a lot of fucking emails lately. I got a lot of Facebooks from people that have gone to those schools over the years. Like, they don't land on your regular Facebook. They land like on a messenger or some shit. But one day my messenger had like 11 fucking things in there. I'm like, what the fuck? And it was just weird that we introduced the country to what teachers used to be.
Oh my God.
Like they were teachers used to be.
Holy shit.
I was very proud that, I mean, he was a big part in me getting my life together when I was younger. Then once my mother died, I couldn't go around because I felt embarrassed of who I'd become for a few years. And I didn't see him for a long time. I think I reconnected with him in the late 90s, 96, 97. I reconnected with him with my Patty.
How did you do that before the internet?
I called.
But I don't have any of my teachers, like,
No, because you would call somebody who knew somebody who would get you that person. No. Wow, you just went to that one. Well, I would call somebody and go, you're not going to believe who was asking about you. He said, if I called you to give you his number, you know. So that's how I reconnected with like Lisa Messina, Mr. Barone. There was a lot of people I didn't see for a long time. I didn't see George for a long fucking time. I didn't see George for 7 years. I thought George was dead.
did you hear that?
Me during a movie that George had died. And I was depressed. I didn't know what was going on. I said he's gone. I mean, one of us was going to die. I didn't know which one at that point. We couldn't keep living how we were living. You know, me and George were nuts, you know, so. And down on Kelly Boone in front of my friend's business. And he pulls up with the Suzuki. And I'm like, that's fucking the ghost of George. And that's what happened. I just reconnected with a lot of these people years later. You gotta remember, I left in 85. And I did not come back till 91. And then I went back and came back in 93. And then after 93, I probably didn't show my face around here until about 96, 97. And I would just come in for a day. I would do rosters and sleep on my friend's balcony. You know, it was fucking insane what I would have to do. I didn't have the money to go to a hotel or nothing like that.
It is nice. Like I just saw an old friend from LA this week. It's been 6 years since I saw her. She got married since we left. It was a lot of fun. Like it was cool to it's cool when you're away from someone for years and like you can catch up and see what their life is and you're still friends. No.
He pioneered
I went to meet my crazy brother Friday night.
Very small
Okay.
and miniature
And
nuclear engines.
while I was there, I'm looking at this table. I go, I know this girl. And I go, do I know this girl? I grew up in down by. She went to McKinley. She had her own. And I went up to her. I haven't seen her. It was probably when I did the show at the Village. How long ago was that? 10 fucking years ago. That's 10 years ago. 2014, 2015. That's 10 fucking years ago. That's the last time I saw her. She showed up with a big black dude. She's a little white chick with red hair. Beautiful. She showed up in her car. I'm like, what the fuck, Joanne? That's the biggest black man I've ever seen. She's like, he's my boss. He's married, don't ask. And then, yeah, I just bumped into her. It was like, I didn't see her for 10 years. But all of a sudden, after 2 minutes, we were back for real. Yeah, we were right back. Right back. Talking about this, that. So I take pride, man, in talking to my friends. I always thought that was a big cap in your life. If you can make your life, you know, you see people. You grow up with people. Like, you don't grow up with people. You meet people in California. And I would tell them, I'm going to see my brothers at Comic-Con. And, you know, they didn't grow up like that. You know, but after what you guys have seen in the 2 last podcasts, I didn't grow up like a lot of fucking people.
Yeah, I still can't believe Lucio was cool with you after you were supposed to be spotting and you dropped the thing and you were just somewhere else smoking weed. I don't know what you were doing in the corner.
My mother was home. We were 12. We were 11. We were kids. You know, we used to fucking all want to get in shape to play basketball, football, or baseball. There was always something you were getting in shape for. And I don't remember who the karate guy with the white shirt was, but I have an idea. His name was Glenn. He was funny.
I don't have an idea. I don't know who it was,
He was fucking crazy, this kid. This kid lived in a one-bedroom house with his mother, and the living room was just karate trophies. They didn't sit on the couches. You know where they lived? In that building. When the Kennedy Boulevard twist, when you come out of the White Castle, and you go down Kennedy Boulevard, that brown building. This is 1975. That building was brand new then. Well, it wasn't brand new then, but it looked a lot better than what it did. And that's what he's talking about. The kid with the Kung Fu kid with the white t-shirt, he was out of his mind. But fucking, yeah, that's who we hung out. And now, the 21st, I'm going to dinner with the other side of that crew that we all grew up with.
Karate or
North Bergen, like the McKinley School. So it's me, Dave Ruiz, Louis Hernandez,
Louis?
Yeah, Chucky, fucking Whitey, who went to Kennedy.
He's been talking about Louis.
Robert Russo went to Franklin. So it's a bunch of us that played basketball together in the 6th and 7th grade. Who fucking does that? And we do that 4 times a year. 4 times a year. No drugs, no. I'm the only junkie there. I'm the only one that they drink. I fucking smoke dope. And we pick fucking tremendous restaurants. We just pick great places. You know, they want to go all the time. They're like, we got to go to the stage in New Brunswick. We got to go to the stage in New Brunswick because they got the best hamburgers, supposedly. They do. I like that burger. I like a lot of their food, like the spaghetti. You know, they just want to go to great places, these guys. So they want to go to the city, to this place. I'm telling them not to go to Cote.
It's fucking, listen, don't, first of all, it's called Coke. I can't tell him anything nice that I do. I know you're just teasing me, but it's fucking, you know, I wish I didn't get pissed off. Someone told me he has a trick when, like, just to piss people off. And, like, one of my comic friends, his name is Kevin Sanchez, very funny New York comic. But he was saying if, like, someone's, like, arguing something's right, he'll just tell them that he doesn't care. And, it, like, I wish I could tell you I didn't care when you're like, don't, I wouldn't go to Cote, that's where you get pink eye. I wish I could be like, no, it's not, who cares? But if I don't know what it is, like, you twist me up like a toy, and I'm like, it fucking drives me nuts.
Did you even know?
You made me. Will you watch me? No, I'm not eating another edible. First of all, I made 4 edibles now.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I ate 2 of these, which are awesome. I've had a couple of different kinds of these.
The blue ones.
The blue ones are good. I had the red ones, the orange ones. I've had all of the colors. And then we had another kind, which is on tape. I took 4. Don't look at me like that. You don't. I was the only one who took mushrooms with you yesterday.
Huh?
I was the only one who took mushrooms with you. Yes, I
All of the restaurants.
yeah, he did, but no one else at the table did. Yeah, he was. He was having a good time, but no one else at the table did.
There's still one pussy fight.
So why I get no credit? How many edibles can I take?
Listen, how many pounds of potatoes will you eat before you die?
What the fuck does that even mean?
How many chocolate bars will you eat before you die? How many fucking steaks
Yeah,
will
but
you eat
I'm
before
not
you
dying
die?
tonight.
Listen, it's all in moderation. You gotta eat some steaks, you gotta eat some mushrooms.
How is
It's a balance.
300 milligrams moderation? I've had
Listen,
moderation.
bro, we're going into the holiday season. Okay? As of Tuesday, it's like, what's that song they sing?
The 12 days of Christmas.
Yeah. We're 2 days away from it. That means you're on fucking, that means you're on different modes now. Now you can smoke that joint. Now you can have that extra drink. It doesn't matter. Nobody's judging. Everybody's happy that it's the holidays. We made it for the year. You know, whether you're broke, you're fucking rich, you don't have money, you're getting by. It's fucking Christmas. And you know what? The best Christmas I've had is when I'm broke. And those are the ones that you dig deep. Somebody shows up at Boston Market Turkey. You bump into somebody got a Xanax in the bottom of that trunk. Somebody else has a joint. They grandmother left over there. You're like, look, at 7 o'clock I had nothing. Now I got fucking this, that, and that. It's not what I wanted, but it's what God gave me. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like do you have like a drug advent calendar that you do? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's just a different every. What do you mean? How? Because it's the Christmas season, we take more edibles every day?
It's over.
What is that?
You put the work in all year.
Yeah, but we don't
You
get a
put the
month
work
off.
in. You dealt with drama. You moved. You had a hell of a year. That's it. It's fucking militant, bitch. Okay? And it starts.
So the last 3 weeks of the month, I'm just done.
Listen, I got something coming in that's big. I'm in Scarface. We have a big mule coming in. Big. We got a mule coming in. And that mule's going to take us straight to the fucking 31st. So this choo-choo breaks down. And then you ain't going to see me. I'm going to do those NAD shots. Like 100 milligrams to get my cellular fucking motor going
I have
back.
no idea what the fuck you're
I'm
doing.
gonna,
What's an NAD?
I'm going to sit in that red light therapy and get myself cells.
Oh, you cheated all the time.
And then I'm back like herpes.
Yeah, but you cheated.
What cheat?
Every time in LA, you'd be like, listen, I'm not high at all. And then you do, if I froze and did the therapy and sweat, and I was just sitting there with nothing.
No, you wouldn't sweat it. You were just throwing edible juice on top of
First of
edible
all,
juice, on top of carnita fries. You know, it wasn't good.
Yeah, but I
You gotta sweat that shit out. You gotta go in that. Like when I go in the red light sauna, that's it. That means I clean my skin. It's like going to confession. Everything that's bad is out of you, especially if you worked out that day. You got the salt out of you. You got the fatty issues. You go home, you wash that sweat off your fucking body so it doesn't go back in your body. And now that's
it goes
it.
back in your body.
If you leave that disgusting sweat on your body with the toxins that came out, eventually the toxins are going to go back in. So you want to go home and wash your pussy, fix your hair nice, scrub a dub, your pores are open. Now it's when you do the loofah. You loofah your asshole, I kill that hemorrhoid, I do the hammer, that's it. My hemorrhoid is down to this now. It was like this from the antibiotics, and it was like a trap door. It was like fucking, I swear to God, I had a shit and then take the thing and pull it to the side. You would hear, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
But then, and you refuse to get preparation H.
Because how embarrassing is it to go to CVS and go, where's the preparation H? And then, if not, now you got to figure out how to get that tube up your ass,
First of all,
which is embarrassing.
It's not that. First of all, how big is the CVS? You can just walk around. Second of all, I only had one hemorrhoid in my entire life, which is surprising. But
We got like 3 stars.
yeah, I got more than
What's
3.
the difference? It's
I
die
have
and
to stick something
hemorrhoid.
up my ass for a
What's the
sty.
difference? It's die and hemorrhoid.
Because you have to stick something up your ass, and I don't
No,
pull something up my asshole.
it's a sty. It's a
Yeah, it's
hemorrhoid.
gone in 4
That's a
days.
little hemorrhoid on your
It's gone in 4 days.
And why? Because you touched that table like cocaine. That little Asian leftovers from Wuhan, and you put it in your eye. That's why.
Oh, but then stick something
No
up your
racism
asshole.
here. I'm just stating the facts. What?
It's not racist if it's facts. Fucking, it's actually my favorite bottle that I've seen ever. Like the one time I had a hemorrhoid, that little tip of the preparation H thing, it goes, you don't even feel it.
That's what they always tell you. That's what they tell Jamie. That's what they tell fucking whatever Jamie Foxx. That's what they tell them all. You're never gonna feel nothing. Nobody will
I know
know.
when it's sticking up your ass.
My phone's in my room. Yeah, nobody's gonna know nothing. Next thing you know, you're in the hospital. You got stitches in your ass. You know, you're fucking looking around your room. You go, what the fuck happened to me?
And wait,
Because don't even tell me that. Why would I drug you unless I'm gonna do something to you? Jamie Foxx got fucked up, dog. They must have fucked that motherfucker up. He was like fucking Jesus. Don't you go down there messing with them Jews without no money. You know, think about it. He went to a Diddy party. He was on a commission for like 3 fucking weeks. He was twitching for like 2 weeks. That's deep. That's a roofie and a half. That's one of those German, Russian roofies. That's one of those Holocaust roofies.
So he was saying this happened recently? Because I remember when he went to the hospital.
Yeah, he went to the hospital. It came out. Now, supposedly there's stories that he called me. I don't know. I don't know. I just hear little things. I don't read because whatever the fuck they put on there is bullshit. Right. Whatever they put on is bullshit. You know, Twitter has become X. What?
It's called X now.
I'm out. X. You go on Twitter, it's Alex Jones saying that we're going to get killed on January 20th. They're going to spray 2 more viruses on us. It's become, instead of fun Twitter, there's that one chick still sucking dick on Twitter. God bless her. There's one girl that is skinny. She's got the ass of a bone like that. She looks like a tripod. She sucks a dick this fucking big. Black BBC, that's her fucking code name. What's BBC? Like
Big black cock.
Yeah, oh, she sucks dick in England for that radio station.
And wait, you know this is because you follow her, right? There's more.
No, she just appeared. I'm like, I follow somebody who sucks dick. An 11-year-old.
I don't get anyone sucking big black cocks on my
This chick, dog, this chick, there's 2 of them. I have a chubbier one that fucks Marines and shit. She just goes to all these young Marines, and she's like 40, and she fucks all of them. She puts pictures. She got abs. It's all fake. The ass is fake. The abs are fake. The other one, I forget what her fucking name is. Dog, every other day she puts pictures up. They meet other girls. They just go to a hotel room. She fucking fucks her fans from PayPal. They send like an email. They have to send like a medical exam. And she'll fuck you. She'll meet you in a hotel room.
Wait, they pay on PayPal or what do you mean PayPal?
The other one, where people go.
Oh, like OnlyFans?
OnlyFans.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, like how much does it cost to fuck somebody?
All right, hold on. We got to go to a message from our sponsor. We'll be back right back. The conversation is heating up. Lee needs to take another ad. We'll be right back. Hey, Uncle Joey here. I know, it's the holiday season. It's a stressful time of the year. But chill out. Via has premium THC and THC-free gummies that'll get you through the holidays and into the new year. Whether you want to get more rest, boost your mood, or just get high and eat like a motherfucker, Via has what you need. Listen, I just took 2 of these green boys, and I've been ready to rock all night, okay? The blue ones are good, too. They'll put you on a different planet. Via is organic, vegan, the only lifestyle hemp brand out there. They even have THCA flowers, soothing tropicals, and calming drops that are all crafted with highest quality hemp and sourced, trusted, independent, owned American farms. Do me a favor, this holiday season, give yourself with peace of mind. Via, if you're 21, check out the link to Via and in our description. Press in the code Joey, J-O-E-Y, to receive 15% off. Who takes care of you like Uncle Joey and Lily? Nobody. They'll ask you where you heard about it. You don't. You don't. Uncle Joey and Lee sent you that. This holiday season, enhance your everyday with Via. Okay? Anyway, we're talking about it. I have no idea. Fucking one of the producers just found a piece of gum on the bottom of Gumshoe over here. He's like a detective from the 60s. They all have like a nail in their shoe and a piece of gum. That's why they call them Gumshoe.
Is that why?
I don't know.
I always step in. Do you ever walk around and think you step in shit?
Like, not really.
No.
I look at the floor to make sure I don't step in shit, okay?
How often are you looking at the ground?
The whole time. First of all, I'm old. I'm always looking at the ground because I might fall. I could fall at any fucking minute. My balance is tip top. But I gotta work.
Really? What do you do to work on your balance?
You do strength exercises so you don't fall. You know, my bones get weaker now. You listen to this lady, that sexy lady who talks about your health all the time, Patrick. Whatever, I fucking love her. The other day she said, by the time you're 75, you're like 3% of your muscle. If you start lifting in your 40s and 50s, you'll build a reserve. So when you're 75, muscle is the whole fucking thing. Protein is the whole thing. You ever see when you're 80 and you're soggy, you're not going to live that long. You know what I'm saying? You got to be tip-top.
What does soggy mean?
You know, not soggy.
Like just they look soggy?
Like the way I look. I'm soggy.
You don't look soggy.
But the way harder you work, you have that muscle. You know, it goes off. Sarcopenia is when your bones start to lose. You know, so it's easier to break bones and shit. So that's why you try to stay around. When I box, I always work on my balance, my footwork, you know. I go to boxing class because there's numbers. Now, I know, listen, the amount of drugs I took, and, you know, trauma and hits to the head and nose, there's going to be dementia. You have to expect it at our time right now. So, no, everybody else gets it. It's in fucking milk, it's in carrots. I don't know what the fuck it is.
I don't think
But every time you talk to your grandfather, he don't remember you. And this is more, when I was a kid, everybody remembered everybody. Everybody remembered that. They could be 100. Oh, you little fucking Nicky from the bottom of the corner. You used to throw snowballs at the birds. You know that.
Oh my God.
Now you go see these people and they're like, who are you? Who am I? I put the bathrooms in this joint.
Who am I? Oh my God. I was just going to ask you something.
Who are you asking?
Times harder than a diamond, about 70 times stronger than a diamond.
No, we were talking about something.
10,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
You don't remember what we were talking about?
Not really.
It is in poetry.
Oh,
as very
Rhonda
thin coatings or windows.
Rhonda
tiny windows.
Because you've worked really hard the last couple of years. You were talking about sleep, and that's like probably the worst thing I have right now.
Me too.
I'm
It's
just
killing
not
me.
sleeping
No.
at all.
You're up at 8 in the morning. You're doing, listen, sorry to tell you. I'm very sorry to tell you. When you do comedy, you don't sleep. Seems like the hours just don't add up. Because in your mind, you're like, oh, I got to be at work at 8. You know? 8 comes quick when you go to bed at 12. 12. And if you go to bed at 12, 3 nights, already you're carrying that tiredness for Thursday. Like 2. But our thing makes you want to get on stage. You got to get on stage. You got to get better. You got to try this joke. So now, how many times do you go out and go, I'll be home by 10, and you walk in at 2 in the morning? You never come home at the time you're going to think. And that's why comedy has no, you know, that's why once you decide to quit your job, to become a professional, then you sleep at, you know, you don't have to get up till 9 or 10 then. But again, you don't want to ever get up and miss a call at 9. Somebody, you know? So that was my word. Like, even if you snorted coke till 6, you don't snort coke till 6. Go ahead. In fact, I'll give you an extra package. Snort it till 7. But you gotta be up at fucking 9. And that's something that you can't put on alarm for. You have to do it. You have to go, listen, I snorted till 7:30, I ate ass. I gotta get up at 9 with those fucking sheets coming on. Because if somebody gets up before me and they see those sheets and they submit, they might get that wrong. Yeah. This goes back to basketball, George. George just practicing basketball. I'm sitting here at a wedding with my mom. Fuck you. George is getting better. I'm not.
And here are.
It's, you have to think like that.
And that's the truth. That's it. When you're doing that type of, when you're a comedian, an artist, you're starting a business. I love these people that start a business when they want to go to Europe. Go to Europe. Good. I can't wait till your employees rob the shit out of you.
Right.
Can't wait. Can't fucking wait. Can't wait. There's no vacation. There's no, the kids want to go to Disneyland. Fuck the kids. This summer they work. They work at the fucking plant. You know, and that's the problem. People forget that you got to watch. You got to stay on top of your game. You got to stay on top of your shit. And I don't know about you motherfuckers, but I'm to an age right now that I was talking to somebody Friday, and they said to me, Joey, you fucking stiff me last week. And I go, what do I mean? They go, you remember we were talking on the phone? And you shouldn't have called me back that night. I go, my brother, you think I really fuck? I go, first of all, shame on you for sitting at home and waiting for me to call you. If I think I'm going to call you Thursday by 7, and fucking, you know, I come home and now my daughter's got braces and her teeth hurt. That's it. That's it. But I don't remember Thursday at 8. And I go, you really think I would blow you off? Because I didn't know my feelings. I go, and what about you? You can't pick up the phone and go, Joey, weren't we meeting? Oh, I didn't want to bother you. Bother me. If I fucking told you I'm going to do something, guys, I don't have it anymore. I don't have time. Nick and I were talking yesterday about all this shit in the news. You have to decide when you're my age on what you want to retain. You need to retain anything that they talk about CNN. Why are they still talking about Carolinas? Why are they still talking about all this shit 3 weeks later? Do I want to retain this? Is that what you want to do? Retain this? Important. That's like I was telling my brother George. Everybody wants to fucking help charities and shit, right? Right? Everybody's always, I donated to the blind. I donated. Meanwhile, you got a grandmother that's barely making the money. Why don't you mind your business? Stop being a good guy for people and be good to your fucking grandmother. We got a community around us. And that's what we, you know, it's always, and that's part of our problem. We're nice people. We think about other people and shit. But at the same time, I think, what's that thing? You know, you believe there's something on my computer. Well, you don't have enough memory, Joy. Well, guess what? That's what's going on now. You don't have enough memory to retain, and that's not just going on to me, guys. That's happening to you guys. You just don't know it. I mean, you're old enough, and I'm old enough, my brother George. We didn't have this much information. We had ABC, NBC, CBS. Fox was a pimping on that. They didn't talk about nothing. The first show they had was The Simpsons and Leguizamo, House of Bucket. Nobody remembers Fox. Then they got America's Most Wanted and Married with Children. But, you know, they weren't. We had 3 ways to get news. And if you want to know what happened in North Bergen or New York City, you got to watch Eyewitness News or 12 and 9. 12 and whatever. Now, we have 30,000 fucking news apps. You go on the computer, you got Yahoo, this, that, Forbes, Bob, Beep, Bob, Boop. Not to mention, when I was a kid, I watched Happy Days. I watched The Walkers. That's 2 days a week. Every fucking night. You gotta fucking find a different streaming service. Remember your fucking code. Yeah. How much shit can you put on your mind before your mind finally goes, it's the law of diminishing returns? You know, that's why you have to do shit. Now you have to read about stuff you could do. Like they say, turn off the computer at night. They say, turn off. Bro, when I got up in the morning, I would not look at that cell phone. It's not, nothing is good news on that cell phone. Nothing in the morning. You have your coffee, you look out your window, look at that bird. I don't care if you look at the Russian guy pushing the garbage into his backyard. It's a lot better than really what's on Yahoo first thing in the morning.
Do you ever feel like you're addicted to your phone?
No, not like that.
And because you had addiction problems, like you never feel, because I do 1,000%. I spend way too much time on my phone, and it's not even like I feel the urge, but it's just about, if there's ever a second of like just silence, you just reach for the phone.
Listen, in today's society, everybody's addicted to the phone. Everybody complains about people being addicted to the phone. I have a family, and I hang out with other kids with families. And this is what you see when you go to a restaurant. You see the kids rip out the phones, but then the parents rip out the phones. So we have no leg to stand on.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
The phone was a very great invention, but the more you have a phone, you're like, this wasn't a good idea.
It was good.
This was not a good idea. Because now you have, like, when I call you on your cell phone, I don't know about you, I expect to get you on your cell phone. If I call your house, you're in the shower washing your pussy, you're somewhere, you're at the bodega, whatever the fuck you're doing. If I call you, when we call your cell phone now, we expect for you to pick up that fucking cell phone. It's in your pocket. Every time I see you, you're on there.
Went over to England.
Right? Every time you see anybody.
Back the same weekend. They flew me in and out.
But then when you call them, they're not around.
Number of their execs. And they were
Dog,
very
it's the worst thing in the world.
I
Because I feel like I gotta pick. It's on me. It's
Right.
fucking on me, guys.
You know it is.
It's on you. So this could be anybody. This could be your daughter. This could be. But there's so many other things on the phone that the way Instagram, it's taken away. Like, you know, Nick and I were talking about specials yesterday. Who watches a whole hour?
Very,
You know, we listen to long podcasts because we have to drive a truck or deliver UPS. Or
But it
whatever.
could take someone. This is gonna be like what, 90 minutes? This could take someone, in theory, a few days to listen to. You know, when they're driving back and forth or doing something. Some people listen to 7 a day, but it's
I
the
don't
phone
lose
great.
the 7 a day. I pick and choose. You know, if I see someone good guest, I want to see you something.
No, but you don't have the lifestyle to listen to 7 a day. There's
No.
definitely people who do.
And I would.
No, you wouldn't?
No, because it's like Sunday football. I would love to be able to sit there from 12:30 and sit there till 10 o'clock at night. Oh, I ate too many wings. Yeah, this is what you do every fucking week. I can watch the first quarter of the 1 o'clock game, the first half, okay? Then I like to go for a ride.
You always say this. What do you do on this ride?
I call you. I call anybody who missed a call. I call somebody I have to check in with. I call my agent. I call my other agent. You don't know. It's Sunday. You're getting ready for fucking Monday, Jack.
So, and
The fuck? Sunday's the Lord's Day. But that's till about 1 o'clock, right? Then you watch a little football, and you take your little nap, you smoke some pot, you give the wife the step, you take a shower, you get up. It's whatever, Disney or whatever they used to have when we were kids, the show with the animals. Now, I watch a little 60 Minutes, and in between that little break, between the 8:20 game and whatever, I'll go in the notebook and get your week going. Come on. It's Sunday, motherfucker. You got a clear head. Let's go. What are we doing? I called Terry in. What are we doing this week? Because I don't have my schedule. Like, I had a complete schedule last night, and she dropped games on me this week and practices. And, no.
But why do you? I think the drive is interesting because I like driving, but like, why not just make those calls at home?
Because I have a wife and a kid, and I love my wife to death. But I told you this a couple weeks ago. I could be sitting there all morning playing fucking Wheel of Fortune. DraftKings have like some casino thing, and I'll go on it. I'm losing. I lose like $40 in dollar bills, you know. Right? I used to take 50 and play $50, and then if I win, I get the points. I'm a fucking, you know. I'm down to my $48. I just hit a jackpot. That's what my wife shows up. As I'm hitting the 3 wheels. You know how many times she does this? Every fucking day. I could sit downstairs just writing for 25 minutes, not hear a fucking peep. And all of a sudden I go, it's 10 o'clock. I gotta call Nick, I gotta call this guy, I gotta call this guy, I gotta call my agent. And that first fucking call, here she is. Now she has to put a load of laundry. She could have done it all morning. Then it's upstairs. Then she forgot to bring the stock down. So that's another trip down. Then, what are you doing? Then you get that, what are you doing? And then they go up again. And then there's another load down, up and down. So that's why in the mornings I do everything I do. She leaves for work. I eat breakfast. I wash my pussy. I'm out of the house by 9:15. I walk into that gym and I ride the bike for 30 minutes. I do like a hip workout. I got all the way up to 12 now. I stretch. Depending on what my day calls for, I either stay there or I go to the boxing gym. But in between that, I park in the corner of my parking lot. I get a bottle of water, a pack of nicotine gum, and half a number. And I call all you motherfuckers. And that's how you do it, so nobody can bother me. Nobody has to ask me a question. You've been here for an hour. You've been sitting in that chair for about an hour. An hour you've been sitting in that chair. And all of a sudden, I got to make a call. And now you want to talk about fucking Tuesday of next week or whatever. And it never fails. I love my wife. I'm very fortunate that she goes up and down, up and down. I could be unfortunate. I don't have a wife that goes up and down, up and down. But at the same fucking time, it never ends. Mercy is a half a pain in the ass, maybe a quarter. She's not bad at all. Okay. Mercy's like a father. This is what I gotta tell you. Now, if you're not loud, I don't want to say this. I'm going back up to my room. My wife, again, last night. Terry, did you see that? I didn't see it. I'm going to bed. Okay. So she says going to bed. Bed doesn't come out of her mouth. I already pop up from my chair and walk towards my office. That means good night.
Anyway,
I sit at my desk. I turn the computer on. 4 or 5 minutes pass. She's still. She just told me she's going to bed. Then I see her walking, and all of a sudden, as she's about to go up the stairs, something happens on the TV, and she looks at it. For another 2 minutes. You know, I'm sitting there ready to fucking write a novel, ready to write jokes, ready to get the party started. And then she'll come in and tell me something. Like, did I tell you about that? When I was a kid, they insulted me the other day. I thought you were going to fucking bed.
There are 8 levels underneath the airport tarmac there.
Again, I could be sitting on the chair, like this, with my feet up, no fucking socks, no sneakers on. I got the blanket, I got the cat.
If this was instantly turned there, I get 30 or more million.
I got a TV to do. It's 4:30. I got nothing else to do. I already did everything I had to do. I'll be sitting.
Yeah, there's a number of them.
They do. There's my wife. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Starbucks and then I'm gonna stop at Labodi's. Okay. Lovely. See you in a while. You hear the garage door open. You hear the garage door close. I pull my phone out and we call Nick. First minute, the garage door is opening up. Oh, I forgot my cell phone. Dog, you have no idea. Like, I would never lift my hand to my wife, but when she comes back, she forgets her cell phone or something like that, my blood pressure, and I told her, from now on, when you forget something, don't come back. Because now my mind is onto a different headset. It's like when I go, yo, Lee, I'll meet you at Rudy's at 7:30. Right? Okay.
Al Bielek has been on these
What was I going to say? I forget.
And what would like change your mindset?
Oh, okay. I text you. Are you hungry? And you text me, yeah. And I go, 7:30 Rudy's. And you say, yeah. That's the end of the conversation.
Right?
Don't text me again. That's it. Don't hit me in 10 seconds. Because once I put that phone in my pocket and that phone hits again, and I pray the same league, because then I got to say something to him. It's usually somebody else. If it's that person again, like I have a buddy I call, and it's, you can't text him. Because it's yes, no, bye. All of a sudden you get 4 fucking more texts. 1 every 4 minutes to really aggravate me. Like that, and then it takes a breather. And it takes a breather. I'm fucking ready.
I thought you used to be upset with just voicemails. Like, you're at a new level of like,
Oh, I'm telling you, it's over. I don't have the patience for the nonsense no more. You know, I go to a restaurant. It's my favorite fucking restaurant.
right?
I go in there for a year. Nobody talks to me. Obviously, I become friends with some of the patrons and the owners. I really like them.
This fellow right here with the hat.
When the place has, like, every time the place is packed, and I'm talking to the owners, 5 kids, the place will be 3 deep at the bar. The DJ will be back there. They listen to that Jersey music, that fucking and all these Jersey housewives. I'm international, you know. It's some fucking chick who's telling you she's a gypsy. It's all bullshit. And they're dancing back there. That's also like 5 kids. And for years, we take a picture. Listen,
Average cost
do me a
17
favor.
to 31 billion.
And they just don't understand that. They don't understand that it's not that I'm being a dick. Yeah, this is the problem. I have 200 other idiots in that. You 5 idiots are going to come over and take a picture with each of you. You're going to give me the same ear beating. We love Rogan. Okay, and then you're going to walk away. And you're happy. You got your little fucking picture. Now, guess what? Well, this fucking person I was telling my life story to, now, our night is ruined.
Anybody over here?
Because everybody who saw me taking the pictures with you is going to come up to me and say, you on your way home? I'm getting tortured to the point where, in the back of my mind, I go, why do I even go
I
out?
want to know exact location.
Really, it's that much?
There's certain nights where you go there, and it's older people, they don't bother you. There's certain nights you go in, I went at Green's New Mercy after Wicked. I'm tripping on fucking mushrooms. Yeah, I'm out of water. I gotta pee. I go, let me go in there. I go in there, 2 kids, right away. Midnight. Hey, Joe Diaz, no, I'm Aaron Rodgers. Come on, you look like Mr. Diaz. I mean, dog, I know. I shook both hands and said, not right now with my daughter. Plus, I'm tripping on mushrooms. Anybody else would say, thank you. What made you move to New Jersey? Are you still doing comedy? When are you going to be on Rogan? I just fucking tell you. Hey, guy. Look at my eyeballs. They're spinning like the inside of a fucking Wheel of Fortune. From the mushrooms and from seeing a black chick that's green and wicked. I'm still fucking annoyed. And fucking, you want to come up to me and ask me these dumb questions at midnight. Meanwhile, they're coked up. That's the problem. They're really, and you can tell they're not ready for coke. These are 2 little bags. They're still on the vapor and level. Right? Oh my God, this vapor. Don't drink wine with it. Don't eat cereal with it. At least he's all the time. People give me edibles. And he's like, it's fucking Jamal. And then there's a guy that came there. I started an edible company. He's a really strong idiot. I was telling him the way here. He gives me a sheet. It's 100 milligrams. It's the 100 milligrams. Everybody who says it says it's the 100 milligrams strongest they've ever had in their life. Okay. Right in front of me. I took the thing out of my list. I just ate it. He got fucking pale. I was like, I don't want to be responsible. No. He goes, you should take these when you're home. You shouldn't take these when you need to drive. I called him 2 hours later. I go, listen, don't you ever call me again with that phenolic fucking attitude. What's the fucking wrong with you? He goes, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he was petrified. At least been there. Be careful. Be careful with that cookie. Okay, thank you for telling me this. Meanwhile, you've been smoking dope for 3 fucking years, Jamoki. Right.
And people are like, I'm surprised people still say that to you. For me, like, they just see me fucked up, and I get it. I am fucked up. But I'm also on, like, tonight, the 300 milligrams. If you give me a 10 milligram edible, I'm not going to feel it.
No.
So it's like,
And it's like 3 grams of mushrooms. That's an hour a tea for me. Like that, like come out, I look to see how much mushrooms I have. That's perfect, 3 grams. I'm like, leave this alone. Why even? This is a waste of. This will just be a little jiggle. This will bury you.
both have military bases.
This is a very irregular human being. I gave you 2.5 at that fucking that open mic, and you were like, it's getting hot there. I kept throwing ice cubes out of this shit.
There. You were going. That was a fun night. But yeah,
All those muscles hit us like a fucking right punch to the head. We were fucked up. Fucked up. I walked in there, Joey, look, not tonight, guys. Save your life story tonight. 2 guys, can you get me on Rogan? Some guy came up to me at the restaurant tonight. He's like, I don't need to bother you. But that's the best line I heard all year. What he goes, I was there, I had free the open mic, the big room with you, what up? And you're like, listen, I know. And he goes, you went up there and said, first of all, put your fucking phones away. I want to see your fucking phone. This is comedy. And you can see a lot of people's faces. Put your phones in your pocket. This ain't no secret agent. And number 2, I know your kid's very talented. He probably plays the bass at the school band. You know. But guess what? I can't get him on Rogan. So don't fucking ask. Because I had a bunch of those the last couple of months. I never told you.
no.
Oh, yeah, my kid's talented. He got a 4.0. Listen, I can't do nothing for you. I swear to God, I get those, and those are the best. I love you idiots. My husband just fell downstairs. They put some lady wrote me like a 2-page Facebook. My husband fell down the stairs. They put a metal cap on him. You know, he's getting fucking radio wet. I don't even know. I stopped that for a minute because, you know, and then I just look at the bottom. You can tell Mr. Rogan to call us. We'd love to explain what NASA did to my kid's eye. I go, listen, you know, it's if I call Joe and refer Lee, he won't put Lee on. But if he calls me and says, what do you think of Lee? And I go, Lee's great. But Lee, these people think that you can just call these people. Well, yeah, I had my friend's fucking wife never talk to me again. Because she wanted me to put a friend on. This book explains all the mysteries of life. You know, but she lives in fucking Burbank. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, one of the hardest, I laughed because we took some mushrooms yesterday and we were out to eat. And this person came up to you, and I don't know what the specific one, but I've heard it happen to you a few times. Someone's like, hey, I was just with so-and-so, and they really want you on their podcast. And I think it'll be great. We should set. And you're nicer than I would expect you to be. But, like, the idea of, like, I'm just so jealous of people who would have the balls to be like, hey, I get 100 views. I think Joey should be on this. Like, that's crazy. Like, people
don't know. People think you're going to go on that podcast and save it. They have no idea it's probably worse for your podcast. Because if you get that spike, what goes up comes down like a motherfucker quickly. So you always want to work it. And I tell people that. When they call me, I'm like, listen, here's the situation. First of all, you're in an hour where that's 2 hours out of my day. That's 2 plus the hour that we talk shit before we do it. And I know your neighbor's going to come over by mistake. Oh my God, it's Joey Diaz. I know. I already know. Before we even do this, I already know they're going to have a drop in. I'm have to talk to that fucking idiot for 10 minutes. You know, this is just a new And you look at it, you go, what is my benefit to 3.5 hours? Like, are you there for other comments? You're there for other podcasters. But I'm not doing it no more. You know, I got to take a nap at 3 o'clock. I go down in the afternoon for 45 minutes, 15 minutes, you know. Those days, now the end, I start smoking at 6:30. My daughter leaves at 7:10. I'm already high by 7:20 in the morning. What did you do today? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So it's, yeah, but I can't believe people would ask you to get.
Listen, that's part of the business. We used to ask people. Uncle Joey here yet again. If you can't hop on a plane to see your loved ones this holiday, the next better thing is to give them his Aura frames. Aura frames are the digital picture frames that are super easy to use. Just upload a picture of your family or whatever you got, videos directly from your phone to your frame. You can even order your frame online and preload it with photos and videos using the Aura app. So it'll be ready to go right away. Name number one, not number two. One. Digital photo frame by Wirecutter, and you can't go wrong with them. Listen, I love my frame. I gave it to my wife. She put a bunch of pictures in there, red people, I don't know, hillbillies, whatever she does. Now, with the unlimited number of uploads, and the Aura frames will be the gift that keeps giving. Why? Because you can look at your family and your loved ones day after day after day. So do yourself a favor. Save on the perfect gift by visiting Aura Frames right now. Right now, when you go to auraframes.com, save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off Aura's best-selling Carver matte frame. Beautiful. By using promo code Joey, Joey, at checkout. That's auraframes.com, promo code Joey. This deal is inclusive to listeners, so get yours now in time for the holidays. Your family's gonna love these frames. They're tremendous. My wife's been jumping up and down since she got them, so will yours. Thank you for supporting the Church New Testament, and don't forget, get your auraframes.com, promo code Joey. Okay? We were talking about something, how to get up and feed. And the bathroom. I told Lee, remember what we're talking about. Let me just go pee real quick. I'm in the bathroom, I didn't close the door, and I heard a lot of yakking out here. A lot more, you know, yakking and giggling and things moving and feet moving. They just can't leave shit where the fuck they are. I come out here, it was a long pee. But I come out here and all four of them, we don't know either. But yeah, he remembered. But these fuckers, you know. So now we learned our lesson. That's excessive information. We don't need it. I don't care. Listen, leave the fucking school how it is. Burn the fucking thing. If there's gum on his shoe, leave it there. He should have cleaned it off before. It don't matter. We dig, everybody? Now you understand where I'm coming from, you fucking animals? We only have so much space, like your fucking computer. It's over because the bullshit.
So that's why you have the rules that you have. We can also smoke a little bit less.
Smoke a little bit less what? Weed. I don't know. I don't smoke a lot of weed. No? I just smoke weed to prepare me. Well, you know, and I'm a positive guy. I wake up every morning going, it's going to be a fucking great day today. I'm going to stab a motherfucker. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to make some money. And there's always a curveball. And how we react to that curveball is how the rest of the fucking day goes. But after a while, you already know. Like, once you, I'm high when I go to the gym. I'm very high and I'm very calm. I slip in, I say good morning. That's it. I get on the bike. We always have ESPN on, which helps our cause, so I can pay attention to what happened. And I sit there and wait. Now I'm doing hits on the bike, which is 30 seconds of like 10, and then 30 seconds of 6, and then I go back up to 7. You know, I gotta memorize this shit. But then again, there's always that one person that wants to come over and start chit-chatting with me. You know how many times I almost die. I run out of oxygen. Because the thing, and I'm like, you gotta go. And then they want to stand here, which I got a fucked up left eye, whatever. So one time I got a little distraction, I'm getting vertigo. It's like when you're in a bar and the TV's there, people want to give you a headbeat. You got about 10 seconds. 10 seconds, because I'm not going to sit like this the whole afternoon.
Most people would just
we're at the bar. There's a bunch of women, there's a bunch of people. Everybody's watching football, and you gonna tell me a fucking life story. Now I gotta tell like this, don't fucking think about that shit. Nobody thinks about that shit.
Yeah, it does piss you off.
It's fucking like simple things. So, but I go to the gym, and by the way, today I went to the gym, nice gym. I love the people. But there's two people there, you know, they come in, you see Moana, they're 40 years old. They talk about Moana for a half hour. doing the thing. Moana 2, the DNC Moana 1. Are you fucking crazy? Moana? Jews are fighting in Syria. And you're talking about fucking Moana? Are you fucking crazy? It's a chatty gym. They're older. So it's a very, like, people will stop and talk to each other. They stop. They got like 2 seconds. What's up? And I don't insult them. I just keep working out while they're talking. I don't have the time. What do you want to talk about? We're in the fucking gym. You know, I don't know how many times. I don't think this happened to anybody like that. Have you been to a men's room lately? There's always a jerk off in there on the phone, but on the camera phone. What? Like talking to another jerk off. Yeah, I'm here, fucking Burger Brothers, and yeah, it's what? Like in the last month, 2 bathrooms I've gone in, there's 2 jerks, and men, not fucking kids, men on a fucking cell phone doing audio. Yeah, I told him that I'll pick him up after the game. Look, get that fucking video up. It's somewhere we just went to. Somebody had a fucking, maybe Jersey City, one of those places. I had to look at some video. You gotta get the camera out of the back. He was at the urinal with his dick in one hand, with his other fucking hand. Yeah, I can't do it. Now you want to ask me why I smoke dope. Anyway, listen, it was a fun podcast. Oh, we talked a lot of shit. We're high as fuck. And guess what, motherfuckers? The church is back, whether you like it or not. So we're here every fucking Tuesday morning, ready to rock you. Tell them where you at this week, Young Lee.
This week I'm with Josh Wolf in New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, the 11th through the 14th. Check it out, comedianjoshwolf.com. Newark, New Jersey, Red Bank, Newark, and Wilmington, Delaware, Eastern Pennsylvania.
And I'll be at the Stress Factory Wednesday night. It's sold out. Do not go to any of the sites and pay any amount of money more than $30. If you do, you're a fucking momo. And I'd be really upset with you. I want to thank all our sponsors, and I want to thank you guys for giving us another chance on Tuesday morning. And I want to thank Nikki Pork Chops for bringing some Fioris straight out of Hoboken. They've been there for how long? 80 years? 80 years. Jesus was there. What the fuck have you done lately? I want to thank the head technician, George Kolodinsky, and my brother, Nick McIntosh. Apples. You met that guy, Hugh Apples McIntosh. He was a gangster with the Columbus, but he couldn't be made because he was Irish. See, you always got something good on here. He died. I don't fucking know. What the fuck is wrong with you? I love you, cocksuckers. See you next week. What's happening, you savages? The Church New Testament today is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, some people want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Some people just want a big, strong, firmer dick. If you're ready to get it on this Christmas, you need Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that sends a chewable form of the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis at a huge discount, like your little helmet's going to get when you take Blue Chew. Just sign up on their website, talk to one of the licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll get your prescription within days. So, listen, I forgot my little package. I always have a little package with me. I take it on the way home so when mama's ready, but that's none of your goddamn business. The tablets are made in the USA. Shipped straight to your door. Not even the mailman knows what's going on. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. And Uncle Joe got a special deal for you today. Try Blue Chew. Lee, tell them. Free. Just pay $5 in shipping at checkout when you visit BlueChew.com. And I'll say it again. It's for free. Just pay me $5 for shipping at checkout when you visit BlueChew.com. Again, that's BlueChew.com to receive your first month on the arm. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. I also want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and making you guys into young Marines.
If they don't brainwash you, how do they brainwash 18,000 people that are working? Well, you sign this little piece of paper saying you work, you go to prison.
What's happening? You back, that motherfuckers, Uncle Joey here. With the Church of What's Happening Now, New Testament. It's December 17th, San Lazaro's birthday up in Cuba. Let's get this party started, Jack. It's a beautiful day to be alive. It's Tuesday, the 17th of December. The Church New Testament is brought to you by Liquid IV. Listen, the holidays are always a marathon, right? It's easy to forget the basics like staying hydrated. I don't know who does it, but keep Liquid IV on hand to get you through the holiday parties. You know what I'm saying? Liquid IV has 3 times, not 2, 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients to keep you going banging. Listen, it replaces nutrients lost by dehydration and has 100% of your daily value of vitamin B, B3, B5, and listen, all the Bs, B12. They got enough B in there. Forget about it. It's available in a ton of delicious flavors. And now, sugar-free. Let me explain something. That peach sugar-free has always been one of my favorites, okay? If you like Liquid IV, the flavor, now they got a raspberry something. Oh my God. Stop the presses. And it's easy to use. Just mix 1 stick of Liquid IV with 16 ounces of nice cold water. Shake that thing up. Olvídate. Stay hydrated through the holidays with Liquid IV. Get 20% off your first order of Liquid IV when you go to liquidiv.com. Again, liquidiv.com. Use code Joey at checkout. Joey. A lot of people, That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today with code Joey. Joey at liquidiv.com. Please support the show and get 20% off your next order.
Turn off your TVs, run for your lives. It's over. They didn't put you on this planet just to give up. But Uncle Joey can do it. I can rule the world. That's what you gotta be thinking.
And yet his curiosity.
What's up, you savages? Uncle Joe here with my little fucking friend Lee. He's got his feet up. He's waiting for somebody to bring him a Danish. Not tonight. You know what I'm saying?
I'd love a Danish on hot chocolate.
With a heavy sigh.
Anyway, it was a great week. I got out there. If you came to the Stress Factory, you saw Uncle Joey fucking throwing it down last week. I had a great time. Thank you very much for coming. This week we got nothing. We got the open mic down at Uncle Vinny's tonight. And that's it. And it's the holiday season. You gotta like cocksuckers. Go on YouTube. I make a comeback on the 26th. But what's up with you? Where were you last week?
I had my
Oh, that's right. I saw you Friday night.
Yes, you did. I had my first ever little mini road trip tour. It was awesome. It was really cool. I was in Red Bank, Wilmington, Delaware. I was in Newark, and then Eastern Pennsylvania.
Dog, I showed up with an ounce of shrooms. I left there with
0.
$2
It was almost you had stuff left.
2 grams.
You were just eating it like it was nothing. I ate it too.
Josh Wolf ate a piece of mushroom that was at least 8 inches long.
Oh yeah,
it looked like the thing in the Kentucky Fried Movie. When the guys, I don't know if you ever seen Kentucky Fried Movie. You guys are too young. It don't matter.
It looked like a dick.
It looked like a fucking dick with tremendous mushroom on top. I don't even know how I drove home. And I was like fucking pissing. Whenever I eat mushrooms, I gotta pee every day.
Yeah, you too.
Oh my God.
I pee nonstop.
I got home, there was pee all over my pants, my shirt. I just gave up. I just gave up. Listen, I got out of the car so many times. I gotta take the seatbelt off and then make sure nobody's looking, and I jump out, and the dick is ready to explode. And I had the bottom of my sweatshirt. I had to go home, throw the sweatshirt, the t-shirt. 62 years old, pissing this shit. But man, I couldn't stop fucking. It was a pissaholic. But then I went home and giggled by myself.
Really?
Oh, it was tremendous. I didn't see anything.
Now here's what I didn't know.
directed
Jo-
towards those
someone
who blamed
gave
the death
me,
of this creature.
like a
For the deaths
relaxation,
of all the slain animals we had
Relaxation.
found in recent months.
and it
And the
turned it
wider
off. I
falsehood
didn't
that
realize
their
that those
slaughter
turned
had been
mushrooms like
used to
off.
perpetuate
What kind of relaxation?
a lie
Allegedly,
fabricated
maybe
for
as a
purpose.
small one, like a tiny one. But I've never, I don't take those. So I had one, and then like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, I was still a little
I
high.
didn't, dog, listen, I
Any
ain't
other
gonna take one of those.
power.
But when I'm doing my mushrooms, I don't want it to stop.
I didn't
And that's
mean
the
for it to
problem
stop.
with them. I keep eating them.
The town of
To see if
Dulce
I
in New Mexico
Get back
did
to
not
that
come
level.
into
Nah,
existence
you have that
until the
level.
end of the
Relax, put them
19th
away for the
century,
night.
when
and
US
enjoy the day.
authorities
I heard
ordered
that's
the
what
local
mushrooms you have to, like,
Apache tribe
If I take a
set
gram
itself
tonight to
permanently
get the
in
same
their
amount, I have
place.
to take 2 tomorrow night.
The area's Native American
Yeah, but you're taking 8 a night.
complied with this
Yeah, but
instruction,
there's not enough.
listen, I didn't do
forming the
anything
Hickory
Friday.
Apache
And
Reservation.
then before Friday,
around which
I was
the
doing
town
those
would
little
eventually be
stiff not
established.
even, because I didn't have no mushrooms.
For
The,
the next
the
century and a
fucking-
half,
the
the
mules showed
inhabitants
up
of
on
this small
Friday.
backwater
Doing
community
some
would live their
fucking
lives in
tremendous.
relative
I am
peace.
set for
A
the
short
fuck bliss.
distance from
For
the
a
slopes
week,
of the
Santa
adjoining
Claus.
Archer
And
to
then my wife
Mesa.
put lights outside the house. White
There had
lights.
always
fantastic.
been
I
tales
went
of
outside.
quite
No,
strange
they're
and
fantastic. No,
associated
they're not.
with
Not when
region.
you
On mushrooms, you don't think
From
they're
weird
fantastic?
light
Oh,
anomalies
well,
witnessed in the
at
night
first, I
sky
thought the police were out
to
there. I
Bigfoot
didn't know.
creatures seen
I'm like,
over the
wow.
scroll.
Fuck, I didn't know. Would I
But by
cut
the late
somebody off?
1970s,
And then I looked up.
the looming
It's
shadow
beautiful.
cast by this
I went
towering
outside.
mountain peak
You know,
began
my eyes
to
got
take
all
on a
bigger.
sinister
One of those
connotation.
fucking, one of those shots that people
discovery
do
of
with
a
their eyes
series
get
of
all
Oh,
bizarre
Jesus Christ, what are those called?
Botox or something like that.
They're not Botox, but I know what you're talking about. When you're getting like your eye tested.
Oh my God, my eyes were fucking huge.
Oh,
Insisting
I
that
love that
someone
shit.
or
Like, one
something
time,
was slaughtering
I
their
was-
livestock.
Like I don't drive on mushrooms, but I love being in a car when I'm on mushrooms at night. With the,
But after
especially because they have big
visiting
windshields
the
now, and you just drive.
the
And you just stare.
investigator often
Like
returned
people,
to his
you think you were
superiors
giggling at me because I
far
just
more
kept staring at my
questions than
cup
answers.
while Josh was on stage. I don't
He
know.
pour his soda,
Only one
He
animal
would
in the
take
herd
the
which
soda
was
and go,
targeted had been affected.
and then he put it down and he look at it like a glass of wine.
Came to the
And I'm sitting there watching
this
this. I'm like, what's going on with this fucking
You know exactly what was going.
Key sense
on. I
of
just
the organs
watched
had
it.
been removed from the
You were looking at it like,
carcasses.
you know, when these
There were
fucking white
never any
people look at a glass of
indications
wine,
that the flesh had been
the
consumed
idiot
by
comes around and gives that
potential
little,
attacker.
and the guy looks at it. Oh my
In
God, it's
fact,
bold. Just
These
fucking,
bodies
just
would remain
fucking drink
untouched
the
by
thing, okay?
scavengers for weeks after
Those
the
people
event.
annoy the fuck out of me.
You never do that with any wine?
Listen, if you do it at my table, you get thrown out of the table. I don't want no creepy people
The
with a fucking
reports
thing
submitted by Officer
coming
Valdez
over, making
also
believe like we know what
highlighted
we're
the lack
doing.
of
What about the guy? He has that little cup on his neck that he
Yeah,
walks
I don't
around
know
with.
that guy. People spitting in it.
offering
You know, you gotta pay me to have a tub that people. And what is that? Oh,
Due
because
to
they
the discovery of
cleanse their
shattered
palate
bones
with
in
lip.
some cases,
Yeah, they don't want to get fucked up.
his
So
suggestion
next
that
time you see a
bodies
guy,
had
say,
been
swallow my
brought
load,
into
spit it
light
out.
was
When I come back
somewhat
tonight.
questioned over its It soon became
Swallow the
apparent
guy
that
that
his
cuts up his-
superiors,
Anyway,
Officer
the fucking
Valdez,
big
had
topic,
no
you know,
fixed agenda
listen, I don't give a
and was
fuck,
not promoting any theory
is
in
the
particular.
drones over New
regarding
Jersey.
the
Yeah,
deaths
where
They're
the
of
right by
animals.
my fucking house. And I'll tell you what, I haven't
Instead,
looked up in the sky one
his
time. I don't give a
reports
fuck.
simply
I have
documented
drones in
everything
my
he
head. You know what I'm
encountered
saying? Fucking, I walk around with drones. I do that
demonstrated that he
mushrooms,
had
edibles,
discounted all
reefer all
almost
day.
obvious
Well, I'm gonna look up like
explanations
a. My
But
mother told me don't look up
situations
and
would
somebody
soon
always stab you.
unfold,
Don't look up.
setting
It got
in
nothing to
motion
do
a
with you.
chain of events.
Well, what would
which
you
would
have done
crush any hopes the
if you had,
investigator
like, if this was, like,
had in
Coke
maintaining
days
a calm
and you saw
rational
drones flying over? Like,
assessment
I'm gonna
of the
fucking
incidents?
dump that fucking coke in the toilet, wait for an hour, and then got out there and thrown a bunch of rocks at that motherfucker.
During the summer
and then
of
I think they
1986,
arrested some guy. I don't know if it was in Jersey or not. but then, like, Walmart is delivering with drones now, and this dude, I think maybe it's Florida, didn't like this older dude. They fucking shot it.
You can't fuck with old people with a drone. So
What would you do if you ordered something and a drone delivered to your house?
I would shit my pants, especially if I didn't know the drone was gonna fucking deliver it. Send me anything. A black chick with one leg, I'll take anything. I'll help her crawl up the fucking stair, a little midget without a shoulder. I'll take anything.
Without a shoulder and a leg?
But don't say no. Let the midget have a leg and he's just balance.
Oh, thank you.
You'll never see a one-legged midget. They put a fucking fake leg on them right off the bat because they got no balance with that big head. That big head symbols, it's all over. But the shot, it's like it's like that Roman building. What is that?
Oh, the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Yeah, it's always leaning.
The bright
Oh,
light
I
before
feel like
them
I have the
began to
midget head.
diminish,
My head's huge.
revealing
I
a
can't-
metallic
Anyway,
structure.
let's talk about the drones. I don't want to insult you.
All right.
You,
Two
No.
small figures then
No, there's
slowly
only
made their
15
way
years
down
of that
into the
recorded.
walkway.
You don't want to
Before
insult
they
me
set
finally.
off on
just like
foot
the episode
in
of
the
Zombo
direction
when he was
of
on the
the
Munsters.
couple.
Yeah.
And fucking
With a
Herman
frightened
Munster drank the
cry,
potion. He looked like Zombo.
Julian's husband had
And there
grabbed
was
her
3
by
little
the
kids in his
shoulders,
house. And he went up to one little kid. He
pulled her
goes,
into
"Oh,
his pickup
what do you think?"
and frantically attempted
The
to
kid listened.
start the
My
engine.
parents told me never to say bad things
She
to people.
continued to stare back in terror.
That's what I
With the
just
two
felt like right
squat
now.
figures slowly
I
advancing
appreciate it. You want to talk
from
about the
vehicle
drones?
as the
Huh?
engine
You want to talk about the drones?
Listen, there's nothing to talk about.
It was
I mean,
only when
people
the strip
every-
of rangers were mere
every-
meters away
this is the
from
shit that
rear of the
baffles me.
truck,
Okay.
reaching out as if to
Like,
take
every
hold of
night, I'm a fucking idiot.
that the motor
I
suddenly
believe
fired
something
into
else. They're going
life
to tell me something I
and
want to
allowed the
know.
couple
No.
to escape.
People are concerned all over New Jersey.
Later that night,
You know,
having
they're
decided not to
planning. No, they're not.
report
They're
the
concerned that the
matter,
Giants are going to
the
win.
couple had gone
People
to
give a
bed,
fuck about the Giants more than the drones in
only for Julian
Jersey.
to
Oh,
awaken
Tommy
in the early
Pancakes,
hours
what's
of
his
the
name?
morning.
Tommy the
Tommy
quarterback.
DeVito?
Tommy Pizza
Strange
Foot Cake. They
sensation.
almost killed him yesterday.
I think it's chicken.
Let him go
Down
home.
to the
Poor
bottom of her
Italians. Like they
bed.
what? Hey, Tommy
She could see
DeVito, how you
two
doing?
shadowy
Good morning.
figures.
Listen,
Identical to those she had witnessed
it's not going to
emerging from the
happen.
strange
They almost took his
craft
fucking head off.
earlier that
Did you
night.
see him? They asked him, "Where do you live?" Not my mother's basement.
Suddenly,
He didn't know
realizing
where the
she could
fuck he
feel her
was.
sheets being
Come
pulled
on.
off the bed
You
to
know,
expose
they
her
don't
lower
care.
body.
Jersey people
Julian
are walking
attempted
around
to
like
scream,
Sunday, and that's what I would have done.
But
I would have
nothing
landed
more
one
than
of
a
those drones
hoarse and raspy sound
in Giant
emerged
Stadium.
from her
All those
mouth.
fucking momos are there, and
This
watch them
quiet
run out of
whimper,
there
however,
with that
being
poor Tommy
sufficient to awaken
Pizza,
her
whatever they
sleeping
fucking they call
husband,
them.
Oh my god.
at which
I
point
need
the
this
two
shit in my
figures
life now.
immediately
That must suck
vanished.
being the hometown kid and having it not
When
go
He was a
well.
questioned
bartender.
further by
It's like,
federal agents who had been
It's like
tasked with
he was like
attending the
fucking
incident,
whatever. He was a bartender. And they
Julian
called
claimed
him,
the existence
and
of
everybody
these
from
entities
Jersey
was
got all
common
excited.
knowledge
He's a
amongst the
bartender. They're
native
gonna kill him.
community.
They're gonna
She
fucking
even
kill
went
him.
as far to
For
describe a
deciding-
large hole
No,
deep
because
into
he's
the
not
mountain
big.
face,
He's not.
hidden
Oh,
away
they're
much
gonna okay.
further
The other
up the
team. I
slopes
thought you
of the
meant like the
mesa.
fans were
And
gonna
he's
kill him.
Italian. He's got heart.
Creatures
But
Right.
used to access the
I don't know if you
surface.
saw the NFL lately.
Yeah, you need more than hard against
I watched the
6'6".
game the other day. It was like
Around the
9 of
same
1,000
time,
black
the
people. They were flying
investigators
through the
received
air.
Jerry Julian's
It looked like the
statement.
Wizard of Oz. I don't know.
Separate
what
frames
the
of
fuck
a
they
possible
were playing.
alien
I don't
base
know.
concealed beneath the
Was it-
Archuleta
no,
Mesa
Miami,
were being directed towards
Houston,
the
Texas.
local authorities.
They were
Yeah.
flying through the air. I was like, look
Security
at that
staff at the
formation
Kirtland
and
Air
shit.
Force
And
Base
every
began to
time
receive
that
extremely
fucking tour,
detailed
the
allegations from
concussion
other
kid said, "Hi,
businessmen.
dog." It
Stating
was
that he had
night of
documented the
1,000
serious
brothers
activity
coming
over
from everywhere.
Gulf and
Jungle,
below the
ships,
mountain chain.
Africa. They were just flying over. It reminded me when the
Benowitz was
Bills
already well known
played
to the
Pittsburgh in
senior
like
officers at the
1993.
base. Following
Three.
reports, he'd submitted to
What
them
happened?
that
Fucking
strange
Machine
lights in
Gun
the
Kelly
sky above
was
his
the
home
quarterback.
in the Four Valleys
And
district of
Pittsburgh Steelers, they have like the lowest,
He now claimed that in
do you
addition to
call
the
that?
lights he had
Attendance?
filmed,
the lowest
he had
amount of pay,
intercepted
the lowest
mysterious
pay.
Salary?
radio
Oh, yeah,
emissions and
every
radio
year they're cheaper than fuck.
transmissions, and
So they
that
pull
these
these
were
fucking
emanating
brothers
from
that just
beneath the
do not give a
mesa.
fuck. They pull them out of a halfway
The
house.
businessman had also
They don't give a
taken
fuck.
to conducting regular flights across the
You look at the
mountains
stat
in his
that night.
private
Kelly
aircraft,
couldn't even. That's the night he got
photographing
cancer.
anything he deemed
Does they have cancer? No, that's the
In
night he
his
got
mouth?
cancer. They did everything to him. This is
invited
before
onto the
fucking
base
rough
to
in the
speak in
past.
person.
Every time he go
He
hike,
showed
there
them
were 3
photos
brothers
of
right
what
here. He
believed
couldn't
to
even
be
straighten
paths
up
and
with
doorways
little capes on.
pointing to the
Yeah,
miles
boom.
away
They
from
would
the
knock him out.
existing
They were all
road
like
or highway.
fucking brothers of superfoods.
East of alleged air
Didn't they used to
vents and
smoke on the
access
sidelines?
Who?
and cited
Any
interviews
player?
with
I feel like I've seen
conducted
video
in
of
the
like
early
Elvis
vicinity
crazy.
of the Mesa.
But what we talking about?
But the
How
more
about the
detail
drones?
that the
Yeah, I don't-
impassioned Benowitz
I
chose
don't know
to
what
add
the
to
fuck
this
to tell you
ad hoc
anymore.
briefing,
My man,
less
Nick
credibility
McIntyre
was
said that as soon as the
extended
drone
by
goes
his
up in the air,
he began to
within
panic,
30 minutes, the cops
citing
are out.
discussions with
Oh,
shadowy
dude, I was
government
watching a
agents,
video.
claiming that the extraterrestrials
It's
living
illegal.
below
So,
the mountain
Now you got a
were one of
fucking drone the
3
size of a
separate
truck
species,
going going
was to be
around.
visited Earth.
And Rogan didn't help matters much
But
by
it must be
fucking putting my
assertion
thing
that
out
the whole
again.
floor of the
When I
alleged
talked about
alien
Hudson County,
base
having fucking the
contained
number one
vats filled with
amount of
human
Martians,
organs and
everybody was
body
calling me,
parts harvested by the alien
all these
visitors,
creepy fucking,
who saw him
what do you call those
ridiculed
people?
and finally
Tinfoil
escorted off
people?
the base.
They were emailing me, like, do an
Shortly
interview?
after
Not
this,
really.
as the business
Not really.
mental
I don't
health
give a
and
fuck about
coherence
Martians. They've been here
continued
for
to
years.
deteriorate, he
Really?
suffered
You
a
wouldn't
nervous
care if they were real?
breakdown.
Or we deal with a
On the
Martian every
advice of
fucking day.
doctors,
You think so?
I
his
can't wait
family
to go to the
applied to have
doctor's
him
office. One of
committed
you
to a
motherfuckers,
psychiatric facility
and that
in
Indian that everybody
1988,
makes fun of, rips
seemingly
off his
removing
mask, and
any
he's got
shred of
little fucking
credibility
ears.
his initial
He's a little
reports to the
fucking
military
Martian.
may have contained.
All these Jewish
But
doctors,
perhaps
they
the
could
most
do that.
amazing aspect of the
You ever
stories
notice how
told
they're
by
all
Paul
Jewish, the
Benowitz
doctors?
is that
Well,
they
yeah.
are by
Don't
no
look at me all
means
creepy.
the
I'm
only
just
No,
saying
first of all, you're not supposed to. I don't think you're supposed to
Maybe
do
it
that.
is
a
real. It's
secret
fucking
base
a
concealed
land
beneath
of
the
mine.
town
Look at them.
of Dulce.
Yeah.
Aren't they beating up on Syria now?
I think the
During
president's
the
gone in
mid
Syria.
1990s,
They just
the
like
former Air Force
overthrown a
technician by
country.
the name of Thomas Costello
Maybe I don't think Israel
Who
did, but
overthrew it?
like the
confirming
people-
that there was
that's what they said,
a hidden
but I don't
facility
trust.
underneath the
Who's
Archuleta
taking over
Mesa.
bad boys? The Jews are going in there and going,
More
it's
incredible
ours.
still
That's it. This is how we
was
start.
that Costello
Yeah,
claimed
We're
that this
taking
was not
everything.
an
Land where Fidel Castro in 59. Land, gold chains,
by the
everything is
United
going.
States government,
And we'll give you, if you want to go,
where
we'll give you a way.
alien
You ain't taking your shit.
scientists worked together.
That's
on
Fidel
genetic
Castro. And that farm,
experiments.
the car, that's all mine.
Costello
on the way
related how he had been a
Are the
US Air
Castro
Force
still in
photographer
charge?
based at
You
Nellis
know
in
what?
Las
I think
Vegas.
I know Fidel's gone.
Like in the early
I don't fucking
1970s,
know, Lee.
had been
I thought you-
transferred to the
it's
secret
6:30 at
Dulce
night.
base
I
in New
smoked 22
Mexico.
pound hits today. What, you know, now you
While
waited
there,
60 minutes.
he was
You know what I'm saying? Now
responsible
you
What do you mean? You started. You brought it up. I'm
Facilities
trying to have a
surveillance
conversation. But
I
Tom, what do you know about
some of the
Castro?
work being
I
conducted
don't know
in
who's
the
running the
laboratory.
I know they got to get Alexander Graham Bell down there.
Costello even went
Because
as
they
far
keep
as to
running out of
offer
electricity.
photographic evidence
Fucking
of his
electricity
testimony.
thing is 100 years old.
What
Yeah.
to be some
They're
form of
about to go
alien
black any
hybrid
fucking day.
suspended in
That
a
would
vat of
suck.
fluid in one of
But
the
I,
Why would
labs.
it suck? Fuck them. They're commie bastards.
But
They should
barely did
deserve no
journalists
less.
Everyone on
time
the-
to digest
you have
his
family
claims
there.
that the
Fuck
Dulce base was
That's
just
what you
one
get
of
for
many
being a
such
communist
facilities
cocksucker. By the way, I got to call
linked
my
by a
uncle today.
vast underground
He's
railroad
85.
network.
That poor
How old is
He
he?
disappeared from
85.
public
for him.
view altogether.
He still opens up his bar on Fridays and Saturdays for you fucking
However,
youngsters.
his claims would later
85.
resurface
He
when he
doesn't
heard
box
the
anymore.
whistleblower
He hits
came
them with mace
forward.
now.
This time
He
from
too
within
with
the
mace.
ranks of the
People,
Dulce Police
they give him a
Department
hard time
itself.
to just shoot you in the face with mace.
See, I feel like if you had Mace, it wouldn't.
named
You would shoot it
Yeah.
immediately.
who had been
I would love to
researching the
shoot somebody
testimony
with
of
mace
Jerry
out the car.
Julian.
Wait, out of the
Related
car?
how he
Look
stumbled
at their
across
face
the
when you get
report
raped.
written
No.
by federal
In the car,
investigators assigned
Little
to
old
the
ladies
case.
walking around with some fucking a
To
dog.
his amazement,
Yeah.
Taking the
in
time
addition
crossing
to
the
the
street.
events
You could just
described by
spray
the
it into
victims,
the
they had included
I thought you were gonna wait
detailed
at least till someone
drawings
like
of the
pissed you off.
sprawling
Just someone's taking
facility.
you on across the street.
Exactly where Julian
Because
claimed
they
the hidden
expecting you to
opening
get
in the
it back. Now
mountain
you
was
do some
situated.
poor pedestrian, a guy on a
The
bike,
drawings
Oh,
depicted
yeah.
some guy
the
with a
base of
bicycle,
7
nice
different
shoes,
levels,
and black socks. You know how much I hate black
accommodation
socks with
blocks,
sneakers.
storage
Right.
facilities,
Yeah,
and
these new
laboratories.
kids. They didn't get the thing. If you
It
cut
was also
yourself,
serviced by an
if
underground
the
train
sock
network
is
similar
blue,
to that
then it'll
alleged by
bleed
Thomas
into you and you
Costello.
die of fucking ink poison.
Armed with
Jesus,
this
so
information,
who else can we-
Victoria stated that he had made a number of
I don't know if
attempts
any
to
of that's
find
true.
the
That's not like
mountain
it's
some
someone
dude on a
facility for
skateboard,
himself,
Right.
and he's kind of cocky.
only to
You know
be
those
defeated by
motherfuckers like
adverse weather
they try to
conditions
play
on
with the
each
fuck.
and
You hit him
every
with a shot of
occasion.
fucking that.
Right.
You hit
Not
that
to be
motherfucker
deterred,
with some mace in the
he
eyeball.
then
It's all
used
over.
a thermal
What about-
camera to
what about, like, the
document
guy
strange
flying the drone?
apertures and vents
Did we
built
get
into
him?
the rock of the
Him, I
mountain,
hit him with some
and
fucking
recorded what sounded like
at
large
Levy's when we were
machines being
kids. They used to
operated
sell
beneath
take
the
out the
slopes.
skunks.
Oh shit! Really?
the juice in little bottles, and you can like,
Over
put it
the
on leaves
years,
to
the United States military
eliminate
has
your
gone to
odor
great
when you
lengths
go
in
hunting.
denying
Okay.
that Dulce
Fuck
Base
that. I would just throw the whole
exists,
fucking bottle
or
away.
that it's part
That
of a
thing breaks
network
quicker
of
than shit.
hidden
That ounce of
underground
fucking
facilities.
$65 it was back then. It was
And it would
worth the
seem that
laugh.
part of
It was
their
$65
strategy to
back
do
when.
so
I think
has involved a
82,
concerted
83.
effort
So
to
that's like
undermine
hundreds
the
of dollars
credibility
now.
of those making the
Probably.
claims.
Yeah, they descent.
The background of
descent
Thomas
the
Costello
skunk.
remains
That's
shrouded
the
in
word I was looking
uncertainty.
And you would spray that on
with
people?
attempts to
You don't
locate
spray.
and
You
review
hit
his
with the
military
fucking bottle.
service
What do
You
you
drank the whole
to
bottle on?
suggest he never
Holy
existed.
shit!
It's just a little white bottle.
Photographs
Okay.
associated with his
Right.
testimony
Now it's
have been
probably plastic. And
forgeries.
everybody wants to
and
save
no
the
formal
ocean.
interview with
But
him
back then,
has
it
ever
was
been
a
heard.
fucking bottle. You know what I'm saying?
Do you recycle?
Members of the intelligence
All the
community
time.
have also
I don't-
come forward.
people-
and admitted
people
to
get
deliberately
so fucking
feeding
obsessed
false
with it.
information
I just
to
throw shit
Paul
away.
Oh my
Benowitz.
God. I'm the
It
biggest
is alleged that
I
having
thought
become
so.
I'm
comfortable
Johnny
with his
College.
obsession and surveillance of secure Manzano weapon
My
storage
wife recycles, you know.
The Air Force invented the fictional Dulce base in
I
order
mean,
to
at the end of the
distract
day, you know, it's
businessmen.
bullshit.
Right. That,
Right? There's people
They
like that
even
building
claimed to have
plant.
placed
Listen,
machinery and fake air
Don't
bombs
suck
on
it
the
down.
Archuleta
You know, when you're
Mesa
concerned with, like,
photograph
all
in order
those
to convince him
the
that a base
forest and
existed there
just
and draw him
just
away
knock
from
it down.
genuine
do
military
something with the fucking
facilities.
cups. It makes
Right.
people happy.
Gabriel
Look, when we
Valdez
left LA, we
himself
couldn't
has
fucking
always
use a straw.
refused to believe
Right.
stories
Coke
of the
people
base
didn't know
of
what
the
the fuck
Mesa,
to do no more. All the
extraterrestrial
straws are
or
made out of paper.
otherwise,
Right.
What was the reason?
Prior
Because
to
it gets
his
stuck in
death
the
in
dolphin's fucking
2011,
tank and he can't breathe.
The
That's
former
it.
police officer told
I
the
love
Sun
animals.
that he believed
Right.
it was
But I like
humans
straws better. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, you want to drink a milkshake without a straw?
No.
Be my fucking guest. An egg cream without a straw, a nice black cream soda from the Jewish place.
Yeah.
You need a straw. They want to give you paper straws to the bench. Remember what happened to us at that pizza? It happened all the time. The night that you said you like your crust crispy.
I do like my Crust Crispy.
That's the
There are
night that I
equally
was like, what
detailed
the fuck are these
cases
people
both
talking
for
about?
and against
Yeah.
the existence of
It's
the
fucking
base
crazy.
beneath the arch of
Especially with like a milkshake.
and the
That
secretive
would piss me
work
off.
which is
I
allegedly
can't use a straw with the
conducted
dolphin.
there.
Fuck dolphins.
And look what
With
happened.
so
They
many
tested the ocean. They're all
stories,
coked
it
the
is
fuck
difficult
out.
to know which
Really? Every
sources
some of
to
those
trust.
sharks are fucking going crazy for the last
It is
20
not
years.
beyond
Why?
impossibility
Because of the
that
coke
the
in the
US
water. Now
government
that, you
is
know,
in possession of
and now people like,
secret
don't throw plastics in there. They used to eat those pens.
constructed
How many
well
fucking
away from
pens
prying eyes.
with those big pens? You took the
But at the
thing out, you
same
did a line of
time,
coke, and you put it back.
Some of the
And
claims
then a week
attached
later,
to
your
them
grandmother's
seem
like,
so
why?
outlandish
I licked the
that
thing
they
in my
push
tongue.
any
Not enough.
notion of
I
their
said,
existence
I don't know what to
towards
tell you, Grandma. And I know that happened to you, George.
However,
Somebody would
this
lick
letter,
fucking thing off.
we have deliberately
Those pens
avoided
were the
most
best coke
detailed
thing in
and
the world. You can make
impassioned
believe you're an
evidence for such an
insurance
underground
salesman,
structure at
pop it out
Dawson.
and do a line anywhere.
That of
Really?
a man
Big
who
pens,
painted
cat
his
covers,
work at the
king.
secretive side
The king of
and had
cocaine.
survived
They
the
were
horrifying
cousins
battle
with Pablo.
unfolding between human and extraterrestrial
Do you think they did it on
forces
purpose?
during the
Please, I don't
excavation
fucking
of
Well, no,
know.
because
It
didn't
just
they
happened
sell
by
like
mistake.
little spoons that you
Look
could
at the fucking little fag that drew that.
Join us next
What
week
happy heart?
The fucking
as we
happy heart
examine
with all
the
you
testimony
happy people.
of
Text them
one
people.
Philip Schneider.
The little happy fag face, right? That thing was invented in like 1950. Some guy was doodling. He sent it in for a patent. And the rest, in the 70s, that shit was on everything.
It's my
Buttons, right? Your sunglasses, everything was happy.
right.
Everything was happy.
I don't see you being like a hippie. Like, did you ever dress like a hippie at all?
Not in a million fucking years, but listen, this is what the problem with America is. Today, Snoop Dogg put a picture of Marvin Gaye on the cover of one of the albums. He's fucking just a G. You know, put that same cover up today. The guy's got a fucking Charles Bronson hat. He's got a cigarette. He's got an earring. I got a fucking Christmas tree and his fucking tattoos. You know, we live in a society where it's like what I used to tell you when I left LA. If I could pick the director, when I walk on the set, it's not going to be good.
Right.
Not going to be good. What's that director look like? The rolled up sleeve with the, because God forbid they don't show that fucking tattoo. The hat with the feather, the Chinese assistant, you know. I see you coming. You know what I'm saying? Remember my ex-brother-in-law, the Kings? They could outski anybody. These motherfuckers showed up on the hill with jeans. And now you see these people with like protectors and a helmet, and you're terrible. You can't even fucking ski. My brother-in-laws would get out of a truck and go into fucking ski things and win first place. While everybody else had padding and, you know, the protectors, and that's the problem you have now.
Right.
That, you know, everybody wants to have an image. Everybody's got purple fucking hair.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was growing up, you go, look at that fucking jerk off. Now people are like, oh, how cool. No, he's not fucking cool. This is how he gets you to make believe that he's better than you.
Right.
Or whatever. Oh my God, I wish I could be that cool. He ain't dick. He ain't dick, that dude. Marvin Gaye was fucking cool.
What did he do that was so cool?
In our previous
Like, why do you like? Yeah, I know who Marvin Gaye is.
What did
Why
he
do you
do
like
that
Marvin
made
Gaye?
people
who stated
A
that there is
bunch of black people fucked because of Marvin Gaye. That one album with
but we deliberately avoided the testimony
sexual
of one man,
healing.
who
Yeah.
is arguably the most controversial figure in the
That was a
allegations
different
surrounding
type
the
of
possible
brother. That dude
existence
would have had a
of
hard
Dulce
time.
Bass.
What would
The
have
man
happened to
who
Marvin Gaye?
claimed he was the survivor.
He was just, he got shot by his
war.
fucking father.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
That's where that expression comes from. When Tony Soprano got shot, everybody kept saying he got Marvin Gaye. That's why. His father or stepfather, somebody shot him. Yeah, there's a fucking YouTube tape of Marvin Gaye fucked up in his basement with a band. He's laying on the couch like this, fucked up from the night before. They're playing, and he's singing. That's how bad that motherfucker was.
And he was singing well. It was like
Unbelievably well. Unbelievably well.
Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable. That motherfucker was so black, he said, fuck you white motherfuckers. He went to Germany. He went to Germany.
I didn't know black people
Having
went to
sought
Germany.
He went to
shelter
Germany
behind
with
an
a big
equipment
bag
crate
of
of
coke
sufficient
and run like
size,
2 fucking hours. He
the
locked
lieutenant
himself
now
in
tried
like
to take
Luxembourg,
stock of
whatever
the
the fuck.
situation.
You know, everybody else is jumping up and down in
At least
Motown.
3
He said, fuck
members
you,
of his
motherfuckers.
platoon were
I'm
gone,
taking my cocaine
their
dick to
bodies
fucking,
charred beyond all
to
recognition,
fucking Germany.
following
Holy
exposure to the horrific
And,
weaponry
Well, what did he
employed
dress
by their
like? Did he dress
opponents.
just like normal?
Like
Yeah.
a smooth black
Despite
motherfucker
this,
that, you know.
They had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do so. And if they could just
When
secure
those
the
guys
stairwell
walked in the
in
room,
front
they were
of them,
black. You knew it.
the
You're
mission
like, that's a
would be
cool
a success.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's like when Steve McQueen
Waving
walked
across
in
the corridor, where
That
2
dude
more
was
of his
it.
team
When
members
James
were sheltering
Coburn
behind another crate.
said what you
He
want to say.
began to issue a series of orders using gun
A
signals.
motherfucker came in your house with a $2,000 suit
Moments
on
later,
and shoes
the
shine
pair were up
15
on their
pounds over
feet
your head.
and heading
You know what
towards
I'm
the
saying? Them
looming
motherfuckers
metal
were
door,
buffed to the max.
each tightly clutching the
I
satchel
would
You
love to
know,
get my
there's
head
just
buffed.
certain people that you look
Their
at and you're like,
intention
God
was
damn.
clear.
Elvis Presley
But
in
before they
68
could
with
reach
that
their
black suit on.
objective, the door
Nothing
suddenly
beats that.
swung wide
Maybe.
open.
Maybe Jim
The
Morrison
skeleton
at the
figure
Hollywood Bowl
materialized from the darkness
with the
within,
leather pants on,
followed by a
1969.
terrifying bright blue energy discharge from its weapon.
Shit. With some snake
The
on
2
him or something
soldiers
like
did
that.
not even have
He had
time
like
to
some
cry
snake belt or
out,
something.
as their bodies
you
were
never-
engulfed in a
'cause, like,
ball of brilliant
you
blue
could-
What
flame.
can I do that would be cool?
I don't know. Cool.
Well,
Fucking
nice
shave
suit.
my ears,
An infantryman
whatever the fuck. Got a
further
tattoo on my
down
face of a cross.
operating the
Shave your
platoon's
ears.
What can I do?
machine
Dress
gun
up like that, you know?
opened
You
fire,
wear like a $2,000
shredding the
suit.
attack with
For
a
what?
steady
I'm a
hail
piece
of
of shit.
gunfire.
You can't put a silk hat on a pig.
More soldiers
And I don't say it like that. Listen, once the
snatching
truth is,
up the
I
discarded
don't look
satchel
good.
charges and
Really?
priming them
I
before
don't feel-
hurling them in
I don't
through
feel
the
comfortable.
open doorway.
Yeah, they do so.
I just don't feel comfortable in a
There
suit.
was an enormous
Why would I?
explosion,
What difference does it make if I walk
immediately
into your
followed by
restaurant
a
with
shower of
$2,000?
dust and debris as
Who
the
am I kidding?
stairwell
And a
headed in,
BMW outside.
preventing
I
their
double
enemy
park
from
it for everybody
accessing
sees
this
it.
floor or any
Do you ever
others
have? Do you have like
which lay above
anything
them,
you wear a suit for now, or are you just done with suits?
When you die,
leaving two of his members to cover the collapsed
Thank you.
structure.
I appreciate
The
that.
lieutenant and the
something
remainder
like that.
of his
No, I hope
platoon
you wear a
made their
suit if
way
I
back
die.
up through the
something
facility
really
towards the main
special,
loading
you
area.
know.
Right.
But
But
to wear
upon
a
his
suit to be
arrival,
fucking
He
cool.
was shocked to see that 2
Right.
further army
I don't
trucks
know.
had arrived,
I bought my last suit.
discharging
I bought
several more
Coles
squads of soldiers wearing
Yeah,
black
for the premiere of The
uniforms.
Sopranos.
He
That's
hurried
hysterical.
towards the
You bought it at
corridors
Kohl's?
from which he and his men had just emerged.
I didn't even know Cole's sold
And you know,
suits.
what do you want me to do? You
Turning
want me
to
go
his
buy
commanding
what-
officer, he abruptly
what would I
inquired as to
want
what was
suit?
taking place,
I mean, I
who
look a
this
lot
unit
better.
were,
Right.
and why they were
Inside, I
now
wouldn't
heading
feel that much
underground
better. I'd still feel
towards
like
the
the guy
lower
that robbed the jewelry
levels.
store.
Well, you don't,
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the
Curtly
truth.
dismissed.
Right. because
He and
it's
his fellow Navy
like you lived in
SEALs
LA.
could only watch on
and you spend
as
a lot of time in New York. Like
mysterious
you walk, I
soldiers
walk
continued
around
to
New
head
York, I
deeper
just
into
see
the
people,
base,
like men who look
where so many
cool.
US
Like,
soldiers
no,
had
I
already
wear
lost their
jeans and a
lives
The only
sweatshirt.
cool
in an
looking
effort
white
to
man
contain
today
the
is the dude
marauding
who's married to Spice.
extraterrestrial threat.
He had an affair. That motherfucker got 2,000 affairs. The little
During
guy,
the
the
summer
soccer
of
player.
1995,
Beckham, yeah, David Beckham.
David Beckham, that's the
Phil
coolest
Schneider
looking
gave a
white man
series
in the
of
world
lectures
right now.
across
I
the
saw
United
him in
States,
person. I
in which
almost
he went
sucked
to
his
great
dick.
pains to highlight to the audience
When you
the
see him in
dangers of what
person,
he
you're
was
like,
doing.
God damn.
He spoke of the murder
Out in
of
the
his
street
close
in
friend,
Broadway, talking to
which he
people.
alleged
What
had
up?
been made to look
What's?
like
I got out of the
suicide.
car and I'm like, what's up, dog? He said,
Then he
hey,
related
how you
various
doing?
attempts on his own
Well,
life
holy
I never even
and
went
threats
to that
harm his
stadium.
family.
in LA.
Yeah, and I go, last time I saw you was at the stadium. He's like, oh yeah. And then we start going, when are we gonna
But
do
Schneider
podcast?
explained that his love for
Let's
his
go down there
country
right now.
superseded
He
any
wanted to go
thoughts
right
of
now.
his personal
Oh,
safety.
Joe, right now. I want to go down
That
and
the
do
American
this
people
podcast.
had a right to know
He goes, the only way
potential
I'll do it is
dangers
with you and Joe.
which their
I don't
government
want to go
was
in there by
hiding
myself
from them.
because Joe gets too smart. I want to
He
go
would
in there
open
with
his
just
thoughts
you.
by
He was
explaining
that
how he
cool,
came
but
from
when you
a family
see him
of public servants,
on 74th
how
and
his father
Broadway,
had been a military officer,
on the fucking
who
corner,
worked
you're
on the
like, God
Manhattan
damn,
Project.
that dude is smooth.
Oh yeah.
Then he would
It's just
reveal to
something-
those
and then there's other
present
people that
the
dress up
fingers
like a fucking
missing
idiot.
from his his left hand.
But I know who they are. Like, I don't know who they are, but they got to be somebody.
To regain
They're
control of
dressed
the
up like a
secret
fucking idiot.
installation
You
from
know, or the big beard.
extraterrestrial
You know,
attackers.
why? Right. You're Dominican. Why
Showing
do you
all
have the
those
beard down to here? It looks like
metals and
Alibaba.
minerals,
Why?
claiming that they
Your
were
parents
products
came
of
over like my
experiments
parents on a
which
boat,
had been kept
a
hidden
stick.
from the American
You
people.
have very weird rules about
He would
beards.
then
Like,
explain
every time I let my
in great
beard
Because
go
I
for
know
like
who has
4
a
days,
beard
vast
for real
network of
and I know who has a
underground
beard
bases
for
beneath
show.
the surface
There's
of
two
North
different
America,
things. When I see
linked
Hamas,
together
they got
by
a
miles
beard because
and
they're
miles
bad
of
motherfuckers.
magnetic train tracks.
Okay, they flew on little pedals
Finally,
and kidnapped Jews.
He would
You want
close
a beard,
his
you
lectures
earned
by
it.
saying when his time
Okay.
came,
You follow
just
what I'm
like
saying
his
to you?
friend,
But if you're just gonna have a
was
beard to
murdered,
confuse
he
people,
made to look like a suicide.
because you look like look at yourself in the mirror. Type up what a terrorist look like, and if you got that beard
Less
with
than a
that
year
stupid
later,
fucking look on your face,
Right.
you gotta go to yourself. What's wrong with you?
Be found dead in his apartment.
It's like when you
His
when somebody
death,
goes to jail and they
perhaps
get tatted up.
unsurprisingly to anybody
Let them
who
get
then
tatted
heard him
up.
speak.
It's this new generation that wants to get tatted up to their finger. I saw a chick with a black sleeve. Why would a beautiful woman
Much
do
as the
that? Oh,
former Air
she
Force
wants to send her
Sergeant
heart
Thomas
to speak.
Costello
No,
had done
because she's
before
an
him.
idiot. Because God
Phil
forbid
Schneider told
somebody
anyone
don't
who
stop.
would
That
give him
is
the
so.
time that there was a military base
You know, and they
deep
take that
beneath the
home.
Archuleta
We have
Mesa.
friends on Facebook that write
But unlike the
blogs. They're
enigmatic
in no business to
Costello,
write blogs. In no
Schneider chose to
business.
deliver his evidence
In
a
3
far more
hours, you gotta
public
check
manner,
it. You ain't got that type of time.
speaking
Right.
openly
Go
to
do what you
groups
gotta
of
do.
interested
Just fucking
people
stand up.
and fielding any
You just
questions
wrote
they
a
might
10-hour
have
thing.
concerning
You could have
his
wrote
account.
fucking 5 jokes.
He
And
described
what do they write
how,
it?
since
Look at
the
the
end of
final
the Second
result.
World
So
War,
people say how
the
brave they
United
are.
States government had been building
It's
a
not 'cause
vast
they wanted
network
to
of
write it.
underground
Right.
bases around the country.
Because God forbid,
Schneider explained that to his knowledge,
before I left LA,
there
I was
were
at the park during the
129
pandemic, like everybody
deep
was.
underground military bases,
And there was
or DUMs,
a family
hidden
there.
beneath the
We were
plains,
talking to them.
mesas, and mountain ranges
Until
of
this
North
fucking
America. 9 of
She
these were
works
clustered in close
in New
proximity
York.
to one another, located
God.
in and around Groom Lake, near the infamous Area 51 testing facility
Big
in
money.
Nevada.
A family.
All of these bases were
Is
linked by a
DC.
seemingly endless series
He's
of
from
tunnels,
DC.
which housed a maglev
In a
train
movie,
line,
and you ask yourself
allowing
why.
workers to travel between the locations at
There's no need.
speeds of up to
Shut the
Mach
fuck
2.
How is there no need?
As
they might have a better life in
summarized
DC.
how these tunnels
No,
have
no.
been created
You're not fucking
and how
following.
each of the
Okay.
secret
What I'm trying to
bases
say
have
to you
been
is they're
constructed.
based out of New York.
Audiences
They
found
live in
themselves
LA.
visibly
I asked
impressed by
myself,
the
why
level
did
of
they
technical detail
leave?
Schneider
Because
used.
that whole fucking thing with this.
Having listed his
That
credentials as a
whole-
geologist and structural
Oh my
engineer,
God. It's so
he
brilliant.
related how he
I've
had been
never
brought
seen
onto
a
the
bunch of
project
people
to assist
that
with the
call LA
complicated
should
and
be the land of
advanced
the brilliant.
construction methods being used.
Right?
The
Everybody's
maglev
brilliant.
tunnels had
Everybody's a
not been
genius.
drilled
Oh,
or
that's the
blasted through the
beauty.
ground,
He's a
but had
genius.
instead
Listen,
been
if they
created
were
using
genius, they'd be
laser
in Cuba.
technology
Figuring out
that
the fucking
vitrified
light
and
bulb
melted
down
its
there.
way
It's a
through
Jewish.
previously
Okay,
impenetrable
that's a
rock.
genius. You know what I'm saying? That's
In
a
order to
genius.
create each base,
Not some fucking idiot.
4 gaping holes
like me,
were bored
you know.
deep into the earth.
Joey's a genius. No,
Each separate
Joey's not a
floor was
fucking
then blasted
genius.
out of the
He goes
rock
on stage and he
before
tells
being
dirty
linked up
jokes.
to these 4
We learned how to
gigantic
do
corner
comedy on a
shafts.
fucking corner in North Bergen.
And it was
Right
amidst
by
the
Ashway.
construction of
You gotta
one
be the,
facility
you know, I
in
came from the
Mexico
hometown
during the
that
late
you just didn't throw a joke
1970s
out.
that Phil Schneider became
You follow what I'm
a
saying? Like, I grew up with
participant
guys
in
that
what would become
if you
known
threw a joke out, that
as the
motherfucker
Dulce
better hit. Because if it don't hit, everybody's gonna look at you. And then
Schneider
you're gonna lose the
maintained
right
in
to
August
talk
of
again for about a year.
1979
Okay? That's
construction
the
on the
society
Dulce
I grew
base
up
had
in.
begun to fall
Not
behind
these
schedule
idiots that could just say,
due
oh
to
my God,
issues
he's a
relating to the
genius. Look at
drilling
that.
of one of the corner
You're a
columns.
fucking moron. And say that again. I'll hit you right in the
The
head with a
facility was
stick.
being tunneled
You know
out
what I'm
beneath
saying?
the
Like,
southwest corner of the Archuleta Mesa.
sorry, people.
But every
I get
time the
emotional
drilling
about
teams
these
had
fucking
attempted to
idiots.
pass a certain
No, I mean
depth,
LA is the
they
home of it.
found
Like
that their
they're
machinery was mysteriously failed.
And now we have pieces of it here.
In an effort to
Don't
discover
even
what
think
was
that we're
frustrating the
fucking
drilling
beyond
operation,
it. We got pieces of it
Schneider
here.
and the Green
But you-
Beret
as long as
bodyguard
the
had
fucking-
been
what do
lowered
they
into
call
the
the
incomplete shaft
hipsters?
via a crane.
No, the hipsters. They're gone.
But as soon as he stepped out of the crane
the
basket
real wise
into what
hipsters.
appeared to be
Oh,
a
a
pre-existing
bunch of chubby
cave
chicks.
network,
Yeah.
he had
Yeah.
instantly
The
realized
real
that
wives in New
something was
Jersey.
very
What?
wrong.
Nobody else got wives?
There was a
That's what I'm
bitter
saying. In Utah,
electrical
everybody's a wife
stench
in
in the air
Utah. No,
as
the
drilling
real wives
operation
in New
had now allowed
Jersey.
ancient
And they
gases
walk
to
around like
escape from
Sinatra.
the void beneath.
You
Along with the
did that fucking
mysterious
Sinatra
city
in New Jersey.
I
residue
hate those shows.
on the unusually
All they do is yell, and they
smooth
have them. And I hate
waves.
that I know this, but they do have them in Utah.
It was at this point
They have that
that
show
a
in every
tall,
fucking
slender
city.
grey
Big dummy
figure
Utah
suddenly
is where
stepped out of the
Mormons are.
shadows
I know, they have
fucking
that
seven
show.
wives.
And they have
carrying
that
what
show.
appeared to be a
They have
weapon
Real
of
Housewives
some
of Salt
See what I
description.
deal with people?
What do you mean?
Utterly terrified by this creature's unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider had used his sidearm to kill it.
We're going to take a quick break and talk to you people about a few ads here. All right, we'll be right back. Hey, Uncle Joey again here. Listen, we all love a great deal. Who doesn't? And Mint Mobile has a great deal when it comes to cell service. Get amazing wireless service. Just, you ready for this?
Schneider
$15
was
a
instantly
month
consumed by
with
an
the
eerie
purchase
green
of a
light
3-month
and
plan.
felt a
It's not
huge jolt
easy.
of electricity
No hoops to
burst
jump
through his
through
body,
and no
which had sent
BS.
him crashing to
All
the cave floor.
Mint Mobile
When
plans
he came
come
to,
with high-speed
he
data
found himself
and
being bundled
unlimited
into
talk
the crane
and
basket
text,
by the Green
all
Beret,
delivered
who
on
then
the
turned and
nation's
engaged war with
largest
the
5G
creatures
network.
as the
Listen,
basket
you know
began
me,
to
dog.
ascend without
Mint
him.
Mobile is tremendous. Plus, 15 a month
Upon
for
his
3
return
months,
to the
45 bangers.
surface,
Where are you going to get that?
the
You can
doctors
text
who
all over the
treated
world.
Schneider found
You see
severe
more
damage to both
satellites.
his left hand and
You, I don't
foot,
know. Listen,
with several fingers and
can't
toes
be
missing.
more easier to make
After
the
he had
switch. All right.
explained to his
Get
superiors
the
what
new
had taken
customer offer
place,
and
he
your
was
3-month
removed from the
premium
project,
wireless plan for
but
just
later discovered that
$15 a month.
construction had
Again,
continued
go to
despite
mintmobile.com/Diaz.
for the next
DIAZ.
year.
That's
It was alleged that further battles beneath the mesa
mintmobile.com/Diaz.
ensued
Cut your
as
wireless
US
bill
Special
to
Forces clashed with
$15 a
alien
month at
interlopers who appeared intent on frustrating the construction of the
mintmobile.com/DIAZ.
base.
45 up front. They ain't playing games.
Schneider
You know what I'm saying?
claims that in
And it's
total,
required for 15 a
66
month.
soldiers and
3
countless
times 15 is
extraterrestrials lost their
45 last night
lives
checked.
before
New
an uneasy
customers,
peace was finally
First
formed
3-month
between the
plan
two
only.
opposing
That's it.
sides.
Speed slower than
He went
40
on to allege
GB
that the
and
aliens who had been
unlimited plans
residing
and
beneath
additional
Mesa
taxes,
had worked
fee,
with
and
humans ever
restrictions apply.
since,
See Mint
creating
Mobile.
numerous scientific
Merry Christmas.
breakthroughs
We're back,
which are gone to
bitches.
assist
I was
mankind.
telling Lee after his surgery.
I hope I don't need
You
one.
can't walk around with no fucking
Throughout
iPad.
What if they make me?
Listen, Jews don't
Schneider
wear iPads. I
continued
want you
to
to walk
the
out with that
United
eye like
States,
fucking staring at
giving
people.
talks in which he
Like
listed
that.
numerous
He's
gonna do
organizations
great on
and
stage.
species,
Still
Look at open wound
alongside the revelations of deep ground
or an iPad.
bases.
I don't know which one is worse.
Listen,
Over
when
the
you
course of
do
these
comedy, you
lectures,
walk out there and
however,
I have my eye.
it soon
Like
became
you fucking
apparent
teacher.
that the former engineer was
Jesus
beginning to
Christ.
struggle with
Yeah,
what
Jews
he had
don't wear
started.
iPads.
I think some of them do.
He
No, they don't.
described how he'd
Look
been
at the
involved in a
fucking
shooting
lot.
with
Look at the
federal
heavy-duty
agents,
Jews.
killing
That
them in
were out there. Yeah, if you went
self-defense,
to Auschwitz, you got
and how an
problems. You
attempt
went
had
to
been
white
made to
patches.
kidnap
You know, I don't think they
his
give
daughter
it up.
in
That's
his
it. That's what
forced
they
him
do.
to
I
stop
don't-
delivering his lectures.
Auschwitz, anyway. Sorry about that, guy.
Then, in January of 1996,
Anyway,
2 months after his
It's a
final
new
speech
fucking
in
year.
Denver,
Yeah.
let's cut
federal
this shit.
agents
Like
arrived at the home of Schneider's
Christmas,
ex-wife, Cynthia.
but on next Thursday,
They
you
explained how
motherfuckers, we
Phil
got
had been
5
found
days
dead
left
in his apartment
before
in
all
Wilsonville,
shit breaks
having
loose in
apparently decided
2025.
to take his
So hope
own
you
life.
motherfuckers are ready, dog.
The
Think about
agents
that.
went
All
on to
shit's
conduct
gonna
a
break
search
loose.
of Cynthia's house,
You have to
removing any
assume right
notes
now.
or materials
What do you
relating to
think that-
Phil
I-
and
see,
his
I don't-
lectures.
I think that these
Before
fucking
them
drones
leaving.
are gonna land and they're gonna come
The
out and give people
circumstances
flowers. I don't
surrounding
fucking
Schneider's
know,
death
you know.
Yeah, it's
He's gonna
always
get
raised
inaugurated on the
questions about the
20th.
speed
Who
with
knows
which
what's
the
gonna happen
authorities
after that?
moved to attribute it
But
to
as far as I'm
suicide.
concerned, like I don't give a fuck about the outside.
Phil's body had
2025 is
been
gonna be a
found
good year.
slumped between his bed
We got
and
comedy
wheelchair,
shows.
Yeah.
We got
with a
fucking
rubber catheter hose having
Philadelphia.
been
We
wrapped
got
around his
Nicky
neck 3
Ashley. We got
times and
Nick
tied off
McIntosh.
with
We
a
got
knot.
the birthday boy who won't even another
Both
second
his
piece of
feet were
fucking
wedged
mushroom on
hard
his
under the
birthday.
bed,
well, because
with
you've been
his head
saying,
resting
you
against
don't.
the wheelchair.
and you're
It's
not
an
really a
angle that would
negative
not
dude, and I
appear
don't
to
think
have been
necessarily you're
easy
being
or
negative, but you've
natural
been
for
saying
him
for a
to
while now,
achieve.
like that you think shit's about to pop off.
There were traces
And I
of
think-
blood on the floor
I think we're right on the edge.
but
I
no
definitely think
injuries
we're
or
right on the
wounds were
edge,
found
but
on
there
the
are-
body
there's-
itself to
something's
suggest
gotta
where this
give.
may have come from.
Before eggs go down,
When the family later
Before the
asked
price
if a
of eggs go down,
suicide
something's
note had
gotta
been
give.
discovered, they were
I'm not
told
really
that
sure
all
what you
the
mean by the
papers
eggs.
seized from the
You'll
address
be
had now
thinking about,
inexplicably
like, you know,
gone missing
prices
from a
are low.
public
Right.
storage facility.
Oh well, that would be good then. If,
Subsequent
I mean,
requests
so I
for
was
additional
gonna find my
toxicology
Cuban
testing
friend
on
and-
Schneider's remains
Okay.
were refused
to
on
my
the
wife
grounds
on
of
her
adverse
birthday.
cost,
I might as well buy a
considering
fucking
the cause
plane.
of death had already been
Because
determined.
Miami's always like you can't get a
Further
ticket
and
to Miami
more
right
adamant
now.
demands for these tests
No.
would also
No.
be
Once
refused
the 23rd,
because the
the 20th,
samples
I
had
don't know
apparently
what it
been
is about
destroyed by
Miami.
the laboratory
And
that
after the
had been storing
26th,
them.
forget it.
well, I bet it's even so
Go
more
look right
expensive.
now.
Who later spoke
American
privately
Airlines,
with the family,
December 26th
stated
to
that with the
Miami,
missing
coming
fingers
back
on
on the
Schneider's
1st.
left
You
hand,
do me that favor?
it would have been
Watch
almost
the fucking
impossible
price.
for
But
him
especially
to
for
tie up
here.
I
Capita
remember that
himself.
one year I did Miami Lake.
Yeah.
When the officer
My
in
fucking
question had
ticket
shared
was
these concerns with
$1,200.
his superiors,
Jesus.
he
And I
had
kept
been
saying,
ordered
what
to
it
keep
is,
his
because
observations to
everybody
himself
goes to Miami.
before then being
Mhm.
reassigned to a different case.
It's crazy here too. Like
It
flying to
appeared
New
that
York.
even in death,
In New York has
Bill
been busy.
Schneider was
Like
continuing
I was
to
out
raise
yesterday. It was
awkward
fucking
and
packed
uneasy
out. Come on.
questions for
That's
those
not bad.
in positions.
That's not
And you saw the
good.
back of the plane, though. With
11:50.
criminals and people with COVID.
When
Yeah.
taken in context of the
You don't
many
even get
accounts
water
which already
for
exist
11:50.
regarding the possible
They
underground
just put
base
you
at
back there
Dulce,
like, nah. You
the
don't even
testimony of
count.
Phil Schneider
11:50.
appears to be
Wow.
compelling.
Have you noticed like they have like
Many of
It
the
was boarding
experimental
zones up to, like, 10
compounds and
now.
construction
I'm done.
techniques he
Listen.
listed during the course
Enough.
of his lectures
You know what? I
were
don't
mere
care if they have 20
concepts during
fucking
the
boarding
late
zones.
20th century,
You're not going to see Papa
but
in
have
those
gone on
planes.
to become commonplace in
First of all,
modern
what they
building
do to
work.
you is I look at tickets. I
His
always see, listen,
descriptions
guys,
of
I'm
the
a
base
nerd.
layout and the
I get
functions of
stoned
each of
at
the
night
7
and I look at.
levels were
I'd
also
love to go
eerily
back to
similar
LA
to
for a
those
couple
offered by
days.
other
I was going
witnesses,
to take Mercy to see a
people who
concert.
he'd never met or
The same ticket I
associated with.
paid $1,200 for.
And yet,
Trip.
even the lightest touch of
And I
scrutiny
couldn't
has
even get a
shown his
flight out of
accounts to be
Newark.
marked
Sold
by
the fuck out.
falsehoods and inaccuracies,
JetBlue Mint
which make it difficult to take some of
JFK
his
to
claims
LAX.
seriously.
is the best. You get your own little
He
window.
made repeated
Close the
assertions
door,
that
you
his
scratch your
father,
nuts.
Otto Oscar
You
Schneider,
fucking do
was a German
edibles, you
U-boat
watch
captain
movies, you
who
do
had been
work.
captured by the
They
U.S.
give you a
Navy
fucking blanket.
and then
You spend
turned against the
$900,
Nazi regime.
$9.99, maybe
Yet a cursory
$11.50
search of both
tops.
German
For
and
first class.
American wartime
Mint,
records
right.
shows this to be an apparent
And remember,
fabrication.
I don't know if
With
you've been
Otto
on
having been
fucking
born in San Francisco
the row
in
behind
January
that.
of 1906.
JetBlue has like 3 or 4 rows, but it's just as good
Similarly,
as first class.
his claims
They
that
used
the
to. I
original
heard
attack
JetBlue
on
kinda
the World
sucks,
Trade
yeah.
It
Center
fell
involved
through
the
a
use
little
of a
bit. I have
tactical
listened.
nuclear
I've been on
weapon,
JetBlue's
and that the
Like Spirit
occupants of
following
Waco
what's
Ranch
on-
had
And,
been
but
murdered
everything
using
fell down.
chemical weapons.
Yeah, how many fucking
have
flights you get at
apparently
Newark
been
and all of a sudden
debunked.
there's no Wi-Fi? What? I gotta go to
These
fucking
revelations
Australia.
would
How the fuck
suggest
is
that
there no
Bill
Wi-Fi?
Schneider was an individual prone
Yeah,
to
I gotta go to
exaggeration,
Australia. Yeah.
sometimes
I paid
verging
$92,000 and you drop this no Wi-Fi on me now. Go fuck yourself. This can't
But
happen.
if this was the case,
This can't happen.
then where did he sustain
can't
these
happen.
life-changing injuries?
I never would have thought
And
you'd be
what
upset
happens
about
to the
Wi-Fi.
It doesn't
samples
fucking
and notes
matter,
he
but I'm
brought
thinking
with
about
him
the
to his
business guy.
lectures?
I'm thinking about that lawyer that
Why
finally has
is
to get
there
on
so
the
much
plane and go,
evidence
I
that he
got
was
14
silenced
hours
by
to
unknown
Auckland,
persons,
Australia
and
to do
efforts
this
made
shit.
to
And now
present
these
his
fucking
murder as
United
a
people
suicide?
are telling me that there's no fucking
Schneider's
internet.
detractors
Or
argued
they,
that he
they
was
ran
not
out
a
of the
well man,
food. Didn't,
and
how
merely
many planes
seized
did I get on
the
last year?
testimony
Maybe
of Thomas
10?
Costello,
2 of those flights were
using it to
sorry.
conjure up a fantastical
If you're
backstory
hungry,
of
go
his
fuck
own.
yourself. We got nothing for you,
But to
not
his
even a cracker.
supporters,
You might as
the
well chew on that napkin.
inconsistencies in
You know what I'm
his
saying? Like,
account are explained
they're out
away
of control.
as the US
That's
government
not fair,
rewriting
guy.
his family
That's just,
history.
listen,
Isn't
at
that
that
Designed
point, you just get
specifically to
abused and you
undermine
take it.
Schneider's credibility
And when you call
and keep
United to
fine lines
complain,
away from
you're
the
number
obsolete
2,000 on the
base.
slot.
They
They'll
point
call
to
you
the
back
same
in 20
methods
hours,
used
20
against
hours to
Bob
get the
Lazar
complaint.
and his
And by that
removal
time,
from
you forgot
college
what the
and
fucking
employment
complaint was.
records
Right.
as
They
an
know what they're
example
doing.
of the
They know
lengths the US
exactly
government
what
will
the
go
fuck they're
to
doing.
Speaking
to
of which,
cover up such
you called
revelations.
someone this week and didn't trust like
With
the I'll
advent
call
of
you
the
back thing.
internet, each passing year
Do you remember
sees
that
more
we were on the
information
phone,
on
speakerphone?
classified
And it's like, hey,
military
if you want to
projects
hold your place in
slowly
line, put your
creeping
number in
into
and we'll
the
call you back. And you
It
stayed
is
on hold for
therefore
like
entirely
40 minutes.
possible
You
that
didn't
some
trust.
future
No,
point,
I don't want them to call me
evidence
back. I
proving
finally
the
got on this
existence
fucking
of deep
line.
underground military bases
I
will
just
finally
got these
materialize.
motherfuckers on the line, and I'm gonna hold them fucking to it. You ever get on those lines? And all of a sudden, the fucking thing goes down. Like all of a sudden, it just call back, goodbye. You're like, bitch, I just lost 35 fucking minutes. If I was 21, I wouldn't be so mad. But 20 minutes to me at my age, that's fucking big. That's a big chunk of fucking life right now. You know, I don't plan to live 100. He said he's poor bad. It's his birthday today. He's 100. Listen, shoot me now. For 15 years, I gotta have a diaper. People pet me and shit. I got 3 hands. Just shoot me the fuck now. I don't want to live to be. Joe Diaz, the oldest American. Get the fuck out of here. He doesn't piss. He doesn't have a dick no more. He's so old, his toenails stopped growing. The fungus gave up. There's no fun in that. There's no fun in being like my uncle's 85 and he acts like he's 65. He bitch to me, you know, bitch on the fucking phone to me every time I call him. But, you know, he still walks 5 miles a day. He still punches the bag for a half hour every fucking day. And he works on Fridays and Saturdays. He's the first guy that'll tell you. The first time you sit on that couch for a week, you die. After 65. He goes, if you sit on that couch for 1 week, you'll fucking die. And he's right. That's why I'm buck wild now. Still eating mushrooms, fucking looking at dirty pictures. The whole thing, I'm wild enough.
I don't think those are on the same level. I think plenty of 65-year-olds look at dirty pictures. I don't think a lot of women not 65 yet, but Jesus Christ.
I never looked at dirty pictures before.
What are you talking about? You never looked at dirty pictures?
I don't listen. I have one Playboy in my house. And it's the one with Hollywood Henderson.
Let's pull out your history. What do you mean you never looked at dirty pictures? You never looked at porn before?
No, I made porn. What are you looking at with you? You know, the crazy thing is when I was doing drugs, like after I stopped doing drugs, that whole sex life for me disappeared. I didn't like fucking sober. I'm not gonna carry my girlfriend in with roses and I love you. Get the fuck out of here. I like to be fucked up and coked up and put coke on that pussy and all rules are understood. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If I got a little bubbly, you put that in their snatch and eat that pussy with the fucking champagne or whatever you got, Tic Tac, whatever the fuck you got, those explosive.
Wait, did you ever Pop Rocks?
Pop Rocks? Oh my God, women love when you put Pop Rocks in their pussy. They go fucking bananas. But you're not gonna meet a girl in a bar and go, listen, let's go back to my house and put some Pop Rocks in your pussy. You're too sober. They'll look at you, they'll call 911. You gotta get them nice and soft, a couple lines of coke. They get all crazy and shit. And then you go, listen, I'm gonna make your pussy blow up. Really? Yeah. And you put those Pop Rocks on it, they go, fuck it. It's like the 4th of July drones.
Holy, because I remember you telling me to do that with Pop Rocks.
In the 80s, I would show up with
You
Pop
left out
Rocks
the
and
coke.
capons. I used to have fun. I used to have fucking fun doing coke with broads, fucking eating ass and,
Wait,
you know, doing
So are you
nasty
telling me-
shit.
are you telling me on coke you put Pop Rocks on their pussy, but without coke you're too embarrassed to look at porn?
Oh, without coke, I'm worthless. I still love eating pussy. I'm married 25 fucking years.
Right.
I still love eating that dirty pussy, but you know, I lost my thought there for a second.
But you
I'm an old man, pussy. What? Anyway,
You said without coke you don't really go crazy.
I don't pull hair. You know, when you do coke, you can choke them to death. And they like all that shit. All the nasty names and shit, you know. That's what doing coke. And women who did coke,
Right.
they know that's part of it. They know that's, first off, a woman does coke and she wants to have sex, she better know that her muscles are going to work in her mouth. Because you get that thing, you know, while you're talking about in the 3rd grade, my father stuck a few, you know, all of a sudden your dick dies. They got to start from scratch again.
Right.
You know, and then once you eat their snatch, you get a little hyped up, then, you know, why are we talking about this?
I don't know.
It's the holiday season. You know what I'm saying? Why are we talking
I was
about
just thinking
I
like
end up
YouTube
with
is gonna
Pop
love
Rocks
this one.
in a woman's pussy a week before Christmas? We should be talking about, you know.
What do you want to talk about?
You know, like
Eggnog.
blind kids marching at the tree. I don't fucking know.
I don't think they go to see the tree. Oh my God.
What people have no idea is that for me to come back to comedy and fucking do what I do with the podcast, I'm going all out, guys. No more of this fuck. I could care less. I'm too old. I had no rules when I was 30. Why would you think you're gonna put rules on me when I'm 60 fucking 1, 62, whatever the fuck I am? You know, it's over. I'm here to have some fun. Whether it's a podcast or stand up, we're gonna say shit. People are gonna say shit. That's part of being what we are. And what, I gotta stop saying shit because people's feelings or whatever. It's not even about feelings. It's about raising your hand and going, oh, I didn't like that joke. Go fuck yourself. I don't like pickles in my tuna. You know what I'm saying? I don't like a lot of fucking things. I don't like a lot of fucking things. Anyway, we're gonna take a little breather here. We're gonna talk to you about some Christmas stuff. From Christianity. No, we're gonna take a little breather and talk to you about I don't know. We'll be right back. Hey guys, Uncle Joey here for DraftKings. Listen, it's the most wonderful time of the year for getting in on all the hoops, football, and hockey action at DraftKings Sportsbook. Listen, in the season of giving, we're being gifted college football and basketball and pro football and pro basketball and even hockey for you savages. With all the games going on, it's time to place a couple of bets. Listen, you got to make the games more interesting. You're sitting there with grandma and the rest of these schnooks. Come on, let's get the party started. Give grandma a shot of tequila and see what she's made of. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and try your hand at winning back what you spent on Christmas gifts at DraftKings Sportsbook. Listen, I got a tremendous offer for you. And here's a gift for all the customers. Bet $5, I'm gonna throw you 150 in bonus bets if your bet wins. How easy is that? $5, $1.50 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Who's better than you? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Right now. Why play games? Press in code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey for new customers to get 150 in bonus bets if your bet wins. When you just bet $5. That's it, just $5. So do yourself a favor. Happy holidays from DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code, what is it? Joey, Joey, and let's get the party started, all right? On delay. DraftKings and myself and the whole Church New Testament wish you a very happy holidays.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/bball.
Uncle Joey, listen, when it's all said and done, it's the memories that mean the most to us. This holiday season, give the gift of letting your family relive their favorite times with an Aura picture frame. Named the #1 digital photo frame by Wirecutter. Listen, I don't know who these people are, but Aura frames are incredible. They're easy to use. They let you upload an unlimited number of photos and videos from your phone right to your frame, you, the dog, everybody. That means if the kid did something funny at lunchtime, you could send the moments right to your grandma's Aura frame before the meal is even cleaned up. Who's better than you? Nobody. My wife loves the Aura frame. When they came to mail, I'm like, who sent these things? But we put a couple pictures in there. Now we got the party started. You understand me? We got memories, Jack. So Aura frames are the best way to share your memories. Whether it's an embarrassing photo from high school or a nice family portrait. Listen, give the gift of memories and laughter with your family. Save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off Aura's best-selling carbon back frame by using promo code Joey at checkout. That's Aura, AURA frames.com, promo code Joey. This deal is exclusive to the families right here, the New Testament. So get yours in time for the holidays. Terms and conditions apply. We're back! Anyway, I want to talk to you guys real quick. I left here in 1985. When I left, I was staying with a buddy. At the time, I had a lot of buddies when I left in 85. And over the years, I said, you know what? I'm really lucky. I had all these fucking little buddies from different fucking parts. Well, I was gone for 23 fucking years. And when I came back to Jersey a couple of years ago, it was fucking weird. Like, the people I had grown up with, like 45 fucking years in New York, they just wouldn't respond. When I'd speak to them, they'd giggle at me like I didn't know what I was talking about. And then it took like a year and a half, and finally I unloaded on one of them, which I love them to death. I still love them to death, you know. And then another buddy of mine stopped talking to me, and that was the whole fucking thing. But through and through, my brother over here, George Kaladensky, has never fucking thrown me to the wolf. It's just really weird. We met in '79, the summer before my mother died. And we kept in touch, whatever. And then my mother died. Like, he kept in touch with a friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours, Denise. Nick, right. And she used to film me, and then I lost contact with George. I met him again. I was casing out places up in Bergen County one day. In the fucking dead of the winter, and I see George fucking chopping grass and stuff with somebody's lawn. He gives me his number. And I think that's the night I got arrested. After I left you, I got arrested. And I had nobody else to call. I called you, come on back to my house. And I stayed with you for 6 months. Then I left to Colorado. You came out there, and you were there when I kidnapped the dude and the whole fucking deal. That left you
Thanks for always keeping me out of that. I'm never in those stories.
That left you fucking traumatized. I can see it in your face.
Yeah.
You were there. You were there when I got sentenced. And I know that broke your heart. And it's just really weird. Like, you know, I put out a book a couple of years ago, and people reached out to me like, "Oh, you had such a rough life. Your mom." I gotta be honest with you, man. I learned something. Like, I was really fucking angry with God. Like, when my mother died, I was pissed. I was like, "How? What kind of a God takes a mother?" I'm a kid at 16 years old. So I lost faith. You know, I just lost faith. And it was George. Like, George, little by little, you know, and then I kidnapped the dude, and I went to fucking prison and all that bullshit. And then I think we lost contact.
No, I came back for the wedding.
Came back for the wedding.
Ronnie was late, so I had to be a best man.
Ronnie was too fucked up.
Wasn't even in town. I think it was like a half hour before the thing.
No, he was there.
Oh, he was there somewhere else.
Fucked up. And the priest pulled me aside. He goes, "He can't do this. He's got rings around his."
And the doors were open. Actually, I was curious.
These people, you know.
Oh, so you got the call 30 minutes before, George? Whatever. I think I was in the wedding party. I know you weren't invited. I didn't know they looked, but
Yeah, but I mean, I'm in the halfway. I just got a halfway house to get married. The fucking counselor is dead, not the counselor. The guy that would follow me around. I don't know if you know. And I had to smoke coke like different. Then I broke down.
yeah, the one dude that you met after I left, tall, he might have been Cuban.
Yes, Julio.
Had all the blow, right? Didn't he have all the blow?
He had a lot of shit. That guy became a professional gambler. He had like $10 million fucking dollars.
Jesus
Now he won't return my call. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that a bitch? But it's just so weird how I was down on religion, and I think about it till now how God had a different. And you know, you're never gonna hear me say these words, but God had a different thing to teach me. He took my mother, but he showed me like the beauty in other people. Like, I don't know what it was. I have brothers. Your uncle, him, Jimmy Lou. I got brothers. Like, when I was down, they were there for me. And it showed me that, like, that I have fucking brothers. Like, Ronnie's my fucking brother. We breathe. Me and George believe for each other. I don't even want to be, if something happens to him, I can't live without him. I call him 3 times a fucking day. You know, it's always a fucking different situation. I smoke dope before I call him at night because
we
I just know it's a fucking, but we've been doing this since 1985. He would do whatever he's doing. I'd do whatever I was doing. We'd meet, we lived with his grandma, and then we'd disappear and smoke pot. We'd come back and his grandma would say, "You do eat. She called Reefer, eat. And then I went down to the basement one day. Everybody was smoking in the morning, and the fire alarm went off. The things we did to that poor. She loved us. She loved George. Oh my God, George.
She loved you.
Oh,
probably, I thought more than me at times.
Oh my God.
That's the only time I didn't really like you.
I robbed the fucking liter of champagne, the Dom Perignon, and we took his fucking Piccolissimo. Oh my God. Oh my God. We used to stay up till 2, 3 with grandma.
And my grandmother loved him.
Oh,
I mean, and they spoke Spanish. Oh, he brought chops. She just.
You have no fucking idea how I stood.
But he could still do no wrong.
What happened?
You could do no wrong.
Oh my God! But what about I robbed a lady?
Hey.
Oh my God! I go back in '93, and you know, me and George are still at it, and George is sleeping, and I see a lady in the back barbecue. And I go, you know what? This is a good time to rob that bitch. I put my sneakers on. I run upstairs. I open the door. And right there's her purse with a deposit. Like, in the old days, they give you a check. You know, I give you money back in the envelope. Stick it out of the purse. I just took the whole fucking I hid in the basement because I knew fireworks were coming.
Jesus.
He's sleeping.
I'm laying on the couch, nodded out with a cigarette with an ass like that long. Plus, I parked police. My mother and my grandmother were home.
Oh,
They were like, they let the cops in. They're like, look at him. I go, I don't even think he has a pulse. You think that he went upstairs, grabbed something, and came? He hasn't moved in like 12 hours. So they left, but she freaked out, that lady. Oh, I know it was you. I'm going, what the fuck?
I haven't moved for hours.
I go, look at my ass. Like, how long does it take for an ash? Like, they didn't even fall. I would light the cigarette and not even puff it. And the fucking ash was like 4 inches. So even if
the ashes behind the couch.
Oh my God, it was like a freaking mountain. I think that's how they built the pyramids.
Rock. Grandma would go to bed like David Letterman.
Oh.
So she would leave the door halfway cracked. At that time, she had like 4 or 5 cats. And they would jump on and she'd be in her fucking hell, in her fucking heaven. She had the cats there and the whole thing. I would take a big pen, one of those cocaine pens, take the inside out, and cut a bunch of fucking papers. I'm a professional football guy. And I would kick it behind the fucking door now, like right over there, like you saw a little pen come through. And she was laying there, happy as a pig and shit. And also I started shooting the cats one by one. And after like the third one, the cats would start leaving. And also, like
She was the
third cat
target.
would leave, and grandma would go, "What the fuck happened?" And the cat would leave, Mimi, whatever. And then she look at the blanket and the white thing, and then she look at the ceiling. She look at the ceiling like that, I fucking lose it, right? And then she just see throw the fucking blanket. John, what happened? Oh my God.
And we had like this really big like gong. Those things that get gong. And it was like hanging on the wall. My mother was an artist and it was cool to put a fucking gong on the wall. No one ever touched the gong. It was there for 10 years. He's living with me. My grandma would just fall asleep. And he'd walk up.
Don't do the story. It was early. You were going to bed first. You'd go like, "Oof, I'm tired, man." Okay. The whole thing, he'd lay down, but he'd be in there sweating. He'd be waiting for grandma to go right to bed. That's all he was waiting for. And grandma had to process the tea, the whole fucking thing. And I could feel him in there sweating because I was next to him sweating too. I had like a half an 8 ball. I'm waiting for grandma to go to fucking bed so we could start doing our little fucking thing. But at that time, grandma was going, she knew that we were fucking out of our minds. And she knew George was out of her minds. That door would go eat, and George's blanket would fucking fly open, and he would run to that bathroom, getting ready to do his thing. I'd wait for him to lock the door, and I tiptoe. I take the gong, and I just go, boom, it would go, boom, and I would creep in bed and wait there, right? 3, 2, 1, and she would run out. This is 11:40. What the fuck? Where's George?
She said she walked in the room and they said,
And then she looked, at me. Where's Georgie? I don't know. He's in the bathroom. And she died. Man. Georgie, open the fucking door. Oh my God!
Why would you let him stay with you? Like,
you know what? He was my big brother. He was 11 months older, but
I was gonna say earlier,
and it
like,
was
you guys
funny.
you guys like act like
summer school.
We hang out a lot. Like you guys are, you're always at his house. You guys are like big brother, little brother. Like, you guys like fight about the stupidest.
Drago's father used to drive a bus, and he would let me go on the bus for free. I had $8 in my pocket. I was a fucking coke fiend, and I had to get to the city to sell cars. So I'd get up like at 6:30. I'd put the shirt on, the whole fucking thing.
And they told me that she'd been
And I'd run up to the corner. I'm waiting for Mr. Reagan, but there was a paper. And I would get on the phone, 201 543 3679. And Grandma would pick it up. Hello. I go, wow. And I hang up. Oh my God.
Then about 2 weeks.
This hat, I let this go for a year. Like I would call her, I could be on the street and I'd go, hold on, I gotta call Grandma. Wow. And then I'd sit there with her at night and she'd tell George about it. George, some fucking guy called me. And I'm fucking dying. So this goes, it's getting close to Thanksgiving. And she's like, you know, George, George said he tried to call her, and she goes, I take the phone off for that fucking guy. He called. He called. And I go, Grandma, what's he saying? She's like, I don't know. She goes, I don't know, Coco. I don't know. I go, Grandma, it's like this. Wow. And I did the voice.
Did she freak out?
She fucking lost it. She fucking lost it. Oh. I go down to fucking Fulton Fish Market. We're fishing Chris Fish. Chris Fish.
A few days later, I was talking
I'm on there. I see a
fucking.
fucking
And she
box
said,
of
well, the
fucking
rumor is that
clam.
we heard that she
Yeah.
was killed with 5 other nurses in a train.
I don't say nothing to Chris. I pick it up, put it in Chris's truck. I stole the whole fucking box or whatever. And the whole way there,
She said in the
I'm like
note that
George's
she said
mom.
that she was in London.
make some mean spaghetti and fucking clam sauce. This is my gift. I'll bring fucking clams home. I'll stop and get bread. I bring it in. It's too late at night. She goes, don't worry about it. I'm gonna make you the best fucking spaghetti and clam sauce. Look, I'm broke. I'm walking in the city all day. And all I'm thinking about is that fucking spaghetti and clam sauce. Now, George's mom was an artist. Like nothing was fucking just straight. Like, she knew about reggae music before anybody. She would fucking smoke hookahs. All those fucking things where she would tell me stories and I go, what the fuck is she talking about?
We used to find the special oregano. We were like 3-4 years old. What's in these containers? Sorry. She didn't smoke them.
All jazzed up, ready, spaghetti and clam sauce. His mother put fucking curry in it. Oh, dog, I thought I was a killer. How long did I talk to her for? I didn't talk to her forever. Curry.
She hears you now. Huh? She's dead almost 10 years. She's still
no, we that was fucking killer because she was. I thought you loved curry. What the fuck? When did I come in with a fucking Turkish hat on or something like that? Fucking curry. Oh my God, we used to fucking laugh a lot at that. His mom
He was a black sergeant from the base.
saved my comedy career.
In his office,
In
was inquiring about the parents were my mother and my father.
Did you stay with us a little while? I wasn't around.
Yes.
When the trade center got bombed.
Yes, we were watching buildings.
George said that he didn't really have family to be in
And I told her, let's watch this.
So anyway, he told me
And you know, like when you
he did contact
watch something, you want it to be good, and you're laughing, waiting for the other person to laugh, you know. And after that, she goes, listen, I talked to you about something. You to be a good comedian. You can't have that insecure little faggy fucking laugh. I thought she spelled it out. And I was like, all right, done. I won't do that no more. And that was it.
Wait, you had a different laugh?
Yeah, at the time I got divorced, I was a fucking felon. I didn't know what was going on in the world, you know. I was fucking confused. You know, I went and got my confirmation. I was 28 because I thought the Holy Ghost would fucking calm me down. That motherfucker made me snort with 3 hands. After that, that's fucking Holy Ghost. But I'm fine.
What was your laugh like?
Just insecure. You know, it was like, even now, if you put on a Bill Hicks live album, He's got one in particular. And you could hear the people that brought people to see him. You know what I'm saying? So everything he would say, I go, ah! And I hit you fucking three idiots. You're like, what the fuck is he laughing about? You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's his birthday and I want to put him on. But I just want to say you have no idea how lucky I am that my mother died because I got to see. He's my brother. I mean, dog, the DNA. You can look at it somewhere. They're gonna go, yeah, you guys are brothers. And I have like 8 guys like that. But this guy's my fucking brother. There's no getting away from it. It's unbelievable how the fucking Lord works. So,
Thank you. Love you. Thank you.
Oh my God. We used to. I told this motherfucker to pick me up when I was robbing a gas station. He had no idea. He had no fucking idea. Most people would say, don't ever talk to me again. You put me in a bad bind. He fucking giggled. I gave him a couple $100. We went into the city with your uncle. We went to the pink.
The Red Parrot.
The Red Parrot. And who was there?
Was Madonna there?
Who was there? The singer from the Eurythmics with her boyfriend, the guitar player.
Oh. Dave, whatever, and
yeah, he thought he was fucking, you know, like he was eating sushi that night. Nobody even knew what sushi was. And that motherfucker's eating sushi.
Yeah, that was my mother's friend. She had the fucking, she had the parrot on her shoulder.
Oh my God.
Dude, and I know you introduced George to Ralphie.
Like, yeah, and Ralphie, listen. First time I met Ralphie,
Oh my God.
I was down the shore. Coco called me. He's like, you got to go up to Nyack. You got to go meet my friend Ralphie's there. He's got something for you. So I drive back from the shore. I get there. The show's over. I walk in and Ralphie's signing for everybody. He looks up. He's like, George, I'm like, how the fuck does he even know my name? He knew me as soon as I walked in there. He's like, come here. He goes, Coco told me to give you this. So it was a sugar cookie. I'm like, thanks, Ralphie. You know, nice to meet you. Now, what I forgot was that he used to pick you up at our house all the time to take you to the airport, which is some, you know.
No, he fucking
twice.
His wife had family.
Right.
And this is 1998. This is like we met in LA.
Yeah.
We hung out. He made tacos. One day, he had a pager. And I, you know. And he's like, Coco, I'm up here in New Jersey, Idaho. I'm headed to North Burton, whatever the fuck shithole you're from. He goes, where you at? And I had to call him back. I told him George's address. George is at work. And he picked me up and I took him to Ashley's. I want to go to Ashley's. You know, he's been hearing all these stories.
Yeah,
right.
So he's like, I need to go to Ashley. That motherfucker tasted that rice pudding. He went off. And after that, they would bring him like 10 bottles of
Gary would give me like 5 or 6 trays of rice pudding to bring around.
Holy shit.
And by the third one, I would load up. I was, hey. I mean, even Ralphie couldn't eat, you know, that much rice pudding. That motherfucker.
You know, when you tell people a story, he listened. So he came here. He was playing bananas.
Yeah.
And it was the same night that the fucking plane went down the Hudson River. And he took the stage of bananas, and the first words out of his mouth was, I hope the nearest down there giving out cards. Like, this is a guy that's from fucking Alabama, where the fuck he was from. But he listened all those nights. That's how he opened the fucking show. He went up there and he goes, I hope Anthony Maneri down there giving out cards. A lot of dead people down there tonight.
He always did shout outs to Ed.
Oh my fucking
But Ralphie was the sweetest man. I mean, even my mother walked up to him and just grabbed his face and said, you're so handsome, Ralphie. She's like, please lose weight. You're such a handsome. And we became great friends. I mean, every time he came to New York, we went to games, to movies. I went on little trips with him, you know, helped him with the merch, which is a lot easier, like just getting high, you with him.
That's when they noticed.
I went, really? One time, he wanted me to sell merch. I think it was the Gotham or something. And we parked the car, and this is like when he started headlining there. Like in the beginning, he used to do the midnight show at Gotham because he was too dirty. And like all of a sudden, it's like year after year. I don't want to use the comedian's name, Godfrey, but like he was headlining both times as he's coming out. You're looking in, very friendly, but you were drawing more than him at those midnight shows. Finally, and but that one time, you're like, hey, man, I got this merch. All right, I'll selfie. Fucking edible. He gives me so like I was Lee before Lee. All right, does that make sense? Like he would fucking lie to me every time. At 10 milligram, always 10 milligram. So we walk in and I'm fine. I drink 2 beers. I'm sitting there watching the show. All of a sudden, I'm dribbling on myself. I'm like fucking retarded. He laughs, you know. I've been there. And I had that girl, what's her name? That passed. I remember I was asking about her. Marjorie?
Marjorie, yeah.
She came up, gave me a hug. She's like, are you okay? And I'm like, no. And she started selling your shit because I was fucking.
The best was John Jones was fighting for the championship. And he's fighting right here in fucking Newark.
First fight.
It was fucking beautiful. I'd never even seen Newark. So I go to his house. I eat dinner with him and his wife, and girls. And George is going to drive. I got tickets for him. We're going to go.
He's lying about No, this is what happened. I picked you up from the fucking airport. You showed me this Auntie Dory.
Auntie Dolores.
Dolores gave him a hunk of fucking banana bread as big as a suitcase, wrapped in tinfoil. Right? We pull up we go to Chan's. We go to Chan's. Lubes pulls up. You go like fucking crack this fucking banana bread. You gave me like an L, like a fucking piece of Wonder Bread, like the crust. It was an L. I ate it. We go to Chan's. Lubes gets the same. We eat. He goes to my grandmother's to shower and get ready.
Right.
I went home. My wife, there was a party in fucking somewhere. Verona, right? Family party. I'm like, I can't go to the family party. I'm going to the fight with Coke. She's like, all right, well, you got to pick us up after the fight. It's only 2 towns over. I'm like, sure, whatever. I take a shower. We get ready to go to the fight. As I'm driving to pick him up, I'm fucking fading. So we get on the fucking turnpike.
He won't shut the fuck up on the turnpike.
Yeah, I think I was
I'll
talking.
pick it up. Right? I'll pick it up after this. I was ready to know fucking that. This cocksucker won't shut the fuck up. And now I'm like, George, get the fucking left lane. George, cut that dude off. Get the left lane. And at first he's okay. He's doing 65. and it was like a fucking every 6 minutes he would go down. Now he's doing 55. Now I go, George, just get in the right hand lane. He got all the way in the right hand lane. He was doing like 8. So he dropped me off. I don't know what happened. George, go get parking.
There was no parking. And as I drove, I told the story. I was like, the steering wheel was a dragon, and I was holding on for dear life.
Oh yeah.
And every parking lot was taken. Now I'm in Newark, and I'm on Martin Luther King Boulevard. All right, stoned to the gill. I'm like, I'm not pulling over here. I keep going. All of a sudden, I'm in East Orange. Now I'm fucking really freaking out, and I'm on the other side of 280, decide to go home. So I drive a little bit, and I see the arena and the lights, but it's across the highway, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm going home.
Yeah.
So I drove 8 miles an hour in the fucking slow lane. I get there. Also, his phone had no power. He had like 1 bar or something. He didn't bring his charger.
I called my wife in California.
Ari called me
to go home and get the fuck out. It was a nightmare.
Ari calls me from the fight and said, where the fuck are you? And I'm like, Ari, just tell him I'm really fucked up. I'm on my couch. I took 2 showers. Now my wife is calling me. You gotta come. You gotta come. Pick her up in Verona. I took 2 showers to fucking get. I never ate that much fucking banana bread or anything. I was fucked up. I drove again, now the same exact direction, 15 miles an hour. I get there, I'm like, Essie, I'm really high. Tell your family I'm sick. They all come out to meet me. Where's Coco? I'm like, stay away, I'm sick. They're like, the party's over, there's cake in there. And I'm like, oh, really? I go, just stay away. I'm going to grab some cake. We're getting out of here. Because you didn't have the key to get to my grandmother's. You were pissed. Oh, I was like, he'll never talk to me again. And then he did. You know, he always does. He gets mad at me. I'm like Charlie Brown. What the fuck?
I started comedy in 91. So in 93, I had like my whatever, and I came back here. I was heartbroken. I was getting divorced. I was losing my child. But I fucking love comedy. I don't know what happens. I'm living with George. And Cliffside with his grandmother. In those days, you know, George is on a different planet. And we would come home at night and we'd write jokes together. And I still remember our first fucking joke that we wrote. It's the dumbest fucking thing in the world. What was those dudes that walked around New York City with the idiot that Gotti shot him? Oh my God. Those idiots that walked around New York like
Guardian Angels?
Guardian Angels. We used to write jokes at them. And he said, the Guardian Angels are back. Time to put your Bose speakers back in the window. It's the dumbest fucking joke. And then we wrote a joke about
the Puerto Rican Day Parade with the Navy.
Right, the
Puerto Rican Navy.
The Navy crashed into the dock in the Hudson River. 400 Puerto Ricans in the ocean. That ain't nothing new. We're fucking dying. I remember tried to joke on stage, not a laugh. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing together? He's fired. But I still remember this motherfucker coming home one night. And again, he has the quality of my mother. That's why I love him. He's always, this motherfucker don't come home empty-handed at 2 a.m. If he wakes you up, he's got a daily news. All right, he's got something. A sandwich, something, a joint. He always woke you up with something. So this one night he comes and he's like, man, it's fucking hot here. How do you? Now I'm fucking coked up to the gills. I'm just hiding under the blanket. I'm all jerked off out. Like it's like 4 a.m. I jerked off 80 times. I'm out of juice. I'm just waiting for something to happen. This idiot comes home, I bring a salami sandwich, whatever. And I'll never forget, he goes, man, it's hot in here. And he goes, where's that fan? There was a fan and he picked it up.
The big box fan.
Oh my God. And he goes, I'll hook you up. And he puts it in the window. It's fucking 3 a.m. He puts the fan on, the fan flies out. Sure enough. What the fuck happened, George? And Grandma comes out.
Caught us up.
Oh my God. This was a, you know, you can't write this shit. Like I always said, if I get a show, I gotta add all those nights of how much we fucking used to laugh late night. And the whole thing was for Grandma to come on and go, what the fuck happened? What happened every night? That's when we'd stop. And we loved Grandma. Oh my God, George. What a fucking time.
Yeah, I had two good women there.
This motherfucker. All right, so he's my writing partner. He's my ace. He knows what's coming next, and I'll fucking kill you. I said, listen, we're partners. Come to the city with me and fucking watch my set. Give me notes.
You used to have to bring someone. A lot of those.
Yeah, but I bought you dinner. Tell the story. I also got like a bag of coke.
And you gave me money.
And I gave you money. I go on stage. I come back. He's gone. I'm like, fuck, what?
I think Wait, that's what we did. That was a fucking show you did on Broadway in Harlem.
Yeah, it was 108th Street.
Right there.
I'll never forget.
Yeah. And the dope spot was like 8 blocks from there. So
this motherfucker. He goes, yeah, I'll wait for you. He had like a little pen. He was like my manager. So then I fired him. And I had a whole new manager. His name was Darren Reagan. And that's when the party fucking started. And I still remember me and him going to get coke, coming back, like just walking on the bridge. And it's George
Dude, I didn't remember that.
You cannot write this shit. You cannot write this shit.
Did he get hit by a car?
No.
Nah.
He would fake, so the cops wouldn't stop him.
Oh, okay. Gotta look at the car.
Oh my God.
They tried to put
Oh my God.
Sometimes you gotta limp to get ahead.
I take regular Caroline. This is the bad motherfuckers that we are. I take regular Caroline. We would always stop in the hall and get a bag of coke and then go do coke. I wouldn't do the coke. He would sit there and fucking coach me. Tell people to shut the fuck up. It was hilarious. I do my son, I fall. Caroline. I get off. He's like, I'm gonna wait till midnight. I'm gonna enter the contest. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is the world I lived in back then. He's like, yeah, it's gonna be all right. I'll buy you a drink. You come to the show. I'm gonna fucking kill him. This motherfucker won first place. There were like 10 people there. This Rago went up there and lit that fucking room on fire. He won like a porno. You can't write this shit, guys. What a fucking hell fucking ride that was. Something else happened that well, I took you to do that. I had to beg him to take him to see Rambo. He fucking hated Rambo. He fucking hated Rambo. So I took him to the black movie theater on 125th Street. And
Nah, don't we go on 181st?
yeah, 181st.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
And we had the Chinese, that's who the Cuban Chinese place on what, like 178? Is 179?
Yes, yes. And the Carvel around the corner and the coke, not the cocaine, well, the coke place.
And I was the minority stockholder and the manager of a radio station here back in those days.
He said
They had everything. They had gambling.
They had everything.
They had everything in the Heights.
Dog, you used to pull your car in for the parking, and they take you to the 12th floor. The door opened up. Wow. It was the fucking Chinese people, chicks, prostitutes, fucking drugs. I went there with Christy Lorenzo one night. We left there like 8 in the morning, and they gave you sunglasses.
What was the place? It was 170 something. She was at the
No,
garage.
right there. Right there. The garage. The garage.
Yeah.
You just pulled your fucking car and they took you upstairs. You got out of the car. Cocaine, heroin,
And the Irish joints and
chicks
Dyson.
ready for you. Dice. Fucking amazing.
Yeah.
8 in the morning.
And if you won, they'd let you out. You know, they weren't. But if you robbed or stole, you weren't getting out of there. But if you won, they made sure you got to your car and got the hell out of there.
You forgot about walking across the fucking bridge.
Jesus, everybody in Cliffside was robbing their mother's jewelry and going there. They were robbing it. Just gold
I was
money.
part of that Cuban crime wave
They
myself.
were taking that gold.
Dog, I was robbing gold, telling people
They
that
were melting it down in 3 minutes. No evidence.
I coke with it. Unbelievable. Oh, that shit.
This place in Cliffside, it was silver something. They had right in the back, it's right behind the counter, they had the melting thing.
Fucking love. I had a guy at the place was from Ashways. It used to be a strip club.
Oh, Park Lane Theater, right? Park
Lane Theater. It used to be some nasty hoes. I mean, just I don't even know where they picked them up. They picked them up like a sea caucus and brought them there like fresh from the bucket.
Oh, when they got kicked out of the AJ's or whatever.
Oh my God.
Naval Base.
Chick who told me that the guy that owned the pharmacy, his son just got arrested for whatever, touch a 6-year-old or whatever the fuck it is.
Pedophilia?
He met him down in like 53rd Street. And yeah, that his father owned that stuff there. There was a trophy shop there. But there was a dude there who sold like little things, trinkets. Everybody knew he was no good.
Like Guy McCann had a store
I
over there.
remember he's like, dog, this shit's so big. I'm out of cash. He goes, you just killed me Friday. Like, he was closing the stick. We walked in like 5 this stick. Listen, lock the door. Oh my God. That dude, there was a place next to the donut shop. Dunkin' Donuts, across from Hudson County Park. That dude was kinky too. I brought him a fucking pieces and shit. He even knew the pieces. Like, man, I was kind of robbing myself.
Things like air crashes.
Good times.
Good times. Good fucking times. Listen, we're done. All right? It was a great fucking Tuesday morning. Sorry we went over the time limit. We love you. You got what, 7 more shots left? So get out there. Yeah, fuck it. Go out there and shop. Like everybody else is. Probably go to that fucking CVS with roller skates on. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming out of there with a basket full of yum-yums. 5 days in a row. What is the limit in Jersey?
Ask me.
Huh?
I don't know, but we're not telling people to shop with.
Not the age limit for midgets. What's the fucking
I think
age?
it's like $1,000.
$1,000. That's 4
But
days.
we don't want people to do
4
that.
days. Everybody gets something. The school teacher, everybody. That's when you get everybody to take yum-yums. People are like, man, you're so generous. No, I'm a good shoplifter. Well, you. Anyway, we'll be back for one more before Christmas. Right? Yeah, we'll be here. So sorry about tonight. We got a little crazy. I love my man George Kaladinsky. Follow him on Instagram, All Star Framing, the best. He's got a tremendous
George the Frame.
George, whatever the fuck. Listen, just look him up, call me, yell for him like Rocky. You need me? Yo, Rock. I love you, motherfuckers. See you next week. Stay black. The Church New Testament is brought to you by Liquid IV. Listen, the holidays are always a marathon, right? It's easy to forget the basics like staying hydrated. I don't know who does, but keep Liquid IV on hand to get you through the holiday parties. You know what I'm saying? Liquid IV has 3 times, not 2, 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients to keep you going. Banging! Listen, it replaces nutrients lost by dehydration and has 100% of your daily value of vitamin B, B3, B5, and all the B's, B12. They got enough B in there to forget about it. It's available in a ton of delicious flavors. And now, sugar-free. Let me explain something. That pink sugar-free has always been one of my favorites, okay? If you like Liquid IV, the flavor, now they got a raspberry something. Oh, my God. Stop the presses. And it's easy to use. Just mix 1 stick of Liquid IV with 16 ounces of nice cold water. Shake that thing up or beat that thing. Stay hydrated through the holidays with Liquid IV. Get 20% off your first order of Liquid IV when you go to liquidiv.com. Again, liquidiv.com. Use code Joey at checkout. Joey. A lot of people, you know. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today with code Joey, Joey at liquidiv.com. Please support the show and get 20% off your next order.
People ask me because there's been a discussion, particularly after your broadcast, and that revitalized. In fact, I was up in Craig, Colorado last week, and the guy wasn't interested at all. All of a sudden, he's a fan, and I sent him the book for more and so forth. So I got home here on the weekend. But the point is that, insofar as I was concerned, people say, "Do you think it was true?" And I said, "I don't know." But I'll tell you this: it's hard for me to believe that in this infinitesimally small area of the universe, that we're the only people with any intelligence. So if there are, and another thing that interested me is because I had a friend. We had a lot of hours, because I think it was in Northwest at that time. And he had, I don't know how many hours as captain. And when he said he saw something off the left wing, there's a guy who, when he makes a statement, if you're a disbeliever or an unbeliever, you say, well, I don't want to fly with him because I think he's a nut. So he puts his own business in jeopardy.
So W. Whitmore had Brazel overnight.
Did you actually see Brazel himself?
Only when they first came in.
How did he come across you?
I didn't watch him very much. They were, frankly, we were hiding the things for Halloween, and we didn't want to make much disturbance. Whitmore lived way out on the east side. So that's about it.
Did so Brazel is with Walt Whitmore overnight. Did the military come and pick him up, or did Whitmore take him to?
I think he turned around.
Would it be fair to say that Whitmore surrendered him to the military, or
Oh,
is
I think so, because he was just a guest overnight.
Okay.
So you don't surrender a guest unless your name is this guy over in Iraq.
But was the military, but the military was looking for him?
I think so.
Was Whitmore hiding Brazel from the military or from your rivals?
We just had a good story.
So Whitmore was more worried about protecting his story than the military finding where Brazel was.
We had no reason to hide him out, particularly, except we wanted to do some talking to him first. It so happened that it was all for nothing because we didn't use it.
So that next morning, Whitmore decided he wanted to go out to the crash site.
No, I decided that.
You
I
decided.
wanted to go out. Whitmore done it.
Been out to the crash site, or?
Yeah, I think, but I don't know, he couldn't get any closer than I did. I thought we could do it with the back roads.
So you followed the back roads out toward Corona. What happened when you got out toward the crash
Well,
site?
they just had some roadblocks.
When it was on one of the back roads.
Well, if they had the whole thing, you use the word cordon a minute ago. I presume that might be pretty well. I didn't pay that much attention to. I wasn't driving. I had another guy, and I was more interested in just getting out there and disappointed because, believe me, we didn't get close.
You say another guy, you haven't remember who that was?
And we had about 6 people there to the station.
So you went out to the area, you were stopped by the.
Sure.
How did they do that?
We just say side roads, this is restricted area.
Military.
Yeah, really used to be.
How were they in a jeep? Were they in a car?
I can't imagine. I imagine they were just one of those lucid ends.
And as you approached, the fella came out on the road and waved you down.
But as a matter of fact, the reason I'm so vague, I don't mean to be intentional, is because at that thing, it wasn't really a big deal. Because we had these experiences before where some accident had happened and where they just kind of blocked off the whole area. So it was perfectly reasonable as far as I was concerned.
So you didn't get out to the site, you turned around at that point and came back to Roslyn. How close?
I'll bet I wasn't within 15 minutes. I don't know. Because at that time, I say it wasn't important. We wanted to see the stuff we heard. Of course, by that time it was certainly a day. That's about the story.
You said the stuff you heard of. What do you recall?
Well, one of the things that I still remember specifically is that the material, they said, was as thin as the wrapper on a Lucky Strike package, but you couldn't break it. And if you twisted it and scrunched it up together, it would come back to its own, you know. They tried to burn it and so forth. And it was a good mystery for a small town. And of course, we had a large. At that particular time, we had a lot of military people here.
Was there any extraordinary military activities in Colorado?
Because everybody started watching the sky.
So there was an attitude within the town itself.
Oh, very aware. My thought was, looking back to the old days of the invasion, if you remember.
War of the Worlds.
Yeah. And the effect it had on people on the East Coast, particularly. And I thought that perhaps maybe this was going to be, I have reason now to believe it was more than just protecting the public from getting upset over this. Because after that, we got into the Lubbock Lights and all of these things. And people that I knew who were highly respectable, people, long-time guys, ranchers, and people like that, who saw some of these things, and they had no reason to kid anybody about standing on the side of their pickup and watching these lights go back and forth up in the mountains. They're not the sort of people who needed to do that, or was it their nature to be that sort of person?
Around the station, what was the general reaction to the weather balloons?
Well, the weather balloons were being launched about a block from us every night. Because they did that with the Weather Bureau at that time. That's how they got their readings. So weather balloons per se were not that interesting.
So you didn't buy that explanation?
We really didn't. But we didn't have a good reason because that material was scattered out there as you were looking. And it wasn't like being able to see where something goes down and there's a hell of an explosion and a exact dark place.
Did you ever have occasion to talk to, say, Colonel Blanchard or any of the people out at the base after this event and subsequent years? And heard anything from them? Maybe said something to you?
Well, I love this. Joe Blanchard was one of the first guys I knew out there because he'd served under my uncle, who was a general in the Air Force. In fact, we had 4 guys out there who were commanders who were all been students under him, and that used to be killed. So I always made it a point to defense people because they're nice people. And we entertained them a few times and they even go in there for a drink or something. But no, we didn't discuss it. I don't know why we didn't, because that would have been the time to try to find out.
After Whitmore turned Grasnell over in the military, he saw him up there.
Did I see that?
You saw Whitmore, sir.
Oh, shoot.
The first chance you had to ask him about the wire recording.
I do not know in retrospect why I didn't. I just figured it was a dead story. And
What you're saying is that Whitmore never told you what the rancher said?
oh, in just plain discussion, but the rancher didn't say anything. The rancher merely said, hey, I was out and I was riding and I saw this and this is what it looked like and I couldn't figure out what it was. And so I came to town to tell some people. I mixed with the same people and pretty soon it was great interest. And so I don't think that he himself went and did a lot of pseudo scientific experiments with this material. There were all sorts of stories. Bodies being loaded into planes and all that sort of stuff. And there's that first bunch went right down to Fort Worth, to Carswell. The rest of them understood went back to who's that actor?
You mean Dayton?
Yeah.
Do you say others mean other aircraft?
Yeah. The presumption.
Do you hear any bizarre stories of aliens running loose in Roswell at the time, anything like that?
No, we did not. We probably been too scared to notice it. After all, that was all free ET, and we didn't know how friendly these folk are.
So basically, all you really know is a little bit of what Whitmore told you about the rancher finding the debris coming into town, and then tempting yourself to go out to the site and turn back, and receiving a phone call. Now, you're sure it was Clinton Anderson's office, and that's
no, but I would assume so. He's our senator.
Could it have been Dennis Shevin?
Oh, well, could have been Dennis Shevin.
So,
that was good enough for us because at that particular time, you didn't go around wrestling with the FCC if you could help it. They gave you enough trouble on other things. Sitting out on a hill and monitoring you and it was 250 watts.
To make sure you weren't putting out bad information.
Or bad information and or ASCAP was out there trying to find if we were playing some of their stuff and not recording it. So we had all of the government things to do.
Any information about the ranch in the next couple of days?
No, I don't.
You got an impression where he was?
I do not recall. It's very possible. And all I know, he didn't come back into the state.
Did you ever see Bradley?
I gotta go. That's not unusual. These guys are all way going the wrong way. We were busy at that time. We had a small staff. 2 or 4 guys working from the base. We were working part-time and so forth. As I say, in retrospect, if we had any idea what we had and what general interest was, well, then it would have been easy, and we would have, obviously, we would have sat down and said, well, see if we can find out this and that, put 2 and 2 together and get something.
Did the military ever come by the station to pick up press releases, anything like that? No indication the military came back to make sure there was nothing left behind that might.
No, I don't think so, because we were very close to the PIO. Because they were such a lead. Even if they had one, I don't think it would have made a great mental note after all of these years, because it was not that uncommon a situation.
Through the years, and certainly since Resurrection was stories involved. Any people that you talk to, any former colleagues or anyone else that has voiced an opinion, related any tickets of information to you?
Oh, did I do that? No, because it was you. Did you believe this stuff? And it so happened that I believed it to some extent at that time, and then ultimately I just felt more and more that this was a it was nicely hushed up, let me put it that. That's a general way of putting it.
So you weren't that concerned that the military came in and suggested that you not release the story. That sort of thing happened on a regular basis. Whether it was an aircraft accident or maybe something that.
No, see, we've been trying to cover all of that stuff at the local level because that's how we. That's all we have. And, so, in the 2 stations with which I was associated for a period of time, we always had mobile units, and we also had to meet the broadcast and so forth. And even in those days, if there was a story, why we chased it pretty fine.
But for this one, you didn't really think there was a story. Because
I didn't think we were going to be able to do anything. I thought that whatever they were going to report, because the question was in many minds, but whatever they were going to report, that's what we would tell them. So the people would know.
So there was no place for you to go with the story.
Yeah, because we really didn't have this story. We had a discussion with a guy who found some stuff that they did a good job of closing that thing up. Marcel was out of here. There were some people that were shut up. Maybe that had been planned for 90 days, but the coincidence of it made people say, boy, let's get him out of here.
Was there much talk among the townspeople?
Yeah. Most exciting thing that happens in they sold the prize bull at the 4-H sale.
Covering all the big news.
Yes, I mean, secondary story, but eventually fulfilled.
Was there any general tone to the public reaction? That they believe it, they didn't believe it, whatever?
I wouldn't have any idea because I never did run a poll or anything like that. I would suggest that there were some people who said, boy, this must be a big story or they wouldn't have made such an effort. And others who said something else.
You saw where
There
there
was
was.
a weather girl and that's good enough for me to think that really a weather girl.
Which side you're going?
I was in the middle between the two. I'm obviously have gone to the pro there was section. But only on the basis of small bore logic that, just to repeat myself, if we think of this little dot, and it's getting smaller and smaller all the time, even though this thing isn't working too well up there now. But the fact is that for us to consider the fact that we are the only people with the intelligence to do that, and there's been so much stuff to the contrary since those days. That, I don't know. All I know is I think that to keep repeating myself, which I don't need to do, it should be cut of that. But the point is that why should we think in this little weensy part of the universe that we're the only people who are ever creating with any intelligence? I know people who think there are other intelligences in space that are perhaps way ahead. And this might have been, maybe somebody came down and said, hey, we saw some flares down on that little place over here on the atomic test. We saw some flares, we thought we'd send somebody down and take a look, see what was going on. That's what they did, and maybe they had the misfortune to do some bad navigating or something.
Well, that's a new way of putting it.
How did you know which ranch to go to?
Because we talked to the guy when he came to town.
They actually told you, they gave you directions or told you?
Oh, all of these old timers knew exactly what they wanted to do. Everybody knew where all of these ranches. Big ranches. No, I was busy in the station. And that was a very busy 7-day-a-week job because we covered sports and we covered this and we covered that and I did all the selling of all the advertising, that little it was. So my job was to stay right there and run it. Whitmore himself was an absentee owner.
Looks like that's it then.
Is this deposition over there?
I believe so. I think you got a heck of a job.
Well, no.
I'll turn this off for you.
Were they in your program with her they never bought the idea that it was a reflection from somebody's glasses down in the ground.
I'm just putting the date on this now so that we've got a picture of you with the date.
Well, I wish I could be more helpful because I'd love to see you guys come up with some real solutions if you can find them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you?
Putting a little bit of pieces.
Exactly. You put the whole timeline together.
Which is why your story is important because you have a couple of little pieces that don't fit it into the whole chronology. I can never convince you how important the story is to us.
Well, I realize because I'm impressed that you are willing to take the pieces. But that thing is pretty well shattered out and you can't take it.
It's shattered and it's over.
Oh, yes.
That's the big
I know I thought.
Well, we're rolling now. We've got the tape going. So you're Mrs. Lyman Strickland, Marion Strickland, and we're in Roswell, New Mexico.
On September 27th.
Which it says right there on the official thing. And we'll turn that off. And so, let's go. You were saying you knew Mac Razzle.
Yeah.
He was a neighbor. And you lived out near his ranch in the summer of
The
1940.
ranch is joined on the corner,
Okay.
In which direction?
It was southeast of Corona, and the cornering was in the same direction, southeast of Corona.
So you were farther from Corona than Mac was.
No, he was further.
Oh.
That ranch belonged to the Foster.
And you knew Mac how long before the summer of 47?
We moved there in 1939, and I had 3 small children. Excuse me.
Can we help you out with anything there? Or?
I'll turn that off.
Yes, back on. No, that's okay. We're talking about Mac Travel.
Well, we moved there in 39, and I had, my youngest child was only 3 or 4 months old. And I didn't get around to meet neighbors, but my husband did. And he undoubtedly knew Mac from very soon after we went there. We walked the place in 39. So, Mac came by. He would stop, and sometimes at the barn, sometimes he came in the house. I just knew who he was.
He's a very friendly guy.
Yes, he was a very self-sufficient country man. He was very dependable and self-confident. He was not stupid. He was not a highly educated person.
Moving ahead to the summer of 1947, leaping right ahead, you're of course aware of the events that took place in July of 47.
Yes.
Now you have no personal knowledge of what happened. You didn't see anything. You didn't go out to the crash site or anything like that.
No.
You didn't-
No, I think Mac went to, see, we were on a spur that was off of the main line that went from the Foster Ranch to Corona. And he would have gone by the doctors and Saltmeyers first, just on the way to town. But he would come out of his way to come by us. But he came by and told us about it, and probably tried to get my mom to go down and look at it. Sally said she.
Now Sally is your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had 2 sons, but they're both deceased. And she thought that she could remember him wanting Lyman and the boys to come down and kids. She was one of the boys. Literally. And she said that that was a busy time of year. If it was dry, and it was dry more than it was anything else, they were feeding or knocking lambs or something or another.
Now you said you remember the thunderstorm? Or?
Oh yeah, this is the house later. We had a little old dinky shack that had a porch that wasn't any wider than that. And my husband put all ranchers go out on the porch to see where it's raining, how much, and who got some. And he had to stand out there and see where it was raining. There was so much thunder and lightning that I begged him to come in the house, and finally there was this terrible thunderclap. And he came in and he said, "Boy, that is something. You know, it has a different sound.
Mm-hmm.
It has a hollow sound."
So he thought lightning had struck something.
Yes. And it was 2 or 3 days after that, but not longer than that. It was a week or 2.
He didn't see the lightning hit anything. He just
No, that's hilly country. And the clouds were hanging low. They were pretty low.
So then you and Lyman, we went over to Mac to see the stuff.
No, Mac went to the Proctor, maybe the salt mine, I don't know if he went there. But, they didn't go down there with him, I guess everybody was busy, and Mac thought it was a weather balloon or some sort of an experiment that he was, glad to do the government a favor of bringing the pieces. And that's actually the attitude he had when he gathered it up and took it to town.
So he brought it into Roswell, when you say town Roswell.
Yeah.
And what happened to him in Roswell? Did he ever talk to you about that?
Very secretly, and he didn't talk to me a lot. But they were around my table, Mac, and I don't know whether Bill Brazel was there, I don't remember that. But Mac and my kids and Lyman, and I was busy carrying the coffee pot. And I really heard more sketches of the conversation than if I were just sitting there talking like we are here.
What pieces of the conversation did you hear? What do you remember about that?
Kanetsky's officers at the air base were doing.
Lyman asked you what did he elaborate on that?
He did to them, yes. He was held for, I believe it was 3 days or 3 nights. Of course, ranchers all had livestock in their corrals that had to be fed, and that was there by himself. And I think he called Bill. Bill was in Albuquerque. Come down and take care of his livestock, but they literally threw him in jail. And it was 2 or 3 days later, Lyman and Floyd Proctor had some business with the Bureau of Land Management, which has an office. I don't remember where their office was then. Anyway, they came down here to the Bureau of Land Management together, and they saw Mac being escorted by 2 Army men, and I don't know whether he had handcuffs on or not. I don't believe I ever heard that, and I don't believe he did. I believe they said something about it, because we were all, the whole neighborhood was scandalized that the Army, the services would treat people like that. People who had good intentions.
Did Mac ever mention what went on when he was held on the base?
I didn't hear it. Shirley Walter Hawk did. He was a lieutenant. I couldn't tell you because, like I said, I was carrying the coffee pot. Mac was very secretive, and I know that he made it plain that he was not supposed to tell this, not supposed to tell that. And I think most of what he was not supposed to tell was that there was any excitement about this material. Now that's my recollection.
But Mac was pretty unhappy.
Oh, you bet. He was a man who had integrity. He definitely felt insulted and misused and disrespected.
So he was annoyed at the way the military treated him.
Worse than annoyed.
He made the effort to come in with the material, and they treated him that way. You sat at basically at your coffee table and elaborated.
At my dinner table.
Dinner table.
Didn't have one.
I meant dinner. Actually, kitchen table.
Yeah.
Was this the only time that he talked about it? Did he ever mention it maybe sometimes? Or?
I don't remember him being at my table. I was in the house. Now, lots of ranch women are around the corrals a lot, but I wasn't. And he came to the house off and on when we built this new house, he came and helped line with the plumbing. Which that was later. But I don't remember that he ever came during that time of stress. And he was definitely under some stress and felt like he had been misused and kicked around.
And this was right after he got back?
Yeah.
Right after they let him go?
Not too long. And since none of us really knew then what the importance of it was, I don't remember just how long it was. It might have been 2 weeks. I don't think it was 2 months.
Did he talk about the material?
Yes, he did. I remember he said something about that you could crumble it up and right back out. Now, my daughter, I have been asked before if anybody had any scraps of it. And my daughter told me on long distance, the scrap of it up there, and he was at the corral. He was not in the house, and I know I never saw any of it. I never saw it at all. And she said that it was very, very thin, that I had done. I sewed it. And she was familiar with fabrics, and she said it was like a very thin cotton, but very tough. And she emphasized the word tough. And I said, how big was this scrap? And she said, oh, 6 inches by 8 or 10. And I said, what do you reckon he did with it? She says, well, if they didn't build, I don't believe they were people who kept a lot of they didn't have their house flooded like this. She says, well, if he didn't realize the importance of it, he probably threw it away. That was just conjecture.
Where's your daughter now?
Fort Morgan, Colorado.
And is Sally,
Catalina.
would you think it'd be all right if we talk to her over long distance and chat with her?
I'm sure it would.
Do we have a phone number?
Yeah.
Do you have a remember what it is?
Yes, I do. You want to write it down?
Oh, that was recorded.
1-307-867-5025. That's her home telephone.
That's Sally.
Catalina. Now, of course, her husband and sons wouldn't want to think about it.
Are they from this area or are they from Colorado?
They're from Colorado. All of them.
But she says Bill Brazel bought a scrap of it by for her to take a look at.
Well,
Or just a show.
to show, and like I said, now she lived at the corral. Her daddy had to order her to the house. She had her horses, so forth. And she was out there, and the boys were out there, and I suppose Bill stopped, and that was the whole family as far as Bill was concerned. So, and I don't know whether I was home or not.
So basically what you know is Mac Brazel was held by the people at the base for a number of days.
Yes.
He came to your house and was irritated by their
Worse than irritated.
by the treatment of them, and we were his discussion about what went on at the base. And then Lyman saw Mac in the company of a number of.
If I could say something off of the record.
Back on the record.
What I asked you about the thunderstorm,
Thunderstorm.
did anyone else comment? Did you hear anyone else
Comment about the thunderstorm.
about the storm?
I asked Juanita about it one time, and she said, no, she didn't remember it because she had little children. Her children, by 1947, mine were 7, 8, 10 years old. And hers were babies. And I think that's what she said, that she didn't remember that thunderstorm. I don't know if anybody else did.
anyone else in the family that commented about the
About
loud thunder?
thunderclap. Sally could remember. I don't know. My son just said that.
Did Matt say anything while we were out that he was threatened? Or was that thing like,
I think he was threatened with something because he was threatened if he opened his mouth, he might get thrown in the backside of the jail. And he gave that impression, definitely. He must not tell anything.
He said that he wasn't supposed to tell him.
Yes.
so he was angry, but yet he also took it serious
Yes.
that he couldn't say anything about it. Is that unlike him? That he would
Yes, it was unlike him.
buckle down against something that's
He was a very upfront person. He would be likely to say what he thought. And if it fitted, you didn't like it, then so what?
What would it take to get him to keep his mouth shut about something?
A serious threat.
More than just a physical threat.
I think so. But I don't know any threat that was given. Like I said, I was carrying the coffee.
Could they have done anything else to try to shut him up?
Like what?
Bribing.
You couldn't bribe Mac. I don't think he did. I think he double up his fist and back your way. I really do. I don't think he's any kind of person. Has anybody else made any such remarks about Mac?
So I was just going to ask, as far as his financial situation prior to the incident.
I don't know much about his finances. His wife lived in Alamogordo and had a home there, and I've been there. And it was a nice house. No. Well, it was just a nice house in a nice part of town. It wasn't extraordinary in any which way, but it was a nice home, and she had a pretty yard with flowers. And I don't know whether she didn't want to live on the ranch or what, but the Foster Ranch was a big ranch. And probably the pay was something important to me.
Any idea what a man would be paid to run
I
a
really
ranch in
don't.
those days?
I know what we had to pay our men when we hired them just by the day. But, I don't have any idea what ranch manager would have done.
What did a hand get back then?
A common hand would get about $60 a month from that. Or $5 a day. Somebody that knew what he was doing, like windmill work and things like that. But I don't know what that means. It wasn't anything we talked about around the table.
Was there anything different about him after this?
He might have been a little more reticent because he felt like he was disgraced. And he really wanted to square himself with his neighbors. I think that's why he talked a little. Because he was afraid that the neighbors might think he had done something of a crooked nature. But he might have been a little more anxious. I don't know. When we built this house, I said, this house that's in the painting. I didn't know anything about it. He cut 2 pieces of pipe and they were both too short. Mac come up and helped him, and they put in the plumbing together. Now, I don't know if Mac would have done that before that or not. This was in the early days.
Who painted the picture?
One of my sons.
Did he paint all the pictures?
He painted everything in oil and did all the woodwork. Anything that's in China, I did.
I'm impressed.
You did this one on fire,
Yeah,
Jeffrey?
that's a story. That's a story that's really true. That happened when my husband was about 2 or 3 years old. Want to turn it off?
No, that's okay.
My son painted it from his father's story about it. At that time, they had no fences or very few, and lots of cowboys. And they ran, this was like the Chisholm outfit, but they didn't work for Chisholm, they worked for him. And they run cattle from the Pecos onto the mountains. And anyway, these cowboys went out in the morning. I don't know how many there were, half a dozen. And this one didn't come back. So they knew something had happened to him. And what had happened was his horse stepped in a hole and fell with him and broke the man's leg, but not the horse's leg. And the wolves could smell the blood. The skin was broken. The boot was horrible. And the wolves could smell the blood, and it was National Geographic, and they did, I read it. If they want to tell you that wolves won't attack, maybe they won't, but they're just one. But where there's a whole ring of wolves, a bunch, and they smell blood, they would. And anyway, he had little chips of wood that he got on fire and threw at them all night long. And they found him, the other cowboys found him the next morning. And my mother-in-law, Lyman's mother, walked up to us. There's supposed to have been a tree right there. That's where the chips come from. My son had never painted a tree. He never painted a tree until I insisted that he paint these that are around the house. And so he didn't put any tree in. And her sister, Jenny, walked up to it and said, somebody else in the room says, well, if you get over it, she says, well, it sure was a good old answer. So I guess he got over it.
Those are beautiful pictures.
Yeah. Thank you. I treasure everything here.
Sure.
My son was selling at the time that he died, and he had sold several portraits. And the people who had commissioned portraits came and got them. But I kept everything else. I could have sold it. I just plastered the walls.
Yeah, very beautiful. And what is it that you paint?
I paint China.
And what in here did you get?
Well, this cabinet is full of it. That cabinet is full of it. And everything except 1 or 2 antiques in these shelves.
Obviously, you work it through.
How about these cups with birds?
I painted those.
It's incredible. That's marvelous.
Now, I didn't paint the Virgin that's in the window. I did about half of the birds, or more than half, maybe.
The flowers on the China?
Oh, yes, I did all those.
It's really realistic.
I've enjoyed doing it. My son was painting at the time that I found a lady who gave lessons, and that was her husband painting for me. And I thought, well, I've always enjoyed China, and I'll do this so I don't interfere with his work. Like I said, he had talent that I've never had.
No, I wouldn't say you've got a lot of talent.
But obviously, he has lots of talent too.
He had a lot.
But it was pretty much a sideline for him.
He was 40 years old, and he had really just gotten into the artistic endeavors. He drew from the time he was things that you could. But, well, I'm his mother. Things that you might say, this is awfully good. He drew one that I hung on the wall until it turned yellow. And it was a cowboy standing by a windmill. And the windmill was much taller than the cowboy was much taller than the windmill. So you know who was the most important. But both were very good. And he was both from that. But I have paintings of his. I have a grandson, two grandsons. His daughters. One of them is an art teacher.
If you don't mind, I'd like to video the paintings. I'd like to. I don't know if it will come out, how good it'll be, but I'd certainly like to give it a shot. And you say this is his house or your house? He's still there?
After we moved in here and I knew what was going on, we had 5 little strokes. But he had glaucoma. And my son and I were suspicious of cancer. This is a pain in his tumor.
Is this done from a photograph?
But this one, my son did.
I'm working a lot of meetings.
Oh, yes.
So,
He had glaucoma on the street for several years, and his eyesight was so sick. This old size of woman wouldn't ride with him, except on a ranch where it didn't matter. But we were coming back from Roswell with a load of feed, and I was driving. We had a 3/4 ton and usually loaded it.
this is one across.
This was in, maybe in the 50s. I couldn't tell you exactly. It didn't have anything to do with that. Have you been, I guess you've been before.
Yes.
And have you crossed the Gallo and then gone up by what was the Reynolds Ranch then? There's a long straight road right along the top of the, I call it a mesa. It stretches for at least 2 or 3 miles, just as straight as a river. You come up from a deep draw and go up on this long straight road. Well, go back.
Rock road.
This is going to Vermont. The cutoff, it's 59 miles out here. And then cuts off the goat line. It wasn't paved then. And anyway, go back to 1942. About 1942, there were lots of Army planes going over because that's right on the direct line from here in Alfred. And there was one that had the bomb sight. If you remember, they had a bomb sight that they protected with men's lives. And the planes were fixed so that they blow up. They didn't land just properly. Well, anyway, this plane circled this was night, we had gone to bed, it was about 10, 11 o'clock. And nearly everybody had tin roofs. This was 1942. You could see the tin roofs shining in whatever light there was. And this plane, you could tell it was in trouble because of the way the bumpers sounded. And they circled every ranch house in that area, ours included. And by the time you think of what to do to go down to the field with your pickup and shine the light on the furrows, the way they ran it or something, gone and gone on to some other place. Anyway, they spotted this long road across there. And they tried to land it and it blew up. And they cordoned that off for a week, gathering up pieces. Anyway, this was 1950. And I was driving real slow and up out of the Gallo, which is very sandy. You don't cross the Gallo just anywhere. It's so sandy that you could walk down in the sand. Came this red light, just as round as a large red pulsating light. Came up out of the Gallo, came directly at us, and all I could think of, we were up on this long road, all I could think of was that it was a plane that was in trouble, trying to land. And I know that Lyman agreed. We must have talked something. The garbage was awfully deep, and we went off on that side. I was wondering if the plane didn't turn over with the load we had. But anyway, he got out and run down the hill, and I had a heck of a time getting my door open. But I did get out and I saw it not through the windshield. And this light came right straight over us and stood. It was still, all at one time, it took off and went on in the other direction. Now, it didn't occur to me at the time until the next day. There was not a thing. No thing.
You're outside pickup with that.
I was outside pickup. I was not seeing it through glass. And there was not anything. And I said to Lyman, I'm going to call. We had a telephone going in too. And must have had part of this house built. And I said, I'm going to call White Sands and tell them they lost one of their lockets. He says, you just shut up and don't say one word. They'll make a phone out of it. And they already had 2 or 3 people say things. And I was just convinced it was some earthly thing that had gotten loose. But I would like to ask you all, is there any theory of anybody has had a theory that this is a light thing? I mean, like we send a searchlight. The searchlight doesn't make any sound. If you throw a baseball through the air, it makes a sound. And I can't help but think that if it appeared to me that this thing was not over 100 feet above, maybe not that much, I couldn't really tell. It was pitch dark. It was something I'd never seen before. And, has anybody ever
How's the weather?
clear? Yeah, I remember there was no muddy roads, no nothing like that.
I've heard hundreds and hundreds of reports like that.
And you heard that they don't make sense. Has anybody said it could be a sign, something that's beamed from somewhere else?
Your guess is as good as anybody else's.
Speculation theories about holographic projections that appear to be three-dimensional from the projector. That it's not even a subject, it's just a projection, just a ball of light.
Well, this was a pulsating, red, round thing.
What shade of red?
I'd say it was a little bit, yellow red, just a little yellow red. Lots of reds,
Orange red.
more orange red, yes. If I was going to my palette, I'd pick up yellow red. But it would be an orange red.
Well, we even have lots of reports of huge vehicles hovering over people's heads with no sound at all.
And they can tell what it's a big.
Yes. Daytime.
And no sound. Well, how do you explain that? Because, like I said, you throw a ball through the air and you've got sound.
The theory there is too that somehow an object is able to, with some type of a field that would surround the object, actually draw the surrounding air molecule with it. That would serve to cushion it and eliminate the friction, the air friction.
Something very
I know it's
thinking Greek.
Really,
in other words,
we don't know.
there's no friction. In other words, there's no, you know what a sonic boom is, as far as that's where the air is separated by the supersonic jet, and as it comes together, it claps. So whatever this is, it doesn't cause that.
It doesn't relax. Yeah.
It doesn't seem to have to come together. It seems to be no break in the air. That's where the theory that it's actually drawing air with it. See, too, when you have an object that moves that fast, that the friction that causes it to start to blow, that's where like a meteorite breaks up, or even a satellite in re-entry will burn up as it comes into the atmosphere. We don't get that.
The other thing wasn't a meteorite because it stood there. Maybe they were seeing how smart we were, to see if they wanted to ask us a few questions. I don't know. Decided they didn't.
How long did it sit there?
You know, you're under such a stress at the time, it's hard to say. I would say a few seconds, maybe certainly not more than 3 to 5 minutes.
But you are moving in the truck at the time.
No, I had stopped the truck.
You'll stop.
Yes.
Was it up ahead of the truck as it appeared to hover, or was it overhead?
Covered right overhead.
Right overhead.
If I had been in the truck, I couldn't have seen it. But I had, you know, it's hard to open a pickup.
Looked out to the windshield.
I didn't look out through the windshield. I did when I first saw it.
Right.
My husband had run off down the draw and he kept hollering at me, come on, out his side. And I think I was afraid that the whole pickup would turn over because that was a deep garbage. I've heard that they've got that road paved now, and I don't know what kind of garbage is. That one was deep. Anyway, I remember struggling out on the driver's side and stood there because by the time I got out, I could see that it was not an airplane that was trying to land and come down the road. But that's what I thought it was.
Would this have been in 1949?
It could have been. I couldn't swear to the date. I hold an awful lot of feet by myself. His eyes got so bad that,
When did his eyes get bad?
I guess he had some eye problems from the time I first knew him. But they were not treated until the late 40s. By that time, he was ready to die. He was blind.
And he died quite a few years ago, right?
6 years.
Oh, 6 years ago.
7 years ago. In January. Anyway, he had cleaned himself when I saw some things. I don't know if they were told on here or not. And I know I saw one just like a campsite. About 11 o'clock at night one night. I went, this was a pretty road. And so smart to and we had had a lot of sheep stealing. I've got a snapshot over there of where trees put out a sign that there would be that they would pay for information on the sheep.
Reward.
Yes, it would. And I went right on and called Clint, and of course got him out of bed. Told him that this campsite was up above, there had been another road there. And Kenny says, why? That road washed out to where nobody could get in there. And they went up there the next morning and come around from the top side, and they said they found a dead, I believe it was a cat.
Was there evidence of campfire?
No, I don't remember, but I do remember what looked to me as I passed it like a light, a lantern light that would show through a tent.
Anybody moving around?
I didn't see anybody. See, I was driving and I didn't want to sit there if that was sheep stealers and wait for them. And I didn't know the road was washed out. It was a Clay's pasture. Then in our pasture, there was a bluff on the, we called it the Canadian. And to me, it would be 100 feet down, maybe it's not more than 50. But they had it fenced off, so the livestock couldn't come out there and graze and fall off. And it was very rough. You couldn't get up there with a pickup or even a Jeep because the pieces would fall out and fall into the canyon below it. And that was above our house. And as we turned the corner to come into a ball game one night, to come in after the ball game, and here was a light going down like from one fence post to the other. It's just clear. I don't drink. I'm not just saying.
This ball game, remember anything about the weather?
No, I wouldn't have gone if the weather had been very threatening. Not that we lived in a remote enough area and had livestock that, I guess not. I would stick in the mud, I just wouldn't have gone. I'm not that crazy about sports. My kids would, the boys would play. One of them. The other one would cry.
You've had an interesting time.
You know, I think so too. And we saw the first Potomac Mountain.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Saw the flag?
Yeah. And this is true. My husband was one of those that, well, if you didn't want to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you were probably a little lazy. And he shook me around and he says, come here and look. And this was an old house, and just had one little window about the size of that out on the west side. And he wanted me to see this explosion, and I did not see any mushrooms. We were in a direct line from Alamogordo, behind the mountains. But, and it was very white, and it went right straight up. It was a mushroom I didn't see. I got up and looked, went right back to bed.
So today it was.
We talked about it a minute or two and thought, I think he suggested it might be an ammunition gun because nobody knew what was going on up there. It hadn't been announced. And that's what we decided it was. And I thought, well, it's an ammunition gun. So what have you got me up here for? So I went back to bed and I think he went in and made coffee.
Did you hear any rumors about what was going on?
If so, I don't remember. We had an awful lot of drought. And we also had planes that we know that came out of the border, out of the base there, that scattered something that dispersed the clouds. Out here, I've got a government book, I've got it in the box. I know where it is. It takes a while to go find it. Anyway, the ranchers all really, they thought that these young boys were doing this. They were buzzing when they was doing it. And they thought they were doing some of it just on their own, just to be funny. And they made a protest, and there was, I can't remember that man's name for sure. Anyway, the general, and he came in from El Paso, and he told them that it was not his boys that was doing that. It was a group that was assigned to experiment with the weather. And he gave us the address and what to ask for, and we got these bulletins, this one that I'm talking about. And anybody that asked for one after that didn't get it. They shut it off.
Tell us about the experiments.
The experiments were going all up and down the Rockies, even into Montana. And there was a big experiment station right there at the mouth of the Platte River where when they had that big flood on the Platte. This one was spotted too. I mean, it was, we got first government bulletins from Anderson was Senator Anderson down right down. We were just a bunch of kids. But they could see some of these planes coming in. They were running calves or marking lambs or something one time, and a bunch of men around on the Guile, and this wasn't at our ranch, but all the neighbors got together to do this. And they could see something being dumped out or spewed out of these planes, and the planes going right, you might say, into the tracks where they appeared. That was just a thing. You could just go buy more feed.
You saw this happen?
I didn't see that. My husband saw it. But I saw flames come in. One time we were stuck in that same drawer that had that bluff on it I was telling you about. Anyway, the water had come down. Those magazines are to be given away, and you can have any you want. We were stuck, and there was the biggest old black cloud up above, and we needed rain and needed it back. And we were just working like crazy to get back. It was my husband, his oldest son, and I to get that pickup out of the drawer because it wouldn't wash it away. And the flames come in, and finally somebody noticed them there, and those clouds just everything. This government thing, they said in so many words that they were trying to send the moisture into the areas that needed it for direct farming. I think they nearly got sued. They washed away the Kansas City stock yards. Which serves them right.
I think that's all we really need. Great. Done some wonderful work for us.
Well, I hope it's been worth something. I think the American people ought to know what's going on. I can realize one reason that this was kept secret too is you remember Orson Welles. You're too young.
Well, we read about it in the papers.
I do.
Well, anyway, he's written a play. And I think it was in the 1960s. That it was a downright riot.
War of the Worlds.
People from the other worlds were coming, and the people in New York City just came.
As they're well known to do, people in New York City.
Anyway, that's the only reason I can see why they can't be honest.
Of course, now they've had so much practice with being dishonest.
Yes, and they
Second nature.
had been used to the idea of their superiority and lording it over the rest of us. We're just taxpayers.
We're just children that have to be taken care of.
You know, we're just taxpayers because we got more money.
So what do you believe crashed out? Trevor Foster, age 1946.
What do I think? Well, for several years, I really thought that might be something the Russians were experimenting with, but I don't think so anymore. I think perhaps we have the greatest technological advances of anybody in the world. And they haven't found any living people on any other planets, but they got to come from somewhere.
So you believe it was from somewhere else?
Yes, unless we find a group of people in this world that are smarter than we know about, I don't think in this world anymore.
I think that'll do it. Thank you very much for your time. I'll make a copy of the tape. I won't promise the quality will be very good.
I'd like to buy two.
I'll make 2 copies and send them. Don't worry about it. It's very simple to do and it doesn't cost anything. Get more sort of our payment for you helping us out.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Okay. And your name is? Can you speak up? It won't hurt. And we're here in Delhart, Texas, on October 1st. And you were a niece of Barney Barnett. His wife. And you did I understand that they kind of raised you for a while?
They were, I was real close to them. They babysat me. Oh, about for 23 years. And they helped for all my needs. They did not have any trouble.
So, Barney was a civil engineer for the Soil Conservation Service, working in an office in,
The coroner.
his office was in Socorro?
Yes.
Okay.
And
And
he's
you,
employed by the U.S. government. You know, so-
you remember the story that Barney told?
But I remember that he saw a woman who went to visit and his former husband and I married after I was on the date. But he said that he had UFO fall. He got working in the field and I understood that he was down in the St. Augustine plant. And he went over to St. Augustine and fell. And got nearly to the side, and there was a group of people on the geological or archaeological, and they were over there. I don't know how many people but they got nearly up to the UFO, but it was close enough to see some creatures or because they didn't look like human beings. And along came a government or some trucks.
No, but government, you mean?
I guess it was government. You know, it's a big thing from government. If someone came along and I understood it, I don't know if it was army or what, I think he just termed it government. Trucks and they told him to go on back and forget that. Now that's all I
He wasn't specific on whether it was army or just the government. Did he have any clues to where the archaeologist came from?
If he did, I don't remember. He said it was, yeah, he was only dead.
Did he ever describe the creatures to you?
I don't remember.
He said, did he give you a number? Do you remember if they were, and they were all dead?
Because, you know, they were moving.
So he never said that one might have been alive and might have been
No, I
injured?
don't think he got that close. You know, I mean, he didn't get, right. That's what it's seems like there was a fence. They walked it on. Or they may have had him move back.
But you don't know exactly where this was, other than you think it was up in the,
I feel that it was up in the battle or Magdalena, but the picture was the high country.
and he didn't give you any clue as to what side of the plains it would have been on, or whether it was closer to Dattle or Magdalena.
He did, I don't know.
Did he ever describe the object itself to you? Say anything about that?
You know, I don't, you know what, since you've heard about all these others and things, you don't realize, I don't recall if what you said or what they put into your mind, or, you know, not that anybody's put anything in their mind.
Well, but you
What you've read and.
you read the books, you saw the Unsolved Mysteries program.
And there's been UFOs ever since.
But your memories then are just pretty vague about what he said,
Except that I do know that he said
and that there were creatures.
creatures in it,
And so,
people or whatever.
so
And I believe he did say, describe it as a round thing, but you know, let's say I don't know what.
do you recall now in the subsequent years what his feelings about UFOs were? What's your feelings about it? What do you think?
Yeah, because he felt one, I know it.
So you believe, based on what Barney told you, that flying saucers are real and they're piloted by beings from other planets? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't know who they're, I just know that they're real. Or this,
But you trust anything Barney told you? Was he ever known to play practical jokes or spin tall tales or anything like that?
oh, I don't know that he played practical jokes, but not in.
So he was very
But he was serious.
Mhm.
This was serious.
Did it ever come up more than one time that you remember? So, and you have really no clue.
I'm sorry.
No,
I recall it so far.
That's fine. That's exactly what we want. Is exactly what you remember, not what others may have said or things that people might have said, but what you recall yourself. So you really have no clue as to when he mentioned this to you, other than it may have been in the 50s.
It was in the middle or latter 40s or
Early 50s.
It's real early. I feel like
So it might have been 49, 48. So it might have been right after close to the time it happened. Do you remember the context? I'm sure you don't. Do you remember the context of the conversation, how it came up at all? But it made enough impression upon you that you remembered at least a few of the details. Anything else that you can think of that? So you have.
I've tried, to rack my brain to, it seems ridiculous, but you didn't think of like, I don't recall, we're always busy and maybe a day or two at a time.
What, given what you know, what Barney Barnett said to you, what's your feeling of the government claims that there's no such thing, no validity?
I don't have too much opinion, but the government, the government.
Do you think the government's hiding information about UFOs from us?
It must be. It's obvious if they're the ones who came along and decided it.
The Barney did mention the archaeologist. Did he mention anybody else who might have done that?
One big,
You know, and include how many people were involved. Nobody else there that. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, this was sure short. That's why I don't know that. That's why I put it on the end of the day. I sure don't know that. But you have no doubt that Barney was telling you the truth about this. Did Barney ever have trouble with the government afterwards, maybe with the Internal Revenue Service, anything like that? Nothing like that that you can remember? No harassment from the government? And he retired from the Soil Conservation Commission?
Yes, I think it was about 1956.
Mm-hmm. And then did he stay in Socorro? And then,
in 1960. But he was retired.
And Ruth, what?
She was, she stayed in Socorro years before she died.
And then she passed away.
Passed away here in Dalhart in 1975 or 76. Probably 76.
Did she ever mention this at all? And never brought it up.
We just went on with what the present.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't really that major of an event in anybody's life. Really.
I guess it was, even though you can't imagine it. Now I can't. Played down. I even inquired my friends back then. But we might have come in and told them. But they might have full memories.
All right. Well, I think I've probably taken up enough of your time, so I'll turn off the camera here. It worked out real well, didn't it? It wasn't horrible or anything. It was scary.
Rather horrendous designs and mechanizations of our federal government structure that I feel directly imperiled not to tell anybody about, so that's why I'm here telling you. In doing so, I'm breaking my security oaths. I am also guilty of breaking major federal law. How long I'll be able to do this, anybody's guess. However, I would like to mention this talk is going to be broken up into 4 main topics. And, each of these topics will have some bearing on what you people are involved in, you Patriot people, or even some of you people that aren't Patriots that may be leaning in that way or considering it. I want you to know these United States are a beautiful place. I've traveled in over 70 countries, and I cannot remember any country that has the beauty as well as the magnificence of its people like these United States. Give you an overview of basically what I am. I started off with engineering school, which half of my schooling was in the field. I built up a reputation for being a geological engineer as well as a structural engineer with both military and aerospace applications. I have helped build 2 main concern bases within these United States that have some significance as far as what is it called the New World Order. Number 1 in Dulce, New Mexico. I was involved in 1979 in a horrendous firefight with alien human type, whatever you want to call them. And I was one of the survivors. I'm probably the only talking survivor you'll ever hear. 2 other survivors are under close guard somewhere in these United States. One is not in very good shape. He's living in Canada. So I'm about the only one around that knows the firefight, that knows all the detailed files of the entire operation. 66 Secret Service agents, FBI, and the like, Black Berets died in that firefight. I was there. Number 1, part of what I'm going to tell you is going to be very shocking. Part of what I'm going to tell you is probably going to be very unbelievable. So if instead of putting on your glasses, I'll ask you to put your skepticals on rather than your spectacles. But please feel free to do your own homework. I know the Freedom of Information Act isn't much to go on, but unfortunately it's basically the best we've got. Your local law library and your nearest law university is a good place to look for congressional records. So if one continues to do their homework, one can be standing vigilant in regards to their country. I love the country that I'm living in more than I love my life, but I would not be standing before you right now risking my life by telling you these things if I didn't believe it so. The first part of this talk is going to concern deep underground military bases and the black budget. Let me first start by emphasizing the black budget. The black budget is a secretive group, basically a secret budget. It garners 1/4 of the gross national product, the entire gross national product of these United States. The present gross national product is around $5 trillion. So 1/4 of that's about $1.25 trillion per year. At least 1.023 trillion, and I say at least, is used in black budget programs like deep underground military bases. Presently, there are 129 deep underground military bases in these United States. Is this our? No, this one doesn't work. Well, anyway, these 129 bases, they've been building day and night unceasingly since the 40s. Some of them were built even earlier than that. These bases compose comprise these bases comprise basically of large cities underground. They're connected by high-speed magneto-levitron trains that can go up to Mach 2. Books have been written, several books recently have been written about this activity, all of which is verifiable through bibliography. Al Bielek, unfortunately, Al Bielek has my only copy. Is Al Bielek here, by the way? Al Bielek? Yes, please do. Richard Sauder is a PhD architect, and he's written, he alone also has personally in his life been talking about this. He worked with a number of government agencies on deep underground organizations. Okay, there are 129 of these in the United States. In and around where you live, in Idaho, there are 11 of them. It's a really large number. The average depth of each base is roughly a mile deep. They are basic whole cities hollowed out underground. There are somewhere between 2 and 2/3 cubic miles and 4 and a quarter cubic miles hollowed out underground. You might ask how this is done. Well, right now they have laser drilling machines that can drill a tunnel 7 miles in one day. Obviously, we the public can implement this and told about this. So unfortunately, I don't believe it. The Black Projects, as we know them, sidestep Congress, which is illegal. Right now, the New World Order is depending upon these bases, and if I'd known the New World Order involved, I wouldn't have had anything to do with it. I wouldn't have life and under extensive basically, the technology as we know it, for every calendar year that goes by, every 12-month calendar year, the military technology increases about 44.5 years. This is why it's easy to understand that back in 1943, they were able to create through vacuum tube technology, a ship that literally disappeared from one place and reappeared 400 miles later in another place. My father, Otto Oscar Schneider, is an interesting story about him. He fought on both sides of the war. He was originally a U-boat captain. He was captured. He was captured by the French. He was turned over to the United States Army, turned over to the United States Navy. He was repatriated here. He took to Beach, Florida, and Fort Lauderdale, and taken up to Philadelphia Navy Yard thereafter. And he was a master machinist as well as a Navy doctor. He later became a Navy doctor and everything. But basically, he was involved with different kinds of concerns, such as A-bomb and H-bomb and Philadelphia experiment and these other kinds of projects. His groundwork, he invented a camera, a high-speed camera that took pictures of the first atomic tests in Bikini Island in 12th of July 1946, which I have original photographs of, which show unidentified flying objects fleeing the bomb site at a high rate of speed. Bikini Island at the time was infested with things in various depths of its waters. The natives always saw them. The natives had problems with their cattle, basically pigs, and other things. Well, this story has never come out. This is basically what happened. So, that time, through General MacArthur and others, they felt that, in fact, General MacArthur was coined in saying that during the very next World War we had would be the war, not with people from planet Earth, but from aliens and people from other planets. And this man was, if we hadn't had him during World War II, we wouldn't be here today. Anyway, my father had laid the groundwork with theoreticians about Philadelphia experience. What does that have to do with me? Other than the fact of that, all I can say is that if it wasn't that he never told us kids this, and he kind of kept it secret until a couple of weeks before he died. I kind of regretfully say that. I don't agree with what he did on the other side of the pond in Nazi Germany, but I'll tell you one thing. I think he had a lot of guts in coming here and doing what he did. He was hated in his own land. In fact, there was a $1 million in gold reward for anybody to kill him. Just bring the picture back of the dead person. That never happened. Anyway, back to topic number one, dumb bases of deep underground military bases. We've been basically lied to, folks. We've been lied to a long time. Number one, the alien question. Nobody really knows the truth. We've been ruined by Madison Avenue has painted a very unrealistic picture of what's going on with outer space aliens and the inside of government, especially at Blue Lake. This particular facility that I showed, this wasn't the original insignia. This is kind of like the local Fisher Upper type insignia. The original insignia had a skunk on it, which was part of the infamous skunk words. So, anyway, this particular base originally is housed up to 117 live alien critters, or whatever you want to call them. Right now, that's not housing much of anything. Most of the stealth hardware has been removed. They've moved it over to Kirtland Air Force Base. First of all, I want to tell you about aliens and the alien agenda. Back in 1954, under the Eisenhower administration, the federal government decided to circumvent the Constitution of the United States and form a treaty outside of the borders of the United States, within the borders of the United States, basically. A treaty from entities outside of the borders of the United States, and it was supposed to be secret. It was called the Created 1954 Treaty, Created 1954 Treaty. That basically said that the aliens could take a few cows and test their implanting techniques on a few human beings, but they had to give detailed lists of the people involved, et cetera, et cetera. Slowly but surely, the outer space aliens slowly altered the bargain until they decided they wouldn't go by it at all. And back in 1979, this was the reality. The firefight occurred kind of quite by accident. I was involved in building an addition to the deep underground military base at Del State, New Mexico, which, by the way, is probably the United States' deepest base, with about 7 layers over 2.5 miles deep. But at that particular time, we had drilled 4 distinct holes in the desert ground, and we were going to link them together with shape charge explosives. And then we were going to basically blow out large sections at a time. My job at that time was to go down in these holes, gather rock samples, check them for their particularity, the particle count, give a detailed account of what kind of chemical explosive or plastic explosive we use, and go from there. As I was headed down there, to my total surprise, we found ourselves amidst a large cavern that was already full of inner space aliens, otherwise known as large graves. I was petrified, as most people might be. The only thing I could think of doing was shooting them, and I killed 2 of them, but at the time I could reload refire that on the wall. Pistol. As an engineer, so I didn't feel I had to carry a gun around. I was carry this particular response to SWAT. effective. But anyway, I killed a couple of these things. And at that time, there was several other groups of people down there. It's about 30 people total, and 30 to almost 40 more came down there. They all got killed. Basically, what had occurred was that we surprised the whole under mountain base of existing aliens, and later I was to find out that we are not the highest on the food chain. These aliens are probably living on a planet for the different cruise aliens anyway. Short and tall rays at least for a million years. Nothing. And this could explain a lot of the theory behind the ancient theory of the ancient astronauts and these other kinds of things like that. Might also explain the blood thirstiness of different kinds of native populations like the Aztecs, etc., Olmecs and whatnot. Anyway, I got shot basically here, and their kind of weapon, it wasn't really a gun-like thing, it was kind of like a box that they had on their body that they could manipulate. And it burned a hole in me, split my ribs apart, kind of gory. But anyway, it also gave me a high dose of rather nasty floral radiation. And I later had cancer to this day. It was probably a result of it, although I can't prove that. Okay, the second part of my talk is topic number 2. It includes basically how this all occurred. How could we have possibly gotten involved? Well, we've been working with, we basically were beaten down by World War II, and I guess we were figured to be rather vulnerable as a populace in the world, which we were at the time. And I'm sure this is probably why we at our weakest point later found out to be vulnerable aliens when we were basically attacked. Unfortunately, I think some of us, many people here, are familiar with the crash of the Aztec connection. So in 1947, in July of 1947, there was a large crash of a flying saucer. I believe it had 7 or 8 alien critters or whatever, aliens. And one survived, and I believe 6 or 7. I don't know the whole story about that. And one of the artifacts I have here on the table is when I was a young child, for 14 times. I had a friend of my father, Sir Johnny Rollins, he had a British name on his phone. And he gave me, I asked him if I could have a piece of metal that was scratched disc, and my father protested violently. But anyway, Johnny Rollins said, sure, I can do a little piece. And, he gave me a little piece. I got it in my collection ever since. I'm just kind of like a small start of the collection. But other than that, UFOs really wasn't my bag until I started working at Area 51, which is Nellis Air Force Base north of Las Vegas, Nevada. Going back in 1979 in the firefight, it took me about 2.5 years to recuperate enough that I could go back to work. But I did. I survived that. Went back to work. The Morrison Peninsula, EG, back to Page and Cage and other construction outfits at the time. Anyway, at Area 51, they were testing all kinds of very peculiar spacecraft. I think you're also, how many people here, for instance, are familiar with Bob Lazar's stuff? Good. That's a good group to be. I suggest more of you buy his or obtain his tape or borrow his tape and read some of the publications. He was a physicist who worked at Los Alamos National Laboratory at Area 51, trying to decipher what was the propulsion factor of basically these alien spacecraft, these discs and other things that type of crap. So, but there's another thing I want to talk to you about other than all this stuff about deep underground military bases that might be effective. We're all basically here as kind of like a captive audience, except that we're all worried about the strange activity of our federal government. I'm very worried about it. They've stonewalled senators, they've lied to the public, they refused to tell the truth in regards to the alien I can go on and on with the list. It will take longer than our days here, let alone minutes. So I can tell you that in all respects, I'm rather disgruntled since I used to be rather high-ranking worker in our federal government structure. I'm very disappointed in the activities of our federal government, very worried. For instance, run by several topics to you. Recently I had to know from somebody who was in around, I live just south of Fort Oregon. Somebody works at Gunderson Steel Fabrication. And what they do is they make railroad cars. And a fellow I know, I've known for the better part of 30 years. He works there, he's a kind of a lead welder and engineer. He's kind of a quiet type, and he came in excited to me, called me up, and I met him, and I tried to calm him down a bit. But he told me, he says, well, they're building prisoner cars. It's like the federal, like everything we've been talking about, the federal government is starting to happen. He was so nervous about it. And he says, well, slow down. So anyway, he told me what's happening. He mentioned that Gunderson has got a contract with the federal government to build 107,200 full-length rail cars, each with 143 pairs of shackles in each rope and in each car. And there are 11 subcontractors in this giant project, and supposedly Gunderson got over $2 billion for the contract. Bethlehem Steel, there's different steel outfits or different fabrication outfits across the country. Anyway, I said, yeah, this is a nice, fantastic story, but how does it pertain? He said, well, I can show you one of these cars. So we did. We went to the rail yards in North Portland. I bought the Graffiti USA, it's all on graffiti. And it was a new car. And he popped open the seal and pulled the door back, and we were ordered. So I knew it wasn't me, and it's scary. So if you multiply 102,000, 107,200 times 143 times 11, you come up with a monster figure of about 15 million. 15 million is about the number of interested people that I would consider patriots of these United States. And other interested people that don't like seeing what's going on with our federal government that want to do some serious changes that can do it. See, no more can we vote out our elected officials to become kings and queens of us. Now, I hate to say this, folks, but our present structure of government is not democracy at all. It's technocracy. And it's a form of feudalism. It has nothing to do with the republic. To the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. These people are godless. They voted out, they've legislated out prayer in public schools. First of all, the public school system is a disgrace, but here they voted out prayer. You speak before you start class in grade school, you have it in prayer. That's kind of a neat thing. Why you can't do that? It's against the law. If you do that, by the way, you can get fined up to $100,000 and get 2.5 years in prison. Somewhere down the line, I don't believe this is very prudent. I believe that we deserve better. We can do better. I also believe that our federal government now is running the gambit of enslaving good, freedom-loving people of these United States. I love these United States more in my life. So I'm talking about this to many people as I can tell. I'm not a very good speaker, but I can tell you, I'll keep shooting my mouth off until somebody puts a bullet in it, because I'll say it. It's worth it to talk to a group like this or any other group about the atrocities that our federal government structure. Now, that's only one problem. There are other problems. How about the deep underground military bases I've been talking about? I'm going to show you a number of things that I've collected here as kind of statistics, and just bear with me. Drop them out here. We have stealth blackjet. Here are the different code names for them. There's 49 prototypes, different prototypes. Presently, cost to buy any is roughly around 1.6 trillion. I did this with this compilation in 1993. Budget from U.S. Congress 5-year plan that we're told about is $247.6 million. You couldn't buy the spare parts of all the black helicopters and the F-117As and the B-1, the B-2 bomber, and all the other 20, 24, 25 prototypes. Couldn't even get the nuts and bolts of that. So we've been lied to, folks, and I know we can do better. Black budget garners this figure, roughly $1.25 trillion every 2 years. Trillion. I'm not talking billion, folks. Trillion. If you don't know what a trillion is, it's 1,000 billion. It's a big number. If you were to regard that as dollar bills, it would be 11 tons of dollar bills. That's how big a trillion is. Okay, the black budget literally means hidden budget. The U.S. Congress never sees the book of this clandestine pot of gold. Contractors of stealth, and I've listed quite a few here. UT&G, Westinghouse, McDonnell Douglas, Morrison Knudsen, Wackenhut Security Systems, Boeing Aerospace, Lorimar Aerospace, Aerospatiale of France, Mitsubishi of Japan, also Mitsubishi Heavy Electric Industries, Ryder Trucks, Bechtel, IG Farben, that's a chemical company, plus a host of hundreds more. Is this what we're supposed to be living up to as freedom-loving people of these United States? I don't believe so. Still, 68% of the U.S. military budget is directly or indirectly affected by the black budget. Star Wars, was nicknamed Star Wars, Strategic Defense Initiative, relies heavily upon stealth weaponry. By the way, none of this would have been available without us taking apart with a fine-tooth comb crashed flying saucers that either we downed or they crashed themselves into our deserts. None. All these materials on the table, some of which were formed by our space shuttle. By the way, you might ask, what's it shuttling? Well, it's shuttling large ingots of metal that are used to especially mill down. First of all, they're milled in the confines of outer space. Most of these metals cannot be produced on the planet. They need a near vacuum of outer space for their production. That's what we're shuttling. We're not even, folks, we're not even getting a semblance of what I call pablum. We're not being told anything close to the truth. I believe our government officials have sold us down the drain, lock, stock, and barrel. And by the way, up until several weeks ago, I was employed in the United States government with a Rhyolite 48 clearance factor, one of the highest in the world. Excuse me, questions later. I can't hear you. Can't hear me? Yeah. Well, anyway, this microphone is, I'm a tall person, this microphone doesn't get up any further, and it's kind of hurt me. Anyway, another thing about Strategic Defense Initiative, I believe it's there to prevent alien attack upon planet Earth. It has nothing to do with the Cold War. As we have seen, the Cold War was a total farce. It was only a toy, an implement toy, to garner billions and trillions of dollars from good-loving, tax-paying citizens like I am and you are, for what? I don't mind a defense initiative against attack from if it be from a real threat. And I sure hate to be lied to about there being this kind of communism and that kind of communism, and when we all find out the whole thing has been planned lock, stock, and barrel for the last 75 years by an intergovernmental group, I guess, then we kind of know which side the bread is buttered on. Anyway, here's another piece of information for you folks. The DEA, ATF, Drug Enforcement Agency, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, these agencies rely upon stealth tactical weaponry for as much as 40% of its operations and budget. Remember, this is in 1993. The figures have gone up considerably since. The United Nations used American stealth aircraft for over 28% of its collective worldwide operations from 1990 to 1992, and has taken for the Center for Strategic Studies and United Nations Report 392. I would appreciate that. I'm having to bend over here. Thank you very much. The Guardians of Stealth. There are over 3 distinct classifications of special police used to guard one of our most well-kept secrets. Number 1. This is the most disturbing of all. The MJTF, and that, by the way, that stands for the Military Joint Tactical Force, otherwise known as the Black Berets. Some people call them the Delta Force, and their names. It's a multinational tactical force primarily used to guard the various stealth aircraft worldwide. And by the way, see the picture over here on the table, you might come over there and look at it. After the talk, you might be there during the break. You'll find out a nice picture of it there. There was 172 of them built. 10 of them crashed or were crippled. Something went wrong with them. So roughly 162 or 3, I can't remember the last time. We gave them away, the federal government gave them away. Bill Clinton signed them away about 6 weeks ago, the United Nations. Is this what we are paying our hard-earned tax money to do, folks? No, I don't believe so, and I know we can do better. And I actually believe, I'm not advocating the overthrow of any government. I don't believe in such. For the main reason, the number one, it always kills the wrong folks. But I believe if I have the chance to tell people about these atrocities, I think that there will be some serious letter writing, if not letter writing, some serious conscientious voting done in the very near future on various elected government officials, if not the whole category of elected government officials. Case in point, I might want to mention is our local, please ask some questions later. Our local government officials have also kind of labeled us a bunch of rubes and morons, and I think we can expect a lot better than that. Starting off with the World Trade Center bombing. I was hired not too long ago to do a report. First of all, I know about the 90-some-odd varieties of chemical explosives. First of all, I looked at the pictures that were actually taken right after the blast, and the concrete was puddled and melted. The steel and the rebar inside the cement was literally extruded up to 6 feet longer than its length. And there's only one weapon that can do that, and that's a nuclear weapon. And that's a construction nuclear weapon. So obviously the people that they're looking for, that they say was a nitrate explosive that did the damage, they're lying 100%, folks. The people they have in custody probably didn't do the crime. As a matter of fact, I have reason to believe that that very same group did do other crimes. They killed, I believe, a Jewish rabbi in New York, and maybe this was some kind of scapegoat problem, but I'm not sure about that. However, I want to further mention that was the last explosion in Oklahoma City. They also say basically it was a nitrated or fertilizer bomb that deaded the whole truck full. First they came out with the information said it was 1,000 pounds, then it was 1,500, then it was 2,000, then it was 3,000, then it was 4,000, now it's 20,000. Well, by the way, you can't put 20,000 pounds in the Ryder truck, can you? Now, I've never mixed explosives per se. I know the chemical structure and the application of construction value explosives. I earned a reputation. I helped hollow out over 13 deep underground military bases in the United States. I worked on the Malta project. I worked on West Germany on its military bases, and Spain on its, and Italy on its. I can tell you from very sure experience, a nitrate explosive wouldn't have hardly shattered the windows of that building. It would maybe have knocked the facing off. It would have killed a few people, maybe at the most 20 to 30 people tops, but it would never have done that kind of damage. I believe I've been lied to as a member in good standing of these United States, and I'm not taking it any longer. So I'm telling you that you've been lied to. How many people are in this room? You've all been lied to, lock, stock, and barrel. And I do believe if we all get up and say, we've had enough, we want the truth, and if we're not going to get the truth, we want you to step down. If you won't step down, then I do believe our founding fathers told us and warned us that a federal government structure out of control is totalitarian slavery, and I do believe that we have to do something about it. Now, that's pretty serious, hard, down-to-earth talk. But I don't see any way we're going to get around it. I don't perceive at the present time that we have more than 6 months of country life left in these beautiful United States. The present rate. Right now, the so-called Patriot movement, which has been given a stinging blow by Janet Reno. By the way, I want to tell you something about Janet Reno. Janet Reno cheated her way through law school like Bill Clinton did. It's provable. It's on the public record. Janet Reno is a confirmed lesbian. I believe there are a lot of wonderful women that would make a great Attorney General of these United States. They're far more educated, they're far more moral than she is. I would hate to think how we are being hoodwinked by such evil people. We are the laughing stock of the world, and I do believe I can qualify myself by saying I'm a tired American, and I'm now speaking out. I think we can do better. I think these people of these United States, mostly older people above the age of 45, are now seriously worried about their own future. And I'll give you a run by some scenarios here that are scary indeed. The United Nations is a rule dictatorship body, period, plain and simple. It is housed in the United States. By the way, some years ago, there was an interesting thing that happened. The United Nations sent the Uncle Sam, quote Uncle Sam, a bill for $8 billion. The Uncle Sam, the federal government, sent the United Nations a bill for $200 billion. They haven't paid one nickel of rent on prime real estate in New York City. They have special trains that show all these diplomats. One of my best friend's wives and her 2 little boys was killed by a drunken diplomat from Kuwait. Who, by the way, our law, by the way, has no effect. I want to tell you another thing. Military law on military reservations has no effect. Public law on military reservations has no effect. But once again, our wonderful, beautiful thin sheet of paper called the United States Constitution and another nice thin sheet of paper called our Bill of Rights has been trampled on beyond repair. We have to stand up and say, this is enough, and you as elected officials are going to obey the Constitution of these United States. Number one, by first limiting the amount of your service to our federal government. Like one term. One ping only, as the Navy would say, one ping only. By the way, one term is plenty. Because if you're an evil person, one term you can do a lot of harm. If you're a good person, you can do a lot of good. Two ways of looking at it. Our elected government officials have sidestepped the whole thing and says, well, the so-called contract of America. Let me run this scenario by you, folks. The contract of America is the exact terminology that Adolf Hitler used to subvert his people in 1931. I believe we're not of that same caliber. I believe we can do better. Another one. The contract with America is a last-ditch effort by our federal government structure to tear away the Constitution of these United States and the Declaration and the Bill of Rights. The Declaration and the Bill of Rights. Reading these wonderful pieces of paper that were somehow protected us from economic and other forms of slavery, I doubt if there's more than 50 people in this room, including me, I hate to say it, has not seriously read the U.S. Constitution. That's a national research in the beginning. I picked up a book out of the library and I photocopied it. I'm reading it extensively. Our founding fathers separated church and state. We do not legislate any form of judgeship or judge body to say that we cannot pray either in a school, on federal government property. And by the way, you cannot pray on federal government property. If you do so, you're in violation of federal government standards and laws. And you can be guilty of a $100,000 fine and 20 years in prison. I do believe the people that are now in charge are atheists. And if they are not atheists, what are they? I think we can do better. Another thing I want to blow by your ears is the fact that a lot of you have probably seen in different areas black helicopters. There's over 64,000 black helicopters in these United States. For every hour that goes by, there's one being built. Is this the proper use of our tax money? I don't believe so. What in the heck does the federal government need 64,000 tactical helicopters for if they are not trying to enslave us? I doubt the entire military government structure needs 64,000 worldwide. Supposedly over 230 countries. I doubt all the world needs that many helicopters. Stealth aircraft, for instance. The F-117A, there's 157 of the son of the guns going on. You know their sole purpose is? They're all loaded with LIDAR, L-I-D-A-R, and SEER, computer-enhanced imaging radar. They can fly over your house. They can see you walking from room to room. They can tell if you've got an old antique rifle on your mantelpiece. And they can see objects in the house with a variation, limit and capability of 1 inch to 30,000 miles. That's how accurate this is. Is this the proper use of our tax money? I would say not. Now, I worked in the federal government for a long time. I know exactly how these people handle their business. Every time I did a job, worked in a federal government installation, I was given a battery of 17 psychological and 8 other forms of tests. First of all, we were supposed to be the militia, but somehow up jumps the Brady Bill and other evil bills like it. I don't agree crazy people should be shooting firearms. Well, on the other hand, I do believe in vigilance. And vigilance is guided by a good spirit who knows the difference between right and wrong, who loves God, who loves talking to God, regardless of what religion we are. And by the way, there's probably in this room, there's at least a dozen different kinds of religions. I might be wrong. But I'll tell you, they're all good. God doesn't respect what religion is like, contrary to what you may have been told. I can tell you, though, that if we were to allow the atheist federal government structure to enslave us, we won't have this opportunity any longer. We have to do something about it. How are we going to do something about it? Well, some of us are attorneys in this room, perhaps, maybe one or two of us. Maybe somebody works for an attorney. Maybe somebody knows somebody who is a good attorney. I know that seems like a hard number to come up with, but there are a few of them out there. Maybe somebody knows a senator or a congressman or has had help like such. There's one outstanding in Oregon. His name was Mark Henry. That man helped me fight the federal government. So my father left me these pictures of what he took at Bikini Island, Operation Prosper. And I'm going to have this one out on the table, it's the original. I'll ask you please carefully handle it and try not to put too many fingerprints on it. Right over here, and I'll point to it, and I'll point to it. Hey, echo. Is a structure that is an unidentified flying object. This was taken to the 12th of July, 1946. The federal government at that time knew all about flying saucers, what they were and what their agenda was, and how they wanted to control us by world domination. Without question, they knew it. Let's get on. Al Bailey is our second speaker. He worked in a very secretive government operation called the Philadelphia Experiment. Now, so did my father, by the way, and I didn't know this until on his deathbed, and I now have the picture proof of it. Also, I have a picture of a supposed non-human alien called Val Thor that worked for the Pentagon. He still works. In 58 years, he's not changed. He still looks young. Something's wrong. I don't know if he's doing it under duress or what, but evidently he's still there. Don't know what kind of alien he is. He's about a few inches shy of 8 feet tall. He's very bright. He's worked in the Department of Defense and the Pentagon for, I believe, 58 or 56 years, along with two fingers. So don't tell me, folks, don't tell me, federal government, that this isn't so. That when we see something in the night sky that doesn't add up to an aircraft, that it's a weather balloon, or that we're mistaken, or I'm crazy, or we're crazy, because it's not. You've been lied to, you've been cheated, you've been stolen from, you've been cheated by your public officials, and I think it's time that we not only realize this, but it's time that other people form cells and start talking about this vigorously. If, say, only 5 people in this room are doing what I'm doing, and you can't imagine, just 5 people have one talk in 1 year to a group of people like this. In 6 short months, we can reach 10 million people. That's a formidable number. But if I'm just the only one out there talking, how are we going to do it? Right now, before the U.S. Senate, is an anti-terrorist bill. This anti-terrorist bill, by the way, is going to kill the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights by number one. Number one, it will take away, first of all, it will arm the federal government police force. First of all, I think the federal government's got enough police. There's 1,719,000 federal police officers in these United States. That is more that was in either Germany during World War II or Russia under Stalin and Beria. Now, at the present moment in time, 7 weeks ago, in Nellis Air Force Base, and a year and about a month ago, about 13 months ago, because I was there at that time, we entertained the United Nations and the Russians and showed them Area 51, which was supposed to be our most secret military base, what is going on, folks. Say what's going on. We're being sold down the river. We've got to do something about it, otherwise we will not see this country go on as the United States, and I don't think we'll see it go on for a year. I'm saying I don't believe I will see it go on as a country in 6 months at present. Because if the federal government has created the World Trade Center bombing and the bombing in Oklahoma City, which is extremely tragic because it killed probably 40, 50 children. And by the way, I have absolutely no use for a person that hates children. Our Attorney General, Janet Reno, hates children. She hates men, she hates everything but maybe her own kind. And by the way, if anything is outer space alien, it's her. Well, Bill Clinton is just another big liar out there. So Janet Reno, I can't forgive her for what she's done. She's done more as the singular intergovernmental official to destroy this country than any other individual, I believe, since the great traitor during the Revolutionary War. What was his name? I'm trying to think. What? Benedict Arnold. There we go. Probably find out she's probably just in relation of some sort. Now, what can we tell our government, trusted government officials, and I don't know where those are, they're an endangered species? Well, they can first start by getting a bill going that requires all government officials to register. And if they're going to ask us to register our guns and our rights, they have to register their rights. They can register their rights and their guns and their legislative ability through one kind of referendum. Number one being they can limit the amount of years that they're in office. If they cannot do this, by the way, if a contract with America, by the way, is really a contract, and all the politicians, or the Republicans or Democrats or whatever you want to call them, to me it's just a label, they left one thing out of the contract. Say you buy a car, or buy a house, or buy something on time, and it's got 10 parts to the contract, and one is scratched out after you've signed the contract. By the way, it's null and void. You don't own it. You may even be able to keep the property. By the way, contract with America is not only illegal, it's asking us to change the bargain. The only damn things that change the bargain are the damn outer space aliens, et cetera, and evil people. I think we can do that. Now, another thing we can do is require all politicians basically to accept no PAC money of any kind and accept no money from a salary, and that all government officials be basically put on kind of like a selective service. Everybody has to serve in some part of a government structure to some degree. And it's a voluntary thing, and if you've done right, you get paid for it. And if you're not done right, then there are other ways to make sure that that happens. You will be punished accordingly. We did these kind of things if we were prudent, if we thought everything out, because I'll tell you, the only thing that doesn't need changing in any way, shape, or form are the two pieces of paper, one the Bill of Rights and one the United States Constitution. Those two thin sheets of paper have kept us from totalitarian slavery or worse for over 200 years. And they're being seriously threatened by a minority few people who want to reign over us, who want to kill us all, who want to cause us great bodily harm. You realize, in my field, I couldn't even, if I saw something wrong, and I did many times, I had no way to blow the whistle. That's not what our founding fathers taught us. That's not what they laid down in sacred writing, almost sacred writing, and that's one I had. We can do better. If we are really the government, if we are really the militia, then we have to stand up and we have to make ourselves known that this will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form, and it must cease and desist. And if we are challenged, then so be it. Then we're challenged. And I guess the actions of us will be rather forthright by judging from this ground. I'm laying down my life by talking about secret things, that I took an oath of secrecy and said that if I broke that oath of secrecy, I am guilty of espionage. I am called a traitor by my own government for blowing the whistle. That's not only a disgrace, but it's an outrage and has ramifications on everyone in this room. And I think we can do better. Now, I've talked about a number of topics that are rather controversial. I don't think I've talked about too much about why we're being enslaved. You remember, there's always been a nice convenient war. If it wasn't World War I, it was World War II. If it wasn't World War II, it was Korea. If it wasn't Korea, it was Vietnam. It's always been a convenient war where we've gotten a little bit too smart, but there's been a war to wipe out the good people that would take over and run our country effectively. And there's a lot of times that we're going to have to face some very serious consequences. There's what we call patriot movements in this country are being singled out for war crimes against humanity, and I happen to think there are a few people in these groups that are crazy, but I would say they're an extreme minority. Probably less than 1/100th of 1% or 1/10,000th of the whole. Janet Reno has us believing that all of the people that are in patriot groups are responsible for inflaming the populace for doing other crimes against humanity, like killing children, innocent children, regardless of race. The unspeakable thing that happened at Oklahoma City is a wake-up call. If we do nothing, if we decide to stuff our gut, say, well, I don't have to do anything today. I can watch this show on TV or that show on TV. I don't have to talk about all that Bill Schneider, or I'll be like there's some other person talk about rights or some other person talk about it. Let them do it. If we act this way, folks, we're not going to be around very long. If you got rights out there, you might as well start enjoying them like you've never enjoyed them before, because pretty soon we're not going to have them. You got the wonderful freedom of movement. Driving down the road, you don't have to show your ID. And slowly, that's changing. There's legislation right now in the United States Congress that any person that has worked for the federal government has to have special identification. It's illegal. It's an outrage. And I've already drawn the line, put stamp and put my foot down, and I say, enough is enough. I've had enough. And I think we can do better. I know. So I'm asking you, out of this entire group, how many 100 people there are, 150 or so, pilots? 5 small people gathered together and start preaching the good things about America to whatever group size it is, as long as it's more than yourself. Try a group of, say, 10 or 15. I think most of us have 10 or 15 people we know, friends and whatnot. If 10 people did it in this room, we'd reach double that figure. We'd reach 20 million or more countrywide. What do we have to do? We have to stockpile weapons and all these other kinds of things. The trouble is with revolutions, they always end up killing the wrong people. Unfortunately, it's starting to look like that might have to be the only scenario to get these parasites off our back. And I'm telling you folks, they are parasites of the first water. They're only out for their own self-gain. And by they, I'm talking about your government officials. Not all of them. There's some that are good. There's some that are honest. There's some that are forthright, that love God, that love the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and other wonderful works by our founding fathers. But they're few and far between. In the House of Representatives in the United States Senate, there is not one politician that is not an attorney. There is something wrong there, folks. During Abraham Lincoln's time, I know it's a long time ago, 130 years ago, it was an honor beyond medals and glory to serve in the United States Senate or in the House of Representatives. And there was actually only about 8 total senators and House of Representatives people who were attorneys. The rest are more common folk, even like me. But we've been let down the wrong path, folks. If we sit here and do nothing, we're not going to have any freedom, and it's not going to take very long. At this rate of speed, and the way things are going, what's going to be the next scenario? There's going to be another bombing somewhere? First, there was a trade center bombing in New York City. Then it was middle, homegrown America killing children and innocent people on their way to work, on elderly people in Social Security office and whatnot. How come the AARP isn't talking about the 61 older people that bit the dust in the Social Security office and the other federal government that was seeking? Some in the Internal Revenue Service and other kinds of. By the way, that's another thing. The IRS. There's nothing legal about the IRS at all. By the way, do you realize I was reading the Oregonian newspaper 10 days ago. President Clinton has authorized the U.S. Mint to print the new money. They've already printed about $3 billion of it. You travel overseas, you get this pink-looking thing for the picture of the president on it, and a similar thing with the insignia is a little off-center, down that way. On either side of this bill is the UPC stripe. Now, I don't believe in having the mark in my hand or in my forehead like the Bible talks. But it's coming, folks, if we do nothing. It's coming as sure as I'm standing here telling you to. And it's probably going to be here in less than 2 years. We do nothing. And this is I'm actually downplaying it. It could be a lot sooner. Federal government right now, with their high tech, has invented an earthquake device. I have reason to believe that the earthquake in Kobe, Japan, by the way, I'm a geologist, I know exactly what I'm talking about. There was no pulse in the pulse wave. There's supposed to be a pulse wave in any earthquake. There was none in the Kobe, Japan earthquake. None. In 1989, in and around San Francisco, there was an earthquake. There was no pulse, a pulse wave. That is a Tesla device. Nikola Tesla invented it, and he did it not out of evil, but he was trying to make a device that could be accurately used for construction and the building of buildings and that kind of thing. It's been taken for evil, though, guaranteed. I want you to know that the black budget programs throughout these United States have subverted science as we know it. What's AIDS, for instance? I'll tell you what AIDS is. AIDS was invented by the National Ordnance Laboratory in Chicago, Illinois, 1972. It was a biological weapon used against the people of these United States. The reason I know this, I have seen the documentation by the Office of Strategic Services, which, by the way, is still in operation to this day, through the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta, Georgia. They used the glandular excretions of animals, as well as humans, as well as outer space aliens. I'll tell you something about these outer space aliens. They're mortal. They can be shot dead just like you and I can, but I'll tell you one thing. They're bad news in the worst order. You have absolutely no defense against their germs. None. They're a biological weapon of terrible consequence. I advocate that every alien on this planet, good or bad, if they're good, or bad, they have to be isolated. They are a biological weapon. Saddam Hussein and other people have killed 3.5 million Kurdish people with a similar biological weapon. Do we, the people of this planet, deserve this? No, we don't. But we're not doing anything about it. And every moment that we waste, every moment that we don't blurt out and we say we've had enough, that we deserve better, that we're going to get better, we're doing other people on this planet in different countries a great disservice. Right now I'm dying of cancer related to work that I did for the federal government. I might live 6 months, I might not. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. If I keep speaking out the way I am, maybe God will give me the life to talk my head off. I will break every law that it takes to talk my head off. I love my country and its people more than my life. 11 of my best friends in the last 22 years have been murdered. 8 of them called suicide. I finally got wind of one of them. Portland police is now involved in one. Not going to mention names. 4 grand jury, including the medical examiner's office. Murder by suicide, it's called. My friend Ronald Lee Rummel was Air Force officer is a Silver Star winner, is a patriot, murdered, because he started speaking out about unidentified flying objects while being still employed as a member of the United States Air Force. And how was he murdered? He was drugged, his jaw was broken open, cheap pistol with filed off numbers of the Jennings J-22 was shoved in his hand. Somebody pulled the trigger because they found a piece of a fingerprint or inside of a palm print on the weapon. They also found hair samples, somebody active with, somebody quickly putting the bullets into the clip. That man saved my life. That man had a family of 5 children. That man was a great person. There's a good chance that when I fly back to to Vegas, I have to drive home. I left my car down in Vegas, so I drive home alone. I'm scared to hell. Before I went to talk in Las Vegas, Nevada, I drove a friend of mine, a disabled friend of mine, down to Joshua Tree. And 29 Palms was next to Joshua Tree, and I went to see a dying veteran, disabled veteran friend of mine also. Kind of an acquaintance for him, I don't see him very often. Can hardly talk, he's got throat cancer. From working with atomic weapons. Federal government didn't want to pay for it, so he married a nurse whose father has donated enough money to keep him alive for a little while. After seeing these 2 people, I drive around the mountains and up into them to get to Needles, California. It was followed by 2 government vans, E350 vans with G14 plates, each with a couple of occupants. Each one had an Uzi ready to load, because I could see it through one of the windows. They zoomed by. I knew exactly what they were. I've already spoken out. I've spoken at 19 talks. At present, I've probably reached 45,000 people. Well, they sped up around me. I sped up around them, took a bunch of pictures with a high-speed camera. Then they caught up to me, and it looked like they were trying to force me off the road towards Sudan. But what they don't know about that Ford Taurus sedan's got a police interceptor motor. It's got an 8-liter motor. It'll do 140 in the shade. So I got up above them and I come to a screeching halt right in the middle of the road. And the road was just wide enough for my car and maybe a foot on either side. There was a deep ravine on to the left. There was a shallow ravine about 9 or 10, I guess, roughly 9 feet deep, 10 feet deep, something like that. On the other side. One skidded over, rolled over in the right ditch. One went over to the left ditch, just rolled all the way down. I could hear a bunch of cries for help and crackling and glass. And finally, I didn't hear anything. Is this what it's going to take? 2 weeks ago, a man come to my Wilsonville apartment. Going to arrest me. By the way, I have a wildlife 38 clearance. I don't know if you know what that means. Only reported 3 individuals with that clearance. President of the United States, head of the CIA, and or a base commander. No one else. This man came to arrest me. He called the sheriff. So I came up to the door of what would read it in. I said, if you read it in, you're at risk of your life. Are you threatening me? Yes, sir, I'm threatening. I'm going to call the sheriff right now and have him know you're threatening my life. Call the sheriff. Sheriff came, Plaquemines County Sheriff Carr came. pulled right behind him. I know this man very well. I would trust him with my life after what he did. He risked his job. He risked his 22-year career with the police department. He went right behind this guy, preventing him from getting out. He threw a bullhorn. He says, "You are under arrest. Please come with me and I'll escort you out." He was escorted out in handcuffs to his disgrace. Sheriffs have a lot of power in this country. They can arrest FBI, CIA, CIA, and the like. It's a very good thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking to you. Now, I want to end this talk by mentioning that we all know what the Patriot Movement stands for. Every one of us loves America. Most of us love America more than our life. Most of us are willing to defend it as we have defended it before. And we'll defend it again and again and again for how many times it takes until we get the objective done. I would like to believe I'm a patriot. I'm no longer employed by the federal government. I took a pair of scissors and cut up my security guard and mailed it back to the SOBs, sparked my French. I wrote a detailed letter and said, "My life is threatened in any way, shape, or form." I did this. It's already been threatened. I will consider downloading 140,000 pages of information sensitive to the New World Order, Strategic Defense Initiative, and what it really stands for, and the federal government structure as a whole. I've already begun to do this through the internet and the internet worldwide. I spent $78,000 getting these kind of pictures away from the federal government after my father willed them to me. Here all they are, a piece of paper with a few revealing notes on them. Stanley Valatoris is this particular character right here. Right there. He hasn't changed a bit 58 years ago. Have over 7,000 pictures. Have detailed files and writings. I have alien artifacts and medals. You're only looking at half a dozen of maybe 7,000. I feel you people have to know the truth as best as I can tell you. Thank you very much. By the way, I might want to mention, if you want to look at these artifacts, try not to handle them, just look at them. And, yes, thank you. Right. I'll be glad to. I'm sorry, when I'm both, this is kind of boring. Okay. Oh, that's the worst. There was some form of ray weapon that had a high dose of stinking radiation called cobalt, or dirty bomb radiation. I remember the color of the beam was a light green, kind of like a light orange green. Question? No, did not. Question? Yes, and I can tell you that there are 50 of them. There's one in every state. Purposes, they are prison camps. to make Nazi Germany look like a kid's toy. They're very large. As big as they are above ground, they are a minimum of 3 levels below ground. Have you ever heard of Goose Lake, for instance? Goose Lake is a prison. It's a supposed model prison run by Wackenhut. Wackenhut is Fourth Reich Nazi Germany. They run this entire police state operation in Southern California. It is a low-yield, deep underground military base. It's not military. It's Wackenhut base, basically. It's buried about 500 feet underground. It is a long runway underground. It's about 3 miles long. It's got 2,700 prison cells in it. There's a track on either side of it. Food and shower facilities are on. They're kind of like individual cars on tracks, and they service each prison. You got to change your clothes once a week. You got to shower once a week. No television, no nothing. Totally underground. Minimum lighting facilities. If you talk, you are beaten. Simple. 2,700 federal prisoners are in it right now. The worst of the worst. I don't know about you, folks. I learned an old song in church. The Bible's defender who truly believes a pardon in Jesus is quickly received. I don't believe we or anybody else in these United States has the right to torture anybody. I don't care if they're a murderer or a rapist or anything else. We should basically get rid of these kind of individuals. But if we do have the guts and maybe it's a little bit of fortitude to kind of hope that, well, I don't want murder on my hands, and we imprison them. I don't believe this is the way. Question.
It appears that the way the 2-year voting cycle stopped what's happening now.
Well, like I said before, start forming cells, enclaves. I hate to say this, enclave has a peculiar, nasty overtone to it. But start forming enclaves, start talking to people, talk your head off. Talk your head off because your life depends on it. I'm not asking you to do what I'm doing. I'm asking you to risk your life for these United States like I am doing. Question over here. Yes, I'll give you my address.
Alien in another planet. We have the theory of being extraterrestrial. As you and all your studies have started to determine whether or not there's an alternative answer, rather than being extraterrestrial, are they extra dimensional? If so, what have you discovered and what authority in the mouth to show that possibility?
Okay. Let's take one thing at a time. Extra dimensional, it could very easily be. Al Bielek will probably tell you about that in his talk. When we blew up the A-bomb tests, and later the A-bomb, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and all the other tests that took place, we basically opened up a hole in time. The reason I know this is Al Bielek told me, you look in the early 1953 Life magazine, you'll find a picture of an A-bomb, and it was around mushroom cloud, and through the mushroom cloud you can see black space with stars. Unfortunately, those stars don't add up to any more stars in our view. And so Al Bielek was telling me, yeah, that opened up another dimension out, and Life magazine almost lost its license to print. But yeah, you're right there. Your other questions, some of which I can and cannot answer. Right now, as much information as I have, I like to say I'm a scientist, but I don't think that's got a kind of a bad connotation anymore. But anyway, as a scientist, I like to say that In all my studies, I have every reason to believe outer space aliens are another form, another tool, another system of technology to enslave the wonderful people of the United States of America and the world under a one world government. And this scenario occurred in Nazi Germany and is now occurring in the United States, and it's got to go. Otherwise, we're going to go. Next question over here. Pretty obviously, take all the 129 dump bases, right now it's actually 131 of them. Take 129 or 131 dump bases, 10% of them, roughly 14 of them, the largest. They're all cities underground. There's high-speed railways, magneto-leviton trains that have attained Mach 2, and Al Bielek will tell you about this in his time. He's seen them, actually been on one of them. I've seen the tunnel, but I've never been on the train. He'll tell you that also that these can house great numbers of people. Well, I'll tell you exactly how many numbers of people. You've got 106 million man standing army, fully equipped with all the food, water, and provisions for 2 years underground, for however long it took to suffer out a nuclear war or whatever kind of ugly scenario. And that would be enough to defeat anybody in the United States. By the way, there's no place to hide in. Black helicopters, and there's so many of them. Not just black ones, I'm talking about military helicopters in general too. They have detection devices. Got something buried, like a cache of weapons or diamonds or gold or money or whatever underground. They've seen it already, guaranteed. They can detect you in an airport. Now, we're going to blow just in value too, because this is a nice little tip. Right now, if you're carrying more than $1,000 in your pocket, most of us don't, some of us do, carrying $1,000 or more in your pocket, you are perceived as being an enemy of the United States and or a drug dealer, and you can be arrested immediately in any airport in the United States of America. By the way, if you look at your money, your 50, 100, 20s, 10s, 5s, whatnot, even the ones in, you'll find there's a little thread in there. If you look at it, like on a $100 bill, it'll say 100, and it'll have a little number in the 100, 100, 100, $100 marks all the way on both sides. It's a little, kind of like a little thing that tells you that the beast is still there. We don't do anything about it, though. The beast is going to claim every one. Anything? Question? Any more? Okay. Okay, the underground prisoners right now, they're using the worst of the federal prisoners and worst of, the criminals. That's correct. And that's pretty obvious. You add up 143 per card, multiplied by 107,200, multiplied by 11 general contractors, each with a similar contract. You're going to come up with a figure that exceeds 15 million. 15 million is the number of patriots in America, number of concerned people in America, and also the number of people that could cause the federal government harm in America today, right now. I'm saying our federal government blew up Oklahoma without question. Clearly proven. First of all, what did it? If you look at the pictures of the explosion, you'll find there is a large block taken out near the elevator shaft, and there's a smaller explosion. By the way, a nitrate explosive has a maximum capacity of 20 kits worth of pressure per square inch a kit. A kit is kilotons of pressure, 1,000 tons. 20,000 tons of pressure per square inch maximum. You have the whole truck totally packed. Wow. By the way, the federal building in Oklahoma City had some pretty strong girders in it. Girders and pillars and stuff like that. The average federal building, especially a new one like this one, has a tensile strength of 200,000 kips. The only thing that tear it apart like that is either a nuclear weapon or a thermite charge, shape charge explosive. Right now, the only thermite charge explosives in these United States are military operated, and they are housed at Mather Air Force Base in California, near Sacramento. Yes. I wasn't really aware of that, but if there were two explosions, I would assume that one was either a reverberant explosion or it was an atmospheric explosion. I'd have to look at it. Really? Okay. Right there. Okay. And this is the second explosion. Is that correct? Right together, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the truck bomb shows an explosion, and once again with no P wave, but it has a scalar wave, so it's even a scalar weapon, electromagnetic weapon of some sort. The train explosion once again also has it does have a P wave, but doesn't have an N wave. Therefore, it too must be a device.
No, that's the train that's going by the university.
Oh, yes, okay. All right.
I heard the director being interviewed, and he said the same thing. There was two explosions, and they asked him if it could have been inside.
Well, this one here says truck bomb. No, this, okay, it says, oh, truck and bomb, I see, okay. The two that are marked bomb, once again, have the configuration, it's called the squared sine wave configuration for crazy islands, the Navy calls it. Squared sine wave with no P wave, it would have to be a mechanical device, without question. I can prove that, but you're kind of boring laying the figures out. Okay, another question? Yes, yes, sir.
How do you respond to Christians who are apathetic about saying it's all outside of the Bible anyway, the rule of the Lord of the Mercy, and, I want to use them anyway, so, why fight it? How do you respond to that?
Prudence. What you know best to be. Pray about it. Prayer. That's the only prudence around the word saved. Next.
Just right here.
Okay. It's quite a possibility because, for instance, the New World Order and the elite, as we call it, built and funded Hubble telescope. Remember also that telescope, the one that orbited Mars, supposedly shut down. That was another lie, total lie. Took detailed photographs, totally mapped the planet. I've seen some of the photographs. The face on Mars is a reality. There at one time there was a civilization. That's been proven. Computer enhancement photograph, and it was broken down by a supercomputer and proved it to be a intelligent made device rather than a hunk of rock with a funny shadow on it that NASA told us, another lie. Once again, you have to remember it, because people cannot tell the truth. In days past, they were called the sons of Belial, the ones who could not tell the truth. We have to consider them our enemy. Next, let's go. Yes, they do have basis on that.
part of the experiments with our government are doing other things to these creatures, not their manufacturing.
No, sir, I can tell you right now, in this Minnesota, they have a copper oxide for a blood similar to an octopus, a cephalopod, or an insect, or a spider. Another thing is their chromosomal structure is totally different. Their cellular structure is totally different. No, sir, that's not true at all.
Very good dealings up there, people think that perhaps.
Probably so. There's supposedly a group from Harvard, from different sources, fairly accurate sources of that, but some of them came from the Pleiades, but right now they're supposedly having an all-out war with the Greys, and they had to leave us, and they left us anywhere from a couple of years ago to 4 years ago. I haven't really studied that in. I've been talking about other things with it, so. Don't count on it. Question? No, sir. Don't do that. You'll have to go through the internet and do it yourself. That would be giving myself away to the beast. No, I can't do that. Question?
Regarding study all that and phenomenon. Talk about that Daniel. Talk about that I just think on this these things are rough and true. Because the past, the new eschatology weapon fear before we get to see the attack. Now,
That's correct. That's correct. You can't just do it that way.
the fact of the matter is, that in Christ we have liberty from those kinds of things which are going to involve the earth. There's no condemnation for those who are in Christ. So it says, we try to say that we are people who are subject to this condemnation. It's not a full understanding of eschatology.
I would agree with your statement. There is one thing though. I love America. I'm only one person. I'm only human. I can't make mistakes. I'm not perfect. God is perfect as much as I am. I will say one thing though. Keep reading the Bible. It'll just make your heart pure and good. It'll also improve your prudence and improve your state of mind overall. And let the world and all the good people in this country go to waste? No, sir, I cannot believe that, nor will I possibly ascribe to that in any way, shape, or form. Christ did not put us on this earth to die in a holocaust of fear from characteristic evil entities or people. No, sir, I cannot believe that particular statement. I love Christ, but unfortunately I cannot believe that I can allow my fellow countrymen to go by the wayside. And I think actually it's a form of disinformation and government propaganda to believe it. Next. Yeah. Okay.
The Idaho Constitution and the provision are the militia, all able-bodied men between 18 and 45 years old will serve in the militia. That's in the Idaho Constitution.
Okay, I agree with it. In fact, I would extend it from the years of 18 years old to maybe your age, 70 or 75. I'm willing to do it. I'm up past the age of 45. Sorry, I don't believe in age limits. If I live to be 100, I'd like to do it. Yes, sir.
Much of it is quotations from the Bible, right off. It is Luke 19:27, and it says,
the old Yankee days, would be much more easily overcome before enslavement. And I would ask the people, does that mean love them to death? But the preachers don't preach it. Never.
Yes, I've read such quotations. If I'm wrong, I will stand slain by God. Stand convicted. Maybe I have already been convicted. Yes, sir. Jim Fertile.
What was that question?
Would you state the question? Well, there's several federal prisons. There's a new one being built in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I don't know. I've never been out there, but I heard it's on the east side of the town of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Whatever. Man with the red shirt went in back to me. I don't. And I haven't heard about such things, but I'm sure there might be such things. There are things that were used against the Afghan people, things that look like innocuous poison or high explosives that killed a lot of people. You can bet your bottom dollar that this is some form of a setup of American people's rights, without question. Yes, I believe that too. The U.S. Navy presently spends about 1/16 of the entire black budget allocated to them on psychological programming techniques through the RAND Corporation. Next question. This lady. Okay, I can only take one more question, so this one. I personally don't know the name of the person who did it, but well, this is a difficult task, man. The best thing that can be done, yes, I would say yes, that is true. We can get the word out, but it's better to get in groups of people and tell your friends the best that you know how to say, and go from there. But other than that, yes, that would be the best thing. Right. Well, unfortunately, I'd like to say, yeah, go ahead and write everybody until the cows come home. But right now, as the way things are going, this might not be the best bet. We might be targeted as extremists or something like that. Okay, last question. This is the last one. I'll be more than happy to speak to any area at any time. Thank you. May God bless each and every one of you and your families too. rather horrendous designs and mechanizations of our federal government structure that I feel directly imperiled not to tell anybody about, so that's why I'm here telling. In doing so, I'm breaking my security oaths. I am also guilty of breaking major federal law. How long I'll be able to do this, anybody's guess. However, I would like to mention this talk is going to be broken up into 4 main topics. And each of these topics will have some bearing on what you people are involved in, you patriot people, or even some of you people that aren't patriots that may be leaning in that way or considering it. I want you to know these United States are a beautiful place. I've traveled in over 70 countries, and I cannot remember any country that has the beauty as well as the magnificence of its people like these United States. Give you an overview of basically what I am. I started off at the engineering school, which half of my schooling was in the field. I built up a reputation for being a geological engineer as well as a structural engineer with both military and aerospace applications. I have helped build 2 main concern bases within these United States that have some significance as far as what is it called the New World Order. Number 1 in Dulce, New Mexico. I was involved in 1979 in a horrendous firefight with alien human type, whatever you want to call them. And I was one of the survivors. I'm probably the only talking survivor you'll ever hear. 2 other survivors are under close guard somewhere in these United States. One is not in very good shape. He's living in Canada. So I'm about the only one around that knows the firefight, that knows all the detailed files of the entire operation. 66 Secret Service agents, FBI, and the like, Black Berets died in that firefight. I was there. Number 1, part of what I'm going to tell you is going to be very shocking. Part of what I'm going to tell you is probably going to be very unbelievable. So if instead of putting on your glasses, I'll ask you to put your spectacles on rather than your spectacles. But please feel free to do your own homework. I know the Freedom of Information Act isn't much to go on, but unfortunately it's basically the best of God. Your local law library and your nearest law university is a good place to look for congressional records. So if one continues to do their homework, one can be standing vigilant in regards to their country. I love the country that I'm living in more than I love my life. I would not be standing before you right now risking my life by telling you these things if I didn't believe it so. The first part of this talk is going to concern deep underground military bases and the black budget. Let me first start by emphasizing the black budget. The black budget is a secretive group, basically a secret budget. It garners 1/4 of the gross national product, the entire gross national product of these United States. Present gross national product is around $5 trillion. So 1/4 of that's about $1.25 trillion per year. At least 1.023 trillion, and I say at least, is used in black budget programs like deep underground military bases. Presently, there are 129 deep underground military bases in these United States. So a couple of weeks before he died, I kind of regretfully say that. I don't agree with what he did on the other side of the pond in Nazi Germany, but I'll tell you one thing. I think he had a lot of guts in coming there, and he was hated in his own land. In fact, there was a $1 million in gold reward for anybody who could kill him. happened. Anyway, back to topic number one, dumb bases or deep underground military bases. We've been basically lied to, folks. We've been lied to a long time. Number one, the alien question. Nobody really knows the truth. We've been ruined by Madison Avenue has painted a very unrealistic picture of what's going on with outer space aliens and the inside of government, especially at Bloom Lake. This particular facility that happened showed this wasn't the original insignia. This is kind of like a local Fisher Upper type insignia. You know, the original insignia had a skunk on it, which was part of the infamous skunk wars. So, anyway, this particular base originally is housed up to 117 live alien critters, or whatever you want to call them. Right now, it's not housing much of anything. Most of the stealth hardware has been removed. They moved it over to Kirtland Air Force Base. First of all, I want to tell you about aliens and the alien agenda. Back in 1954, under the Eisenhower administration, the federal government decided to circumvent the Constitution of the United States and form a treaty outside of the borders of the United States, within the borders of the United States, basically. A treaty from entities outside of the borders of the United States, and it was supposed to be secret. It was called the Greada 1954 Treaty, G-R-E-A-T-A, Greada 1954 Treaty. That basically said that the aliens could take a few cows and test their implanting techniques on a few human beings, but they had to give detailed lists of the people involved, et cetera, et cetera. Slowly but surely, the outer space aliens slowly altered the bargain until they decided they wouldn't go by the law. And back in 1979, this was the reality. The firefight occurred kind of quite by accident. I was involved in building an addition to the deep underground military base in Dulce, New Mexico. But for every calendar year that goes by, every 12-month calendar year, the military technology increases about 44.5 years. This is why it's easy to understand that back in 1943, they were able to create through that into technology, a ship that literally disappeared from one place and reappeared 400 miles later in another place. My father, Otto Oscar Schneider, there's an interesting story about him. He fought on both sides of the war. He was originally a U-boat captain, was captured, was captured by the French. He was turned over to the United States Army, turned over to the United States Navy. He was repatriated here. He put the Beach Ford and Fort Lauderdale, and taken up to Philadelphia Navy Yard. They were out there, and he was the master machinist as well, so, and then he got there. He later became the doctor. But basically, he was involved with different kinds of concerns, such as A-bomb and H-bomb and Philadelphia experiment and these other kinds of projects. His groundwork, he invented a camera, a high-speed camera that took pictures of the first atomic tests in Bikini Island. And 12th of July 1946, which I have original photographs of, which showed unidentified flying objects fleeing the bomb site at a high rate of speed. Bikini Island at the time was infested with things in various depths of its waters. The natives always saw them. The natives had problems with their cattle, which basically pigs, and other things. Although this story has never come out, this is basically what happened. So, that time, through General MacArthur and others, they felt that, in fact, General MacArthur was coined and saying in terms the very next World War we have to do the war, not with people from planet Earth, but from people from aliens or people from the planet. And this man was, if we hadn't had him during World War II, we wouldn't be here today. Anyway, my father had laid the groundwork with theoreticians about Phil Judge's experiment. What does that have to do with me? Other than the fact of that, all I can say is that it wasn't he never told us kids this, and kind of kept it secret. Is this our? No, this one doesn't work. Well, anyway, these 129 bases they've been building day and night unceasingly for since the 40s. Some of them are building earlier than that. These bases comprise basically of large cities underground. They're connected by high-speed monorail magneto-leviton trains that can go up to Mach 2. Books have been written, several books recently have been written about this activity, all of which is verifiable from bibliography. Al Bielek was, unfortunately, Al Bielek has my only copy. Is Al Bielek here, by the way? Al Bielek? Yeah, please do. Richard Sauder is a PhD architect, and he's written, he alone also has personally in his life been talking about this. He worked with a number of government agencies on deep underground military bases. Okay, there are 129 of these in the United States. In and around where you live, in Idaho, there are 11 of them. It's a very large number. The average depth of each base is roughly a mile deep. There are basic whole cities hauled out underground. There are somewhere between 2 and 2/3 cubic miles and 4 and a quarter cubic miles hauled out underground. And that is how this is done. Well, right now they have laser drilling machines that can drill a tunnel 7 miles in one day. Obviously, we the public have been controlling it. Unfortunately, I don't believe it. The Black Projects, as we know them, sidestep Congress, which is illegal. Right now, the New World Order is depending upon these bases, and if I'd known that the New World Order involved, I wouldn't have had anything to do with it. I was lied to rather extensively. Basically, the technology as we know. guess I can always start off by saying loose lips sink ships. That's almost a pun anymore. Yeah, I'm Phil Schneider. I worked 17 years for the United States government as a geologist and aerospace engineer, as well as a structural engineer. I worked for such elusive occupations with Morrison Knudsen, Bechtel, Page and Page, Aerospatiale of France, and a host of other EG&G and a host of other Los Alamos Laboratory and these kind of things. But rather than bore you with all those statistics, I've got cooked up a real mixed bag here of different topics, and it's might be a little bit like brain overload, but I'll start from the beginning. Like I said, I worked 17 years. Co-invented methods of shape charge blasting as well as laser rock deflagration, which means rock is literally melted or powdered by a special laser combination, and the residue of the rock underneath is applied as a coating, as a liquid coating, kind of like instant agate, if you could imagine a hunk of agate, which is a hard silica mineral rock, actually. But up here we have another topic. This is an area where I worked. I worked 11 years of the 17 years at Groom Lake, S4, S2. It's in the Nellis Air Force Base area. In fact, Groom Lake is, I'll show you in the picture right here. It's right here. Groom Lake is quite the place. A lot of rumors and other kinds of things have come out of there. Of course, people have stood on the outside for years and wondered what's been flying there. There's all kinds of things been flying. Let me give you a brief overview. Start in ancient history land here. Back in 1909, the U.S. cavalry was engaged in catching some banditos that had crossed the Mexican border into a place called Truth and Consequences in Mexico. And they went into a cave or a hideout and killed the so-called bandits. And what they found out, they couldn't explain. And they were called horseshoe craft at that time, or horseshoe ships. There were UFOs, and they saw these, what they call demons, gray demons, little gray guys all around the place. That was in 1909. Now, in 1933, our government was actively engaged with the Europeans, mostly the French and the English, in special researches dealing with aerial phenomena. And once again, the term flying saucer or flying disc didn't come about until much later, supposedly right around the mid-1940s. Anyway, the whole thing here is that also in 1946, I might want to add, we were engaged in atomic bomb testing and this kind of a like. And of course, the area of Bikini Atoll, some of the pictures are over here on the white board, showing with the actual language of both the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy archives. Anyway, these flying ships were seen as early as 1945, 46. Some of them were called Foo Fighters, and you name it. They were fully known about maybe as early as 1935 or 36 by our U.S. Navy. And there was a shallow underwater base at Bikini Island, and that was probably the one reason why a number of atomic bombs were exploded in that area rather than other areas which they could have been even more remote out in the South Pacific at Operation Crossroads. Well, anyway, this all led up to later on, about 6-8 years later, 1954, during the Eisenhower administration, led to an interesting treaty called the Greada 1954 Treaty. It was the Alien-Human Treaty. And supposedly the aliens had come in and exchanged technology, and they'd want to take an occasional human being and a few head of cows, and accurate books were supposedly to be kept and all this kind of stuff. And of course, eventually all that blown, and aliens are notorious for being liars, even greater liars than so-called, end quote, we humans are. So alien treaties are often just not even the pieces of paper they're written on, they're just really kind of worthless. Anyway, my work as a geologist in building underground military bases, some of which are over 2 miles underground. And I think when you listen to Al tonight, if you have a chance to listen to him, he will speak of, Al's actually been on some of the high-speed monorail subway cars, if you might want to call them, that link these bases together. Some of them are capable of riding on a cushion of air about 3/4 of an inch off a rail in a better part of Mach 2. And he's actually been on one of these trains. I've only been in one of the tunnels and helped build some of the tunnels. Incidentally, I helped work on 13 deep underground military bases. Actual had hands-on experience. Notorious was the one in and around the Dulce, the southeastern and southwestern sides of Dulce, New Mexico, and Los Alamos laboratory regions, where we built some hermetically sealed rooms that were very deep, going down over a mile. We also built additions onto Groom Lake and S2 and S4 complexes. There are a total of 9 underground. They're called DUMBs. Like, you can learn a lot from this dummy, but DUMB stands for Deep Underground Military Base. And or a deep underground, DUM 2, for instance, is a submarine base, and I have built a few of those too, which are off our continental shelves and certain islands and out in the Atlantic and the Pacific in strategic locations. All this, I can hardly, in an hour's time, I can hardly squeeze all this in. So I'll be kind of rambling here if you just bear with me. The main topic of my discussion here is to link up basically what's going on with these deep underground military bases, what they're being used for, what is the present situation now being employed both by our federal government, which is slowly being phased out by the United Nations government, as well as the New World, end quote, the New World Order, which is an even higher entity, and who these higher entities are taking their orders from, and try and link up basically what's going on. A lot of us have been kept in the dark. We've been given, maybe most recently over here, photographs of an alien at Roswell. I'll just make a very brief statement about that. The photographs cannot stand up to a computer grain analysis test and therefore are retouched or faked. They're not real. The real one, the real photograph of the charred or dead alien that was one of the several that were autopsy is over here, was given to me by a friend by the name of Skip Plumback of Seattle. And his father worked as one of the principal doctors. He was from Germany at the time and worked on some of the autopsy material, from what I understand, along with other people. Anyway, you just can't believe everything, and that goes for me. You got to get out there and do your homework. Like I always say, you might don't put your spectacles on, you put your skepticals on when you listen to me. So if we can have a show of hands here, how many people have heard about Roswell, New Mexico? Very good, almost all. And how many people have heard about the black helicopters and the other kinds of flying saucers type equipments out at Groom Lake and other places? Very good. Well, this obviously is a nice enlightened audience. Most of you have probably seen what a black helicopter is, or maybe even gotten rare glimpses of an F-117A Black Jet, or Stealth, as they're often called, or a B-2 bomber, B-1 bomber, or some of these other sophisticated aircraft that are being touted as the new technology. Once again, where did we get this new technology? Well, obviously we've had a little hand in that. Our little alien so-called buddies, have kind of exchanged things, not without a great cost. The cost of which has been a lot of people have disappeared. Some, I'll blow this statistic by you. There's, according to current FBI and Defense Intelligence Agency and CIA statistics, 100,000 children and 1 million adults disappear every year. And these are not kidnappings or murders or rapes or suicides or anything. Totally unaccounted for. And where are these people going to? Nobody knows. Maybe one of us in this room or somebody has encountered such an individual and lost a loved one or a friend or something. And that's unfortunate. My best friend, Ron Lee Rummel, several years ago, got himself murdered because we dared to put out in print, at that time I was still working for the government, and so was he, we dared to put in print that so-called the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, as part of the New World Order, and takes its actions. It was originally written as a kind of a spoof or a joke. We had one of these alien graves dressed up and had New World Order insignia on it. Of course, that wasn't taken very nicely, and our friend got himself murdered. It was called a suicide, but now it's been turned over to special authorities who now acknowledge it was a homicide. Other than that, I'd like to also mention something about my father. My father was a U-boat captain in Hitler's Navy, and he got captured and taken over. I didn't find this out until about 2 weeks before he died on his deathbed. He kind of told everybody in total shock. I was one of them. Well, in fact, I didn't believe him. I thought he was kind of in delirium or something like that. And of course, other things have come up since. And so, anyway, he was captured by the French, turned over to the Third Army, the U.S. Third Army, and then U.S. Third Army turned him over to the Navy. And he was a master machinist, not a journeyman. A master means they can take a block of metal and make a gun or a watch or some other fine instrument. And he was a master machinist. He later became an MD doctor and part of the aerospace medicine group of the United States Navy. Was instrumental in helping build the USS Nautilus and its first nuclear-powered predecessor, the Enterprise, the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and other ships like it. He pioneered all the ways in building very small and miniature nuclear engines and He even helped work later on in his life. He helped develop the infamous grid bed nuclear motor, which is now employed in some things that look like flying saucers that people claim are flying saucers. Yes, we, in quote, the United States Air Force and other armed forces, are training other European forces to fly identified or, in quote, flying saucers. We've actually built several prototypes that are flying under names of black craft. My position as a geologist and engineer got me to see a lot of things in the world. I've been in over 70 countries. Also worked for NATO. I carried a level 3 security clearance with a rhyolite factor. Rhyolite is a hardening factor, only given out to a handful of civilians and maybe a couple of hundred military men worldwide. I thought I was doing the nation, the United States, as well as the world a favor by, I thought I was kind of keeping my end up. Well, it didn't work out that way. I was to later find out that these underground bases are now being employed as strategic bases for, in case there is martial law in this country. Right now, our military professors that used to be in war colleges and the like are training people like ex-Russian KGB and Spetsnaz people right here on American soil. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, along with other people, other geologists. By the way, I'm still a geologist, still do geological survey work. However, I don't work for the government anymore. I took my security clearance and all my government stuff and cut it up and sent it back to the, pardon my French, SOBs. When I found out that a number of these 131 deep underground military bases are being used to subvert the Constitution of these United States and its people, I says, that is enough. I can't possibly be connected. Oh, well, Mr. Schneider, you can't quit, they said. Well, I says, yes, I can. I'm an individual, I'm going to quit, and I'm walking off the job. So I got arrested. Casually told, well, you got to finish a job. And so I caved into that part, and I finished 3 weeks. And then at that time, my father was dying, and I was allowed home, and I never went back for my paychecks. Don't intend to be there. These people are beginning to show signs of being our utmost enemy. We're talking about military people now engaged in training foreign troops on American soil, clearly against the Bill of Rights and the U.S. Constitution. It's why we formed a government, why our forefathers formed a government, a republic of these United States in the first place, way back 200 plus years ago. Because of the drawing and quartering of soldiers, taxation without representation, law by edict, otherwise known as today's version, executive order, among other things. The very reasons that we became, in quote, free, a free republic, a free society, possibly one of the greatest nations to ever be a nation on this earth, were instilled in our founding fathers that are now so far away from the people now running our federal government structure. So I'm here today to touch upon a number of subjects. One being that these underground bases, roughly over 3 of them per state. There's now, instead of 12 prison camps, there's 39. That's almost 1 per state. They're building 2 prison camps every 7 months. They're building 2 underground military bases every year. Each one of these military bases, by the way, these underground military bases, they cost somewhere between $17 and $26 billion. They employ 1,800 to 10,000 workers each in varying grades of skill. They gobble up totally through the black budget, over 1/4 of the black budget, or roughly $310 billion. Of course, you may say, well, where are these figures coming from? Well, the black budget, as we know it, in quote, black projects, which may anything called black, is significant of hidden from Congress, hidden from the American people. Very few people are even in the know about it at all. A black budget per year garners over $500 billion a year. And it's these kind of huge quantities and sums of monies are garnered through CIA drug activity, National Security Agency clandestine operations, mostly in Panama and South America. Now also engaged in Russia in bringing and refining strategic metals. By the way, you might want to ask, where's all these kind of interesting new metals coming? Over here on the whiteboard, we have the new periodic table. It's got 140 elements. Now, in our high schools of today, I was in a high school about a week ago. I saw a new periodic table that had 105 elements. Now, somewhere, we're not being told the truth. We're being lied to at every turn and every corner. We're considered less than morons. So the government has made itself an entity, an independent taxing body, an entity into itself, and isn't accountable to anybody, not even the so-called New World Order. They just go ahead and do everything willy-nilly as please. There's nobody checking. You don't have to worry about this. Occasionally there's a senator who pokes a nose in here and there, and that senator finds out either nicely or not so nicely that you don't do things like that. Now, if we're to gain a grip on our country, if we're to take our country back, we must first ask our public officials if they cannot tell us the truth, and we will impeach them, or they will be impeached, or they'll be tried as traitors. This is pretty stiff language. Already it's slowly beginning to trickle out and to occur to a number of people that this may be the only way out. And also, our founding fathers, George Washington, Patrick Henry, and a few of the other ones that came up and said that you don't want to let the beast out of the box. And they were talking about a runaway government. You don't want to allow your government to become like England at that time. And so they warned us about this very same kind of thing. First of all, the United States is not a democracy. It's not a republic anymore. It should be a republic. That's to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Why we can't even pray in the public schools anymore. We have to have a Supreme Court judge or group of them, plus Janet Reno and company, among other things, telling us what to do. Interpret for us as if we cannot read with our own 2 eyes and understand with our mind. This, of course, is bad policy all the way around. And I guess I don't need to blow that by your ears. Okay, on another subject, I have a number of items up here at the table. One of which here is, I can show it, is a heavy hunk of rock indeed. It has a weight of about a little bit more than a pound, 2.5 times the weight of uranium. It's not radioactive, can never be made radioactive. It's composed of earth, rare earth, clays, and powdered metals, as well as alien element, mostly from crashed, retrieved flying saucers and of the kind that have happenstance to crash in our deserts and backyards, so to speak. It's called Mironite. This is employed in every stealth aircraft, every black jet throughout the black budget. Also in the very small quantities in the skins of black helicopters. Mironite. Here's another thing. Here's a piece of probably the purest titanium you'll ever hear or see. It's so pure. It's also composed with other alien elements to make it extremely tough. It's capable of withstanding temperatures in excess of 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Our new Phoenix-class submarines, of which we're building 2 a month right now. Phoenix-class submarines is a black budget program. Each one of those submarines costing $208 million just for the titanium hull, which is made of this material. Approximately 10,000 pounds of it. Now, we've got supposedly, as of the data right now, we've got 106 of these submarines. They're flying the waters and the waves. They can dive to a depth of over 7,000 feet and hold that for 3 months. It's a fantastic submarine indeed. It has 11 grid-bent nuclear motors on the engines that run everything, purify the air. By the way, these aren't your usual nuclear motor installation. They're very small. They're probably no bigger than this podium, weighing less than 3,000 pounds, putting out as much as the equivalent of 3 aircraft carriers of Enterprise class. But these Phoenix-class submarines are getting this metal. Now, where are we getting the metal from? Well, it's being stockpiled in a number of strategic locations. Supposedly, I've heard stories, well, it's being mined on the moon, and I have no way of proving that, one way or another. I think we're probably getting it from Russia, or refining it in outer space. Or are we shuttling, basically a shuttle, a secret shuttle flight, 1 a week now is going up and back. What are they shuttling? Well, obviously, they've got kind of their own little laboratories up there, space station, and all this kind of stuff. Remember, what you're being told is only just a smattering of the truth. It's not the real truth. Maybe it's 5% of the truth. Maybe it's not even that. You can rest assured you're not getting much. Another strategic metal is this particular bar with some strange crystals on it. The scalenohedral crystals of niobium, titanium, rhenium, copper oxide. This complex group of elements not found on the Earth in specific quantities. This was developed at Los Alamos through EG&G and other outfits. Are employed in all black jet aircraft, all of them, including the in-quote sport model, the little flying saucer we occasionally see over at Groom Lake. And by the way now, if we happen to be with a video camera, taking pictures of the so-called area around Groom Lake, it's now, you can get your equipment confiscated, your car, your house, considered the same thing as a drug dealer, and you'll go to jail for 5 years, up to 5 years, and $1 million fine. I personally don't think this is what I'm hearing. I just don't think that this kind of punitiveness is what we need in America, and we have to get rid of it. Otherwise, we're going to die with no America. Here's some other elements. Here's a very light element. It's composed of lithium metal, as well as a alien element, a little heavier than hydrogen, but a little lighter than helium, also employed in this. It's used in secretive methods of propulsion, and it also is in a peculiar scalenohedral crystalline form. And anything scalenohedral, and by the way, a scalene triangle is no side is equal to another side. The scalenohedral metallic crystalline structure is definitely an alien element, or alien technology converted over to our own technology. These were given to me about a year ago, and they're called alien or aurora drops. It's supposedly the skins of the black jets, some of the ones that are coming in at very high rates of speed. They're still glowing red hot, white hot, and they'll sit out there and cool off, and they're dripping their material off of them. And it's kind of like a rubberized coating. It's not rubber, I can tell you that. This is hard as lava rock or harder, capable of withstanding tremendous temperatures, but nonetheless, some of it sloughs off every time, and so they just kind of scoop it up and throw it in the trash can. There are a few pieces of it. Here's one of the hardest so-called man-made rocks. Once again, it's got a number of alien counterpart. It's got an alien crystalline structure to it, very advanced. It's about 11 times harder than a diamond and about 70 times stronger than a diamond, capable of withstanding temperatures in excess of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It is employed as very thin coatings or windows, tiny windows in hypersonic aircraft that exceed Mach 5. Here's an interesting artifact. Right here in this hunk of rock, which by the way was an old 100,000-year-old chipping tool found in Syria, Jordan rather, excuse me, is a imprint of, it looks like a fossil, but it's not. It's an imprint of a small mechanical part with exactly 360 kind of like rotor blades. Well, this rock is 220 million years old. Who was making machines 220 million years ago? Maybe Von Däniken was right after all. Huh? Here we have an actual piece of agatized fruit, or it's similar to the lime. It's even been pecked by a bird at one time, and that's still there. So it's instantly turned to agate. It is the same agate or chemical structure as material found at Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the A bombings in World War II, where grasses and flowers and petals of flowers and other kinds of things were instantly petrified, turned to agate. It is the same identical crystalline structure. However, this particular piece is about 20 million years old, and it's still got its original green coating, and it's basically unchanged, perfect condition. Likewise, here's a garlic plant about somewhere between 20 and 35 million years of age, and once again, it's got that same pink agate coating. And here are some pieces of the metal skin from the crash disk at Roswell. It was given to me when I was 14 years old. My father was visiting one of his old friends in the Navy archives, as well as he was in the Royal Navy in England. And I, as a 14-year-old boy, I says, "Gee, Dad, can I ask Johnny?" Said, "Oh, go ahead, ask him. Get anything you can from him, that kind of thing." I says, "Well, gee, Johnny, well, do you think I can have a piece of this metal?" "Oh, no, you can't have that." And I says, "Oh, give it to the kid. What the heck? He won't have it very long anyway." Well, I've had it all this time. It's kind of a unique thing. They were able to break the skin of that craft, by the way, dropping it into a bath of liquid nitrogen, hitting it with a mechanical or hydraulic hammer, and it shattered into little bits. And it was later analyzed and adapted for our own technology. All these artifacts are fine, but once again, the main part of this talk is, where's it all leading to? We get very little spin-off to where any of this is leading to. Occasionally we'll get a new computer or maybe a quartz watch or some little trinket, kind of like giving the Indians beads a couple hundred years ago. Well, we're getting these little spin-offs. But the black budget still rolls on, garnering up over $1 trillion every 2 years. It's somewhere between 1.023 trillion and 1.31 trillion dollars every 2 years. And every year it goes by and the black budget is unchecked, unaccounted for. It's just subverting our country. That's number one. Number two is that these underground military, first of all, if there was something like a nuclear war or there was a definite enemy out there where we were going to be under attack, like from China or someplace like that, I could see maybe a couple of dozen underground bases for a government, and so it could theoretically rise up like the phoenix out of the ashes. Well, not 131 of these. And if you were going to so-called round people up and put them in prison camps, what a better prison camp than underground, where nobody knows where it is anyway. So once again, these underground bases are most likely been planned as underground prison camps and slave labor factories for the New World Order. New World Order, by the way, is getting, and I'm probably the only person ever talking about this. The New World Order is taking it, and the United Nations is taking its orders from, believe it or not, these more powerful outer space alien entities. We might call them the large grays or the small grays. Sinister forces indeed. And you might want to say, well, gee, how come we don't see more of this kind of thing? Well, you can just imagine, if you're only being told 5% or less of the truth, there isn't very much to go on. That's one thing. Another thing is, you don't find very many people coming up here and letting you have hands-on experience. I'm going to try and do this to you. However, I do ask you to go out and do your homework and keep doing it. Don't necessarily believe in what I'm saying, but get out there and talk to people. Whether it's just a couple neighbors or friends or something, get out there and talk. Because one will tell two and two will tell four, and then pretty soon you have a whole room full of people that are in the know. And then from there, wonders can work. And that, as far as changing the black budget and these clandestine programs, public opinion is only going to be that, going to do that, and it's going to take millions of us. But we have to be informed. And to do that, we have to be doing what we're doing now, gathering and talking. And of course, most of us are adults and can weed out fact from fiction. Most of us are responsible adults and know the difference between fact and fiction and how to use it or how to abuse it. So we therefore have to continue to keep studying and keep talking. If there's just me out there, and believe it or not, there aren't very many people like myself out there talking. I've given over 30 talks in the United States, Canada, Japan, went over to England, went to Japan kind of illegal, came back the same weekend. They flew me in and out, but I talked to a number of their execs, and they were very interested indeed. Now, if this is all a bunch of poppycock and hooey and poo-poo, I wouldn't be listened to, be given an audience by these people, but every I have. But 13 attempts on my life since the first of this year. There's a number of you ladies present, so I won't gore you out, but Al has seen some of the wounds, and there's a few other people that have been to a few of my other lectures, and they can attest that I have been shot. I've been run off the road, I've been pushed off the road, I've been mostly shot at, that kind of thing like that. But been in hand-to-hand combat with some of these people, and once again, I'm not in the best of shape anymore, but I still know how to handle myself. And I'm just about ready to wrap things up here, but just basically wanted to give you an overview of what's happening. And if we have any questions, we can start asking a few questions. Okay, here's a gentleman way over here. Would you please speak up loud? Yes, I was involved in 1979, in August, late August of 1979. I was involved working through Los Alamos Laboratories at Dulce, New Mexico, and what's now known as the Alien-Human War. 66 Secret Service agents, government workers, geologists, and the like. I almost bit the dust. I could have been number 67. Lost their lives that day because the government lied and knew full well what was underneath. And what we've done is, out in the desert there, we had drilled for, and a period of a couple of days, we drilled 4 of these holes that went down several thousand feet. And one of these holes kept bringing up dirty dust and putrefying odors and broken off machine bits and other kinds of things like that. Boring machines as well as lasers came up damaged. And of course, there was a probe that was sent down, and that came up totally missing. And so people were sent down there, and that was a lot of people. And when I got down there, of course, the odor was, and remember, I was in a spacesuit type environment. All I had was a small tool belt with special sensors, a small rock hammer, and a rucksack for mineral specimens and other kinds of things like that. And I had my little pistol. And being an engineer, didn't have time to carry a big hunk of pistol like most of these Green Berets carry, stuff like that, Black Berets. I carried a little Walter PPK with a 9-shot clip. As soon as I got down this hole, standing about from me to this gentleman over here in the front row, 10 or so feet away, 7 feet away, something like that, was one of these 7-foot-tall stinking alien guys, and I didn't waste any time. I said, I'm not fiddling with you guys, and boom, away you go. And I was one of the rare few that had been allured that this may or may not occur. And so basically was given ET training, but a lot of these other people weren't. And we were, in fact, it was asked, are there aliens in the area? And of course, the big question was no. And that was a big lie. And of course, 66 people died that day. I have a big hole in my chest. I lost a lung. My lung was literally burnt out of me. My fingers burnt off of me. My toenails burnt off of me. My skin was in radiation isolation therapy for 400 plus days. My bones were vitrified or burnt. I was cooked. I managed to survive. I'm telling you something about it today. Other than that, I'm the only talking survivor. There are only 2 other survivors, and they're in nursing homes up in Canada. Canada refuses to allow the United States officials to talk to them. They're in very bad shape indeed. One of them can't talk, and the other one doesn't want to. So, they're regarded as Canadian heroes. So, they're being kept by Canada. Okay, this fellow over here. Speak up loud.
Okay,
Actually, yes, there's several. In fact, as I was coming to this talk, I was supposed to be here by plane, but there was a subsequent follow-up. Anyway, I drove all the way and did it in one day. But as I was coming over up near Cheyenne, I noticed the military, Air Force and the Army are building a so-called new, in quote, boot camp, prison camp, right up in Cheyenne, brand new. And I was here 3 months ago, I wasn't there. So it's something brand new. In Colorado, yes, there's about 4 underground bases, one being Denver International Air Base. I call it Air Base, spaceport, or whatever you want to call it. Denver International Airport. No wonder your luggage gets locked. There are 8 levels underneath the airport, tarmac there, end quote, tarmac or cement mac. And so those bags could be there for a damn long time. Why, just imagine if this was instantly turned to agate 30 or more million years ago, those bags could very well be the same way. So yeah, there's a number of them. And I wish I had a map with me. In fact, in subsequent talks, I'll have a map, which will be put on the overhead. In fact, my next talk, I plan to have just that. I plan to bring a map here and have all the latitudes and longitudes of all the bases, and I can't do that. That would be a nice jail sentence for me, so I didn't bring it. So, but other than that, I'll have that all researched for you. Yes, this one. Yes, as far as there being an inner Earth, a hollow Earth or anything like this, no, I've never run into anything like that. However, Al Bielek has been on these tunnel trains at the better part of Mach 2, going from coast to coast in an hour and a half, faster than any jet plane that we got, including the SST, or thereabouts, the same rapid speed. But I helped build a lot of these tunnels, and all of the underground mountain or military bases are connected, all of them, all 131 of them. They're connected both by road, not a big freeway under there, but it's at least a 2 to a 4 lane road, rather narrow lanes, but they're there, and they're also high-speed magneto-leviton train tunnels. Yes, this lady over here. Stand up and speak up, please. What levels of military personnel know about this? Most of the levels of military know about this, especially at higher levels, higher officer levels. The enlisted, I'm sure, don't, or is basically kept in the dark like we are, in quote, we are. So, yeah. This fellow right here with the hat, Adam. Well, there's 131 of them in the United States, 127 of them in the lower 48. There's some in Canada, I'm not counting those. There's some in northern Mexico, I'm not counting those either. They average about 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground, an average depth of 5,700 feet underground. Average cost $17 to $31 billion each. They employ anywhere from 1,800 to 10,000 people. Then there's some very large ones now being built in Sweden, one of which is repudiated to be 30 cubic miles. It'll take 5 years to build that one at a cost of about $2 trillion. And that's all being supplied by the United Nations. Yes. Anybody over here? gentleman. Speak up, please. Okay, you want to know exact locations of all these? Well, for where all of your Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force bases are, they're with all the present, not the ones closed down. By the way, the closed down bases are now being used for gasoline storage and equipment storage and these kind of things. So they're not really closed down yet. Boot camps, unquote boot camps, and all this kind of stuff. So-called prisoner camps and these kind of things. Right now, our police, for instance, are are being trained by the Air Force and the Army intelligence in martial law research, as they call it. How dare they call that by that name? So where these are, they're where every one of these strategic bases are now. In Colorado, in around Denver, there's 3 of them, and they're fairly small. Some of these bases are only maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet in depth. Some of them were built a long time ago, back to 35, 40 years ago, and they're only maybe 500 feet. And they're mostly for equipment storage. Denver, and then there's Fort Collins. There's also Colorado Springs area. By the way, Colorado Springs is kind of a famous area. Nikola Tesla's laboratories are in Colorado Springs, and need I say more? I'll leave that up to Al Bielek. As far as Nellis Air Force Base, there's 9 underground mountain bases in Nellis Air Force Base. That's in Nevada. It's north of Las Vegas. There's going to be a UFO show and conference in Mesquite here later on this month, and that's very close to, in quote, Area 51. That whole area, by the way, the state of Nevada is 81% in quote managed or owned by the federal government. The land is either restricted or run by the federal government. That's why there's groups rising as we speak, dealing with the problem very vociferously, and senators are now getting involved. So evidently, waking up is occurring. Yes, this gentleman over here. Speak up, please. Okay. Yes, they are. The gentleman asked, are these tunnels connected to large caverns? Yes, these large bases are basically like this Coliseum. Everything's underground. Everything's a city underground. Most of these bases have military bases, and they have all the accoutrements of life. Remember, each one of these costs quite a bundle of dough, and some of it in our tax money, but most of it in clandestine approaches, and it's definitely undermining the country. Yes. Well, some of them have difficulty in understanding our language. It's too slow to them. If you've heard whale songs or bird chirpings at high speed, it's about what these aliens sound like audibly to us, so it's a bunch of gibberish. Yes, they've slowly actually broken down. There's 11 prototypes or 11 civilizations of aliens visiting this planet all the time, all of which are known by the U.S. military, 9 of which are not very good in data. They're pretty bad news. 2 of which are benevolent, but the benevolent ones have supposedly left. They have their own little war of sorts, especially the Pleiadian groups and whatnot like that, which Val Thor was repudiated to be a Venusian, but other people will alert he looks more like a Pleiadian. He looks normal human, except he's got 6 fingers and toes. He's got one oversized lung. He's got 2 hearts. He's got all kinds of weird stuff. Bones are bigger. Yep. The man asked, do I tie in the alien agenda to the New World Order? Yes, sir, 100%. I can elaborate briefly. The New World Order right now basically is dismantling countries, governments, telling governments not to war with each other anymore, basically, so that looks good on the outside. They're taking their orders directly from the aliens, and they've got their own timetable. They want the one world order because they want the planet for themselves. Of course, you've often heard the term Global 2000, and that's a supposed sinister plot, or has been a group of sinister plots to produce biological weaponry to reduce or thin out the so-called ethnic cleanse the population of the planet by 5/6, or roughly 5 of 6 billion people, enslaving the rest to work willy-nilly with the so-called people of the New World Order. Now, another peculiar thing is the alien agenda is not really well believed nor understood by a lot of these one-worlders. They don't believe it. They think they've been singled out for their own end of glory, and what they don't know is they're just another human being, and according to the negative or bad aliens, they're just another what considered bags of food to them. They don't eat us like we think of a cannibal eating a hunk of meat, but they use our glandular secretions as part of their food base, their blood and their glandular secretions like adrenal column and other kinds of things like this. And in fact, the Atlanta Center for Disease Control has figured out ways that we can combat this and all this kind of thing like that. It might be where these new designer diseases like AIDS and Ebola and hantavirus and all these kinds of things have come up out of nowhere, and these diseases, in quote, almost have a mind of their own. Yes, this lady here. Okay, the lady asked, is the tunnel building having an effect with earthquakes? Yes, it could very easily be, although you've got to remember a lot of these underground bases are constantly being repaired, and so a lot of people have to be hired. As far as the U.S. government, second part of her question was, is the U.S. government modifying our weather? Yes, that's an affirmative. And we have the U.S. government's been working with the Russians for at least since 1972 and maybe as early as 1966 on weather modification. And it's a well-known fact, and it's well employed. And by the way, they can literally weather modify a hurricane or a tornado out of existence. And the reason they don't do it is pretty obvious. Yeah, right. Or they could actually send a plane inside of a hurricane, for instance, that would blow off an atmospheric bomb or a shockwave bomb in the eye of the thing. It would completely dissipate. Well, they don't do this, of course. There's probably other reasons for that, to see which way it goes or what kind of havoc and how we can study the havoc, and we'll go from there. This fellow in the back is black. How do we learn more about our general topic? Well, there's this particular fellow, his name is Richard Sauter, PhD, wrote a book recently, Underground Bases and Tunnels, What is the Government Trying to Hide? That is one book. Then we have here's a popular science article, Secret Air Base. The government doesn't want you to know that Groom Lake, supposedly Groom Lake doesn't exist. Well, I guess it doesn't exist, and me talking about it, I guess I can't be arrested or anything. I'm just full of poppycock here. Well, the editor, one of the editors in Popular Science that put this article out is now in federal prison. Then there's a book, and it's Stealth Fighter Pilot. These books are available. I got this one at Dalton's. This one actually was sent to me by the publisher I did some test piloting, and the only thing I test piloted was would run the aircraft back and forth on the runway, the special runways they built at Groom Lake. There's a picture of me in uniform. And I can go on. And these publications are out now, and they're available. Yes, this lady over here. I can't hear you. What? Okay. Okay, that's kind of a mixed bag question there. She asks, with martial law being involved, will precious metals and all anything will be outlawed? If you order food, have a radio, any way of communicating, stashed gasoline, these kind of things, you would just be rounded up down to the end of it. Martial law is martial law. Martial law is dictatorship of the worst form, or one of the worst forms. And her other part of the question, if I got it right, was when's the alien takeover? Well, the alien takeover right now is, and probably will be for probably the next 20, maybe 30, 40 years, will be basically in the background. The idea is to get the one world beast-like government order in place and to thin out the population of the planet. And then, of course, then all heck will break loose from then on. And whether it is, I don't often mix Bible and talk, but some people have learned, well, this is already mentioned in the Bible, blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. Well, that may be, but all I can tell you is I've been face to face with one of these sinister characters, or a couple of them, being released, and most people would, just the shock of them seeing such a thing would cause them to not be in a very healthy mode and frame of mind, as physical as well as mental. This man here in blue cup. Well, it's a combination. What technology is used to build these underground bases? Well, we have lasers that can drill out, or basically deflagrate or melt out a tunnel 7 miles a day. And that tunnel is 28 feet wide, 28 feet high. They have, you've been told about drilling and boring machines and very slow, quarter of a mile a day. Most of that went out in World War II. Most of that's all World War I or World War II era materials. And once again, you've been badly lied to. I can hardly believe it. First of all, I've worked on public engineering projects, and we do better in grinding up road beds and laying them down at the rate of 4 miles a day, and supposedly that doesn't exist. Well, I worked on one in the state of Oregon just a few months ago, and we built a tunnel for sewage tunnel and whatnot like that. It wasn't very big. It was about 6 feet across, and I drilled right through solid rock, right to the base of under one of the hills in Portland for their new light rail. Did that in 2 days. But it was a complex, it was a small, complex tunnel. It was big enough for a man to crawl through and inspect. And I was one of the people who inspected, so yeah. What technology? A lot of this is alien technology, readapted for our own use, but a lot of it's our own ingenuity too. So you can bet, how can you tell alien technology? Well, anything that's just absolutely outlandish, like taking a oxyacetylene welding torch and trying to cut into this metal and getting nowhere, obviously would be metals research, aircraft research and the like, and different tools and products of things that are many times the hardness of diamond or known hardened substances like boron. Obviously, that's nothing that we came up with on our own. What we could have over a several hundred-year period. But you got to remember too that the military technology is outstripping the public sector technology at the rate of 44 to 45 years of technology for every calendar year, every 12-month calendar year here. So every year going by this time in 1996, the military technology will be roughly 45 years more advanced than where we are today. So it's quite possible that way back in 1943, the U.S. Navy not only caused the ship to disappear, it literally disappeared and reappeared. Basically, military technology right now is about 1,200 years more advanced than public state technology. And computer technology right now, it's off the scale, I can't tell you. It's just right now, and employing just in black jet and stealth aircraft, the new computers are so completely advanced that we couldn't get them in the public sector for maybe another 40 or 50 years. Yes, this lady here. Well, the lady asked for the slave labor camps, the old, the infirm, the handicapped, are they going to be executed? Will there be executions? You can bet your bottom dollar there actually will be these things. I wish I knew more, but I don't. I have my own agenda to kind of keep up and talk about. But other than that, yes, I would imagine so. If you look at all the 39 prison camps that are presently built, and they're called boot camps, by the way. And of course, these new trains that they have that have 143 shackle placements per train, they're a scary thing indeed. You know what they're called? They're called United Nations Prisoner Transfer Cars. Oh, that's an appropriate name, I guess. Well, we got to wrap it up here. They're telling me it's time. I'll take one more question. This lady over here. Don't brainwash you. They don't brainwash you. How do they brainwash 18,000 people that are working? Well, you sign this little piece of paper saying you work, you go to prison for the rest of your days. Or you're not going to be taking home a paycheck of about anywhere from $4,000 to $40,000 per month, depending upon your position. $40,000 a month is a lot of petunias. Okay, I got to wrap it up here, folks. So I'll be over in Al Felix booth. I think it's over in booth number 125. I can take other questions there and let you take a look at artifacts. And once again, on these artifacts, in a very few minutes, don't handle them, just look at them. Thank you very much.
For over half a century, there have been rumors of secretive facilities and bases hidden deep below the surface of the sprawling North American landscape. This week, we examine the most infamous of these alleged sites, an underground base believed to be situated near the town of Dulce in New Mexico, a modern-day mystery which lies deep beneath the mesa. Bringing his patrol car to a halt, Gabriel Valdez stared out through the driver's side window at the dark mass lying not far from the side of the road, and then cursed under his breath. For the briefest of moments, he tried to convince himself that the most sensible course of action would be to simply drive on, away from this place, and to ignore what he had seen. And yet his curiosity urged him to exit the vehicle, to conduct a closer inspection, and confirm what his instincts and fears were telling him. With a heavy sigh, the patrolman used his radio to inform the dispatcher of his location, before opening the driver's side door and making his way across the square. Deep down, he had known what he would find before he even reached the carcass. A cursory inspection confirmed that this cadaver had been left just like the others he had attended upon. A series of diamond-shaped indentations had been carved into various points of the hide, with several layers of skin having apparently been removed in an expert fashion. The creature's eyes, nose, and tongue were all missing, despite there being no sign of any wider animal predation having taken place. It was almost certain that the reproductive glands would be absent, as well as a number of other key internal organs, all removed in what presented as a clean and sterile manner. As he stood regarding the lack of any tracks or disturbed foliage on the ground surrounding the animal's corpse, Valdez now became aware of the low rumble of an approaching vehicle. Looking up from the grisly scene, he caught sight of a 5-ton truck painted in army camouflage, heading along the highway towards him. The transport began to slow as it approached the point where he'd left his patrol car, its occupants returning the questioning gaze he had offered as they passed, before it pulled away at greater speed. As he watched the dust cloud thrown up by its passing dissipate, Valdez found himself experiencing a whole host of emotions. Confusion, a small degree of fear, but most of all, he felt anger, directed towards those he blamed for the death of this creature, for the deaths of all the slain animals he had found in recent months, and the wider falsehood that their slaughter had been used to perpetuate. A lie fabricated for one purpose, and one purpose only: to keep local residents away from the neighboring mesa, for fear that something resided there which neither he nor any other earthly power could hope to protect them from. The town of Dulce in New Mexico would not come into existence until the end of the 19th century, when US authorities ordered the local Apache tribe to settle itself permanently in one place. The area's Native American population duly complied with this instruction, forming the Jicarilla Apache Reservation, around which the town would eventually be established. For the next century and a half, the inhabitants of this small backwater community would live their lives in relative peace, a short distance from the slopes of the adjoining Archuleta Mesa. There had always been tales of high strangeness associated with the region, from weird light anomalies witnessed in the night sky to Bigfoot-like creatures seen wandering the scrub. But by the late 1970s, the looming shadow cast by this towering mountain peak would begin to take on a sinister connotation, with the discovery of a series of bizarre cattle mutilations. Following several complaints by ranchers and farmers to the local police department, insisting that someone or something was slaughtering their livestock, an officer by the name of Gabriel Valdez was ordered to investigate the matter. But after visiting the affected properties, the investigator often returned to his superiors with far more questions than answers. Usually, only one animal in the herds which were targeted had been affected, and it had been dispatched in a manner which seemed to discount the involvement of any natural predator. Although key sensory and internal organs had been removed from the carcasses, there were never any indications that the flesh had been consumed by a potential attacker. In fact, these bodies would remain untouched by scavengers for weeks after the event, a phenomenon previously unheard of within this harsh and unrelenting environment. The report submitted by Officer Valdez also highlighted the lack of disturbance in the soft and sandy ground surrounding the remains, offering no hint as to who or what was responsible. Due to the discovery of shattered bones in some cases, his suggestion that the bodies had been dropped from a great height was something he would go on to be questioned over at some length. It soon became apparent to his superiors that Officer Valdez had no fixed agenda and was not promoting any theory in particular regarding the deaths of these animals. Instead, his report simply documented everything he had encountered during his investigation and demonstrated that he had discounted all of the most obvious explanations for the deaths. But situations would soon unfold, setting in motion a chain of events which would quash any hopes the investigator might have had in maintaining a calm and rational assessment of the incidents plaguing his community. During the summer of 1986, a resident named Jerry Julian approached the local police department to report that someone had attempted to abduct her from her home while she was sleeping. Julian explained to the attending officers that the evening prior, she and her husband had driven out in their flatbed truck to the slopes of the Archuleta Mesa to do a bit of stargazing. After a short time, Julian's attention had been drawn to one star in particular, which seemed to be moving through the night sky. As she and her husband looked on in wonder, the celestial body in question suddenly began to descend from the heavens, landing on the ground a short distance away. Gradually, the bright light before them began to diminish, revealing a metallic structure from which a small set of steps descended. Two small figures then slowly made their way down the metallic walkway before they set off on foot in the direction of the married couple. With a frightened cry, Julian's husband had grabbed her by the shoulders, bundled her into his pickup, and frantically attempted to start the engine. She continued to stare back in terror at the two squat figures slowly advancing upon the vehicle as the engine repeatedly failed to turn over. It was only when the strangers were mere meters away from the rear of the truck, reaching out as if to take hold of it, that the motor suddenly fired into life and allowed the couple to escape. Later that night, having decided not to report the matter, the couple had gone to bed, only for Julian to awaken in the early hours of the morning due to a strange tugging sensation. Looking down towards the bottom of her bed, she could see two shadowy figures, identical to those she had witnessed emerging from the strange craft earlier that night. Suddenly realizing she could feel her sheets being pulled off the bed to expose her lower body, Julian attempted to scream, but nothing more than a hoarse and raspy sound had emerged from her mouth. This quiet whimper, however, had been sufficient to awaken her sleeping husband, at which point the two figures had immediately vanished. When questioned further by federal agents who had been tasked with attending the incident, Julian claimed the existence of these entities was common knowledge amongst the native community. She even went as far to describe a large hole bored deep into the mountain face, hidden away much further up the slopes of the mesa, which she claimed the creatures used to access the surface. Around the same time that the investigators were taking Jerry Julian's statement, separate claims of a possible alien base concealed beneath the Archuleta Mesa were being directed towards the local authorities. Security staff at the Kirtland Air Force Base began to receive a string of detailed allegations from a local businessman, stating that he had documented mysterious activity both above and below the mountain chain. Paul Benowitz was already well known to the senior officers at the base, following reports he'd submitted to them of strange lights in the sky above his home in the Four Valleys district of Albuquerque. He now claimed that in addition to the lights he had filmed, he had intercepted mysterious energy emissions and radio transmissions, and that these were emanating from beneath the mesa. The businessman had also taken to conducting regular flights across the mountains in his private aircraft, photographing anything he deemed out of the ordinary. Invited onto the base to speak in person, he showed them photos of what he believed to be paths and doorways cut into the rock, miles away from any existing road or highway. He drew maps of alleged air vents and access points, and cited interviews he had conducted with the owners of mutilated cattle and locals who claimed to have been abducted in the vicinity of the mesa. But the more detail that the impassioned Benowitz chose to add to this ad hoc briefing, the less credibility he was extended by his audience. He began to panic, citing discussions with shadowy government agents, claiming that the extraterrestrials living below the mountain were one of 3 separate species to have visited Earth. But it was the assertion that a whole floor of the alleged alien base contained vats filled with human organs and body parts harvested by the alien visitors, which saw him ridiculed and finally escorted off the base. Shortly after this, as the businessman's mental health and coherence continued to deteriorate, he suffered a nervous breakdown. On the advice of doctors, his family applied to have him committed to a psychiatric facility in 1988, seemingly removing any shred of credibility his initial reports to the military may have contained. But perhaps the most amazing aspect of the stories told by Paul Benowitz is that they are by no means the only such detailed allegations of a secret base concealed beneath the town of Dulce. During the mid-1990s, a former Air Force technician by the name of Thomas Costello went public, confirming that there was indeed a hidden facility underneath the Archuleta Mesa. More incredible still was that Costello claimed that this was not an extraterrestrial base, but one constructed by the United States government, where aliens and human scientists worked together on genetic experiments. Costello related how he had been a US Air Force photographer based at Nellis in Las Vegas, but in the early 1970s had been transferred to the secret Dulce base in New Mexico. Whilst there, he was responsible for maintaining the facility's extensive surveillance network and for documenting some of the work being conducted in the laboratories. Costello even went as far as to offer photographic evidence with his testimony of what he purported to be some form of alien hybrid suspended in a vat of fluid in one of the labs. But barely had journalists time to digest his claims that the Dulce base was just one of many such facilities linked by a vast underground railroad network before he disappeared from public view altogether. However, his claims would later resurface when a further whistleblower came forward, this time from within the ranks of the Dulce Police Department itself. A former reservation police detective named Avery Tafoya, who had been researching the testimony of Jerry Julian, related how he had stumbled across the reports written by federal investigators assigned to the case. To his amazement, in addition to the events described by the victim, they had included detailed drawings of a sprawling military facility, exactly where Julian claimed the hidden opening in the mountain was situated. The drawings depicted that the base had 7 different levels, including accommodation blocks, storage facilities, and laboratories. It was also serviced by an underground train network similar to that alleged by Thomas Costello. Armed with this information, Tafoya stated that he had made a number of attempts to climb the mountain and see the facility for himself, only to be defeated by adverse weather conditions on each and every occasion. Not to be deterred, he had then used a thermal camera to document strange apertures and vents built into the rock of the mountain, and recorded what sounded like large machines being operated beneath the slopes. Over the years, the United States military has gone to great lengths in denying that Dulce Base exists, or that it's part of a network of hidden underground facilities. And it would seem that part of their strategy to do so has involved a concerted effort to undermine the credibility of those making the claims. The background of Thomas Costello remains shrouded in uncertainty, with attempts to locate and review his military service records seeming to suggest he never existed. Photographs associated with his testimony have proven to be forgeries, and no formal interview with him has ever been unearthed. Members of the intelligence community have also come forward and admitted to deliberately feeding false information to Paul Benowitz. It is alleged that, having become uncomfortable with his obsession and surveillance of the secure Manzano weapons storage complex, the Air Force invented the fictional Dulce Base in order to distract the businessman. They even claim to have placed machinery and fake air vents on the Archuleta Mesa for him to photograph, in order to convince him that a base existed there and draw him away from genuine military facilities. Gabriel Valdez himself has always refused to believe stories of a base at the Mesa, extraterrestrial or otherwise. Prior to his death in 2011, the former police officer told his son that he believed it was humans who had mutilated the cattle near the town, and not aliens. He cited secretive nuclear testing in and around New Mexico during the 1960s, claiming samples had secretly been removed from local cattle to test for radiation poisoning. There are equally detailed cases both for and against the existence of a base beneath the Archuleta Mesa, and the secretive work which is allegedly being conducted there. With so many stories, it is difficult to know which sources to trust. It is not beyond all possibility that the US government is in possession of secret underground military bases, constructed well away from prying eyes. But at the same time, some of the claims attached to them seem so outlandish that they push any notion of their existence towards ridicule. However, throughout this episode, we have deliberately avoided the most detailed and impassioned evidence for such an underground structure at Dulce. That of a man who claimed he was a former worker at the secretive site and had survived a horrifying battle unfolding between human and extraterrestrial forces during the excavation of what would become the eventual facility there. Join us next week as we examine the testimony of one Phil Schneider. In our previous episode, we examined reports from various individuals who stated that there is a secret facility buried deep beneath the New Mexico town of Dulce. But we deliberately avoided the testimony of one man, who is arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the possible existence of Dulce Base, a man who claimed he was the survivor of a war beneath the mesa. Having sought shelter behind an equipment crate of sufficient size, the lieutenant now tried to take stock of the situation. At least 3 members of his platoon were gone, their bodies charred beyond all recognition following exposure to the horrific weaponry employed by their opponents. Despite this, they had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do so, and if they could just secure the stairwell in front of them, the mission would be a success. Waving across the corridor, where 2 more of his team members were sheltering behind another crate, he began to issue a series of orders using hand signals. Moments later, the pair were up on their feet and heading towards the looming metal door, each tightly clutching a satchel charge. Their intention was clear. But before they could reach their objective, the door suddenly sprung wide open. A skeletal figure materialized from the darkness within, followed by a terrifying bright blue energy discharge from its weapon. The 2 soldiers did not even have time to cry out, as their bodies were engulfed in a ball of brilliant blue flame. Almost immediately, an infantryman further down the corridor, operating the platoon's M60 heavy machine gun, opened fire, shredding the attacker with a steady hail of gunfire. More soldiers then ran forwards, snatching up the discarded satchel charges and priming them, before hurling them in through the open doorway. There was an enormous explosion, immediately followed by a shower of dust and debris as the stairwell caved in, preventing their enemy from accessing this floor or any others which lay above them. Leaving 2 of his men to cover the collapsed structure, the lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way back up through the facility towards the main loading area. But upon his arrival, he was shocked to see that 2 further army trucks had arrived, discharging several more squads of soldiers wearing black uniforms, who hurried towards the corridors from which he and his men had just emerged. Turning to his commanding officer, he abruptly inquired as to what was taking place, who this unit were, and why they were now heading underground towards the lower levels. Curtly dismissed, he and his fellow Navy SEALs could only watch on as the mysterious soldiers continued to head deeper into the base, where so many US soldiers had already lost their lives in an effort to contain the marauding extraterrestrial threat. During the summer of 1995, Phil Schneider gave a series of lectures across the United States, in which he went to great pains to highlight to his audience the dangers of what he was doing. He spoke of the murder of his close friend, which he alleged had been made to look like a suicide. Then he related various attempts on his own life and threats to harm his family in an effort to stop him from sharing confidential military secrets with the public. But Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded any thoughts for his personal safety, that the American people had a right to know the potential dangers which their government was hiding from them. He would open his talks by explaining how he came from a family of public servants, how his father had been a military officer who worked on the Manhattan Project. Then he would reveal to those present the fingers missing from his left hand, relating how he had lost them whilst fighting to regain control of a secret military installation from extraterrestrial attackers. Schneider would hold up bizarre-looking metals and minerals, claiming that they were products of experiments which had been kept hidden from the American people. He would then explain in great detail how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface of North America, linked together by miles and miles of magnetic train tracks. Finally, he would close his lectures by saying that when his time came, just like his friend, his murder would be made to look like a suicide, reiterating that he had no wish to end his own life. Less than a year later, the impassioned public speaker would indeed be found dead in his apartment. His death, perhaps unsurprisingly to anybody who had ever heard him speak, ultimately being ruled as suicide. Much as the former Air Force Sergeant Thomas Costello had done before him, Phil Schneider told anyone who would give him the time that there was a military base hidden deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa. But unlike the enigmatic Costello, Schneider chose to do far more public manner, speaking openly to roomfuls of interested people and fielding any questions they might have concerning his account. He described how, since the end of the Second World War, the United States government had been building a vast network of underground bases around the country. Schneider explained that to his knowledge, there were 129 deep underground military bases, or DUMBs, hidden beneath the plains, mesas, and mountain ranges of North America. 9 of these were clustered in close proximity to one another, located in and around Groom Lake, near the infamous Area 51 testing facility in Nevada. All of these bases were linked by a seemingly endless series of tunnels, which housed a maglev train line, allowing workers to travel between the locations at speeds of up to Mach 2. As he stood and summarized how these tunnels had been created and how each of the secret bases had been constructed, audiences found themselves visibly impressed by the level of technical detail Schneider used. Having listed his credentials as a geologist and structural engineer, he related how he had been brought onto the project to assist with the complicated and advanced construction methods being used. The maglev tunnels had not been drilled or blasted through the ground, but had instead been created using laser technology that vitrified and melted its way through the previously impenetrable rock. In order to create each base, 4 gaping holes were bored deep into the earth. Each separate floor was then blasted out of the rock before being linked up to these 4 gigantic corner shafts. And it was amidst the construction of one facility in New Mexico during the late 1970s that Phil Schneider became an unwitting participant in what would become known as the Dulce War. Schneider maintained that in August of 1979, construction on the Dulce base had begun to fall behind schedule due to issues relating to the drilling of one of the corner columns. The facility was being tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of the Archuleta Mesa, but every time the drilling team had attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing. In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider and a Green Beret bodyguard had been lowered into the incomplete shaft via a crane. But as soon as he stepped out of the crane basket into what appeared to be a pre-existing cave network, he had instantly realized that something was very wrong. There was a bitter and unnatural stench in the air, as the drilling operation had now allowed ancient gases to escape from the void beneath, along with a mysterious and sooty residue on the unusually smooth walls of the caves. It was at this point that a tall and slender grey figure had suddenly stepped out of the shadows in front of him, carrying what appeared to be a weapon of some description. Utterly terrified by this creature's unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider had used his sidearm to kill it, only for two more to then emerge out of the darkness behind. Backing towards the crane basket and firing wildly, the engineer had managed to fell one of the pair, only for the other to then use its own weapon upon him in retaliation. Schneider was instantly consumed by an eerie blue light and felt a huge jolt of electricity burst through his body, which had sent him crashing to the cave floor. When he came to, he found himself being bundled into the crane basket by the Green Beret, who then turned and engaged more of the creatures as the basket began to ascend without him. Upon his return to the surface, the doctors who treated Schneider found severe damage to both his left hand and foot, with several fingers and toes missing. After he had explained to his superiors what had taken place, he was removed from the project, but later discovered that construction had continued despite his encounter. For the next year, it was alleged that further battles beneath the mesa ensued as US Special Forces clashed with alien interlopers, who appeared intent on frustrating the construction of the base. Schneider claims that in total, 66 soldiers and countless extraterrestrials lost their lives, before an uneasy peace was finally formed between the two opposing sides. He went on to allege that the aliens who had been residing beneath the mesa had worked with humans ever since, creating numerous scientific breakthroughs which had gone on to assist mankind. Throughout 1995, Schneider continued to tour the United States, giving talks in which he listed numerous other alleged conspiracies, alongside the revelations of deep underground military bases. Over the course of these lectures, however, it soon became apparent that the former engineer was beginning to struggle with what he had started. He described how he had been involved in a shootout with federal agents, killing one in self-defense, and how an attempt had been made to kidnap his daughter in a bid to force him to stop delivering his lectures. Then, in January of 1996, 2 months after his final speech in Denver, federal agents arrived at the home of Schneider's ex-wife, Cynthia. They explained how Phil had been found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, having apparently decided to take his own life. The agents went on to conduct a search of Cynthia's house, removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures, before then leaving. The circumstances surrounding Schneider's death have always raised questions about the speed with which the authorities moved to attribute it to suicide. Phil's body had been found slumped between his bed and wheelchair, with a rubber catheter hose having been wrapped around his neck 3 times and tied off with a knot. Both his feet were wedged hard underneath the bed, with his head resting in the seat of the wheelchair at an angle that would not appear to have been easy or natural for him to achieve. There were traces of blood on the floor nearby, but no injuries or wounds were found on the body itself to suggest where this may have come from. When the family later asked if a suicide note had been discovered, They were told that all the papers seized from the address had now inexplicably gone missing from a police storage facility. Subsequent requests for additional toxicology testing on Schneider's remains were refused on the grounds of adverse cost, considering the cause of death had already been determined. Further and more adamant demands for these tests would also be refused, because the samples had apparently been destroyed by the laboratory which had been storing them. One detective, who later spoke privately with the family, stated that with the missing fingers on Schneider's left hand, it would have been almost impossible for him to have tied off the catheter himself. When the officer in question had shared these concerns with his superiors, he had been ordered to keep his observations to himself, before then being reassigned to a different case. It appeared that even in death, Phil Schneider was continuing to raise awkward and uneasy questions for those in positions of authority. When taken in context of the many accounts which already exist regarding a possible underground base at Dulce, the testimony of Phil Schneider appears to be compelling. Many of the experimental compounds and construction techniques he listed during the course of his lectures were mere concepts during the late 20th century, but have gone on to become commonplace in modern building work. His descriptions of the base layout and the functions of each of the 7 levels were also eerily similar to those offered by other witnesses, people whom he'd never met or associated with. And yet, even the lightest touch of scrutiny has shown his accounts to be marred by falsehoods and inaccuracies, which make it difficult to take some of his claims seriously. He made repeated assertions that his father, Otto Oskar Schneider, was a German U-boat captain who had been captured by the US Navy and then turned against the Nazi regime. Yet a cursory search of both German and American wartime records shows this to be an apparent fabrication, with Otto having been born in San Francisco in January of 1906. Similarly, his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons, have apparently been debunked. These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to exaggeration, sometimes verging on the edge of delusion. But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life-changing injuries? And what happened to the missing samples and notes he had brought with him to his lectures? Why is there so much evidence that he was silenced by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his murder as a suicide? Schneider's detractors argue that he was not a well man, and merely seized upon the alleged testimony of Thomas Costello, using it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own. But to his supporters, the inconsistencies in his account are explained away as the US government rewriting his family history, designed specifically to undermine Schneider's credibility and keep prying eyes away from the Dulce base. They point to the same methods used against Bob Lazar and his removal from college and employment records as an example of the lengths the US government will go to cover up such revelations. With the advent of the internet, each passing year sees more information on classified military projects slowly creeping into the public domain. It is therefore entirely possible that at some future point, evidence proving the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it may be that advances in technology enable investigators to finally disprove the existence of such facilities once and for all. For now at least, it seems there is a lot more digging to be done.
Yo, Rebba.
How you living, pimp?
How you living?
I'm well. Excellent to hear.
More step prognosis.
We're done.
What do you got going on right now?
Oh man, just a look. I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back.
You're okay. What about?
I drink pride because Mike Tyson raped women. Mike Tyson unconsensually touched women. So I drink Prime Energy because Mike Tyson unconsensually touched women. Alright? So that's why I drink Prime. Because fuck Mike Tyson.
Fucking bed. I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations, but I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just. I didn't take my. Listen, I was with my wife 15 years, and I took her to New York.
Really?
That's where I'm from. Never fucking.
Never took her?
Never. I'm not in the mood. I only go down back there to do comedy. I don't go back to the dilly dally when I go back. When I go back to New York, I fly in. I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. The next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery. I put flowers on my mom's grave. And then I do my 4 fucking shows. And I get the fuck out of there on the first flight on Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn city.
That's it.
I try to see some people in between, you know. A school teacher or two, maybe, you know, something.
Really?
Yeah, I still talk to my school teachers, 2 of them. I was going to go to dinner with the one, but he had to take his grandkid out of the hospital. He wanted to meet me later on, but we were leaving early, so I couldn't meet him at 10.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
So, you know, we never really took a break in the podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. I took off Monday. We were going to do last night. But I'll tell you, Theo, I hate fucking doing podcasts when I'm tired. I don't want to give nobody, as Jimmy Schubert says, the short script. You follow me? I was just out of it last night. A 5.5 hour flight with the fucking.
Oh, that's miserable, dude.
See, by myself, I'll eat a fucking pot cookie.
Right.
And I get stoned.
You get
I
the
fall
family.
asleep for half. When you have the family, you got to get. And I got caught smoking vapor on the fucking pen. Tremendous. I had one of those vapor pens, and I just filled it up. It was just brand new. I took the inhaler with me. They have an asthma inhaler now, so I took
for the pot
for the reefer.
That's yeah.
Oh, it's dabs. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York, and I sprayed it twice, you know, a couple times on the plane, and it kept me there. And I hit it when I was in New York, and I hit it with Ari when I went over to see the tree and the fucking. Saks Fifth Avenue and all that shit, and I ran out. So I had this brand new 2 gram oil from Perennial, and I opened it up before I got on the plane. I charged it up. First 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits. Like they're just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. Then I got on the plane. Like 2 hours into the flight, I look at my daughter, and every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let her have it. So I go, let me go to the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom with the fucking iPod on, listening to Pink Floyd.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I got the iPod on. This is how fucking crazy I am. I'm not listening. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like Shine On You Crazy Diamond and Have a Cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 3 or 4 Red Stars.
Oh, so you had a little magic in your system.
Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. That made a big difference. I got agitated on the 2 hour mark. On the 2.5 hour mark, if you don't have something, once Mad Max is finished,
right,
you're ready to kill a motherfucker flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane. Because there you are sitting there, everybody's driving, jumping over people and shit, shooting motherfuckers. And you're sitting there next to like some fucking politician or some shit.
You want to get up.
You want to get up. So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin. I had main cabin select. It's the one behind first class. So we could all sit together because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself and she'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So we're like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin select.
How tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3, you know. She's just a little baby.
But how tall do you think she is?
She's up there.
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little baby.
Oh, that's not
so
very tall.
I got up, I go to the bathroom, I close the fucking door, and I'm in there, I'm hitting this pen, and I see clouds, Theo, and I'm like, wow.
What color was that?
Fucking clouds of smoke, and I'm hitting this vapor, and I'm hitting this fucking sap.
With your iPod on.
With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On You Crazy Diamond. And all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going on. They're like, open up. Are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in my pocket, and I take this out, and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. And I go, hold on. Like I'm putting my dick in my pants, which I really did piss. And then I fucking wash my hands, and I'm another. What's the problem? And she goes, were you smoking in here? I go, no. Wow. I go, do I look like I was smoking in here?
Do I look like?
And she looked at me. She goes, does it smell like smoke? And she took, they take everything out, the garbage. They do everything. They look for
Really?
the cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And now what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there?
I'm standing there going, I don't know what happened. I banged it when I came in. The plane shifted and I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you know, you people were knocking on my thing and they're like, we don't smell no smoke. I wonder what made it go off. And I'm sitting there going, they fucking know. They're just playing.
Oh, really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there. They were cool. And then at the end, I gave my wife the keys. I told my mom, listen, they called me in the bathroom. I'm going to get arrested. So take the car keys. I'll see you at the house.
What did she say?
She just fucking looked the other way and like shook her head. Wasn't my wife going to fucking say at this age?
Damn.
I'm 50. What are you going to say to me? You're punished. Well, and I walked off the fucking plane like I owned LAX.
Wow.
Nobody said dick to me.
And now, did you think though, somewhere in your head, that whenever you got to LA, there was going to be people?
Oh,
there?
fuck yeah. They've been waiting for me before. I've been approached at the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool or is it just fucking not cool?
If you're getting off a plane, you got an ounce of weed in your nutsack.
Yes.
It ain't fucking cool.
Be
But
uncomfortable.
if you get off the plane and you're cool, you know, you don't like the one time I was in Columbus, I had weed on me. And some guy said, I didn't do nothing. He leaned back and I go, hold on 1 second. He turned on, he goes, fuck you. So I said, fuck you. So I kicked the chair and he went and told the stewardess. So I was the bad guy the rest of the fucking flight.
Oh, jeez. And then do you start to feel like the fucking bad guy too?